Chapter 201 Swift Dragon Rider. The Fast Dragon Rider is the real name of this raptors. Dragon lizards are a race with strong combat capabilities. Compared with ordinary lizard men, they possess more powerful strength. The scales on their bodies are finer, harder and more durable than those of normal lizard men. They possess excellent physical and magical defense capabilities, which is equivalent to wearing an extra set of armor. The blood of the dragon brings a comprehensive improvement. In addition to the scales covered by the body, their strength is greater than the normal lizard man. And the magic elements such as flames, ice, toxins have affinity. And the dragon lizards are almost all magic warriors. Their magic is not necessarily high, but it also brings them stronger combat effectiveness. Coupled with various sub-dragon dragons, their strength has been further enhanced, making them ferocious and tough. This fast dragon rider is a looting team released. The raptors have a very high movement speed, allowing them to calmly attack and leave calmly. Faced with the treasure-hunting Catman mobile fortress, the swift dragon rider showed no fear at all, and was even eager to try and challenge the strong. What an exciting thing it was! Puff! Air spurted out of the nostrils of the velociraptor, and its mouth opened and closed quickly, making knocking sounds. They were sending signals to each other. When it comes to hunting, the velociraptor has extremely excellent tactical intelligence. The leading swift dragon rider knocked on the belly of the dragon he was riding. The velociraptor slowly moved forward, looking left and right, his eyes changing, conveying information to his companions. After walking about 10 meters, the velociraptor suddenly accelerated and launched a snake-like charge towards the treasure-hunting Catman. The swift dragon riders behind followed suit, took out the bows and arrows from their backs, strung the bows, and aimed the arrows at the treasure-hunting Catman fortress. "They are here!" Lu Xingxing shouted loudly. The treasure-hunting cats also moved, each doing their own job, activating the fortress, and rushing forward in response to the other side. Lu Xingxing did not run away for the first time. He was also a key person. If there were a large number of the other party, he ran away. But there were only 100 people in the opponent. If he ran away, he would not be laughed at Zhang Peng to death. Besides, he also had a black warrior guard. There was a bone spray one on the platform. This is a great opportunity to try the power. At the same time, the two sides welcomed each other and did not give each other. The velociraptor was carrying the dragon lizard knight closer and closer. The arrow flashed and ignited a flame. The dragon lizard knight loosened his fingers slightly, and the arrow immediately flew out and shot towards the treasure-hunting cat fortress. The arrow's power is not small. Some of the wooden boards that penetrate the fortress and hurt the cats hiding behind. Fortunately, no cats died, but they were injured. Most of the treasure-hunting cats used the crossbow. The range was much closer than the fast dragon riding. The cats started shooting until the fort is approaching. Unfortunately, the swift dragon rider's reaction was also extremely fast. After shooting a round of arrows, the velociraptors immediately turned around and ran in other directions, making the treasure-hunting cat people shooting in vain. The bone spray one of the bones that was highly hoped that even the gun was not even turned on, standing on the platform dully. It was not that they did not want to attack, mainly because they were too far away. Their attack range was 50 meters, and the effective range was 20 meters. They stood on the fortress and could not hit the fast dragon riding at all. Especially the speed was fast. Lu Xingxing discovered this very quickly. Although he was in a high position in Lingxia, the weapon of the skeleton blaster one was not arrows, but shotguns. If he didn't get close enough, the arrows would be ineffective. "We can't let them stand on the fortress. We have to let them down." Lu Xingxing immediately commanded the bone sprayer one and asked them to find the opportunity to go on. This order came out, and the bone sprayer immediately acted. What is the opportunity to go? That is, jumping. As the undead, fearless, the heavy figures full of punk style jumped down from the treasure hunt cat fortress and fell to the ground heavily. Fortunately, the parts on their bodies can bear this height jump. The fast-moving dragon rider that avoided the crossbow heard the sound of the back, turned his head, and saw that he saw the bone jumping from the fort jumping from the back slowly, almost laughing. Nonsense. If this can be caught up, then it will really find tofu to kill. And the speed of the bone sprayer, let alone riding a fast dragon. Even if you use it, it is faster than them. This is too looking down on people. A dragon lizard knight made the rapid dragon under him walk around for half a circle, greeted the bone sprayer. Put the arrows across the 100 meters, and the flames were shot through the armor of the bone sprayer's chest. The metal board was burned red. The skeleton sprayer looked down, reached out, and grabbed the tail of the arrow as if nothing had happened. Pulled it out casually and threw it aside. Then continued to walk slowly towards the swift dragon rider. The speed is a bit slow, and the defense is okay, but it is useless. It will passively take the beating, and will eventually be kited to death. The swift dragon rider quickly made a judgment. Without a lot of effort, the bone sprayer hit several arrows. Although he was still able to act, it would not work. The core of the power will be destroyed in the morning and evening. Damn. The boss's new type of soldiers is not strong enough. Lu Xingxing grinned as he watched the swift dragon riders moving flexibly and continuously shooting arrows to tease the skeleton blasters. Both Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng had high hopes for the skeleton blasters. That was a new type of soldier that Li Ziyu had spent a lot of time to develop. And it was also a type of soldier that could use firearms. They thought that with the skeleton blasters in hand, these dragon riders should be easy to deal with. As a result, the dragon ride seemed to find the mobile target. It was called a highly scales. On the other hand, the bone sprayer could not keep up with the speed of the other party. It was slowly swallowing. It was not a shot now. Instead, it was an arrow. You can't rely on the skeleton blaster anymore. You have to rely on yourself. Lu Xingxing was depressed. So he asked the treasure hunting cat people to enter the full combat mode. The fortress accelerated, and at the same time, the treasure hunting cat people's warriors began to move out. The swift dragon riders were proud, but they were not stupid. There were only 100 of them in such a big fortress, and they had never thought of fighting head-on. They were just testing and wanted to know the opponent's true combat power before talking about other things. If the other party just has a watch, they don't mind the attack. If the opponent's strength is stronger than them, they can escape from the speed of the raptors. It turns out that 100 people cannot attack the city, and even the Xuanlong cavalry does not work. Especially the tactical team of treasure hunting cats has brought them a lot of trouble. Don't look at the separate treasured cats' combat effectiveness. But the strength of the tactical team is still possible, and it can also cause trouble to the Xunu dragon rider. Although Lu Xingxing is not as powerful as Li Ziyu, he is also a lord after all. After so long, he has quite a few treasure hunting cats under his command. It is wishful thinking for him to be defeated by 100 dragon riders. The battle between the two sides was very stalemate. After a long time, the treasure cattleman's tactical team was killed, several of them, and the dragon cyclone also damaged a dozen. The number of people had fewer people. After seeing the strength of the other party, the Xuanlong rider intends to retreat. Before the retreat, they followed those bones who moved slowly. These guys looked a little interesting. At least those medals on their chests should be used in the second time. It is better to take it back. Longqi changed its strategy. They gave up their attack on the treasure hunting cat fortress, but instead attacking the bone sprayer and wanted to take them away. Dozens of fast dragon ride shot out of the arrow while quickly approaching the bone jet. And they just shot for so long. Those guys did not know the attack at all. This made the subconscious feeling that these guys were motionless. But when they approached, things changed. The bone sprayer raised the shotgun in their hands and aimed at the whistling dragon riding, and naturally pulled the trigger. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon rider, who was not alert, was sprayed up. The Xuanlong dragon is not a heavy cavalry. The armor on their bodies belongs to light armor. The combat method tends to harass guerrillas facing the bone spray shotgun. They can't hold it completely. Not to mention the dragon knight. But the raptors can't carry it. Instantly, blood flowers burst on the battlefield. It was called a tragic. Whenever the spray dragon rode could not live. One shot. Blood splashing. This sudden change has made a quick dragon ride. And what happened to the way? How did it die so much? There are not so many companions to fight those cats. What is the burst weapon? The head of the dragon ride was stunned. And then, he woke up. It was an excellent weapon. If the weapon could be snatched, their eyes flashed in excitement. And those guys who moved slowly were big babies. They were originally sent out to plunder. And now seeing the power of Jet 1. How could they let it go? They had to get it. With the preparation of the fast night. With the speed of the rapid raptors and flexible positions. The bone sprayer can't hit it again. And it is too difficult to aim at aiming. Often, the other party has changed the position. After a few times back and forth, the other party has reached the side. A fast knight beside the bone sprayer. Stretched out a bone sprayer. Come here. With the help of the raptors. He tried to pull the bone sprayer on the dragon's back and take it away. As a result, he fell off the back of the dragon. In order to offset the recoil brought by Jet 1, the skeleton jet deliberately increased its weight and sacrificed its movement speed. How could a mere dragon lizard knight possibly pull him? The skeleton jet did not even move his feet and stood firmly in place. What? The dragon lizard knight, who fell off the dragon's back, exclaimed in shock, his hand still grabbing the skeleton sprayer's shoulder. The skeleton blaster looked at the hand on his shoulder blankly, then turned his head to look at the dragon lizard knight and turned his gun around. The dragon lizard knight looked up at the skeleton sprayer and saw a black muzzle of a gun pointed at his head. Boom! The grip loosened and the headless body fell to the ground. The death of this dragon lizard knight made others realize that they might not be able to take these skeleton sprayers away. They could only settle for the next best thing and snatch the weapons from their hands. However, they miscalculated again. Jet 1 was connected to the arm of skeleton Jet 1. They grabbed Jet 1 and pulled hard, but it didn't move. Then they heard a roar in their ears. The dragon lizard knights paid the price for their stupidity. Not only did they fail to capture the skeleton jet, they also failed to snatch their Jet 1. Instead, many swift knights died. Retreat and go back to tell the city lord. The captain of the swift knights saw clearly that they might get nothing this time. The opponent was very strong and they needed more help. He immediately gave the order, and the dragon carried the remaining dragon lizard knights away quickly without looking back. Lu Xingxing looked at the swift knight going away and had no intention of chasing him at all. The enemy had already retreated, and now he had to run away quickly, lest the enemy come back with more people. That would be something the treasure-hunting cat fortress could not handle. He had to hurry back to the undead fortress. The treasure-hunting cat fortress turned around and rushed at full speed towards the undead fortress. Private chat. Treasure hunter, boss. Help me. Don't want to get a driver's license. Treasure hunter. I encountered the dragon lizard you mentioned. Don't want to get a driver's license. Where did you meet him? How are you doing now? Treasure hunter. I only encountered a team of 100 people, and I fought them off. I'm fine. I'm on my way to your side. Don't want to take a driving test. Do you want me to send someone to pick you up? Treasure hunter. Not for now. I just want to report to you. If I am being hunted, remember to come and save me. Don't want to take a driving test. Are you trying to play a prank on me? Treasure hunter. No. I'm here to report. I have just experimented with the skeleton blaster 1. Don't want to get a driver's license. How is the effect? Is my Jet 1 powerful and awesome? Treasure hunter. The Jet 1 is indeed very powerful, but the skeleton Jet 1 is too slow. If the opponent does not suddenly do something stupid, there is probably no way to kill him because the range is too short. Don't want to get a driver's license. Treasure hunt star. Not very useful. Don't want to get a driver's license. Treasure hunter. I'll tell you in detail when I get back. Don't want to take a driving test. Okay. I'll wait for you to come back. Run faster, and don't let anyone catch up with you. Treasure hunter. Don't worry. I'm a professional at escaping. After closing Lu Xingxing's chat window, Li Ziyu grinned. The advantages and disadvantages of the skeleton blaster 1 are very obvious. If the disadvantages cannot be avoided, it will be fatal. Lu Xingxing obviously did not consider this point. He probably sent the skeleton blaster 1 directly into the field, and then beat the enemy to a pulp. Well, we still have to continue to develop new weapons. The limitations of Jet 1 are still too great, and we need the coordination of different arms. The tactic that Li Ziyu thought of was to put the skeleton blaster 1 into the sea of undead. Charge together with the undead. Use the skeleton undead as bait, and escort the skeleton blaster 1 to the effective range. As long as it enters the effective range, he can give full play to his advantages of high burst and range damage. It is indeed not easy to use the skeleton blaster alone. Lord City Lord, we have arrived at the fortress. Tasjuling came up to Li Ziyu and reminded him. Li Ziyu raised his head and looked forward. Sure enough, the undead fortress was clearly visible. It would probably take another 10 minutes to walk there. The snake people of the Sinyunai tribe in the rear were so frightened that their eyes turned into vertical lines. They stared blankly at the group of white bones in front of them, with expressions of anxiety and fear on their faces again. They wanted to escape, but they had already signed the contract. Even if they ran, they could not escape. They were undead people when alive and ghosts when dead. The closer we got, the clearer and larger the building became. As a native of the wilderness, I had never seen even a 2-story building, let alone such a huge building. This is where you will live in the future, Tashjuling said to Zaliki, pointing at the nearby undead fortress. You live up there? Zaliki asked, stuttering a little as he kept moving his tongue. Yes, this is a good place. You don't have to be afraid. The undead will not attack you. Don't worry. Seeing that Zaliki's face was not good, Tashjuling thought about it and understood the reason. He smiled and comforted him. It is understandable that they would be scared when they came to the undead fortress for the first time. It took them some time to adapt. Chapter 202 continued to develop. When the snake people arrived at the undead fortress, they were immediately given a warm welcome. All the undead were watching them silently. They were the center of attention. Gurgle. The snake people all swallowed their saliva, feeling nervous and terrified. They had never been treated like this before. In addition to the undead spirits that they could see everywhere, they felt that the eyes of those buildings were also fixed on them. Bull? Minotaur brother. Have the undead always looked at people like this? Zaliki asked uncomfortably, constantly looking around. That's not the case. Tashjuling shook his head. What is it like now? Zaliki became more and more frightened. They are just curious. Once you live here for a while, no undead will pay attention to you, Tashjuling said calmly. When the Tauren of the Tab tribe came to live in the Fortress of the Dead, the undead treated them in the same way, paying attention to them from time to time. Their reaction at that time was no better than that of the snake people now. But later the undead would not be like this anymore. They were just simply curious, and naturally they would study the creatures they had never seen before. Tashjuling didn't know that the undead paid attention to them not only out of curiosity, but also for another important reason. The undead needed to remember their life energy in order to avoid accidental harm. To the undead, living creatures are different from them, and their enemies are often living creatures. Liziu conquered the indigenous people, and these creatures became allies. In order to avoid unnecessary battles, the undead need to remember the life energy of the creatures living on the bone platform to distinguish them from other creatures. Under the gaze of the undead, the snake people huddled together, following the footsteps of Liziu and Tashjuling and moving forward little by little, not daring to take even half a step further for fear of arousing the hostility of the undead. After walking for a while, Liziu turned back and waved to Zaliki, calling him over and pointing to the distance. Over there is the Taboo Tauren tribe. You will take your people there later. You will live there from now on and get along well with the Taboo Taurens. If you have any problems, ask Tashjuling first. If you can't solve them, you can ask the undead or come to me. Zaliki looked in the direction of Liziu's finger, and sure enough, there was a small building over there. It was not made of bones, but of wood. It was obviously not an undead building. There were also a group of Minotaur aunties and children standing around the building, looking at this side curiously. Zaliki was somewhat uncomfortable with living with the Minotaurs in the future, but he still smiled and waved to the Minotaurs. Taboo the Minotaur was stunned for a moment, then raised his hand and waved as well. Liziu gave Tashjuling a few more instructions, asking him to arrange the snake people well and avoid conflicts. Although the Minotaur and snake people belong to the same orc tribe, they have different customs and living habits, so they should be tolerant of each other. There may be more races in the undead fortress in the future. It is impossible for Liziu to allocate a piece of land for each of them to establish their own tribal gathering places. He could only let them live together, which requires mutual understanding among everyone. As for whether someone would cause trouble, Liziu didn't want to think about it. Anyway, if there was trouble, the undead would take care of it, so he could just sit back and do nothing. By the way, the undead are almost the best representatives of the legalists. They are very rational in judging whether something is good or bad. After all, for them, most of the temptations in the world do not exist. Temptations such as power, beauty, and money that can interfere with their judgment are not as attractive to them as soul energy or corpses. The Tab tribal cattle people have developed habits. Whenever they can't solve them, then find the undead to evaluate. The undead is the most fair. Whoever says is wrong, who they say right, that is right. Everyone will not have any objections. That's it. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying this, Liziu turned and walked towards the main building. Goodbye, Lord City Lord. Tashjuling bowed and said, then looked at Zaliki and smiled, saying to him, Call your people and come with me. We will be neighbors from now on. I hope we can get along well. Zaliki nodded quickly. Yes. Of course. The snake people followed Tashjuling towards the taboo tribe. As they walked, Tashjuling told them what they needed to pay attention to, how to live, and where to get resources. Li Ziyu walked towards the main building with a cold face. He was very angry and furious. The Dragon Lizard Lord has touched his bottom line. Before, he only plundered the indigenous tribes. But now, he has started to attack Lu Xingxing. This guy is too crazy and too much. After returning to the main building, he opened the system chat. Private chat. Don't want to take a driving test, Peng? Hurry up and find the Dragon Lizard Lord. Conscientious businessman. What's wrong? Don't want to take a driver's license test. Xingxing was beaten by someone. It was done by the Dragon Lizard Lord. Conscientious merchant. Damn. That guy is crazy. He not only robs the tribe, but also robs us? Don't want to take a driver's license test. Needless to say. Since you want to go to war with us, then let's go ahead. Conscientious businessman. Got it. I will get news about him as soon as possible. Don't want to get a driver's license. Yeah. After closing the chat with Zhang Peng, Li Ziyu went to find Batubu again. The Dragon Lizard Lord was very powerful. If he fought him alone, even if he could win, the damage would be great. Li Ziyu was not stupid. So how could he leave his help unused? It was obvious that Batubu had a grudge against the Dragon Lizard Lord. Private chat. Don't want to take a driver's license test, Brother Buha. Can you beat the Dragon Lizard Lord now? The free-flying eagle, it should be fine. What's wrong? Did that guy piss you off? I don't want to get a driver's license. He found my ally and wanted to plunder him. Free-flying eagle. Do you know where the Dragon Lizard Lord is? Don't want to take a driving test. I don't know. My ally should have encountered a looting team under his command. Free-flying eagle. Well, that's his style of doing things. If you find him, remember to call me. Don't want to get a driver's license. Okay. After closing the chat window, Li Ziyu sat on the chair with a cold look in his eyes. Ever since the battle with the Cancer Coalition, life has been too peaceful. He has been researching technology and has not replenished his troops. This is very dangerous. With the undead at hand now, they can hardly play any role in the fight against the dragon lizards. The opponent is not like the Cancer Coalition, but a real time travel lord. I wonder what cards he has in his hand. Even though we can't beat him, we still have to look for him. We have to find out his location first. It is not safe to rely on Zhang Peng alone. It is not that Zhang Peng will hide anything, but the information has a lag. The Dragon Lizard Lord will not stay in one place. He will move around with the fortress, even if Zhang Peng finds it. I am afraid that by the time they arrive at the place, the other party will have run away to who knows where. This is exactly why the Time Traveler Lord is difficult to target. If you can't defeat him, you can just run away. We have to think of other ways. Oh, right. Skeleton Knight. These guys are cavalry. With mounts? Let them go to the Dragon Lizard. And Zhang Peng's information should be a lot soon. Thinking of this, Li Ziyu quickly clicked on the Animal Bone Cemetery. This was a building that was built some time ago specifically for equipping skeleton knights with mounts. Since it was built, he had just left it there and ignored it. Now he had to use it. When he clicked on it, Li Ziyu raised his eyebrows. There were so many kinds of mounts that could be made here. Soul Warhorse. This is the simplest and most undead style mount. And it looks like a skeleton horse with blue flames. Soul Horse. Introduction. The most basic mount for the undead. And also the most trainable mount. The Soul Horse can grow with its owner, eventually reaching the full form of Nightmare. And its owner will also achieve the title of Death Knight. Demand, Beast Skeleton *5 unit. Mount Heavy Armor *1 set. Soul Energy *1000 units. In addition to the basic Soul Warhorse, there are also various undead mounts such as wolves, bears, giant lizards, mammoths, etc. But they all need to be unlocked. Obviously, after unlocking, it will be a new cavalry corps. But Li Ziyu does not need it now. What he needs is a simple Soul Warhorse to make the Skeleton Knight live up to his name. What caught his attention was that the Soul Steed and Skeleton Knight could actually evolve. And the final form was Nightmare and Death Knight, which was excellent. The soul energy required for a Skeleton Knight is 15,000 units, plus the 1,000 units of soul energy of a Soul Horse. In order to summon a complete Skeleton Knight, 16,000 units of soul energy are needed. It turns out that the consumption of cavalry is terrifying at any time. Li Ziyu now has 100 skeleton knights in his hands. Li Ziyu thought about it, and summoned 500 soul warhorses to replenish the skeleton knights to 500. The cost was not small. Just to find the Dragon Lizard Lord who dared to cause trouble for him. After issuing the summoning command, Li Ziyu remembered another chariot manufacturing plant that was built at the same time as the animal bone cemetery was built last time. He patted his head. He had been busy unlocking technology recently, and his mind was dizzy. He had made many things, but had not studied them. This was all his fault. He hoped that the tank factory could give him some surprises. He needed more powerful troops to face the Dragon Lizard Lord. When Li Ziyu clicked on the tank factory, his eyes widened. There were all kinds of tanks inside, suitable for various purposes. But without exception, they were all products of the Undead mechanical technology. He even saw cannons and combat vehicles such as armored vehicles and tanks in it. Unfortunately, they could not be built for the time being. More advanced mechanical technology was needed to support them before they could be unlocked. After clicking on the requirements, Li Ziyu covered his face. There were too many of them. He has good stuff but cannot build it. Yet he can unlock tanks and other combat vehicles at this time. What is he afraid of the Dragon Lizard Lord? No matter how strong you are. Can you be as strong as a tank? No matter how good you are at fighting. Can you withstand the bombardment of the tank? Unfortunately, he could only look at it, but couldn't make it. Let's see what can be built first. Li Ziyu started from the front, and looked for those with slightly lower technological content. With the technologies he has unlocked here and there, he cannot manufacture all the arms in the tank factory. However, some technologies overlap. So he can choose some of them for research and development, and unlock several arms. After choosing for a long time, only 3 were selected. One was a long-arm catapult with a huge rocker arm that could launch special bombs. This thing required a mechanical structure, and it was simple and easy to make from a distance. There is also a skeleton-heavy crossbow cart, which can fire crossbow arrows as thick as spears. Since it is a product of the Undead, this skeleton-heavy crossbow cart is equivalent to an Undead unit. It has consciousness, and does not need to be operated by others. It can string the arrows by itself, and even has the ability to move. So it can attack with the troops. This thing is very weird. A mixture of technology and magic. The last one is a motorcycle called Ghost Ranger. Li Ziyu fell in love with it the first time she saw it. Not for any other reason, but because the Ghost Ranger is so cool. Men often have no resistance to motorcycles that are full of tough style. And Li Ziyu is one of them. The appearance of the Ghost Patrol is a bit similar to the chariot that Nicolas Cage transformed into in the movie Ghost Rider. The prototype of the motorcycle in the movie is the Yamaha VMX. And this Ghost Patrol also mixes the Harley style, with very high handlebars, and is very domineering. However, the Ghost Ranger is just a motorcycle, and it must be paired with its own knight, which should not be a skeleton knight. The style does not match. Skeleton Knight uses cold weapons, and it would be strange to think of him riding a motorcycle. After some in-depth research, it turned out that it required a specific type of knight, a type of soldier called the Patrol Knight. Li Ziyu went out of his way to find information about this type of soldier, but the system prompted him that it was temporarily unable to be manufactured because it lacked the necessary weapons and equipment. There is nothing much to say. Just keep climbing the technological ladder. Whether it is the Ghost Ranger motorcycle or the Ranger Knight, they all have to be unlocked. Li Ziyu feels that this type of soldier should be good, regardless of its combat effectiveness. It is definitely cool enough. As we all know, the more solid the lower level mechanical technology is, the easier it will be to climb to the upper level technology. Li Ziyu happened to have spent a lot of time unlocking the underlying technology, so it is not difficult to unlock the Ghost Ranger and Ranger Knight. It is estimated that it can be done in a few days. Just do it, and start the retreat and unlock mode. While Li Ziyu was wholeheartedly studying technology, the Skeleton Knight and Soul Warhorse were finally built. Li Ziyu was awakened by the system's prompt sound. Came out of seclusion, looked at the sky outside, and unknowingly, a day had passed, and it was already late at night. This is what happens when you are concentrating on research. You don't even notice the passage of time. Walking out of the main building, there stood 500 fully armored skeleton knights outside. They were not riding on horses, but standing beside their war horses. Each of them was silent, but with a murderous aura. Li Ziyu nodded towards the skeleton knight, and his eyes fell on the Soul Warhorse. It was a tall and handsome warhorse with heavy armor, wearing the bone knights on his body. He also had a good defense. Skeleton knights are not like cavalry. They are real heavy cavalry, and their combat effectiveness is extremely strong. After admiring it for a while, Li Ziyu ordered all the skeleton knights to mount their horses and prepare to set off. Find him for me. Find the dragon lizard lord. Find those dragon lizards. After Li Ziyu gave the order, he waved his hand, and 500 skeleton knights immediately turned their horses' heads around. Their horses' hooves flew, making rumbling hooves sounds on the bone platform as they headed towards the wasteland. After the skeleton knights set off, Li Ziyu returned to the main building and went into his room again to continue his retreat. He believed that these skeleton knights would be able to find the trace of the dragon lizard lord in no time. After all, the dragon lizard lord had a lot of warriors under his command, so it would not be difficult to find him. What we need to do now is to focus on research and development. Strive to come up with new soldiers as soon as possible, and then kill the dragon lizard lord, that guy who doesn't know the rules. After an unknown amount of time in seclusion, Li Ziyu received a message that woke him up from his technological research. Private chat. Treasure hunter, boss. I'm back. Don't want to take a driver's license test. Where have you gone? Treasure hunter, it's at your door. Li Ziyu blinked, stood up and opened the door. Lu Xingxing rushed over and hugged him. Caught off guard, Li Ziyu quickly pushed the guy. Hey. Be careful. I'm not interested in men. Lu Xingxing cried out. Boss, you are so cruel. Your brother, almost couldn't come back. Li Ziyu smiled and pushed him away, saying, Okay, we're back safely. Let's go inside and talk. Chapter 203, The Evil Spirit Parade. 100 people, cavalrymen, dare to attack you. How arrogant. Too arrogant. But Xingxing, the same goes for you. The other side only had 100 people. You had a fortress, and there were so many treasure hunting cats. I also gave you the Dark Warrior and the Skeleton Blaster one. And you still couldn't destroy the other side? After listening to Lu Xingxing's story, Li Ziyu was very angry, but also speechless to Lu Xingxing. You say the opponent is strong, but their number is too small. Why couldn't Lu Xingxing beat the opponent? It's very strange. This kid is still not good enough and still needs training. If it were Zhang Peng, he would definitely be able to defeat the opponent. Lu Xingxing said with a bitter face, Boss, what you said is unreasonable. My treasure hunting catman is mainly used for treasure hunting. You know that it is not good at fighting. Moreover, your skeleton blaster one is really not easy to use. The movement speed is too slow, and the range is short. You can't shoot while standing on the fortress. You have to put it down. Li Ziyu choked. This was indeed the shortcoming of the skeleton blaster one. But since it had a shortcoming, why not find a way to solve it? The solution was very simple. Right? You could drive the fortress over there, get closer, and then throw the skeleton blaster one down. And that would be it. Xingxing is usually a smart kid, but when it comes to fighting, he becomes stupid, and I don't know who he follows. If you plan to go out recently, please be more careful. I have asked Zhang Peng to investigate the matter of the Dragon Lizard Lord, and I think there will be results soon. Li Ziyu thought for a while, and said to Lu Xingxing, Boss, do we want to start a war? Lu Xingxing asked. Li Ziyu nodded. War was inevitable. The Dragon Lizard Lord had gone too far, and had a grudge against Batabuha. This was a good opportunity to destroy him. He patted Lu Xingxing on the shoulder and said, Don't worry. We will take care of it. If we find the Dragon Lizard Lord, Batabuha will also take action. After finishing the conversation with Lu Xingxing, Li Ziyu immediately entered a state of seclusion. He had to hurry up and get the evil ranger out. Lu Xingxing also saw that Li Ziyu had something and left honestly. Although there was no way to go to treasure hunting as unscrupulous as before, he could do a lot of things. For example, he studied what was obtained from the previous treasure hunt. When Li Ziyu retracted the customs, he found a lot of treasures everywhere. 3 days later, Li Ziyu temporarily ended his retreat. He had already researched the Evil Spirit Patrol, and had also completed more than half of the research on the patrol night. If he worked harder, he would be able to finish it. For 3 days, except for eating and sleeping, he was almost entirely in the research stage. Li Ziyu was a little tired, and planned to come out for some fresh air. Coming to the top of the main building, and gazing in the direction of the Mountains of the Dead, He let out a long breath. The night breeze was blowing gently. But the night in the Fortress of the Dead was not quiet at all. It was even very noisy. In the sky were wandering ghosts. Below were slowly swaying undead. And from the mountains of the dead came the roars of wild beasts and monsters. After taking a few breaths of fresh air, Li Ziyu opened the system page. Ghost Ranger. Introduction. Who can resist a cool and fiery motorcycle when its engine roars and runs across the land? It is so wild that even the dead will laugh happily. Requirements: 10 units of skeleton, 10 units of skeleton alloy, 1 psychic core, 1 energy cylinder, 20 metal pipes, 100 units of soul energy. The products of mechanical technology will require more and more materials, which is far from being as simple as making ordinary skeletons and undead. After all, technology is the integration of various technologies and materials. In the future, armored vehicles and tanks will require more and more materials. This means that Li Ziyu should also pay attention to collecting other materials besides bones and soul energy. It's cool to think about the undead riding motorcycles and carrying rifles and shotguns. After standing on the rooftop of the main building and taking a rest, Li Ziyu turned back to his room and continued his research. He wanted to create the patrolling knight. Another 2 days passed, and Li Ziyu walked out of the room again, laughing out loud. When Lu Xingxing learned that Li Ziyu had come out of confinement, he rushed over immediately. Seeing Li Ziyu smiling like a flower at the door, he hurried over and asked, "Boss, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." "Boss!" Li Ziyu hit Lu Xingxing in annoyance and scolded him with a smile. "I'm fine. Stop talking sourly. Come on. Let's go and see the newly unlocked troops." Lu Xingxing showed a look of surprise on his face. He knew that Li Ziyu must be working on new weapons or new soldiers in seclusion. "Boss, what new soldiers are they? Tell me about them." When people are happy to show off, what they want most is to have someone to support them. Lu Xingxing took the role without hesitation, which made Li Ziyu even happier. All the arms that had been unlocked in recent times had surprised and delighted him. Even the skeleton blaster one, which looked quite accumulated, had made him very happy. Each type of soldier has its own use. There is no good or bad, only whether you know how to use it or not. Take the skeleton jet one for example. According to Lu Xingxing's usage, it is indeed useless. But if it is directly deployed into the enemy camp, its power will be revealed. The power of the close-range jet one is definitely enough. Or it can be used in conjunction with a large force to cover the attack, which is also okay. Li Ziyu led Lu Xingxing out of the building and headed towards the tank factory. While walking, he chatted with Lu Xingxing. "You haven't been out lately. Have you been staying in the fortress all the time?" Lu Xingxing said miserably with a bitter face. "It's been too chaotic outside these days. The dragon lizard cavalry is everywhere. I dare not go out." Speaking of the dragon lizard clan, Li Ziyu's expression became serious, and he turned to look at Lu Xingxing. "What's going on? There are a lot of cavalry outside. Around us?" Lu Xingxing quickly shook his head. "Wouldn't something bad happen around him?" he explained. "There's nothing around us. But Brother Peng said that many tribes were looted. The Dragon Lizard Lord is so cruel that he doesn't even let small tribes go. The Dragon Lizard Cavalry robs every tribe they find. He is becoming more and more inhuman." Li Ziyu narrowed his eyes. The Dragon Lizard Lord's behavior is the same as that of many other time travel lords. What I mean is, he has become so arrogant and domineering. How can people not hate the time travel lord? How can they not want to kill the time travel lord? When this hatred reaches its peak, a horrific war is bound to break out. This is why in many places the time travel lords and the indigenous people have fought each other to the point of losing their brains. If nothing unexpected happened, the battle in the central area should have broken out because of this. And then many time travelers would have been let out and suffered misfortune. Not everyone has rationality, but there are many people who are selfish. Not to mention time travelers. Even in previous lives, there are many people who are selfish and do things to harm others and benefit themselves. When something goes wrong, they immediately put on an innocent face, shirk responsibility, and then win over a group of virgin Bexes to harm the victims. It is too common. Li Ziyu's idea has always been to develop quietly and not fight with the indigenous people if possible. After all, the world belongs to them. And who knows how many cards they have? If things don't go well, then they will be in trouble. So when a cancerous race emerges, Li Ziyu is basically lenient towards other races, and will not attack them at will. It is obvious that the Dragon Lizard Lord is trying to stir up trouble. When he has done enough harm, he will leave behind a devastated wasteland. Then run away, and leave the mess to himself. As for this kind of guy who causes trouble everywhere, Li Ziyu wants to get rid of him as soon as possible. If he doesn't fight to the death, the matter will not be over, and he will not feel happy. Patting Lu Xingxing on the shoulder, Li Ziyu said in a deep voice, "Wait a little longer. Wait for news from Zhang Peng. Once I find that guy, I will make him pay the price. This guy cannot be left alive." Li Ziyu exuded a murderous aura that made Lu Xingxing shiver. Most modern people do not believe in the so-called murderous aura. But if a person has experienced a war, seen too many deaths and injuries, and has participated in it himself, there will really be a kind of vague aura on him. It is okay at normal times. But once he gets angry, that aura will really make people terrified. Since Li Ziyu traveled through time, he has been running around with the undead, and has experienced too much killing. Even on the battlefields of his previous life, many veterans probably did not experience as much killing as he did. This was killing with cold weapons, with blood all over the ground and limbs flying everywhere. The psychological pressure caused to a person can be imagined. For a long time, Li Ziyu's momentum is getting more and more full. Lu Xingxing sometimes can't recognize him, even if he has experienced a lot. But Li Ziyu is angry. He will still feel fear, the two said, and came to the chariot manufacturer. Li Ziyu opened the door and walked in. Lu Xingxing was the first time to come to the chariot manufacturer, and he was curious to look around. When he was out of the building, he looked at the building, but he had a taste at close range. Everything here makes him feel novel. The style of architecture is the style of the undead mixed steampunk. It is completely different from the previous life and the architectural style of the alien world. The main body of the building is still skeletons. A large number of bones are piled up to form the building, and metal traces can be seen in the gaps. On the outside of the building, you can also see a large number of brass pipes of varying thicknesses. At first glance, it looks very messy and irregular, as if they were randomly connected. But if you look closely, you will find that it has a kind of rough beauty, serious industrial style. In several factories required for mechanical technology, steam was swirling, as if they were always in production, making people mistakenly think that they had returned to the original industrial factories. The same was true for the tank manufacturing plant, with white air waves gushing out from place from time to time. Lu Xingxing looked around and asked curiously, "Boss, are you planning to start an industrial revolution in another world? This is too exciting." Li Ziyu shook his head. "What kind of industrial revolution is this? This is all needed by the military. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done it. This huge area took me a lot of effort. But it should be much more convenient in the future." "That's right. It will become more and more convenient in the future. The biggest advantage of mechanical technology is that it is difficult at the beginning, but will become smoother and smoother later. The more basic technologies are unlocked, the simpler the upper-level technologies will become. Think about it. How long did Li Ziyu spend when he first started researching the Jet 1? And how much time does he spend now researching the Ghost Ranger motorcycle and Ranger Rider, which are much more complicated than the Jet 1? That time has been greatly shortened. When he first started researching the mechanical technology Jet 1, he had to start from the most basic research. Smelting, metals, metal pipes, etc. All from scratch, bit by bit. So of course the process was slow. But when it came to the Ghost Ranger, everything became simple. Because in fact most of the technology had already been unlocked. And he didn't need to unlock it again. He could just use it directly. Li Ziyu brought Lu Xingxing to a large warehouse in the chariot manufacturing factory. He had already made a set of Ghost Ranger and Ranger Knight, which were in the warehouse. The next step is to witness a miracle. Li Ziyu grinned at Lu Xingxing. Turn around and open the warehouse door. Buzz. Boom. Boom. A shrill roar echoed in the warehouse. The warehouse was very large and empty. It was originally used to temporarily park large tanks. At this moment, there was a rider on a motorcycle in the middle. The blue flames rose and fell with each roar. The surrounding air became distorted, and smoke rose. Low chassis, high handlebars, and the rider on the motorcycle. Lu Xingxing's mouth gradually grew bigger and became an O shape. The fact that Li Ziyu created the skeleton Jet 1 was enough to surprise Lu Xingxing. But the one in front of him made his brain a little numb. He stared at the motorcyclist in front of him and whispered, "Hack, what did I see? Boss, did you bring out the Ghost Rider?" "Ha ha ha." Li Ziyu smiled and said, "The Ghost Rider is a bit exaggerated. He's not that powerful. But he is more like the Terminator with the appearance of Ghost Rider." "Hack, isn't that even stronger?" Lu Xingxing looked at Li Ziyu with surprise. Li Ziyu shook his head again. "Well, it's not very accurate. After all, the Undead is still inferior to the Terminator's outrageous resurrection ability. Anyway, the appearance is really impressive. The evil spirit patroller had just been created, and Li Ziyu had not tested his true strength, so it was hard to draw a conclusion. But one thing is true. The appearance of the Ghost Ranger is indeed very impressive. The extremely cool motorcycle, coupled with the fully equipped Ranger Rider, is indeed very eye-catching. Come here!" Li Ziyu shouted towards the warehouse. "No matter how eye-catching the other party's appearance is, he is still a ghost after all. And you must listen to Li Ziyu's words." At an order, the knight moved with a roar, and the Ghost Ranger rushed in front of Li Ziyu in the blink of an eye, stopped steadily, and a long line of fire was pulled out behind it. The ground was still burning, and after it was extinguished, a black mark was left on the ground. The patrol knight riding on the Ghost Ranger was also covered in flames, as if man and vehicle were one. But after getting off the vehicle, without the blessing of the Ghost Ranger, the flames on his body went out, revealing his true appearance. Without the flames, the patrol knight looked much more normal. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary skeleton undead wearing a layer of armor. The armor on his body was pitch black in color and made of bone alloy, and was a light armor. He had a shotgun slung across his back and ammunition belts around his waist and body. Lu Xingxing and Li Ziyu circled around the Ranger Knight. Lu Xingxing scratched his head and asked, "Boss, this shotgun seems to be different from the shotgun on the skeleton blaster one." Li Ziyu nodded and said, "Yes, it is different. This is an upgraded version. The Jet 2. Its attack power is not as strong as the Jet 1, but its recoil is also small. It can be used to shoot even when riding a motorcycle." Lu Xingxing nodded in understanding. Although the attack power had decreased, the ability to move had been greatly improved, and there were more tactics that could be applied. This was a good thing. Li Ziyu was feeling sad in his heart that the mechanical technology still had not advanced enough. The current Ghost Ranger was still a primary version, with only a Jet 2 as its weapon. The means of attack were too simple, and even the chariot could only be used for movement, with almost no attack capability. Chapter 204 Night Attack Dogman. Although the current Ghost Rangers are a bit basic and weak, the advantage of mechanical technology is that they can be continuously transformed, which is different from normal skeleton undead troops. The previous skeleton undead troops could also be strengthened, but it was difficult to rely on external forces. For example, the violent skeletons, physical skeletons, and other alien skeletons all had their own evolutionary paths. It was actually quite difficult for Li Ziyu to help, and he had to rely on their own abilities. The mechanical undead are different. They can become stronger through Li Ziyu's transformation. Li Ziyu only needs to research the necessary technology, then build it and install it on the mechanical undead, and that will be okay. They will be directly upgraded. Take the Ghost Ranger in front of him for example. The weapon the Ranger currently has is just a Jet 2 shotgun. But if Li Ziyu can research other weapons, such as rifles, grenades, or any other firearms, and give them to the Ranger, he can use them directly. The same is true for the Ghost Ranger motorcycle. There are many equipment that can be added, such as rams, wheel knives, crossbows, etc., but they have not been developed yet. The Jet 2 shotgun is more of a weakened version of the Jet 1 than an upgraded version. It reduces both the power and the recoil, making it easier for the modified undead to use, while also reducing the weight of the modified undead, making them more flexible. Although the power has been reduced, the Rangers are still equipped with auxiliary loading tools, which allows them to balance the Ghost Ranger motorcycle with one hand and shoot and reload ammunition with the other hand. Patrol Knight. Introduction. They are a group of knights. If they are separated from the evil spirit patrollers and used as infantry, believe me, they will not perform better than other undead. But once they have chariots, they will be a group of evil wolves roaming the battlefield. Requirements: 5 units of bones, 100 units of soul energy, 1 psychic core, 10 metal tubes, 20 gears, The total cost of a patrol night riding a ghost patrol is 400 units of soul energy, which is not a low price. Li Ziyu intends to create 100 trials to see how the effect is. The team sent by the Dragon Lord's side should be cavalry. And I don't know if his evil patroller is more powerful, or those along riders are more powerful. It is always better to experiment. If the Ghost Rangers are no match for the Dragon Riders, then he might as well invest his soul energy into the original Undead troops, and create more elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors. Wouldn't that be a good idea? An elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior only needs 100 units of soul energy. 400 units of soul energy are enough to support the consumption of 4 elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors. He just doesn't believe that 4 warriors can't kill a dragon rider. Lu Xingxing was still circling around the Ghost Ranger. He liked this motorcycle so much. It looked so cool. He stared at the motorcycle and asked, "Boss, can you give me one of these motorcycles so I can ride it for fun?" Li Ziyu rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "I dare to send you. Why are you riding on me?" Lu Xingxing turned back in surprise and asked, "Of course I dare to ride if you give it to me. At most I can ride slower. What's the big deal? If that's the case, I want to try it too." Li Ziyu complained in his mind and explained to Lu Xingxing, "This is a vehicle for the undead. Not to mention whether it has any long-term harm to the body. This thing is on fire. Aren't you afraid of burning your butt? In addition, you really treat this thing as a motorcycle. This is the undead. Understand? To drive the evil spirit patroller, you need to consume soul power." After hearing this, Lu Xingxing understood and immediately gave up the idea of trying it out. The Ghost Ranger motorcycle is pretty cool, but there's no need to get yourself burned and seriously injured just for riding a motorcycle. That's not worth it. Li Ziyu came to Lu Xingxing, patted his shoulder, and said to him, "Get ready in the next few days. We are about to set off." Lu Xingxing looked at Li Ziyu in confusion and asked in surprise, "Where are we going? Aren't we going to the Ghost Mountain Range anymore?" Li Ziyu nodded and said, "The Dragon Lizard Lord has done this. If we don't show some appreciation, we won't be able to make a living here in the future. The Tumor Alliance has fought in vain. There is no point in hiding in the Ghost Mountains. We have to get out." "Okay. Then I'll listen to you, boss." Lu Xingxing immediately nodded in response. Under the boundless night, the huge undead fortress moved slowly forward, and its tracks left deep ruts on the ground. There were constant screams above the fortress, and millions of ghosts emitting green light. Around the fortress, there were evil spirit rangers running around on guard, undead patrols on the platforms, minotaurs who learned from their ancestors, and groups of snake people. It has been 5 days since we left the mountains of the dead. Li Ziyu stood on the roof of the main building, looking out at the wasteland. Lu Xingxing came up from below and came behind him. He looked around curiously, but didn't see anything special. He asked in confusion, "Boss, what are we doing here this time? It has been 5 days, resting during the day and advancing at night, and the speed of advancement is not very fast." Lu Xingxing thought that this time he came out to find the trace of the Dragon Lizard Lord. But advancing at this speed does not seem like looking for anyone. It should be for other purposes. After enduring for so long, he finally couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Li Ziyu retracted his gaze and looked at Lu Xingxing, saying cheerfully, "I thought you could endure for a long time, but you finally asked. This place is almost done. All right. I'll let you see the true power of my mobile fortress after you advance to the fortress level." These words left Lu Xingxing completely confused. What was the real ability? Wasn't it the technology that suddenly changed? Could there be something else that had not been exposed? Li Ziyu patted the wall beside him and ordered, "Okay. Stop now." As the order came out, the fortress shook violently and stopped moving forward. Li Ziyu opened the system and chose to build. A construction site immediately appeared in the wasteland ahead, with dust flying everywhere. Lu Xingxing became even more confused. He still didn't understand what Li Ziyu was going to do. The buildings of these time travel lords were all built on mobile fortresses. How could Li Ziyu build in other places now? It was a bit weird. Could this be the real ability that Li Ziyu was talking about? The problem is that this ability is a bit useless and not very useful. Li Ziyu's fingers kept tapping in the air. The building he wanted to build was not just one building, but a complex of buildings. The first thing that appeared on the construction site was a pillar. The main body was made up of stacked bones. From a distance, it looked like a spine standing upright on the ground. The height kept rising until it reached a height of 15 meters. A fireball, like a small sun, appeared above the spinal telephone pole and was suspended in the air. Energy was transmitted to the telephone pole through the fireball, and more bones appeared to protect the telephone pole. Under the electric poles, houses that look like tombs are constantly taking shape. Lu Xingxing was confused. He couldn't tell what this thing was, and had never seen it before. Li Ziyu turned off the system, pointed at the telephone pole and asked, "Xingxing, do you know what that is?" Lu Xingxing shook his head. It was an undead building, but he didn't know what its function was. He didn't understand why Li Ziyu erected a telephone pole and built so many tombs underneath, making it like a cemetery. Looking at the construction site ahead, Li Ziyu introduced. The pillar in the middle is called the Seoul Base Station. Together with the Seoul Base Station, this area of buildings is equivalent to a military base. You can think of this as a small garrison. What? No matter how stupid Lu Xingxing was, he understood what Li Ziyu meant. It meant that there was a military camp ahead. But what's the point of building a barracks in this wilderness? He looked at Li Ziyu again and asked, "Boss, even if you want to build a place to station troops, you have to build it in the Ghost Mountain Range or a resource point. What's the point of building it here?" Li Ziyu looked at him with a smile and said, "You are right. But what if I build more and use these Seoul Base stations to form a communication network? You will be able to master the news of this wasteland." Lu Xingxing didn't need Li Ziyu to explain anything else. He had already figured it out. A barracks is naturally nothing special. It is equivalent to Li Ziyu creating an enclave. But if he can continue to build such barracks and use them to transmit messages, it is equivalent to spreading military power throughout the world. When the war breaks out, no matter where the enemy is, Li Ziyu will know. Wow, boss is awesome. There are many kinds of buildings that can be built around the Seoul Base stations. But with the threat of the Dragon Lizard Lord in the wasteland, Li Ziyu is too lazy to build other buildings. He directly builds buildings for stationing troops and buildings for defense. Even if the Dragon Lizard Lord discovers these Seoul Base stations and wants to attack, he will be able to get the news. He can even use the Seoul Base station to counterattack the opponent and delay the opponent's time. This is the strategic significance. The cost of building a Seoul Base station is not cheap. One Seoul Base station requires 10,000 units of soul energy. But if he can use the Seoul Base station to collect a large amount of information and consolidate his position in the wilderness, then it will all be worth it. Li Ziyu has calculated this account very clearly. Apart from that Seoul Base station, those tombs almost all consume skeletons and undead. There are 4 tombs in total, and each tomb can store 20,000 skeletons and undead. There are 80,000 skeletons and undead around the Seoul Base station. Even though the skeletons and undead are very weak, their numbers are there after all. If the other party wants to forcibly dismantle the base station, it will take a lot of time. These skeleton undead will protect the undead base station and prevent other creatures from approaching at will. If it is a wild beast or a monster, the undead will actively attack and collect the corpses. As long as Li Ziyu opens the permission, the Seoul Base station will automatically convert these corpses into skeleton undead. Of course, the resources on the corpses can only be collected into bones, and other resources will be abandoned, which is also quite a waste. If it is an intelligent race, the undead will not actively attack as long as they do not get too close. They will patrol within a certain range and will not attack at will. Li Ziyu sent out 10 evil spirit rangers to patrol the surroundings to prevent anyone from destroying the base station construction. Then he restarted the fortress and continued to move forward. There was no need for him to stay here. His plan was to set up a base station at regular intervals in the wasteland to connect information transmission over the largest range and form a message network across the wasteland. He didn't believe that any news could escape his eyes at that time. "Kill! Take the women and children and run. I'll fight you." In a dogman tribe of about 1,000 people, flames shot up into the sky and shouts of killing were heard everywhere. It was a peaceful night, but they were suddenly attacked by the enemy. It was a group of lizardmen riding on dragon beasts. The sentries arranged by the dogmen were useless. Before they could give any warning, they were shot and killed by the lizardmen, who broke into the tribe while they were completely unprepared. The old dogman chief was startled awake from his sleep when he heard the sounds of wailing and fighting. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Without looking at the situation outside, he knew what was happening. Night raids were common between tribes. Without having time to think, he immediately took out his weapon and rushed out of the house, organizing people to resist while letting the women and children leave. The situation was unclear, And the old dogman chieftain did not dare to gamble whether he could defeat the other party. So he could only prepare for the worst. The dogmen in the wilderness were not a race with strong combat capabilities, but they were still able to fight against those familiar enemies. However, when the old patriarch organized his men, he discovered that the lizard men who attacked them were creatures he had never seen before. The strength of these lizard men was terribly strong, and they were simply not able to deal with it. Especially their own people who responded hastily. Many of them didn't even have clothes on. And their weapons were all kinds of things. They used whatever they got. But the other side was fully prepared, wearing helmets and armor, holding sophisticated weapons in their hands, and riding ferocious dragon beasts. Many dogmen were killed by the dragon lizard cavalry while they were still asleep. When the old patriarch organized the people, he found that he only had about 200 people available at most. Given the opponent's brutal and domineering attack method, these 200 people could not stop the opponent. Finished. The dog tribe is finished. The old chief turned his head and saw that in the darkness, a group of dog women had escaped from the tribe with their children. Hopefully they can get away. The old dog tribe leader silently thought in his heart that as long as the women and children could run away, there would always be a chance. He knew that he could not beat the other party. But for the sake of women and children, he still had to fight. He raised the dao in his hand and shouted loudly, "My tribe members, we can't retreat. Fight with them and kill them. Kill. Rush." Faced with this war of genocide, the dogs knew that this was a situation of no return, and there was no other option but to fight to the death. There is no point in running. The other party is riding on a dragon beast, which is much faster than them. The more they run, the faster they will die. If they run away, the women and children will be unable to escape. Since they will die anyway, they might as well die heroically, at least to buy more time for the women and children. Faced with the dog who rushed, the dragon lizard man just smiled disdain and drove the dragon to the other party. From the beginning, this battle was unfair. The dragon lizard man was the top batch in the race of the lizard man. With the dragon blood, they had a fighting power. The battle was no suspense about the last group of chickens and dogs. It was a massacre. The dogs rushed forward one after another, trying their best to delay time. But the effect was not good. If one person rushed forward, one died. If two people rushed forward, a pair died. Even the wounded who had already fallen down used their remaining strength to pounce on the dragon lizard knight, using their lives to delay time. The elderly dogs of the dogs see the old tears. This is his tribe. It is the hope of the tribe. Why do these damn lizards attack themselves? What do they want to get? Do you want resources? Just do it with yourself. Do you have to kill the ring? It's useless to say anything now. The tribe, it's over. Chapter 205, One Strike and a Defeat. The dogs fell down, and they tried to delay the footsteps of the dragon lizard cavalry. But even if they were desperate, they could not bring too much harm to each other. They are expensive and do not like to conflict with other tribes. They did not expect that they were slaughtered today. When they died, they couldn't figure out why these dragon cavalry raid the tribe. With such a powerful combat power, why should they deal with their not too big tribes? The humble weapons, even if they do their best, barely strongly break the armor of the dragon cavalry. But under the armor, there are hard scales, which cannot hurt the dragon cavalry at all. A feeling of despair enveloped every dogman. The dragon lizard knights killed dogs coldly, snatched all the materials they could see, and the raid of the dog tribe was just an ordinary task. It was not worth mentioning. They did not take these dogs at their hearts. He killed a dog, and the captain of the dragon knight said to his companions, "For the glory of the great lord." The dragons responded, and they worked hard when they were looking for materials. The captain of the dragon lizard knight seemed to have sensed something, and turned his head to look at the wasteland in the night. He felt the ground shaking. Something was coming, and there were quite a few of them. He came down from the dragon, bowed down and lay on the ground, listening to the sound of the ground. After a few tens of seconds, the captain of the dragon cavaliers stood up ugly. It was a cavalry. Some cavalry came over. He turned over and shouted loudly, "The enemy attacks. Some cavalry comes. Prepare." The dragon lizard knights abandoned the dog men and gathered around the captain, forming a cavalry formation. Taking this opportunity, the dogmen also returned to the old patriarch, looking at the dragon lizard cavalry formation that was ready for battle with expressions of fear, vigilance and relief in their eyes. They also heard the shouts of the dragon cavaliers. The upcoming cavalry, no matter who they are, have a life-saving grace to them. If they were not changed, they would eventually be killed. Chief, a dogman looked at the dragon lizard cavalrymen who were ready for battle. His lips moved, and he said in a mosquito-like voice, "Let's run away." The old man glanced at him, and glanced towards the woman, the child's escape, and said in the same tiny voice, "No, the woman and the child have not ran away. What should we do if we run?" The dogman said anxiously, "They can't chase us. There are cavalry coming, and they will hold them back." The old chief still shook his head and said firmly, "It's not safe. Women and children are our hope. We don't know who is coming. You have seen those lizard men. They are very strong. We are not sure whether we can hold them back. We can't take risks." What the old patriarch said made sense. Seeing that the old patriarch had made up his mind, the dogman sighed, silently tightened the weapon in his hand, and his eyes became sharp again. Since he could not leave, he had to prepare to fight to the death. If the cavalry who came was willing to help them, then they were willing to fight with their lives again. In the night, under the moonlight, on the wasteland, the blue light of the stars shakes, and it is constantly approaching the direction of the dog tribe from the distance. The captain of the dragon lizard knights rode his dragon slowly forward to the outside of the tribe. The other dragon lizard knights also maintained their formation and followed behind him, forming a line outside the tribe. They are cavalry and need to charge to exert their strongest combat effectiveness. However, there are houses and all kinds of messy things in the tribe, which will greatly reduce their charge. So naturally they have to come out of the tribe. As for the dogmen, the dragon lizard knights simply disdain them. Just ask them if these trash dogmen dare to launch a sneak attack on them. Even if they leave their backs to these dogmen, what can they do? They are the followers of the dragon clan and have dragon blood. How can they care about a group of dogmen? It is the faint blue light that is close to them, and it is worthy of their serious treatment. Although they are far away, they have noticed a strong breath. It feels like there is a mountain from the sky and pressed on their hearts. The blue light was getting closer and closer, and the dragon lizard cavalry could be vaguely identified. They seemed to be human cavalry, the simplest kind, with 1 man and 1 horse. There were about the same number as them. About 100. Humans? It seems there is no need to worry so much. The opponent is indeed very imposing, and should be some kind of powerful cavalry. But so what? They are just humans. The dragon lizard clan does not like humans, although their lord is also a human. The lord is the lord and humans are humans. Humans always shout "Slay the dragon! Slay the dragon!" which makes them very unhappy. The dragon is such a great creature. Why do tiny humans dare to slay the dragon? The captain of the dragon lizard knights raised the big knife in his hand and swung it forward with force. The dragon immediately spread its legs and rushed towards the knights in front. The dragon lizard knights behind saw the captain charging and followed him, hissing and laughing sounds from their mouths. The dragon also screamed wildly, and the whole place was in chaos for a while. The skeleton knight, who was originally just moving forward slowly, saw the other side launching a charge. So he took out his knight's lance and rode his sole warhorse to a trot to speed up. As one of the core arms of the undead, the bone knight's charge will naturally not be so simple. Between each of the skeleton knights, the soul is connected, forming a terrible force. With a triangular cavalry array neatly initiated charge. With the increase of speed, they lowered their bodies and held the knight's long gun tightly. Essence. The soul warhorse ran faster and faster. From a trot to a gallop, flames rose from under its hooves, leaving a trail of flames along the way. The longer it ran, the greater its momentum, and the larger its force field. It was like an army of thousands. The dark blue flames covered the sky and enveloped all the charging skeleton knights. Looking at this scene from afar, the dragon lizard knights were stunned. This doesn't seem to be a human. The speed of both sides is increasing, and the distance is constantly getting closer. And the dragon knights finally really see what the opposite knights are. Dead? The breath of fear comes. It is the sense of oppression brought by death. The captain of the dragon lizard knights knew that he was careless. He arrogantly thought that the opponent was human cavalry, but he did not expect that it was undead cavalry. But now it was impossible for him to stop. The speed of his dragon had soared, and the charge of the undead on the opposite side had also reached its peak. At this time, whether it is stopped or turning, It will only allow the undead to get greater results. Go ahead. The only option is to rush forward. In order to boost his morale, he shouted loudly. We are the powerful Dragon Lizard clan. For the Great Lord. Charge! Charge! The Dragon Cavaliers welcomed the Bone Knight on the front. The captain of the Dragon Lizard Knights rushed to the front, and was the first to come into contact with the Skeleton Knight. His initial feeling was that his soul was shocked and shaken, making him dizzy. And then, there was a burning sensation, which almost made his soul burn. Before he even came into contact with the other party, he was already feeling unable to bear it. He yelled loudly, trying to wave the knife. But the skeletal knights who came on the face pierced the knight's long gun. Puff! The knight's lance pierced through the chest without any hindrance, and half of the lance came out of the back of the Dragon Lizard Knight captain. His armor and scales were like paper, and were completely useless. He held the sword in a daze, but failed to make a single cut, and died. Before his death, he didn't feel the pain of being penetrated, because before the knight's long gun pierced him, his soul had been burned by the Bone Knight's force. The knife was the last time he did not even give him the opportunity of the Bone Knight. After piercing the Dragon Lizard Knight captain, the Skeleton Knight immediately let go of his spear, brushed past the Dragon Lizard Knight captain, and drew out the two-handed knight broadsword behind his back. He swept it out, and cut the screaming Dragon Lizard Knight in front of him in half. Tap tap tap. The horseshoe sounded, and hissing continued. The Skeleton Knight was killed and worn from the Dragon Lizard's charge. He ran forward for more than 100 meters to hold the Soul War horse, turned the horse head, and looked at the Dragon Knight. There were dragons running around without their masters everywhere. With just one charge, more than 70% of the Dragon Lizard Knights were injured, and the remaining Dragon Lizard Knights were still in shock. It was horrible. They had never experienced such an outrageous battle. The Undead's cavalry is so horrible. It would be a case of death by being close to each other. Anyone who dared to fight would surely die. The surviving Dragon Lizard Knight did so simply because he saw the situation was not right and immediately dodged, thus escaping with his life. Now that the war has begun, there is no reason to let go. The Skeleton Knight raised the knights of the two-handed knight and aimed at the Dragon Lizard Knight. The Dragon Lizard Knight was so frightened by the first wave that he dared not fight against the Skeleton Knight. Then, in order to dissipate the impact force, he rode his dragon and rushed forward desperately. What made them desperate was that their dragons couldn't run the soul and hop up. They were caught up and were killed one by one. They only left less than 10 injured Dragon Lizard Knights. Not to mention the Dragon Lizard Knight. Even if it was a dragon, the Skeleton Knight had no intention of letting it go. As long as he caught up with it, he would just swing his sword and behead it. The battle came quickly and ended quickly. After 2 waves of attacks, the Dragon Lizard Knight was gone. This scene was seen by all the dog people hiding in the tribe. Their eyes were as big as copper bells, and their mouths were so wide that they couldn't close them. What is this? What the H.L. is this? Is that all? How strong the Dragon Cavaliers! They have experienced it. In the eyes of the dogs, it is the existence that cannot be defeated. However, now, they are usually killed by chopped melon and cut vegetables. The death is called a simply. Let's say, are you calm? The Bone Knight, who took the lead in charging, is directed by other Skeleton Knights to gather the corpse. They cannot want other things. But the corpses are not enough. This cannot be wasted. Maybe these are hand-footed brothers. Although the number is less. The mosquito legs are also meat. While the other Skeleton Knights were collecting the corpses, he looked towards the direction of the Dogman tribe. There were still a lot of life breaths there. But those life breaths were much weaker than that of the Dragon Lizard Knights. They were probably not powerful lives at all. 10 Skeleton Knights. Ride the soul. Watch the horse. Strolled towards the dog's tribe. The dogs who follow the battlefield are full of fire at first sight. And the cavalry who looks exactly like human beings came towards themselves from a distance. And suddenly a little panicked. Chief, those lizardmen are dead. Let's run. Yeah. Let's run. These knights are more powerful than the lizardmen. Facing the dogs of the dogs, the old man smiled bitterly and said, You all said? They are stronger than the lizard man. And the speed is even faster than the lizard. Can we still run away? When the dogs heard the words of the old family, they were dissatisfied. And they were just to protect women. Children, you said that you want to fight hard. We promised that the lizard men are dead and do'n't run yet. Isn't it looking for death? The old people sighed and continued. We can't run away. And if we escape now, what will the other party think? In case of a misunderstanding that we and the lizard are together, then we are really dead. The dogs are silent. And they are indeed possible. They dare not gamble. When they are lizard, they can't escape. In the face of a stronger cavalry than the lizard man, if they want to hang them, there is no chance. If you don't run, don't you just watch the other person coming? Seeing that the tribesmen were all so stupid, the old chief raised his hand and angrily hit the dog's head, cursing angrily. You are really stupid. Even stupider than dogs. You don't use your dog brains to think. If they have bad intentions towards us, why don't they rush over and kill us first, and then go to clean up the bodies of the lizard men? Hey. It makes sense, since the other party rushed over to kill them as soon as possible. That is, there is still a chance. After all, he is the tribe leader. These tribesmen are so stupid that they didn't even think of this. When the eldest chief rejected the tribe, the skeleton knight had rode his soul and approached the tribe. Looking at it from a distance, I still ain't see much. And then the moonlight and firelight can look at the approximate outline. When it is approaching, the dog people will see clearly. Oh shit! Undead. They instantly understood why the dragon lizard knight was killed so easily. It turned out that it was not a human being at all, but an undead. Some time ago, the coalition forces were defeated by the undead, which means that the lizard men themselves cannot defeat the undead. Isn't this result very normal now? This idea flashed through the dog's mind. And then it came by fear. They have never come into contact with the undead. They have only heard legends and hearsay. Their understanding of the undead is still that the undead are the enemies of all living beings, and they will kill all living beings. Numb. I just avoided the lizard men, but found that it was the undead that saved them. Isn't this just a wolf hole and a tiger mouth? I can't pass the life. Not to mention the dog. Even the old man was cold at this time, and his tail was sandwiched between his legs, and he trembled. In the face of the dragon lizard cavaliers, he can also fight the courage. After all, the lizard man is a tumor race. He has played a deal. The other party is powerful, but in the category of understanding. He will fight hard. But the undead? That is the legendary race. Death itself. Death incarnation. Even if they are dead, they will not let you go. You can't see the ancestors in the hands of the undead. Some dogs looked at the elderly chief, waiting for him to order. But when he saw the old family's eyes, he was dazed, and he murmured in his mouth, "How can it be the undead? How can it be the undead? Isn't this dead?" Seeing the old patriarch like this, the dog people became even more panicked. They felt like they had lost their backbone. The skeleton knight was unaware of this. He rode his sole warhorse into the tribe, bypassed the messy debris, followed the breath of life, and came to the front of the dogmen. He looked down at the dogmen who were gathered in a group, nervous and trembling. Chapter 206, The Name of My Lord. Under the Lord of the Dead, I inspect the world on behalf of the Master. A deep and powerful voice suddenly rang out from the dogs' minds, startling them. They looked at the skeleton knight with uncertainty in their eyes. Can this undead speak? Being able to speak means being able to communicate. When they reach the level of skeleton knights, their soul fire is solid enough, and their intelligence is not inferior to that of humans, or even exceeds that of humans. They are no longer completely dependent on the soul network. If they want to communicate, they can directly vibrate the other party's soul, so that the other party can hear their voice and understand what they mean. A word of skeleton knight revealed a lot of information. The old man groaned. Judging from the meaning of the words, the other party did not treat them as an enemy and did not intend to kill them. Instead, they killed the lizards riding the Asian dragon beast and rescued them. So, the other party regards themselves as people in the undead. Are we subordinates of the undead? When did this happen? How come I don't know? The elder dog's head was stunned, and suddenly he was at a loss, and the whole person stunned in place. The skeleton knight waited and found that the old family had no movement, and the soul fire beating twice. Some dissatisfied said, "What are you not talking about? What are you dissatisfied with our owner?" Feeling the dissatisfaction of the sound in his mind, the eldest man in the dog immediately returned to God, kneeling on his knees softly, grabbing the ground with his head, and buried his face in the soil. He said, "No, dare not. We can be a member of the master of the great undead." Now the bone knight is satisfied and nodded. We are here to track the dragon lizards. Do you know where the cavalry comes from? When he left, Liziu had warned the Bone Knights and the tribe living in this wasteland. It was all used in the future. He asked the Bone Knights not to kill. Their task was to find the trace of the dragon lizard and try to protect the tribes on the wasteland. This is the scene of the Bone Knight strangled the dragon lizard. Hearing the Skeleton Knight's question, the old dog clan leader said with a bitter face, I don't know either. Everything was peaceful at first. But they suddenly attacked our tribe. We didn't react at all. Look around us. Many of us have died, let alone knowing where they came from. The Skeleton Knight looked around and saw that the things that the dog people had left outside were in a mess. Many houses had collapsed and some places were burning with fire. If they didn't show up, the Dragon Lizard Knight would kill all the dog people, rob them of their supplies, and probably burn the entire tribe to the ground. This was also their normal practice. On the way here, the Skeleton Knight had discovered several such tribes. The tribesmen who had not been able to escape were killed and burned into dry bones. Since the dog Lale did not know where the Dragon Lizard cavalry came from, it was useless. The Bone Knight was too lazy to waste time, and he planned to leave when he turned the horse head. But the old man hurriedly got up and stopped in front of the horse. The powerful Undead Knight. Please stay. Are we now the descendants of the great Lord of the Dead? This question has just been lingering in the mind of the old Dogman chief. He couldn't understand why he became the side of the undead when he saw them for the first time today. What was going on? Skeleton Knight stared at the old chiefs, who were stood in front of the horse, and said again with a strong voice, this wasteland is all the territories of my undead. After defeating the tumor race forces, the remote wasteland, the undead are the most powerful, and no other aboriginal people can compete. The land and various tribes are not belonging to the undead. Of course, Liziu is not so overbearing. You cannot admit it. It doesn't matter. But the ending will not be good. Liziu does not want to get along with the aboriginal people at will, and get along peacefully as possible. But if you want to do things, and hinder his development, that is the enemy. To the enemy, Liziu will not show mercy. He sent out the Skeleton Knights, whose first mission was to find the whereabouts of the Dragon Lizard Lord, and whose second mission was to tell the tribes in this wasteland that they all belong to him. He was notifying them. I was busy engaging in research before and slightly over this matter, and now make up. He dared not have any doubts. The old Dogman chief was very self-aware. Facing the Skeleton Knights who were more powerful than the Lizard Men, he dared not speak carelessly. In case the other party listed him as an enemy, they would die very quickly. Compared with Face, the tribal people need to live. The so-called freedom. In fact, many small and medium-sized tribal citizens are not fancy. Living is difficult enough to live. Lack of clothes and eat. What kind of face? What kind of freedom? It is not a bad thing to rely on the strong. But the environment in the wilderness makes the tribe not trust the strong. The strong may not be good to them, may not let them have enough food, and more often will plunder their already limited supplies, making their situation even more difficult. This is as if a person who is poor found a landlord's attachment. The landlord eats cards every day and deprives you of the food that is not much. When you are in trouble, the landlord said to you, I'm poor, and the landlord's family has no more food. You can find a way. It is a truth. Therefore, most tribes in the wilderness are shouting for freedom, and would rather live a hard life than rely on large tribes. But now it is not a question of whether they depend on us or not. The undead have declared that this land belongs to them, and the tribes on the land are under their control. I am not asking you to depend on me, but I am making this unilateral declaration. Even if the head of the dog, even if he uses his foot heel, he knows what the consequences will be. In this case, he should just agree to it honestly. The tribe had just experienced a disaster and suffered heavy casualties. The dogmen were not a strong race, and could not conflict with the undead. His only worry was what the undead wanted from him. So he asked, Mighty Knight, what does the Lord of the Undead need from us? How much food or what supplies does he need? We will prepare them in advance. If you say this, I am very satisfied and very interesting. The fire in the Skeleton Knight's eyes softened. No longer as fierce as before. The voice sounded in the old patriarch's mind again, much gentler. We don't need food. And the Lord of the Undead didn't ask you to offer supplies. But your corpses and graves will belong to us. The undead? In the future. The The request is strange. The old dogman chief was silent. He was thinking about the pros and cons. Actually, this request seemed to be quite good on the surface. It was just corpses and cemeteries. But in fact, the orcs, worship their ancestors. What was a cemetery? Those buried there were their ancestors. It seems that it is more difficult to accept than contributing food. He glanced at the Bone Knight, turned his head to look at his own people, and whispered, "Can we contribute to other things?" In the cemetery, it is the ancestors' sleeping place. Skeleton Knights stare at the old dogs of the dog. You have the power to act in the underground? Can you become a hero? Can you bring benefits to you? Have you defeated the enemy? X. If the ancestors can do these, they are not ancestors. But undead, huh? The old patriarch was startled. As if something was wrong. Corpses. Cemeteries. Undead. Damn. So that's it. He finally figured it out. The main thing of this undead is soldiers. What the Skeleton Knight says, it really makes sense. They admire their ancestors because of blood, not the ancestors' bodies. The inheritance of the orcs is often in the blood. And there are some powerful orc warriors, after death, because they are unwilling or other reasons, they can indeed become a hero. However, these dogs have never seen it, and did not have it. They have only many years, and they are not many. The cemetery is really a cemetery. There is no ancestor resurrection, or the birth of the heroes, and even there are no priests. From this perspective, it seems that it is not impossible to hand over the corpses and cemeteries to the undead. The old chief looked at the clan behind him, and gritted his teeth to the Bone Knight. We are willing to pretend to be corpses and cemeteries, and the great undead can protect us. On the road, Skeleton Knight nodded. Yes, Chief, this is not possible. We can't hand over the cemetery. It belongs to our ancestors. How do you treat your ancestors so? Just after the old man, the dogs at the rear shouted. One by one tried to stop it. The Skeleton Knight turned his head silently, the flames in his eyes dancing. Well, these guys are not reasonable. Seeing this, the old patriarch quickly moved his body, stood in front of the Skeleton Knight, and shouted without turning his head. Shut up. Do you want to die? Family chief. Can't do this. The old man listened to the voice behind him, and couldn't help scolding. If the lizard people win, we are all corpses. Can you still call it like this? If the lizard man wins, can we still have the cemetery? Can we still protect the cemetery? The dog's voice gradually smalled, and he lowered his head ashamed. The old man said that there was no problem. When he fought with the lizard man just now, they thought about fighting to fight, and they thought of running away. However, they never thought of protecting the cemetery and the ancestors in the cemetery. Now that I've been saved by the undead, I feel that cemeteries and ancestors are more important. There is no problem with worshipping ancestors. But tribes like dog people have no priests, no long-term cultural history, and natural beliefs are not too firm. In the face of life and death, they must first consider their own lives. It doesn't matter if the ancestors are gone. Wait until the tribe is stable, and you will die and be buried in the cemetery. After 100 or 80 years, you will be the ancestor. But if you make a hand, it is another code that feels unable to get through. Fortunately, the old patriarch was dignified and his words made sense, which enlightened him. The Skeleton Knight's gaze fell on the old chief again. You seem to have no way of managing your people. Do you need my help? The chill in these words made the old patriarch shudder. He quickly shook his head and said, No, powerful knight. You are too busy. I dare not trouble you. I will teach them a lesson. The skeletal knights dared to look at the dogs, who lowered their heads, and did not dare to look at him. That's it. The corpses are placed here first. The old dogman chief quickly responded. Yes, no problem. The skeleton knight then rode his soul warhorse towards his companions. The old patriarch could not get any useful information about the dragon lizard lord. But there were still some survivors among his companions. He didn't know if he could get anything out of them. After a flash of time, another 10 days passed. After establishing the first soul base station, Li Ziyu's speed became faster. Zhang Ping gave Li Ziyu a map, and Lu Xingxing added the map to add, and discussed the establishment point of the soul base station with Li Ziyu. After knowing the exact location, the undead fortress moved faster. It headed straight for the location on the map, dropped the base station, and rushed to the next location. The Seoul base station quickly spreads over the wasteland at a speed of 2 a day. There are a lot of skeleton dead souls around each Seoul base station to ensure that the Seoul base station will not be easily destroyed. The practice of Lee Ziyu naturally caused a commotion in the wasteland. The undead was to stay in the mountains of the dead souls, and the tribes on the wasteland. But the good days did not last long. The undead began to move, running back and forth in the wasteland. They did not know what the undead meant, so they hid far away and observed secretly. When they discovered the Seoul base station built by Lee Ziyu, they were even more confused. They wanted to get closer to take a look, but they didn't expect that as soon as they approached, groups of undead appeared, scaring the natives so much that they hurriedly hid away, and everyone was in a panic for a while. Lee Ziyu had no idea what the natives were thinking, nor did he want to know. He would just put down the Seoul base station and leave. As long as the natives did not get too close to the Seoul base station, the undead would not attack them. As long as no one died, the natives would not make any big moves. Once they became familiar with the existence of the Seoul base station, everything would settle down again, and they would eventually live in harmony with the undead. What concerned him was the Dragon Lizard Lord. Zhang Peng had been collecting news about the Dragon Lizard Lord, trying to find any trace of him. Unfortunately, although there was a lot of news, when he arrived, the Dragon Lizard Lord was long gone. Sometimes he found a ruined tribe that had been burned and slaughtered, and sometimes he found huge footprints, but he could not find the enemy's large army. This was exactly the situation that Lee Ziyu had noticed before. The enemy would move, and they had sent a large number of Dragon Lizard cavalry to the tribe to rob. In this way, the enemy was already on the move, and the Dragon Lizard cavalry confused the tribe, making it even more difficult to find them. The Skeleton Knight did not bring any good news. There were not many Seoul base stations, and the coverage of the Seoul network was limited. The Skeleton Knight had to go back to the fortress directly, or find a Seoul base station to pass on the message. They had killed several teams of Dragon Lizard cavalry, but like Zhang Peng, they were unable to find the enemy's main force. The opponent was very cunning. He never stopped and was always moving. Zhang Peng tried to infer the opponent's whereabouts, and was very disappointed. The opponent's actions were irregular. He ran around and sometimes even went around in circles. Obviously, the opponent found that someone was tracking him, and deliberately chose an irregular way of action to make it impossible for Lee Ziyu and others to catch him. There was good news, however. With the help of Zhang Peng and the Skeleton Knights, many tribes avoided the looting of the Dragon Lizard cavalry. His name as the Lord of the Undead also spread quickly across the wilderness, letting more tribes know that Lee Ziyu had no ill will towards them. Believe it or not is one thing. Say it or not is another. The legend of the dead has a long history and has formed an inherent concept in the minds of the indigenous people. It is not easy to reverse it in a short time. Time will prove everything. Lee Ziyu believes that as long as she does things in an orderly manner, the indigenous people will eventually return. Chapter 207, Wasteland Death Land. Although he didn't find any trace of the Dragon Lizard Lord, Lee Ziyu was not idle either. Since he was preparing to deal with the Dragon Lizard Lord, he had to prepare his troops and recruit them crazily while he had free time. A total of 50,000 elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors, 50,000 skeleton short archers, and 20,000 skeleton long archers were prepared. These were the main forces to deal with the Dragon Lizard Lord. Lee Ziyu prepared 3,000 skeleton blasters. Preparing too many would not have much effect. The skeleton blasters' advantages and disadvantages were obvious. It would be better to let them fight together with the skeleton undead, which could help increase the skeleton undead's attack power. Lee Ziyu has prepared 5,000 Ghost Rangers, which are a quick response mobile force. Although their combat effectiveness is not as good as that of Skeleton Knights, their price is quite affordable, much cheaper than Skeleton Knights, and they are cost-effective. It's not that he doesn't want to summon more Skeleton Knights. It's just that he doesn't have enough soul energy. Skeleton Knights are too expensive. One Skeleton Knight costs 16,000 units of soul energy, which is enough to create 80 Ghost Rangers. Due to the high cost of Skeleton Knights and Black Warriors, Lee Ziyu is destined to be unable to produce them in large quantities now, unless he has more soul energy than he can use up. He will never consider using these two types of soldiers as core warriors. Wouldn't it be better to use the elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors as the core? Lee Ziyu has prepared 3 million of the most basic skeleton undead, and skeleton warriors of all levels have also been fully equipped. This time, the number of undead he prepared was less than when he dealt with the coalition forces, but the quality was greatly improved. Moreover, this time he had a powerful helper, Batubu. So dealing with the Dragon Lizard Lord should not be a problem. Everything is ready. Only the East Wind is missing. Now we are waiting for news from the Skeleton Knight and Zhang Peng. Find the Dragon Lizard Lord and start the war directly. However, what surprised Li Ziyu was that the Dragon Lizard Lord, whom the Skeleton Knight and Zhang Peng had not found, was actually encountered by Batubu. It was a coincidence that the Dragon Lizard Lord moved erratically, making Li Ziyu chase after him and making Zhang Peng run around in circles. Every time he got news, he was always one step slower. But the Dragon Lizard Lord never thought that because of his irregular running around, he would end up in front of Batubu. When the two sides met, they were extremely jealous of each other. Batubu did not even wait for the Dragon Lizard Lord to speak, and directly launched an attack, ordering the Hydroxinus Special Forces to attack. The Dragon Lizard Lord was not a pushover either. Seeing that Batubu didn't say anything, he went straight to war and also ordered an attack. The result was something Batubu had not expected. He was the one who suffered the loss. He thought he had a sure win this time. In fact, the Hydroxina cavalry not only did not gain any advantage in the fight with the enemy, but also suffered a loss. The battle in the central zone damaged Batubu's vitality, and he was no longer as strong as before. Even after such a long time of recovery with Li Ziyu, he still had not recovered to his peak. On the other hand, the Dragon Lizard Lord plundered and caused trouble everywhere to grab resources, and he developed rapidly. He was no longer the little trash that followed the time travelers. His combat effectiveness increased dramatically, and he suppressed Batubu and his Hydroxyl slave cavalry. Just wanting to capture Batubu is not an easy task for the Dragon Lizard Lord. At least it cannot be done in a short time. After a battle, the Hydroxyl slave cavalry suffered heavy losses. Looking at the Dragon Lizard Lord, he ran away. Although he had the advantage, he had no intention of pursuing the enemy and just turned around and ran away, leaving Batubu and Nong helpless. What kind of a trick was this? Then I realized it was because of Li Ziyu. The Dragon Rider Lord is a wolf. If he can eat meat, he will never turn around and run away. He will not stop until he has chewed all the bones to pieces. Now he is turning around and running away, which must be dangerous. He has to do this out of necessity. The only one who can pose a threat to him in this remote wilderness is the undead Lord Li Ziyu. It just so happened that Li Ziyu had been tracking the whereabouts of the Dragon Lizard Lord during this period of time. The Dragon Lizard Lord was probably afraid of being held back by Batubu, so he gave up the pursuit and turned away. Everyone knows what happened. Can Batubu let the Dragon Lizard Lord go? That is of course impossible. Chase. He didn't get close, but just stayed far behind and contacted Li Ziyu by the way. Private chat. Free Flying Eagle, brotherly. I found the Dragon Lizard Lord, but his strength has increased a lot, and I couldn't take him down. I would like to ask you for a favor. Don't want to take a driver's license test, brother. Have you found that guy? Where is he? Can you still hold on? I'm coming to you now. Looking at the message sent by Li Ziyu, Batubu showed a smile on his face and felt a little touched in his heart. He and Li Ziyu had not been in contact for a long time. Since the battle with the coalition forces, the two had hardly met each other, and only occasionally communicated through system chat. He thought the other party would make some requests and ask for some supplies, but he didn't expect the other party to agree so readily. He was someone who could be treated as a brother. Free Flying Eagle, the Dragon Lizard Lord is on the run. I'm chasing him. I'll send you the coordinates. Li Ziyu blinked and scratched his head when he received the news, not understanding. When Batubu said before that he failed to capture the enemy, did he not mean that he could not defeat him, but that the other party ran away and he could not catch up? Well, it doesn't seem to matter. After all, the levels of everyone's fortress are almost the same. If the Dragon Lizard Lord wants to escape, it will be difficult to stop him. But if I had myself, there should be no problem. 2 against 1. We can't let him run away. After a while, the coordinates of the Dragon Lizard Lord were sent over. Everything became easy after getting the coordinates. Li Ziyu immediately gave the order to turn the undead fortress around and rush towards the direction of the coordinates. Batubu and the Dragon Lizard Lord were chasing each other, and always on the move. Batubu simply sent the coordinates every half an hour, so that Li Ziyu could adjust the direction in time to avoid losing him. To be on the safe side, Li Ziyu sent the coordinates to Zhang Peng. There was no need to send another copy to Lu Xingxing, as he had never left. The treasure-hunting cat fortress had always been connected to the Undead fortress. Batubu and Tia followed the Dragon Lizard Lord for a whole day. The Dragon Lizard Lord couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't go on like this. He couldn't get rid of the opponent. And they would occasionally have conflicts, which made him nervous all the time. If he couldn't resolve it, it would be a big hidden danger. Private chat. Arrogant and I Pingu, why are you chasing me? Do you want to die? If you chase me again, I will kill you. Get out. The free-flying eagle, come on. Come on and kill me if you can. Arrogant brother Ping, don't think that I dare not go to war with you. It's just that war is not good for both you and me. And it's unnecessary. That's why I spared your life. Don't be ungrateful. The free-flying eagle, come on. Come on and kill me if you can. Arrogant and I Pingu, big brother. I was wrong. Please don't follow me. Please. We are all trying to make a living. There is no need to do this. Fighting and killing is so boring. Please. The free-flying eagle, come on. Come on and kill me if you can. Arrogant brother Ping, can you please say something else? The free-flying eagle, I will follow you. What can you do to me? Arrogant brother Ping, damn. I have to teach you a lesson. Just wait. The free-flying eagle, come on. Come on and kill me if you can. In the main building of the Dragon Lizard Fortress, a young man in his early 20s stared at the system screen in front of him, gritting his teeth and groaning in anger. Batubu, you deserve to die. Why are you chasing me? What's the benefit of chasing me? The coalition of time travel lords lost. What does it have to do with me? It was obviously your own fault for not being strong enough. If I hadn't run fast at that time, wouldn't I have died with you? How come in the end? All the things are thrown on me. I just took some of your resources, and you helped me develop. What's that a big deal? You all came to this world early. What's the big deal about you helping me? You seem so petty. I have already withdrawn from the central area. I won't compete with you for resources. I have hidden in a remote place. But you still won't let me go. If you have the ability, go back to the central area by yourself. You are just like a stray dog. At that time, the coalition of time travelers in the central zone was going to go to war with a powerful indigenous tribe. The Dragon Lizard Lord He Zipping was considered a relatively powerful lord, and he was not unrelated to the war between the two sides. But on the eve of the war, no one knew what this guy was thinking. He ran away secretly without telling anyone. His escape caused loopholes to appear in the place he was supposed to defend, leaving the defense empty, allowing the powerful indigenous tribes to break through, resulting in the coalition forces being attacked from both sides. Ultimately, the war was lost, and a large number of time travel lords were killed in the battle. He Zipping knew all these battle reports, but he felt that it was none of his business. Who said that he had to fight to the death? There was no need. If I feel that I can't win, then I'm not allowed to run away. As for the life and death of other time-traveling lords, what does that have to do with me? He Zipping? It's enough for me to have a good life. I can't care too much about other things. He never felt like he had done anything wrong. When Batubu and the surviving time travel lords spread the word that they would kill him if they found him, He Zipping felt very aggrieved. But he didn't take it too seriously. I am doing this for myself. So what's wrong with me? It's obviously those lords who are stupid. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. After escaping from the battlefield, he ran to a remote area, relying on the Dragon Lizard clan and the mobile fortress to dominate the world, causing trouble to the indigenous people everywhere and causing widespread complaints. When the indigenous people of that place united and planned to strangle him, He Zipping ran away again. This time he went to the area where Liziu was. He Zipping never thought about whether this land had an owner. In his eyes, it made no difference whether it had an owner or not. Even in such a barren wasteland, the time traveler lord would not be very strong. He even thought that if the other party was not strong, he would destroy the other party, so that he could get a lot of resources. When Liziu sent out the undead to look for him, He Zipping discovered that the other party was not as weak as he thought, but also not so strong that he could not defeat him. So he planned to continue plundering resources on this land to piss off the other party, and then go to the next wasteland when there was no more harvest. If the other party catches him, it doesn't matter. If he can beat them, he will beat them. If he can't beat them, he will just give in. As for face, He Zipping will always be useful. Resources and his own interests are the only things that will be useful. for their own benefit. Not only friends, but also parents, grandparents, or blood relatives can be sold out. Zipping is not a sophisticated egoist. He is just a simple egoist. He doesn't care about the life or death of others at all. He never expected that the undead didn't look for him. But he ran into B201 head-on. What he didn't expect was that the hydroxyl slave, who was once so powerful in his eyes, could not beat him now. If he fought hard, Zipping was confident that he could defeat B201. But he would also suffer great losses. That all his efforts for so long would be in vain, and it would not be appropriate. So he chose to retreat. Unexpectedly, B201 was ungrateful and kept chasing him. Is the other party crazy? No. Zipping didn't think that B201 would chase him for no reason. There was something going on. If there was nothing going on, based on his understanding of B201, even if he knew he couldn't beat him, B201 would definitely fight him to the end instead of chasing him from a distance. Any help? Who is B201's helper? Zipping's eyes turned, and he immediately guessed that it was the undead. B201's ally should be the undead. No. I can't wait any longer. I can't continue to stay in this wilderness. Otherwise my life will be in danger. Zipping became alert and ordered the Dragon Lizard Fortress to change direction and rush towards the border. As long as he gets out of this area, he will be able to get rid of B201 and go, go, go! Full power. Speed up, and speed up again. The Dragon Lizard Fortress was sprinting madly. B201 was also a little anxious and chased after it closely. He kept sending private messages to Liziu with coordinates one after another, asking him to hurry up. Because at this speed, the Dragon Lizard Lord might escape. Liziu had never left the wasteland. But B201 came from outside. He knew what the situation was outside. In the wasteland, there were very long and wide isolation zones between each area. These isolation zones are completely deserted. There is nothing to be seen around. It is all wasteland. Moreover, there are often huge storms that raise huge clouds of dust. Even if a mobile fortress is traveling in them, it will be obscured by the storm. The Aboriginals call these isolated zones the Dead Lands. No tribe can survive in the wasteland, where there is no water, no food, no supplies, only strong wind and dust. The reason why the indigenous people do not leave the area where they live at will is because of the existence of the wasteland. If they want to pass through the wasteland, they will be in danger of death. They are not willing to take the risk until the last moment. Once a tribe steps into the wasteland, all the grudges that happened before will be wiped out, and the enemy will give up the pursuit. This is the same principle as when a person's debts are cancelled after death. The travelers in the wasteland can take advantage of this. They have mobile fortresses, which allow them to travel faster than walking. Moreover, the fortresses themselves store a large amount of supplies. It is not difficult to travel through the wasteland as long as they don't get lost in it. The Dragon Lizard Fortress was getting closer and closer to the border. A smile appeared on Zipping's face. In a short while, he would be able to enter the wasteland and death zone. Then, he could use the strong wind and dust to hide his body and escape calmly. Private chat. Arrogant brother ping B201. Come and chase me. Ha! You can't catch up with me. Free flying eagle, don't let me catch you. Arrogant Ni Pingu, I like the way you are so angry but can't do anything to me. Keep going. Ha ha ha. The free flying eagle, what the H.L. Zipping shook his head and closed the private chat. Looking smug. You little bastard. Keep chasing me. Just wait for me to develop in another place. And when I develop well, I will come back to beat you. And kill you no matter what. What is this called? It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Anyway, I have you in my mind. A dragon lizard man hurriedly came to Zipping and said, My lord, there are troops ahead. Zipping had just picked up a fruit and was about to put it in his mouth when he was stunned by what he said. He quickly asked, What army? How many people? The dragon lizard man said with a bad look on his face. It's the undead. Millions of them. The fruit fell from his hand and hit the ground, splashing juice. Zipping stood up suddenly and exclaimed, How much? 1,000,000? Are you kidding me? Zipping found it hard to believe that he had only an army of hundreds of thousands after developing to this point, using so many people and robbing so many resources. How could the undead lord deep in the remote wilderness have such a huge army? Chapter 208 Escape. This is impossible. I do not believe. I can't stand this injustice. Why? How could he, the undead lord, Have so many warriors? Was he cheating? Wandering in the wilderness. He Zipping was not a fool. He did not want to be blind. So when he plundered the tribes, he would capture people alive. From the mouths of those indigenous people, he learned a lot of information about the wilderness. Especially information about the undead. He really got a lot. He knew that the undead appeared suddenly. That a war had begun between the undead and the coalition of malignant races. And even knew that the undead had a very difficult battle. If it weren't for Batubu and his intervention, the undead would probably have lost. In that battle, the undead suffered heavy losses. It is said that after the war, someone secretly observed that the battlefield was covered with bones, which were left behind by the undead after their soul fire was extinguished. It was precisely because of this information that he Zipping dared to act recklessly. Even when Liziu contacted him, he was dismissive and did not take the undead lord who had experienced the war seriously at all. In his opinion, even if the undead lord recovered from such casualties, it would take a long time. By that time, he would have left this wasteland long ago. His looting would even slow down the undead lord's recovery. His only opponent in this wasteland is Batubu. As long as he doesn't meet Batubu, everything will be fine. Now that he has met him, he still has a chance to escape. He has never considered the undead lord. But reality is so interesting. People he had never considered appeared in front of him and stopped him with an extremely large army. It's so annoying. He Zipping couldn't understand why this happened. Did the indigenous people deceive him? Impossible. He didn't get the information from the mouth of a native. Although many natives didn't see the battlefield, their information was almost the same. One thing was certain. The undead lord suffered heavy damage at that time. The damage is enormous. Where did those millions of undead come from? With 1 million undead troops blocking the road in front, and the Hydron cavalry following closely behind, he Zipping was panicking. Private chat. Arrogant and I Pingu, brother. Let's talk it over nicely. If you let me go, I promise not to bother you, and will never come here again. Don't want to take a driving test. When I contacted you before, you didn't have this attitude. Didn't you say that I didn't need to care about you? Didn't you say that I was from an environmental protection organization? Arrogant and I Pingu, we didn't know each other at that time. I had a bad attitude and I was wrong. I apologize to you. Can you please let me go? Please. Don't want to take a driver's license test, TSK. Your attitude changes so quickly. You plundered the resources in my territory and tried to attack my allies. Now you want to resolve the grudge with just a few words. Aren't you taking me lightly? Arrogant brother Ping, brother. Let me give you resources, and you let me go. Don't want to take a driver's license test. No need. You're doomed if you wait. All your resources are mine. You were so arrogant at the beginning. Come here. Let me see how strong you are. Come on. Arrogant brother Ping, brother. Don't be like this. Let's talk it over. Let me go first. And I will definitely repay you. Don't want to get a driver's license. Why all the nonsense? He Zipping bit his nails. His eyes were cold. And the temples were drumming. He already understood that he wanted to let the undead open the road. He looked back. Batu and the hydroxycule cavalry was slowly unfolding the formation. This was ready to charge. And then turned to look forward. He really wanted to turn around and run away. But what would it matter? Could he really run away? Not to mention that Batubu's cavalry is extremely fast, and is not inferior to his dragon lizard cavalry. Can the undead lord let him go? He wanted to escape from the wilderness, but was blocked by people. Where could he run to? He Zipping has only 2 ways to choose from. He turned around, desperately fled into the wasteland, or went forward, rushed forward, killed the undead, rushed into the deserted land, and escaped with storms and dust, and chose a new wasteland to continue to develop. He Zipping was well aware of the combat effectiveness of the Hydroxyslav cavalry. It would not be possible to defeat them in a short time. A fight would result in losses on both sides. Even if they broke through the cavalry's defense line, they would still have to face the encirclement and suppression of the 2 lords in the wilderness. It would still be dangerous, and they would eventually be dragged to death in the wilderness. Is there any choice? He Zipping had no choice but to charge towards the undead. Borrow the powerful fighting power of the dragon lizards. Break through the enemy's army, and truly escape. The hydroxical cavalry in the rear cannot be allowed. He Zipping divided a part of the shield dragon lizard warrior to intercept the trolley and the hydroxy cavalry. Shield dragon warrior is a heavy armor. Their combat effectiveness is weak. But the defense power is outrageous. It is known as the copper wall and iron wall of the dragon lizard. When covering the retreat, they can play a great role. Charge forward. Don't stop. Charge directly into the wasteland of death. Having made up his mind, he's zipping, with a fierce look in his eyes, gave orders to all the warriors of the dragon lizard clan. At the same time, the mobile fortress began to accelerate and directly killed the undead with a crushing force. The undead fortress. Li Ziyu stood on the top of the main building, looking at the dragon lizard cavalry gathering in the distance to launch a charge, as well as the dragon lizard fortress following behind the dragon lizard cavalry, with a look of disdain on his face. Just from this charge, he could tell that the other party was a coward. If he were to break out, he would definitely let the fortress press forward, with the cavalry following behind the fortress, so that he could inflict maximum damage. The biggest weapon of the crossing of the leader is not the race of the men, but the huge fortress. The vast majority of race soldiers face the crushing of the fortress. There is almost no way. They cannot destroy the fortress and can destroy the fort. The dragon lizard lord did not do so. He let the dragon lizard cavalry lead the way, which would obviously cause casualties to a large number of dragon lizard cavalry. But the mobile fortress would be safe. Tens of thousands of dragon lizard cavalry, mixed together, launched a charge towards the undead positions. It has to be said that the dragon lizard cavalry was very powerful. They charged into the undead camp like a torrent. Standing in the front were low-level skeleton undead, who could not stop the opponent's charge at all, and were killed in an instant. He Zipping was overjoyed when he saw this. It turned out that these undead were just for show, and not strong at all. Come to think of it, if the opponent was really that strong, how could they come in such a large number? Although the skeletons kept pouncing on the dragon lizard cavalry, the effect was not great. If he continued like this, he would soon be able to break through the enemy's position and easily enter the wasteland of death. No, not only that, he might be able to counterattack and make the undead lord suffer a loss. He Zipping's mind became active, thinking about what to do next. The undead line was torn, during Li Ziyu's expectations, not to mention the dragon lizard cavalry. Even if the Tumor Coalition army could kill millions of skeleton dead spirits, he just used the bones as a cannon fodder. And it was one to kill one. Do you really think I'll let you get away like this? Li Ziyu smiled. In these battle formations, in addition to the skeleton undead in the front, there are skeleton crossbowmen hidden behind them. He made a total of 100,000 sets of crossbows and equipped them to the skeleton undead. Sure enough, when the opponent rushed into the war forcibly breakthrough, the bone crossbow was soaring. Everyone was an undead and had no scruples. He directly aimed at the most densely different shot of the dragon cavaliers. The sound of bowstrings rang out, and crossbow arrows flew out one after another. The crossbow is not an advanced weapon, and its attack power is not high, not to mention being better than the skeleton longbowman. It is even inferior to the skeleton shortbowman, but it cannot withstand the large numbers. 100,000 crossbows fired at once. It was so overwhelming that it formed a dense rain of arrows that fell into the crowd. The sudden change scared He Zipping. The crossbow arrows were of little use to his fortress, but they had a significant impact on the dragon lizard cavalry. If it is outside, the dragon cavalry can easily avoid the arrow through flexibility and speed advantage, and it will not even be injured, and even face hundreds of 80 arrows alone. They don't care. But now they have poured big molds. Not hundreds of 80 arrows, but tens of thousands of arrows, being in a pile of undead, with undead everywhere rushing towards them recklessly. The space for dodging was limited, coupled with so many arrows being shot at. Many unprepared dragon lizard cavalry were instantly hit by the arrows and died desperately. Of course, most of the dragon lizard cavalrymen who were shot were light cavalry, and belonged to scouts, harassment, and other units in the dragon cavalry clan. Their combat effectiveness was not strong. But the loss also made He Zipping sad. These were the soldiers he had worked so hard to raise. Of course, he felt bad about losing so many of them. The discomfort soon turned into fear, and he found that the opponent's rain of arrows never stopped. In addition to 100,000 skeleton crossbowmen, Li Ziyu also has skeleton shortbowmen and longbowmen. These two types of soldiers were originally summoned by the dragon lizard lord. At this time, they also started to go crazy and threw arrows at the dragon lizard cavalry without paying, in order to be able to break through. He Zipping gathered all the dragon lizard cavalry and launched a large-scale charge. Instead, this gave the bone-short archer and a long bowman hand. Such a dense enemy is a large group of targets. There is no need to watch it. The archery is over. Aim? Non-existent. Arrows were everywhere. It was clearly a breakout battle. But it turned into a tower defense battle. He Zipping was the boss monster who wanted to break through the encirclement. And the skeleton undead, skeleton crossbowman, skeleton longbowman, and skeleton shortbowman were the tower built by Li Ziyu. In the Dragon Lizard Fortress, He Zipping was filled with impotence and rage, cursing Li Ziyu's family madly. But he also understood that he could not stop now. They had already killed their way into the pile of undead, and had suffered considerable casualties under the rain of arrows. Either they gritted their teeth and rushed forward, or they would die here. Go! He Zipping was yelling crazily. But without him shouting, the Dragoon cavalry understood the current situation and rushed forward desperately, with the fortress constantly advancing behind them. He Zipping, who was red, looked up, seeing that he was about to kill the surrounding circle of the undead. But there was a tall figure behind the undead, which suffered his look. What is that? It was a 300 centimeters tall, a heavy armor, and a sledgehammer in his hand. It was the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior. In front of the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior, a group of slow guys moved over to form a small square array, which was type -1 of the bones. The opponent's route has been determined, and Li Ziyu gathers the bone sprayer -1 type. Silly X. I have a big surprise for you. He Zipping felt something was wrong, but it was too late. The Dragon Lizard cavalry had already killed their way through the skeleton undead and continued to rush forward covered in blood. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded. Smoke filled the air, and the dragon riders rushing in the front were instantly thrown off their horses, with countless flowers of blood bursting from their bodies. Gun? He Zipping was stunned. His whole body froze. I thought the rain of arrows was shocking enough. But the undead actually have guns. And isn't the power of that gun a bit too great? The Dragoon cavalry rushed forward and were sprayed to death. And the momentum of the charge was immediately curbed. With this wave of obstruction, the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior swung his hammer forward and faced the following Dragon Lizard Knight. This was a massacre. He Zipping wanted to slap himself in the face. He was wrong. Not only did he underestimate the enemy, but he also jumped into the enemy's trap. Even if he rushed forward this time, his soldiers would suffer heavy losses, and even his cavalry would be destroyed. He could no longer think of anything else and ordered the mobile fortress to move forward at full speed. If there were losses, they would be lost. If they could not be rescued, then he had to at least escape. Seeing this, Li Ziyu was also ready to intercept. But at this moment, he received a private message from Batubu. Private chat. Free Flying Eagle, brotherly. Be careful of his fortress. His fortress has direct attack capabilities. Don't want to get a driver's license. What? Free Flying Eagle, look at his fortress. It's like a dinosaur. The dragon is alive. Try not to let your fortress pass by, and the guards next to the fortress will actively attack the fortress that is close to it. Oh shit! Li Ziyu was startled. The Dragon Lizard Fortress was built on a giant triceratops. Li Ziyu thought that the triceratops was only used to carry the fortress forward, but he didn't expect that it could also be used for attacking. Each mobile fortress has its own special features. Like the Dragon Lizard Fortress, what he had was a triceratops that had attack capabilities from the beginning, and a guard Tyrannosaurus. He Zipping relied on the Triceratops and the guard Tyrannosaurus to survive in the early stages. This was a very advantageous ability. He Zipping no longer cared about the lives of the Dragon Lizard Knights and ordered the fortress to charge forward. The Triceratops and the guard Tyrannosaurus Rex officially joined the battle. No matter what kind of undead is blocking the way ahead, the Triceratops will lower its head and charge forward. No matter how strong you are not as strong as me. Yes, that's the momentum. Not to mention the skeleton undead. Even the elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors can't stop the Triceratops. If it was a normal Triceratops, they could still find a way to kill it. But they really have no way to deal with this Triceratops. The reason is that it is too huge. That was Godzilla in the appearance of a Triceratops, with his head lowered. His 3 horns were like a bulldozer, and wherever he passed, the undead were directly sent flying and crushed. The 2 guarding Tyrannosaurus were not to be outdone, tearing and biting, and swinging their thick tails, so that no undead could get close to him at all. Seeing this scene, Li Ziyu took a breath. Fortunately, Batuba reminded him, Otherwise, if he went there rashly, the undead fortress might have been demolished. Until now, his undead fortress has no effective means of attack and still relies on the sea of undead, which is no match for the Triceratops and Tyrannosaurus Rex in the Dragon Lizard Fortress. Batubu can indeed deal with the Dragon Lizard Fortress. There are also giant beasts in his Golden Horde. Even though they are just horses, their combat effectiveness is not weak. He was driving his mobile fortress forward, but unfortunately the distance was too far, and he couldn't help for the time being. So he was anxious and helpless. Liziu didn't dare to go up, and Batubu couldn't come over. But Zipping was very happy. No one could stop him. This guy directly let Tyrannosaurus kill a lot of elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors, and took advantage of the gap when Batubu hadn't come over yet to rush into the wasteland and escape. Chapter 209, Getting Ready to Do Something. Zipping escaped. But his Dragon Lizard cavalry could not escape, and was surrounded by elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors. Skeleton Jet Type 1. Skeleton Longbowmen. And Skeleton Shortbowmen. Occasionally, some of them would rush out by taking advantage of their speed, but they would be intercepted and killed directly by the evil spirit patrollers roaming around the periphery. Tens of thousands of Dragon Lizard cavalry were surrounded, which was a heavy blow to Zipping, even greater than the damage he had suffered in the central area before. It was not until the Dragon Lizard mobile fortress rushed into the wasteland death zone that Batubu arrived. Private chat. Free Flying Eagle, are you okay? Don't want to take a driving test. Fortunately, you reminded me in time. Otherwise, I would have rushed up. This is the truth. Liziu really intended to rush over and fight to the death with the Dragon Lizard Lord. He might not be able to fight in the fortress battle, but he could still fight in the boarding battle. If it weren't for Batubu and his reminder, who knows what would happen now? Letting the Dragon Lizard Lord run away is also to reduce losses. Free Flying Eagle, it was almost there. If I had been faster, that guy wouldn't have been able to escape. Don't want to take a driving test. It doesn't matter. I'll find another way. Free Flying Eagle, the Dragon Lizard Lord is a villain. If we don't kill him this time, he will definitely think of revenge. He is also good at inciting others. Don't want to get a driver's license. Then I really need to think of a solution. Do you have more information about the Dragon Lizard Lord? Share it with me. Free Flying Eagle, okay. I'll tell you what I know. I've seen the Dragon Lizard Lord. His name is Zipping. He's a young man. About 20 years old. About 1.85 meters tall. Fair-skinned. And a handsome guy. When I first met him, he was very sunny and called everyone brother. He was so kind. To be honest, after listening to Batubu's story, Liziu deeply felt that one can judge a person by his appearance, but not by his heart. It must be said that the Dragon Lizard Lord Zipping has a face that conforms to the public's aesthetic taste. He is not a young handsome guy, but at first glance you feel that this kid is good. He also has a sweet mouth and can coax people. Who doesn't like such a young man? It was precisely because of this that Zipping quickly integrated into the group of time-traveling lords in the central area. He behaved like a favored younger brother. On the surface, he was extremely respectful to his brothers and sisters, but he often caused trouble behind their backs. When he caused trouble, he would apologize everywhere with an aggrieved look on his face. Now that he has apologized, what can we do? He is still a child. Ignorant, unable to distinguish the situation clearly, and does things without knowing the importance of the matter. This is normal, isn't it? Sometimes he makes us furious, but every time we see his aggrieved look, coupled with the protection of the female lord, we no longer lose our temper. Causing trouble again and again, and getting angry again and again. Let everyone help him end. And finally someone couldn't help it, and planned to give him a lesson. The result was very good. He wanted to teach others a lesson, but he didn't expect that while causing trouble, Zipping quietly took all the benefits, greatly enhanced his strength, and even surpassed many veteran lords. Not only could he not defeat them, he was even beaten. Even after being beaten, Zipping did not defeat these lords, who wanted to teach him a lesson. He formed cliques and factions everywhere, complained everywhere, and spoke ill of those lords behind their backs, especially the female lords. He really used the female lords as shields. In the end, those lords who wanted to teach Zipping a lesson were targeted, and their fortresses were blown up one after another, and they ended up in a miserable way. On the other hand, Zipping did not hesitate to tell everyone the truth and once again gained a lot of benefits. But even so, there were still a large number of lords who did not see his true face and had a good impression of him. Unfortunately, Batubu was one of these lords, who had a good impression of Zipping. Batubu was a very down-to-earth man. He was very loyal and respectful of rules. He followed the rules not only with the Lord but also with the indigenous people. At that time, the Lord and the indigenous people got along quite well, coexisted peacefully, and developed together. There were certainly frictions, but they could be overcome if everyone reconciled. People with this kind of personality are born to be parents and big brothers. Among the lords, Batubu is a very popular person. Everyone listens to what he says. Under his protection, everyone lives happily and comfortably without having to worry too much. Batubu also had a very good attitude towards Zipping and took great care of him. Whenever Zipping had difficulties, he would come to him and Batubu would lend a hand. However, he did not expect that Zipping would go further and further. Batubu told Zipping not to offend the indigenous people too much, and that everyone should try to live in peace with each other, so that long-term development could be achieved. Zipping agreed with a yes. Yes on the surface, and his attitude was very nice and submissive. He agreed very straightforwardly, but then he turned around and threw his words behind his back, robbing when necessary and killing when necessary, without any indulgence at all. The kind of person who believes that what's mine is mine, and what's yours is still mine. If you don't give it to me, I will snatch it from you. It's your honor to snatch it from you. Time and again, he continued to disobey Batubu's words, and formed cliques and factions among the lords, engaged in intrigues, said one thing in front of others and another behind their backs, suppressed those upright lords, colluded with scheming lords, and hooked up with female lords to form his own faction, making the central area a chaotic place for the time-travel lords. And the peace that once existed was on the verge of being broken. Batubu and several other big boss-level lords found that the situation was not right and wanted to take action. However, just before they were about to take action against Zipping, this guy made a big move. He provoked the rat men in the central area. This is definitely stirring up a hornet's nest. People say that mice are timid creatures, but in the central area, the rat men are the bullies. Not only are they not timid, but they are extremely brave. They have been fighting wars all over the country. If the Lord does not provoke them, they will come to provoke the Lord, now that Zipping dares to cause trouble. Can the ratmen tolerate it? Start the war directly. Well, we don't have to deal with Zipping now. Let's deal with the ratmen first. According to the inference of Batubu and several big guys, if all the lords in the central area unite, it is not that they cannot defeat the ratmen. Even if both sides are defeated, it will be no problem. At worst, they can continue to develop. Anyway, the speed of development of these lords is much faster than that of the ratmen. But the lords never expected that they would be tricked by Zipping again. During the great battle, this guy fled at the sight of the enemy, without even fighting, and ran away directly. The morale of the army was affected, and many lords had already thought of escaping before the battle started. The outcome of the battle with the rat men was not the mutual destruction that Batubu and they had expected, but a great victory for the rat men. The coalition forces of the lords could not resist at all and collapsed under the ratmen's offensive, resulting in a large-scale rout. A large number of lords died in that battle. Defeated by the rat army, the lords fled in all directions. Most of them fled to the wasteland and scattered to other areas. It was because of this that Batubu came to the wasteland where Liziu was. Free-flying eagle, brotherly. You have to be careful. Zipping is not a good person. He has a strong desire for revenge, and he especially likes to use sinister means. Don't want to get a driver's license. I understand. I will be careful. Batubu's story made Liziu feel that Zipping was very disgusting. He hated guys like him the most. Just like rats in the gutter. As a human being, especially a man, we don't say that you have to be a reckless man, but you must be upright and not a villain. On the battlefield, there's nothing wrong with you using tricks and schemes, and you can be as cruel to the enemy as you want. It's also said in military books that all is fair in war, but you have to be sincere to your own people. Who says you should focus all your attention on your own people and try to trick them to death? If you have the ability, you can be a lone wolf and travel the world alone. Liziu gives me a thumbs up and says he is a real man, but Zipping formed cliques, destroyed unity, said one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. His behavior was purely despicable, and Liziu despised him. He never felt that he was a good person. But compared with Zipping, Li Ziyu suddenly became confident. How could I not be a good person? I am obviously a saint. Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng have followed me for so long. And I have never let them down. I have even helped them. This is clearly the behavior of a saint. Shit. Should I be proud of myself? Among the time travelers in the alien world, people like He Zipping are not uncommon. After all, they have left that peaceful world of rule of law and come to a world where truth is what everyone's fist is. Their bottom line and morals are challenged. Many people simply give up and abandon their human side, running towards darkness. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. This is what Li Ziyu has always wanted to practice. He has seen too many people who believe in this saying. Those people are rich and powerful, and live a life of luxury and abundance. In contrast, Li Ziyu in his previous life was a worthless person, who just ate and waited for death. This is in line with the saying some people are dead while they are alive, and some people are dead but they are alive. But for Li Ziyu, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth is not a belief or an ideal, but a dream. What is a dream? It's just too far away, like a mirage in the water or a mirror. It can't be achieved. It's just something you can think about, but you can't do it. The education that Li Ziyu received gave him a bottom line and moral values. His values cannot be said to be so correct that he has no friends. But he will not act recklessly. So, it is a pity that the saying if you don't work for yourself, heaven and earth will punish you can only be thought of when he is bored. If he is really asked to do it, he cannot get over the hurdle in his heart. He didn't dare say that he could do the greatest hero is the one who serves the country and the people. He could only say that when he has spare energy, he is willing to help some people. He also didn't dare say that he could do I wish I had thousands of mansions to shelter all the poor people in the world. The most he could do is, I have so many houses. I could lower the rent a little so that more people can afford it. Li Ziyu never says that he is a good person. He wants to be a bad person. After all, life is too tiring for good people. His shoulders cannot bear the word good person. But he can withstand the word human. If He Zipping really said what Batubi said, this guy should not be considered a human being and should be killed. Alas, it seems that the peaceful days are coming to an end. I had originally thought of staying put, developing a bit, and advancing in technology with peace of mind. When the technology was high enough and I had enough combat power, I would then think about leaving this wasteland. But now it seems that this is not going to work. He Zipping is not dead. He ran away. According to Li Ziyu's understanding of these people in his previous life, they will collude with others and make another move. If he wants to live peacefully in climbing technology, the other party probably won't give him the time. It's time to get moving. The undead camped at the border of the wasteland and the deadly wasteland for 2 whole days. On this day, Li Ziyu suddenly summoned Lu Xingxing, Zhang Peng, Tasjuling, Mao Mao, and the newly joined snake man Zaliki. It was Zaliki's first time to enter the main building of the undead, and also his first time to attend a meeting. He seemed nervous, but everyone else was very relaxed. They were used to it, but they didn't know what Li Ziyu summoned them for this time. Lu Xingxing has always been the one who livens up the atmosphere. This kid is stubborn. Others dare not speak, but he dares. He asked with a playful smile, Boss, everyone is here. Do you have any good news to share with us? Li Ziyu rolled his eyes and said unhappily, There is no such thing as good things. Only bad things. Lu Xingxing covered his ears with his hands and said with a gloomy face, I don't want to listen. Zhang Peng, who was standing by, patted Lu Xingxing and pulled his hand off. Are you a child? Be honest and serious. Zhang Peng was still able to control Lu Xingxing and make him behave himself. Li Ziyu then said, I won't waste any more time talking nonsense. Let's arrange the tasks. Everyone present immediately became serious. It was okay to play around in daily life, but when it came to serious matters, they had to be serious. Li Ziyu scanned the area, nodded with satisfaction, and continued, Zhang Peng, your mission is to dig more tunnels underground. Try to spread them throughout the wasteland. Contact as many tribes as possible, and collect intelligence. This was the same as what he was doing now. To be honest, among all the people under Li Ziyu, Zhang Peng was the one who did things that pleased him the most. They were all serious matters. Zhang Peng nodded and said, Okay, boss. Li Ziyu looked at the rest of the people. Xingxing, when you dig for treasure, you have to help Zhang Peng a little and deal with those tribes. I want the entire wasteland to surrender. Do you understand? Lu Xingxing was startled when he heard this. And after thinking for a while, he said, "What about those who refuse to surrender?" Zhang Peng's eyes flashed with coldness. And he asked softly, "What do you think? The boss wants a stable rear area. You said those tribes don't submit to us. What do they want to do?" Lu Xingxing understood now. His face turned bitter. "Boss, you also know that my mobile fortress." Li Ziyu looked at him calmly. Lu Xingxing's voice became smaller and smaller. And finally he said honestly, "I understand. I will help Brother Peng. You little bastard. I accepted this excuse before you didn't develop. But what about the situation now? Even if it's a medium-sized tribe, you don't care. And you still use this as an excuse?" Li Ziyu knew that Lu Xingxing didn't like fighting. So he liked to look for treasures everywhere. But there was no other way. Li Ziyu didn't have many people available. So Lu Xingxing had to step up. He coughed lightly and said to the two, "If there is anything you can't handle, find Badabuha and let him help you." When Zhang Peng heard this, he frowned and asked, "Boss, are you going?" Lu Xingxing was also startled and looked at Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu sighed. "I'm not leaving. But I have things to do, and may not be able to take care of them. So I'll make arrangements first." Zhang Peng then nodded in understanding. Knowing deep down that Li Ziyu was about to start causing trouble, Li Ziyu turned his head to look at Tashjilan, Momu and Zaliki, and said after a moment of hesitation, "The days ahead will be tough for you. I don't recommend that you continue to stay in my fortress. You can temporarily move to Zhang Peng's or Lu Xingxing's fortress to live. When I'm done with things here, you can come back." The three orcs were stunned when they heard this. Tashjilan said quickly, "Lord City Lord, please take us with you. We, the Taboo Tauren, are not afraid of hardship. We can also help you. Our fighting power is not weak now." Li Ziyu smiled and said, "No, there shouldn't be any danger next. You just have to run around. It's no problem for my undead. But it will be more difficult for you to collect resources. Besides, I have other tasks for you." Tashjilan glanced at Momu, who quickly asked, "Lord City Lord, if you have any mission, just tell me. We, the Taboo Minotaur, are already prepared." Li Ziyu smiled and said, "It's not a difficult task. We can ask the Tauren of Hope and the Snake Men of the Sinuanite Snake Men tribe to help Zhang Peng and establish good relations with other tribes." The three orcs were stunned, thought about it, and immediately agreed. They now have the support of the undead and a strong backing. So this little matter is not a big problem. Chapter 210 Build a City. What Li Ziyu is going to do next is actually very simple. He plans to build a large number of soul-based stations, spread the soul network widely, and wage an information war. In addition to this wasteland, soul-based stations must also be placed in the wasteland and dead land. His undead do not need food or drink. And it doesn't matter where they are. The wasteland and dead land have no effect on the undead. This is why he asked the Tauren and the snake people of Tab to leave temporarily. He can ignore the undead, but he still has to pay attention to the living creatures. In the following days, Li Ziyu drove the undead fortress Incarnation Cedar, building soul-based stations along the way, and the range of message transmission became wider and wider. Under the propaganda of the Taboo Minotaurs, the Sinuanite Snake Men and Zhang Peng, the attitude of the tribesmen in the wilderness towards the undead changed. In the wasteland where Li Ziyu lives, there are very few large tribes. Most of them are small and medium-sized tribes. The indigenous people live in poverty and are basically worried about food and drink. If they can't get enough food, naturally they can't develop well. Ever since the undead defeated the cancerous coalition, the indigenous tribes in the wilderness have been given a chance to breathe. Without the oppression of the three major cancerous races, their lives have become much better. But they are also worried about what the undead will do next. After waiting for a long time and seeing no movement from the undead, they felt slightly relieved until the messenger of the undead arrived and announced to them that this wasteland belonged to the undead and they would become their subjects. This wave of operations made it difficult for the indigenous tribes to be controlled. Because of their remote location, they had never experienced great unification. Even the malignant race had never unified this wasteland. So when Zhang Peng and his team appeared, the indigenous people were surprised and terrified. They didn't know what they would face next. It's okay for small tribes. They don't really care who notifies them. What they care about is whether they can have enough food and whether the tribe can continue. As for whether the undead will come to plunder their resources. Huh? Do they care? What can the undead plunder from them? As for food, don't worry. They themselves can't even get enough to eat. So where would they get food and resources? Huh? Just rob them. There's nothing good anyway. If you have the guts, just tear down the houses and take everything away. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. There are quite a few such small tribes. They live only slightly better than refugees. Even if there are no undead, they are always on the brink of extinction and may become refugees one day. Zhang Peng felt a little bit difficult about such a poor and small tribe. If he kept it, it would be of no use. If he didn't keep it, Li Ziyu had given another order. He had to ask Li Ziyu for advice on how to solve the problem. After receiving the news from Zhang Peng, Li Ziyu gave a solution without much hesitation. If these small tribes agreed, they could move to live around the Seoul base station. The Seoul base station is surrounded by the protection of the undead. A definite undead territory. Small tribes that can't survive can migrate to the area around the Seoul base station, which will not only add a lot of popularity, but the undead can also protect them under Li Ziyu's control. Li Ziyu's idea gave Zhang Peng a new idea. Small tribes were difficult to survive, and could create little value for him and Li Ziyu. The reason why small tribes were difficult to survive was because of insufficient population and resources. Insufficient resources could not feed more people, which formed a vicious circle, causing small tribes to struggle for survival. But if we change our thinking and let the small tribes gather together, wouldn't it be a much better thing? It's easier to get things done with more people, and they can share what they have. Plus, with the protection of the undead and a relatively safe environment, it's a great thing for small tribes. Zhang Peng figured out the trick and took action immediately, asking Lu Xingxing, the Minotaur, and the Snakeman to change direction and tell the indigenous people that they could settle down around the Seoul base station. Whether the other party will go or not is not up to them. It will probably be difficult in the early stage. The small tribe has limited understanding of the undead, and most of them are afraid of them. It will be difficult for them to move to the Seoul base station and live around the undead. But as time goes by, there should be some changes, and things will eventually develop in a good direction. The problem of the small tribe has been solved. The rest is the medium and large tribes. Such a tribe has a different attitude towards them. Some tribes reluctantly recognize the undead, and some are concerned about their own interests. They also want to earn it. If it were usual, Li Ziyu would not care about this situation. The worst that could happen is that he would just use time to slowly get rid of it. But now it is not okay. With the threat of zipping, he needs a stable rear base. He cannot fight in the front while the garden in the back is on fire. So I'm sorry. Whoever causes trouble will be punished. Any tribe that refuses to surrender and wants to cause trouble will be visited by the Dark Knight, the Skeleton Knight, and the Ghost Rangers. The ending, of course, will not be very good. At least the Patriarch and the Chief will be replaced. In order to establish his authority, Li Ziyu also wiped out several tribes. But most of them were tribes of the three major cancer races, especially the Goblin tribes, of which more than a dozen were wiped out. Some strongholds of ogres and trolls were also cleared out. Li Ziyu didn't want to start a massacre, but that's how the wilderness is. If you want to convince people with virtue, it won't work. The indigenous people don't recognize your virtue. They only recognize fists. Whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. The Black Warriors, Skeleton Knights, and Ghost Rangers all attacked at an extremely fast speed and with overwhelming force, easily wiping out those tribes. This made the ambitious tribes feel threatened. In addition, many tribal leaders and chiefs were killed and replaced by newcomers, and the voices of resistance became weaker and weaker. Surrender or die. Don't you know which one to choose? Do the dead ask for a lot? Not much. They are just asked to contribute their own cemeteries and hand over their corpses. As long as they overcome the psychological difficulties, everything will be fine. After a series of operations, the wasteland where Li Ziyu was located underwent a huge change. It became peaceful, and those who did not want it to be peaceful went to see their ancestors. What surprised Zhang Peng was that some small tribes had begun to migrate. They reached around the Seoul base station, settled within the safety range, and watched the undead. The first batch of migrating small tribes were all indigenous people who could not survive and wanted to seek shelter. In fact, they were no different from refugees. Of course, they are also afraid of the undead, But what does it matter? They can't survive whether the undead exist or not. So why not take a gamble? What if they can live a better life? Facts told them that they had won the bet. The area around the Seoul base station was safe. And they even borrowed the power of the dead to hunt. The hunting method is very simple. Just lead the prey into the alert range of the undead. They will see large groups of undead rushing out, killing all the prey, and then taking away the bones, leaving the flesh and blood. They are responsible for luring prey, while the undead are responsible for killing the prey. They take the flesh and blood, while the undead take the bones. The division of labor is clear and perfect. With food, the living environment of the small tribe was immediately improved. They were very surprised, and their hearts settled down. They started a new life. A new life that was better than before. With such a group of small tribes serving as role models, other small tribes can no longer sit still. What you can do, I can do too. Why can you live a better life? Is it just because you dare to move to the side of the undead? I can do it too. More and more small tribes moved towards the vicinity of the Seoul base station, forming gathering places composed of various tribes and races. Zhang Peng and his team had an additional new task. They had to manage these tribes. There were feuds between many tribes. They would fight each other whenever they met. Fighting was inevitable, and the phenomenon of snatching resources was also very serious. Zhang Peng and his men had no choice but to act as peacemakers and run around everywhere. Not to mention, the natives of the small tribe will actually listen to their words. After all, these people are messengers of the dead. Among the many small tribes, the Minotaur tribe, the Snake tribe, and the Cat tribe lived better. After all, they had people to take care of them, and they were all from the same ethnic group. After a while, they became familiar with each other, and were called the three undead tribes by the indigenous people of the new gathering place. With more and more small tribes migration, each Seoul base station has a gathering place that is not weaker than medium-sized tribes. They have recognized the undead, and are willing to obey the command of the undead. Of course, it is impossible to let them fight the world with the undead. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. In the wasteland, amidst the storm and smoke, a huge black shadow appeared. The undead fortress rushed out of the death zone and returned to the wasteland. During this month, Li Ziyu was very busy. He first deployed a number of Seoul base stations in the wasteland. After they were barely enough, he led the undead fortress into the wasteland and deployed more Seoul base stations. He even went to the opposite border. The wasteland where Li Ziyu is located is not very close to the opposite border. Even if the undead fortress moves in a straight line at its current highest speed, it will take 3 full days. Li Ziyu did not dare to enter the wasteland opposite, which should be the central area. He was afraid that he would never come back, which would be very troublesome. He still had to prepare before going there. However, this time he entered the wasteland Deathland and set up a Seoul base station. It would be more difficult for He Zipping to fight back. He could completely use the information from the Seoul base station and start a war with He Zipping in the wasteland Deathland. He could fight in any way he wanted, as long as he would not suffer any loss. I'm finally back, Li Ziyu said with emotion as he looked at the familiar wasteland. Wandering in the wasteland for nearly 20 days was very tormenting for him. Now that he had the mobile fortress, he didn't have to worry about getting hurt. But he was still mentally tortured. It was truly desolate, almost like a desert. All you could see every day was endless yellow earth. Whenever the wind blew, a storm would form, and then the sky would be filled with dust. You couldn't see anything, and even the sun in the sky would be blocked. No one can stand staying in such an environment for 20 days. Although the wasteland is also desolate, it is much better than the dead land. At least there are vegetation, animals, insects and birds here. There are also Seoul base stations near the border, but there are fewer tribes gathered here. The environment here is worse, and the resources are more scarce. Instead of surviving here, it is better to move to the middle. Li Ziyu passed by the Seoul base station and occasionally saw 1 or 2 tribes gathered around the base station. He didn't pay much attention to them and drove straight past. The huge figure of the undead fortress made the tribesmen tremble with fear, but they relaxed when they found that the other party ignored them and drove straight past them. The undead fortress moved forward all the way to the center of the wasteland. When Li Ziyu was in the deadly wasteland, he often communicated with Zhang Peng, and there was also a Seoul base station, which allowed him to grasp the movements of the tribes in the wasteland. He knew that the area around a Seoul base station at the wilderness headquarters had developed very well, and had gathered tens of thousands of indigenous people, including 2 medium-sized tribes and dozens of small tribes. Li Ziyu planned to go over and take a look. He was very interested in this situation. Li Ziyu knew clearly that just 1 month was not enough to change the image of the dead in the minds of the indigenous people. So he notified Zhang Peng and others in advance, and asked them to be prepared and not wait until he arrived to cause panic. Upon learning that Li Ziyu was coming, Zhang Peng and his team rushed there, and notified the indigenous people around the Seoul base station. When the huge figure of the undead fortress appeared, Li Ziyu saw dense crowds of people while standing on the top of the main building. "Welcome to the Lord of the Dead. Welcome back." A uniform voice rang out, deafening and reaching the sky. It was the voice that came from the mouths of tens of thousands of indigenous people. TSK. I'm still a little excited. What should I say at this time? Stand up? Forget it. They can't hear me talking from here. This program was probably arranged by Zhang Peng. No wonder everyone likes to be the emperor. This feeling is really not bad. Li Ziyu smiled and shook his head, motioning the undead fortress to move closer to the Seoul base station, because they had been notified in advance. Space had already been cleared for the undead fortress to pass through. The fortress's forward speed slowed down, and it moved forward slowly and steadily, stopping next to the Seoul base station. Lu Xingxing's treasure-hunting cat fortress and Zhang Peng's mole fortress were dispatched one after another, and linked up with the undead fortress. The crowd slowly dispersed and returned to their tribes. The welcoming ceremony was over, and they still had to continue looking for resources to survive. Li Ziyu stood on the top of the main building and looked at the crowd below. He had an indescribable wonderful feeling in his heart. Right. Is this the right? These indigenous people have become my people? Boss! Just as he was sighing with emotion, he heard excited shouts from behind. It was Lu Xingxing coming over. Li Ziyu turned around and saw that Lu Xingxing, Zhang Peng, Tasturing, Mao Mao and Zaliki were all there. Li Ziyu looked at everyone with a smile on his face, nodded with satisfaction and said, "Thank you for your hard work during the time I was in the wasteland. You did a great job." After receiving Li Ziyu's affirmation, smiles appeared on their faces. "Boss, what should we do next?" Zhang Peng asked. "Go on. We need to clean up this wasteland first. If we want to go to the central area, it must be stable here. We have to leave a way out for ourselves." Li Ziyu said seriously. "I understand." Zhang Peng nodded in understanding. "We are finally going to expand our territory. I wonder what business opportunities there are in the central area. I feel a little excited just thinking about it." Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing both showed excitement on their faces. They were no pushovers either. They had been living in this wasteland since coming to the other world, and had long wanted to leave to see the outside world. Li Ziyu turned his head and looked at the busy tribesmen below, and suddenly said, "There are so many people gathered here. Are we just going to let them gather like this?" His words startled everyone. Zhang Peng's eyes flashed with light, and he quickly asked, "Boss, what do you think?" Li Ziyu laughed and said, "I plan to build a city with the Seoul base station as the center. There are tens of thousands of people here. If I leave it like this, it doesn't feel good and something will happen. Things will indeed happen. With so many indigenous people from different tribes gathered together, everyone had different life philosophies, behaviors, and even customs and habits, which caused a lot of trouble. Zhang Peng and his people had been acting as peacemakers, which prevented them from erupting into a bigger conflict. But this is only temporary. Zhang Peng and the others can't stay here forever. What if they leave? We can't just say that once they leave, the gathering place will be disbanded. Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Build a city. Build a city managed by the undead to liberate them. This is a good idea." Chapter 211 Building a New City. Li Ziyu decided to build a city. Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing were not surprised. They lived in cities in their previous lives. Wasn't it normal to build a city? But for Mama, Tasturin and Zaliki, the news was exciting. The wasteland is poor in resources. To build a city in the wasteland, one must be a large tribe. No, it is difficult for a large tribe to build a city. Only a powerful race is qualified to build a city. A city is a symbol of power. The news that Li Ziyu had decided to build a city was quickly spread, and the indigenous people were stunned when they heard it. What? The Lord of the Undead not only has no intention of killing them, but also wants to build a city. What kind of psychedelic operation is this? It was already unexpected that the undead could coexist with them, and now they had to build a city for them. Even their ancestors could not imagine such a good thing, no matter what the natives outside thought. Li Ziyu, Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing went into the room and started seclusion mode to plan how to build the city. None of the three of them came from a background in civil engineering or architecture. But they had lived in cities for so long in their previous lives that even if they had not eaten pork, they had seen pigs run. Besides, in a different world, anything almost okay would be fine. And they didn't have too high requirements. In just 3 days, an extremely simple city blueprint was drawn up. The city is square and very regular, expanding outward in rings. This is for the future. For the current tens of thousands of people, one ring is enough. In the center are the Seoul base station and Undead buildings. This will not change. In addition, Li Ziyu deliberately expanded the scope for future development to ensure that there will be space for additional buildings in the future. Based on this point, four main roads are drawn horizontally and vertically to divide the city, and the living space is on both sides of the main roads. For the house to live in, Li Ziyu requested a brick and earth structure. There was not much vegetation on the wasteland, and using wood to build a house was a bit of a luxury. Bricks and earth were just right, and there was no need for cement and other messy things. As it was a world with magic, it was more convenient to use magic, and even the city walls were built in this way. Next is vegetation. Although there is a lack of vegetation in the wasteland, since they are planning to build a city, greening must be done well. Li Ziyu plans to collect vegetation that is easy to survive in the wasteland and place it in the city. On the one hand, it will improve the urban environment, and on the other hand, in order to prepare for the future, he hopes to build a green city. Let the vegetation cover the entire city, and at the same time stabilize the water and soil. Zhang Peng is in charge of the underground construction. Sewers, wells, and the like can be taken care of by the mole people. By the way, some races in the alien world still like to live underground. So Li Ziyu has specially planned an underground living space. This requires communication with Zhang Peng to avoid the holes that he asked the mole people to dig. This simple little city was not even as good as a town in the previous life. It could only be considered a new rural village. Or even worse. But so what? If you are not satisfied, you can just make adjustments later. Li Ziyu is responsible for laying the foundation and building a prototype. Do you really expect him to build a complete city for the indigenous people? Where do I find the free time? After the plan was made, the three of them started to act immediately. The skeleton undead were not afraid of hard work and were obedient. Simple work like moving bricks was no big deal for them. They could work 24 hours a day without interruption and did not ask for any pay. Even the capitalists would cry when they saw this. As for the indigenous people, they cannot sit idle either. After all, they will be the ones living in the city in the future. So they have to help. Their most important task is to make adobe bricks. In his previous life, Li Ziyu had watched a wilderness survival show in which many big guys could build houses from scratch. He didn't believe that these aliens couldn't even make adobe bricks. Indeed, it is not difficult for the indigenous people to make adobe bricks. Even without the help of magic, they can make a large number of adobe bricks. Moreover, each brick is as hard as stone and of very good quality. After Li Ziyu and his men conducted an inspection, they selected several types of earthen bricks and had them work overtime to make them. The bricks were then carried by the undead to build houses and city walls. At the beginning, the indigenous people were very afraid of the undead and tried to stay away from them. Later, they found that there were more and more undead, and they were everywhere. Their number was dozens of times that of theirs. So there was no point in hiding, and they just had to work honestly. The undead simply ignored the natives' intentions, and worked on the bricklaying work honestly with a serious and responsible attitude, which made the natives quickly let down their guard, since they had no intention of attacking them. Everything was easy to talk about. The large-scale construction work began in full swing. Li Ziyu added several new buildings around the Seoul base station, such as the prayer cemetery. To put it simply, this building is a cemetery, but it has a special feature. The prayer cemetery has the characteristic of absorbing soul energy. It can transform the power of faith of those who pray in the cemetery into soul energy, thereby giving birth to new skeletons and undead. Prayer cemetery. Introduction. It can absorb the power of faith and convert it into soul energy. It can absorb free soul energy. Corpses buried in the prayer cemetery will automatically transform into skeletons. The speed of transformation depends on the stored soul energy. Construction requirements: 50 units of bones, 100 units of wood. 100 units of stone. Area of land, 2 units expandable. The prayer cemetery is just right for this kind of gathering city. Li Ziyu stipulated that in the future, whenever someone dies in the city, they must be buried in the prayer cemetery. And relatives and friends can go to the cemetery to visit the deceased. Isn't this equivalent to a continuous supply of barracks? Although what it produces are all low-level skeleton undead. It is sustainable, and he doesn't have to take care of it. There is nothing wrong with just letting it go. Pray that the undead produced in the cemetery can be used to guard this new city. It will be a virtuous cycle. Perfect. For prayer cemeteries were built at one time, so that tribesmen living in all directions could enter the cemetery nearby. In addition to the prayer cemetery, he also built a Temple of the Dead. Temple of the Dead. Introduction. After a long period of worship, with the blessing of the power of faith, special undead guardians and heroic skeletons will be born in the Temple of the Dead. P.S. This is not a proper undead building, and the undead will not foolishly run to the Temple of the Dead to pray. For the undead, this building is useless. It is used for those dependent races. Don't be foolish to build it. Construction requirements: bones * 100 units. Soul energy * 10 units. Stone * 10 units. Area of land, 1 unit. The system introduction has made it very clear that the Temple of the Dead is not for the undead. The undead have no concept of prayer. Low-level undead are muddle-headed and lack wisdom. When it comes to mid and high-level undead, they don't need prayers even more. They themselves are undead. Who are they praying for? Are they blessing themselves? This is for the dependent races. The special undead produced in the Temple of the Dead will protect the races under the Lord of the Undead from being violated. The dependent races are not qualified to command the undead. But when they are attacked, it is the turn of the special undead in the Temple of the Dead to take action. This is equivalent to Li Ziyu leaving a trump card for Xinqing. However, special undead spirits are not so easy to summon. They require long-term offerings to allow these special undead spirits to be born and to develop consciousness. At the beginning, the Temple of the Dead does not have any protective capabilities, and the dependent races must pay first. Li Ziyu was just bored, so he built one casually. I wonder if there will be any surprises in the future. With tens of thousands of indigenous people and millions of undead, building a small city is not a big deal. It took less than 10 days to build the houses and city walls. And Zhang Peng has also completed the underground part. The next step is to make detailed repairs, such as adding green plants, drainage pipes, wells and so on. The green plants were collected by Zhang Peng, including some common and easy-to-survive trees, as well as bushes that can collect wild fruits, plus seeds. Li Ziyu asked the skeletons to plant them. From now on, the survival of these plants will be left to the indigenous people living here. In order to prevent the vegetation from being killed by the indigenous people, Li Ziyu specially summoned the local clan leaders and chiefs to warn them to treat the vegetation well. He would come back to check. If all the vegetation was dead when he came, then the clan leaders and chiefs would have no need to live. Isn't planting something that only races like the elves who believe in the god of life do? How could the undead do such a thing? The tribe leaders and chieftains who were intimidated were extremely confused, but they dared not ask, let alone question. This was the order of the Lord of the Undead. To question the Lord of the Undead. Did that mean they were living too well and were planning to become undead themselves? Besides, this kind of order does not harm them at all, but brings them many benefits. Why would they complain? They just need to carry out the order honestly. The detailed renovation work was completed in less than 5 days. In 15 days, Li Ziyu built a city in the wilderness. It looked pretty good. At least it looked decent. What seemed like a real thing in Li Ziyu's eyes was almost a miracle in the eyes of the indigenous people. All the indigenous people were ecstatic. They simply couldn't believe that they would have to live in such an environment in the future. Before they came here, they had never imagined this would be the outcome. They thought they were lucky not to die. But now, not only are they alive, but their lives are becoming more and more promising, which made them change their positions instantly. The undead are the enemy? Go to H.L. with your ancestors. They are our beloved relatives. Look at the undead walking slowly in the city. Each one of them looks so cute and kind. How can they be scary? God knows what kind of efforts the small tribe has made in order to survive, and for safety. Now the undead have given them a safe place, built a city for them, and even took the trouble to get plants. It is conceivable that when those plants grow up, they will have more food. It has come to this. What else can they say? The undead are good people. Surrender. You must surrender. Although the Lord of the Undead has not publicly stated that they are a subordinate race, we ourselves consider ourselves to be the subordinate race of the undead. And we cannot drive away that kind of subordinate. Liziu didn't expect it. He just thought it was fun. So he built a proposed city, and won the hearts of the indigenous people in the tribe. What a pleasant surprise. Good thing. I remembered that Zhang Peng had said in a previous chat with him that the indigenous people living here always have various conflicts due to differences in tribes, races, cultures, and customs, and sometimes even fight each other. Well, this matter needs to be taken care of. Fighting all the time is not good. And infighting is even worse. We have to change. Low-level skeleton undead can no longer be relied upon. After all, they are not smart enough. Liziu arranged a black warrior and a skeleton knight in the city to control the city and coordinate the various tribes in the city. They are equivalent to the city lord and the chief justice. The black warriors and skeleton knights are not only the core troops of the undead, but also possess quite high intelligence. They should have no problem managing the city. Their identity is undead. And with the support of the undead, no one dares to disobey them. The most important thing is fairness. As undead, most of the temptations in the world are useless to them. Beauty, money, and power are of no value to the black warrior and the skeleton knight. The only things they may care about are corpses and soul energy. Of course, if you use these two things to bribe them, Liziu will accept it. I can only say that Neo 13 is great. After the city was built, Liziu once again summoned the clan leaders and chiefs. The last time he summoned the clan leaders and chiefs to discuss the green plants. They met in the Temple of the Dead. This time, Liziu directly asked them to go up to the fortress of the undead, and met them in the main building of the undead. The tribe's patriarchs and chiefs followed the skeletons, and climbed up to the fortress of the dead, with a mixture of trepidation and excitement. Compared with the undead fortress, their newly built town is nothing. It cannot be said to be very different. But it can be said that the difference is as far as heaven and earth. They have long wanted to see that huge fortress. But unfortunately they never had the chance. Today the opportunity has come. And the Lord of the Undead specially allows them to enter the fortress. On the way to the main building, their eyes were dazzled and everything they saw seemed new and strange. After coming into contact with the undead, their mentality had long since changed, and they were no longer afraid of the undead. The various buildings in the fortress were no longer frightening in their eyes, but new. Especially on the way to the main building. The sculptures transformed from gargoyles made them sigh with admiration. When they arrived at the door of the main building, they were even more intimidated by its grandeur, and could not utter a word. It's just to receive a few tribal leaders and chiefs. So there's no need to open the door wide to welcome them. Just opening a slight gap to accommodate a few people is enough. Entering the main building, they saw more gargoyles. Their nerves were tense. They lowered their heads, and dared not look around like they did outside. They followed closely behind the skeleton undead, who led the way. This was a sign of respect for the Lord of the Undead. Arriving before the bone throne, clan leaders and chiefs knelt down and saluted Liziu. Looking down at the aboriginal people kneeling below, Liziu said slowly, "Get up." Only then did the clan leader and the chief dare to look up and forward. The Lord of the Undead whom they had seen before was sitting high on the throne, emitting a terrifying aura psychological effect. Below the throne, standing on both sides were several people, including minotaurs, snake men, cat men, and two humans whom they had already seen. After a pause, Liziu said, "I like to be straightforward. I'm going to say it. And you guys listen. Do you understand?" The chief and the clan leader quickly responded. If it were not for the new city, let alone obeying the orders of the Lord of the Undead, even meeting the Lord of the Undead would be impossible. The difference between their identities and the Lord of the Undead's identity was too great. Liziu nodded in satisfaction and said slowly, "The city has been built and needs a name. I call it Undead No. 1. I have sent a black warrior and a skeleton knight to manage the city. You must obey their arrangements and manage your people well. Don't let them cause trouble. From now on, we will all live in one city and be one." The chiefs and clan leaders looked at each other and nodded again. The Lord of the Undead was setting rules. They did not object to these rules. After all, this was for their own good. No one wanted to fight and kill every day and have conflicts for no reason. Everyone wanted to live a better life. The undead were a third party. and their intervention was a good thing. Then, Li Ziyu talked about the Seoul base station. You definitely can't go around the Seoul base station. But the prayer cemetery and the Temple of the Dead are two buildings that the city residents can enter and exit at will. Li Ziyu patiently explained all his ideas about the Undead City No. 1. And the chief and the clan leader listened attentively. Chapter 212 Preparing to Leave. Fortress of the Dead. Main building. Reception room. Brother Batu. Come here. Have some tea. After Li Ziyu made some fancy moves, he poured the tea into the teacup and made a gesture of invitation to Batubu opposite him. His eyes swept over the tea table, and a set of tea sets. Batubu glanced at Li Ziyu again. Then he happily picked up the teacup, took a sip, savored it carefully. His eyes lit up. Brother Li, this tea is good. Very fragrant. I never thought I could drink such delicious tea in another world. Li Ziyu waved his hands quickly and said modestly, I didn't make them. Zhang Peng found them by accident in a small tribe and brought some back. If Brother Bata likes them, I'll decorate some for you to take away later. Upon hearing this, Batubu hurriedly bowed and thanked him. Then I won't be polite. I really need this tea. I have to say that the products in this wasteland are too few. Apart from meat, there are only wild fruits and very few vegetables. I really need to drink tea to supplement them. Li Ziyu nodded in agreement. He felt the same way. Eating meat was indeed enjoyable, but eating it every day for every meal was unbearable. Drinking some tea could supplement the vitamins and other things the human body needs. And it could also eliminate oil and relieve greasiness. He picked up the teapot and poured tea into Batubu's teacup. This kind of tea from another world can not only replenish the needs of the human body, but also has a very strong refreshing effect. It is even okay to eat it directly. Li Ziyu has tried it, and it has a rich natural floral fragrance, which is very good. After drinking 2 more cups of tea, Batubu put down the cup, looked at Li Ziyu and asked, Brother Li, you didn't just come to me for tea, did you? If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. System chat is available for communication. But both Li Ziyu and Batubu feel that communicating via system chat is not as reliable as talking face to face. So when Li Ziyu approached Batubu and invited him to visit his fortress, Batubu immediately agreed. He was not afraid of Li Ziyu's conspiracy or trickery. During this period, he learned about Li Ziyu from Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing indirectly. He felt that Li Ziyu's character was very similar to his. He was righteous, abided by the rules, and protected his shortcomings. There was no deep hatred between the two of them, so such a person would not suddenly kill him. Li Ziyu drank the tea in front of him, and then he spoke thoughtfully. Brother Batu, you have seen that I plan to take over this wasteland. I am not against you collecting supplies, but more and more tribes have come under my control. I am afraid it is not a good idea to collect supplies like before. After Batubu entered the wilderness, he had been in contact with Li Ziyu, Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing. They all knew how Batubu collected resources. To put it bluntly, he was collecting protection fees. He did not kill people and rob people like he zipping. There was no problem before. But now, the wasteland is gradually moving towards the road of unification. A large number of tribes have surrendered to Li Ziyu and are stationed around the Seoul base station. We can't continue to allow Batubu to collect protection fees. Right? How would the surrendered tribe view him as the Lord of the Undead? Li Ziyu felt that he needed to have a frank talk with Batubu. He believed that Batubu could understand him. Sure enough, after he said this, Batubuha understood and nodded. I understand. What does Brother Li want me to do? Do you need me to leave here? Since everyone said so. Batuba felt that the other party was issuing an order to expel him. He could no longer get more resources here. So naturally he had to go to other places to continue collecting resources. Batubu had no intention of fighting for dominance. He did not want to offend Li Ziyu. Instead, he wanted to become an ally of Li Ziyu. The alien world was huge, and there were plenty of places. The worst that could happen was that he would rush into the wasteland again and look for a new wasteland. Li Ziyu pressed his hand, signaling Batubu not to rush. I'm not trying to chase you away, but I want to have a chat with you. You came from the central area and know more than me. So of course, I have to ask you for answers to questions I don't understand. Batubu saw that Li Ziyu had something else in his words, looked at him in confusion, and motioned for him to continue. Li Ziyu continued, I have found the road to the central area. It will take 3 days to get there from our side. Of course, I have only reached the border and have not crossed over. I don't know what the situation is on the other side. But now that I have found it, I can't just leave it there. I am running low on resources right now. And this wasteland is not enough for me. Oh, I see. So you are planning to expand. Batubu thought for a moment, then sighed and said, Brotherly, I am not trying to discourage you. I am just telling you the truth. With your current strength, it is difficult for you to gain a foothold in the central area, unless you plan to become a bandit and plunder the central area. But if you do this, you will offend the natives of the central area. And if you rob people, you will not be able to settle down in the future. If it was before they went into war with the rat tribe, then it would be okay. No problem. Lizi would go over. And with the help of these time travel lords, they would be able to gain a foothold. But it is not okay now. The time travel lords in their central zone have already failed. And the time travel lords who remain in the central zone are like rats crossing the street, hiding from everyone. If you don't have absolute strength to go there at this time, it would be better not to go there. Batubu's words were exactly what Lizi thought. He was afraid that if he went there, he would be sniped by those powerful tribes. Not only would he not get any resources, but he would suffer a great loss. It wasn't that Lizi wanted to leave on a whim, but because he had already sent out a wave of soldiers to deal with zipping. And coupled with the previous construction, research, and the soul energy obtained from the battle with the Cancer Coalition had reached its limit. Ever since upgrading to a fortress, Lizi found that his soul energy was becoming increasingly insufficient. He had to use it everywhere. So he had to find ways to increase revenue and reduce expenditure. Other resources are easy to deal with. At most, we can just find a place to dig them. But soul energy is a problem. It is not easy to get. The quickest way is to obtain it from war. However, soul energy is the core energy of the undead. Without this resource, the undead will be in trouble. But going to war with the powerful tribes in the central area now is not a good choice. He has just upgraded to a fortress. And when he fought against the rat men, there were many fortress-level lords. But he was still defeated. Lizi picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. Then said to Batabuha with a wry smile, Brother Batu, I am also short of resources. The resources here are really not enough. Batabuha was stunned and asked in confusion, You are still short of resources. So many indigenous tribes have surrendered to you. And it's still not enough. Is the consumption of skeletons so great? Lizi shook his head and said, Other resources are easy to deal with. But the main thing is soul energy. This thing is not a mine. So it cannot be mined. Now I can only get it from corpses and rely on the system to decompose the corpses. Batubu thought about it and nodded in understanding. As for skeletons, it was reasonable to obtain useful resources from corpses. It was indeed not as easy to obtain as other resources. So he asked, What do you think now? Lizi didn't look up, and said in a low voice, I don't really want to turn on the battle mode. But there are too many lords like zipping, and they are growing faster and faster, which will always threaten me. Compared to turning on the battle mode, I don't want to fall behind and be bullied. I see. This is an attempt to start a war. Batubu raised his eyebrows. He already knew what Lizi was planning. He said seriously, You can't just start a war. There will be great losses. I've learned about your previous battle with the Cancer Alliance. I have to remind you that in many cases, battles of that scale are just small scenes. This is not the world of my previous life. The craziness is far beyond that of my previous life. Wars of millions of scale may occur at any time. Tens of millions of scale are the big battlefields of this world. There are even void battlefields. You have to think clearly. Once a war starts and the consumption is fought, it will be the end. It would have been better if Batubu hadn't said this. But as soon as he said this, Lizi laughed. He raised his head, and the smile on his face was ferocious and arrogant, which made Batubu tremble in his heart. Why is this guy's smile so horrifying? Lizi leaned back with a scary smile on his face, as if talking to himself. I'm not afraid of losses. And the undead are not afraid of losses either. What I'm afraid of is that I can't control myself. And I'm afraid that I will become a demon. Are the undead still afraid of war? What a joke. The undead can be said to be one of the races that loves and is best at war. Right? Although the undead are not of the evil and chaotic camp, but are relatively neutral and lawful. You cannot deny that the undead develop fastest when they are in a state of war. The more they die, the stronger they become, which is completely the opposite of other races. The number of low-level skeletons is extremely large, and their intelligence is very low. The undead do not care how many of them die. However, dead enemies can bring huge benefits to the undead. Whether it is the opponent's bones or soul energy, they are all needed by the undead. So Liziu really didn't care about what Batuba said. At most, he could exchange low-level undead for high-level undead. After a series of wars, he might have an army composed entirely of high-level undead. The only thing that worries Liziu is that he is afraid that he will lose his humanity and become a warmongerer, which is something he doesn't want to happen. Take war for example. You can't start it whenever you want or stop it whenever you want. Once a war starts, you have no control over it. Especially in this lawless world. It is easier to give birth to desperate lunatics. Power can blind people's eyes and make them crazy. He has seen many such lunatics in the World Chat channel. For the sake of resources and power, they will do anything and start crazy wars. Although it is not wrong to become stronger, it is wrong to do things that destroy the world under the banner of becoming stronger. Liziu is not a saint, nor a perfect pacifist. If the cancerous coalition offends him, he will also start a war. But deep down he wants to be a salted fish. Compared to war, he prefers to enjoy himself. There are so many girls in the other world, but the reality does not allow him to do so. There are many guys like he zipping in the other world. If these guys develop, they will eventually bring trouble to his head. At that time, whether he is willing or not, he will have to join the chaotic war, rather than being dragged into a war without any preparation. It is better to find ways to make yourself stronger in advance, so that you can have more control in the future. Liziu has seen clearly that troubled times are bound to come. It is impossible for the lords and the indigenous people to live in peace. And war will definitely break out. Lords cannot coexist with each other either, because of their different philosophies. And war will eventually break out. By then, there will be chaos. And it will be an era where the strong will be king. Thinking about this, Liziu looked at Batabuha and said, "Brother Batu, besides the central area, are there any interesting places where I can collect resources?" Batubu thought seriously for a while and nodded. "Yes, it is. A lord told me that in these remote wastelands, many areas are in a state of long-term war and are not peaceful at all. In such places, you can do whatever you want." Liziu's eyes lit up, and he sat up and asked, "Brother Batu, do you know such a place?" Batubu shook his head and sighed. "I just know there is such a place, but I don't know where it is or what the coordinates are. It's hard to tell the direction in the wasteland, and I often get lost while walking. When I get out, I don't know where I am. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come here, since there is such a place." Liziu knows what to do. This kind of place is exactly what he wants. He is not going there to fight, but to be a savior. Well, this is good. Look, fighting each other every day is so bad. When I get there, I will beat up all those who are disobedient. It's reasonable, right? By then, I will have corpses and soul energy, and I can also recruit a group of indigenous people. It will be perfect. As for the fact that it is easy to get lost in the wasteland, Liziu has a way to solve it. Just throw the coordinate points. What's so difficult about that? The soul base station can be used as a coordinate point. He has already tried it. Otherwise, how could he find the way to the central area? Wait a minute. Brother Lee, why do you look so excited? Are you planning to look for such an area in the wasteland? Batubu asked with his eyes wide open. That's a desolate and dead place. Even the Lord doesn't like to wait there for a long time. Liziu raised a thumb and said, "Don't worry. I have a way to solve it. When I find the place, Brother Batu, you come with me, and we will conquer the world together. You will be indispensable for the resources by then." Batubu and everyone else were stunned. Is he so confident? But since Liziu said so, he was willing to believe it and nodded vigorously. "If you can find such an area, I don't mind accompanying you. Such a chaotic area is just right for collecting resources." Batubu is also willing to give it a try. Since he has a mobile fortress, the worst that can happen is that he can just run away. As a lord who came from the central area, why would he be afraid of this? "Okay, leave it to me." After discussing with Batubu, Liziu called Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng, told them his ideas, and asked them to take good care of this territory. This was their foundation. And the two naturally agreed. It was unknown how long it would take to search for other wasteland areas this time. Liziu was afraid of problems, So he decided to establish his authority before leaving to deter those tribes with ulterior motives. At least to prevent them from being too rampant when he left. He could also get some soul energy, as building soul-based stations also consumed soul energy. The target for establishing authority was easy to choose, which was the tribes of the three major malignant races. Li Ziyu directly chose a headhunting tribe, with a population of 30,000 to 40,000 people, and rushed over with a mobile fortress. This was not a battle of equal strength at all. It was a complete crushing defeat. Li Ziyu had no good feelings towards the headhunters, and this tribe relied on their large numbers to bully the surrounding tribes. Even after the coalition forces were defeated, they did not stop and were still thinking about regaining their original status. Li Ziyu didn't show any mercy either. He strangled them directly and exterminated the entire clan, leaving no one alive. Li Ziyu was satisfied after gaining nearly 3 million soul energies. He also achieved the effect of establishing his authority. Those tribesmen with ulterior motives obediently put away their little thoughts. Before leaving, Li Ziyu told Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng that if the tribes of the cancerous race moved, they could join forces with Batubu and directly wipe them out without giving them face. The bodies had to be left behind, but other resources could be divided 60% and 40% respectively. Batubu naturally had no objection to such a distribution. A large amount of resources could be obtained from the genocide war. Even if it was a 60:40 split, it would still be considerable. For him, a tribe like a cancerous race was not a big deal at all. He could easily destroy it. Rounding it off, it was equivalent to picking up resources for free. What was there to be dissatisfied about? Chapter 213, Voidland. This is where, standing on the rooftop of the main building of the Undead Fortress, with the bright and scorching sun hanging high in the sky, a big question mark popped up in Li Ziyu's head. Looking down, there is a green grassland. Looking to the left, there are rolling mountains and forests. Looking to the right, there is a charred earth that looks like it has been bombarded by countless Katyusha rockets. But no matter how you look at it, this place has nothing to do with a wasteland or a dead land. Ever since he had agreed with Batubu to find a new area to accumulate resources, Li Ziyu set out after arranging things. He kept searching for new areas in the wasteland. He didn't know if his luck had run out, but after searching for more than 10 days, he still couldn't find the boundary of the new area. Today, he was setting up soul-based stations and searching for boundaries as normal. But in a flash, he found himself in such a place. Thinking he was dazzled, Li Ziyu hurried to the top of the building and saw more clearly. He was not dazzled, but really came to an unknown place. He couldn't understand what he had done to end up here. Li Ziyu was not panicked. He was just surprised. He had traveled through time and space to become the Lord of the Undead. This little scene was not enough to make him panic. Scratching his head, he opened the system and looked through the system information. Li Ziyu's eyes narrowed, and he discovered a message that the system had not prompted. System reminder, you have arrived at the Void Land. The land of the void should refer to where I am. Right? Damn system. It's cheating me again. There is no alert sound for such important information. Li Ziyu subconsciously opened the chat window, intending to ask Zhang Peng about the information about the Void Land. But when he opened the chat window, it actually showed unable to connect. Li Ziyu was stunned for a moment, then opened Batubu's chat window again, and it also showed unable to connect. We are in a different world, and there is still a signal problem. The system is too unprofessional. Since I can't ask anyone else, I can only rely on myself. The land of the void, the land of the void, it seems a little familiar. Li Ziyu frowned and kept recalling. He seemed to have heard it somewhere before. After reminiscing for a while, Li Ziyu's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered that he had seen a post in the system forum, which was about the Void Land. This is a good place. A place that many lords want to come to but cannot. The Land of the Void, also known as the Void Battlefield, is a special space that exists between the cracks of space, where void creatures exist. In the other world, space cracks occasionally appear. Through the space cracks, you may enter the Land of the Void. Of course, you may also plunge into the void or the void storm, which is more tragic. You will either be exiled to the endless void or torn apart by the storm. According to the post, there are a large number of void lands in the cracks, the specific number of which is incalculable. Although there are many of them, it is very difficult to get in, unless you have the ability to break the space barriers. You can only rely on your luck by using the space cracks. The void lands vary in size. Some void lands are not only small, but also poor in resources. There is no benefit in entering them. However, some void lands are as large as the continent, with mountains and waters, and rich resources. It is like entering a treasure trove. In addition to being careful of other people who have mistakenly entered the void land, you must be especially careful of void creatures. They are extremely hostile to all creatures outside the void and have strong combat capabilities. The void land is a special place, so the system will be subject to certain interference here, making it impossible to communicate. So you need to pay attention. It's a good place to collect resources, but it seems to be of no use to me. Li Ziyu showed a bitter smile. For other lords, this was indeed a treasure land where they could collect various resources. But for him, it seemed a bit useless. After all, his undead were special, and the resources he needed most were bones and soul energy. In other words, he needed corpses. Preferably corpses that had just died, and whose soul energy was still there. There are plenty of resources in the void, but there aren't piles of corpses waiting for me to decompose. Right? If we let Brother Batu in, it would be like a rat falling into a rice jar. If we let me in, it would be like a waste of effort to wink at a blind man. Come to think of it, the trance just now was probably because I was teleported here by accident, because of the storm and dust in the wasteland that obscured my vision, and I accidentally touched the space crack. It was a close call. Fortunately, it was transmitted to the void. If it had been transmitted to the void storm, I would have died unjustly. Li Ziyu patted his chest and let out a breath, feeling a little scared. He then looked around and thought, since he was already here, he might as well take a look around first. He had to find a way out. He couldn't be trapped here to death. Which way to go? Forest? Forget it. The fortress is too big. Moving in the forest is too tiring. And too many trees will affect the vision. What if there are some void creatures hiding there, and we can't find them in time? It would be a disaster if we capsize in the ditch. That scorched earth? It seems like he gets along well with the undead. But doesn't getting along with the undead mean danger? Let's just forget it. Let's explore the grassland first. The grassland is nice, green and full of life. The view is wide, and any danger is easy to spot. It is much better than the forest and the charred earth. Void creatures may appear here at any time, so be alert. Ghost Rangers, let's go! Skeleton Knight, guard the fortress. Cemetery, start reconnaissance mode. As orders were given one after another, the evil rangers rushed out of the fortress and headed forward. They were scouts, and they had to find out if there was any danger ahead. The skeleton knights rode on soul warhorses and patrolled around the undead fortress. The cemetery also turned on the lookout mode, scouting the surrounding movements. With these, Li Ziyu felt at ease to let the undead fortress move forward. And he also controlled the speed and did not act rashly. After walking for about 2 hours, the ghost patrol suddenly sent a message that the enemy had been discovered. Li Ziyu, who had already arrived at the cemetery, used the eye gem on the top of the cemetery to see the situation ahead clearly. There is indeed an enemy in front of it. It is a creature similar to ladybugs. It has a grinding plate size and a thick blue crustal on the back. There is a shiny band on it. Between movement, you can see that the body seems to be glowing. And the evil patrol tourists are fighting. The ghost rangers were fast and outnumbered, so they kept circling around the ladybug-like creature and attacking it with a jet 2 in their hands. The creature's attacks were always avoided by the ghost rangers, as if they were deliberately teasing it. The ghost rangers certainly wanted to get rid of this creature quickly, but they couldn't. The jet 2 in their hands had almost no damage to this big ladybug. When the ammunition was sprayed on the SHL, the SHL would emit star-like blue light, and the attack would have no effect. This scene has a bit of the sci-fi feel from previous blockbuster movies. More than a dozen evil spirits patrolling the big ladybug out of the madly output. But it did not work, but made the ladybug impatient. It stopped the movement. His body was close to the ground, and the inking blue light on his body suddenly flowed quickly. Oh shit. This is not good. As soon as Li Ziyu saw the ladybug's look, he knew that this guy was planning to use his ultimate move. Before he could order the ghost ranger to retreat, he saw a blue shock wave suddenly erupting from the ladybug's SHL buzz. The shock wave visible to the naked eye spread out quickly and hit the surrounding patrol knights. Their bodies flew up instantly and were rushed more than 10 meters away. They fell to the ground and scattered into bones. Li Ziyu felt it, and his face turned slightly cold. The patrol knight was not dead, But the fire of his soul became extremely weak, and he couldn't even reassemble it for the time being. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. Before, either the undead's skull would be shattered, the soul fire would dissipate, and the undead would die, or they would be broken up and then quickly reassembled and restored to normal. This situation where the undead was broken up but not dead, but instead had a weakened soul fire, had never happened before. This ladybug is not normal. Skeleton Knight, go out, kill that ladybug, and bring his body back to me. Liziu gave orders to the skeleton knights through the soul network, and immediately more than a dozen skeleton knights rode out and rushed towards Ladybug. If the Ghost Ranger can't kill you, how can the skeleton knight not kill you? He is the future Death Knight. I don't believe that he can't defeat a mere ladybug. This wave is stable. If there is no accident, it will come soon. A dozen skeleton knights formed a triangle formation and rushed towards the ladybug. They stabbed the knight's lances in their hands without hesitation. The penetrating power of the knight's lance was much stronger than that of the Jet 2. But it was useless. One by one, the knight's lances pierced the ladybug's SH.L. and a bright blue halo spread. Indeed, the knight's lance achieved much better results than the Jet 2, leaving small pits on the carapace and some cracks around the pits. But that was all. Liziu was stunned. What the H, I was this thing? Was its defense so strong that it could even block the charge of the skeleton knight? The skeleton knight's attack seemed to hurt the ladybug, making it irritable. It no longer lay on the ground, but jumped up, swinging its short legs quickly, and actually chased after the skeleton knight. The blue fluorescence on its body flowed rapidly again, but this time the flow was different from the last time, and all of it was concentrated towards the ladybug's head. The ladybug suddenly raised its head, opened its mouthparts, and sprayed a drop of sticky blue liquid towards the skeleton knight in front. This mouthful of thick phlegm was fast and fierce. If it was attacking the Ghost Ranger, it would probably be impossible to dodge it. However, it was attacking the skeleton knight. This simple attack had no effect. The attacked skeleton knight just pulled the reins lightly, and the soul warhorse drifted and dodged it easily. Thick sputum fell on the grass and made a crackling explosion. The grass withered instantly, and the ground was dark. Plasma? Liziu's eyes bulged out. No way. It can't be plasma. Seeing the skeleton knight dodging the attack, Ladybug became even angrier. She turned into a shower head and spit non-stop, creating a rain of flowers all over the sky. The skeleton knight riding a horse in front had already witnessed the power of the thick phlegm and immediately accelerated, riding his soul warhorse out of the attack range and scattering in all directions. The thick phlegm falling to the ground was no less than a small-scale bombing, reminding Liziu of the charred land on the right. Could it be that the land was created by this ladybug? After running forward for a distance, the skeleton knights gathered together again, turned their horses around, and charged back fearlessly. This time, they already had experience. The souls of more than a dozen knights were connected, and they activated their skills. The soul energy rose and turned into a whistling gale, wrapping around them, and they moved forward bravely like a storm sword. The ladybug stopped and gathered its energy. The previous wave of rain of flowers consumed a lot of it, but in order to deal with the charge of the skeleton knight, it still mustered up its remaining strength and sprayed out thick phlegm again. The attack range this time was obviously smaller than the rain of flowers from the sky. After all, the knights had gathered together, so there was no need for a too large range. The smaller attack range meant that the attack frequency and density increased. A blue rain of bullets formed in the air and fell towards the skeleton knight. Damn it! Be careful! Liziu in the cemetery stood up subconsciously and exclaimed. By the time he shouted, I realized that he was too far away and shouting was useless. The overwhelming rain of bullets fell but failed to hit the skeleton knight. When they got close, they were caught in the strong wind around the skeleton knight, deviated from their direction, and fell to the sides. Seeing this scene, Liziu breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't afford to lose the skeleton knight. It was too expensive. This was his family fortune, and he couldn't let it be lost in the phlegm of a ladybug. Skeleton knights are getting closer and closer to ladybugs, and their speed is getting faster and faster. They are constantly accelerating. Suddenly, their body has become lit. The speed has reached the extreme, and they roar. In the layers of phantom, they cross the ladybug and rush to the distance without returning. After rushing out for hundreds of meters, the light and phantom disappeared. The skeleton knights dispersed, turned their horses' heads, and looked at the ladybug. When they found that their physical attacks were useless, the skeleton knights changed their fighting method. In addition to physical attacks, they could also launch soul attacks. But this type of attack consumed a lot of energy, so they didn't like to use it. The soul attack was indeed effective on the ladybug. Its SH. I could not defend against such an attack. It stood there in a daze, unable to come back to its senses for a long time. The whole insect looked weak. Its SH. I was no longer fluorescent and shiny as before, but instead became dim, and even the blue light began to flicker. Effective. Li Ziyu waved his fist. As expected of a core unit, the skeleton knight was really powerful. It took the ladybug a while to recover, and the skeleton knight launched another charge. Feeling the breath coming from behind, the ladybug was finally scared. It shook its body, and its SH.L split to the left and right, revealing transparent wings. 2 blue beams of light shot out from its tail, carrying its body into the sky in an instant. Holy shit. Jet start? Li Ziyu was stunned. What kind of structure was this ladybug? It was too outrageous. How could this be something that a living creature could have? Obviously, the skeleton knight did not expect that there was such a trick of ladybugs. When they rushed, the other party had already flew to the sky. They can fly, but that's not very useful. Skeleton knights have never lacked opponents that can fly, and they have their own ways to deal with them. The skeleton knights raised their lances, aimed at Ladybug, and threw them out like javelins. This is not the end. They had already determined that physical attacks would not cause much damage to the ladybug and were useless. The reason they threw spears was to slow down the ladybug's escape. Then their real attack came. It was still a soul attack. They drew out their broadswords, and the soul energy surged again, condensing into a huge soul sword, which slashed down at Ladybug from top to bottom. The ladybug flew fast, but it still couldn't escape the attack range of the soul sword. After being slashed, the ladybug's body instantly stiffened in the air. Its wings stopped moving, and it fell straight down from the air. The skeleton knights immediately stepped forward and rushed to the place where Ladybug fell. The leading skeleton knight jumped off his horse, came in front of Ladybug, raised the broadsword in his hand high, aimed at the gap between Ladybug's head and body, and stabbed down fiercely. Chapter 214 Void Beetle. Puff. Although the strange Ladybug's SH.I was hard, the joints were extremely weak. The two-handed broadsword penetrated it with incredible accuracy without any hindrance, piercing through its film-like skin and nailing it into the ground. Squeak. The sharp insect limbs kept dancing and struggling. The skeleton knight held the hilt of the sword with both hands and pulled it hard to the side, cutting the ladybug's neck in half. A thick milky white liquid mixed with starlight flowed out of the wound. The waving of the insect limbs gradually stopped. The strange ladybug's body shook twice. The bright blue light on its body dimmed, and it lost its breath of life. The skeleton knight drew his broadsword, shook off the liquid on it, put it back on his back, grabbed the corpse with one hand, climbed onto his horse, and returned to the fortress of the dead with the rest of his companions. Li Ziyu waited in the cemetery for a while, and the skeleton knights came with the ladybug corpse and threw the corpse on the ground. The skeleton knights knelt on one knee and saluted Li Ziyu. "Thank you for your hard work," Li Ziyu said to the skeleton knight. The strength of the ladybug exceeded his expectations. If it weren't for the skeleton knight, they would probably fail this time. Although the ladybug would not be able to break through the fortress, the loss of some evil rangers was certain. The elite is the elite. The core is the core. And there is a reason why they are expensive. The skeleton knights stood up, turned around and left silently. They still had to continue to guard around the undead fortress. Li Ziyu came to the ladybug, circled around it twice, and looked at it carefully. The appearance of this thing was obviously different from the creatures in the other world. It had a streamlined feel and a futuristic technological feel. It was very strange. He bent down and touched the SH.L. It was cold to the touch. He knocked on it, and it made an almost metallic sound. Li Ziyu wanted to lift the SH.L., but it didn't move after trying. It was quite heavy. Li Ziyu increased his strength, gritted his teeth, and used all his strength to turn the ladybug's body over. The ladybug's abdomen is also protected by SH.L., but it is much weaker. It has 6 knife-like limbs, which are curled up and attached to the abdomen. This ladybug is definitely not a normal creature, and is very different from magical creatures. Could it be the rumored void creature? System. Decompose this corpse. Li Ziyu took 2 steps back and gave the order in his mind. The ladybug's corpse disappeared immediately. And the system quickly decomposed the corpse. Decompose goblet-shaped void beetle +1. Obtain soul energy * 1000 units. Magic energy * 200 units. Void energy * 300 units. Void insect blood * 10 units. Insect meat * 8 units. Goblet-shaped carapace * 1 pair. Sharp insect limbs * 6. Crystal insect eyes * 2. Void energy storage capsule * 1 pair. Magic energy storage capsule * 1 pair. Energy conversion biological organ * 1 pair. Sure enough, it is a void creature. Li Ziyu raised his eyebrows as he looked at the information decomposed by the system. Especially when he saw the soul energy decomposed by this gourd-shaped void beetle. He was very surprised that it could decompose 1000 units of soul energy. He had never seen such a creature that could decompose so much soul energy. No wonder after being hit by the skeleton knight's soul attack. He was just weak and still wanted to escape. Only such a strong soul could withstand the skeleton knight's attack. By decomposing the ladybug-shaped void beetle, Li Ziyu obtained many materials that he had never obtained before. It can be said that this ladybug is full of treasures. There is not much to say about magic energy and void energy. They are all energy. Any energy is a good thing, and there is nothing wrong with storing it. But other materials are worth studying. After all, this is the first time I have encountered a void creature. Blood of the Void Zerg. Introduction. This is a milky white thick blood, which contains a trace of void energy, and will flash a faint starlight. After processing, the blood of the void insects can be turned into an extremely excellent lubricant. P.S. If there is no processing method, it can also have a lubricating effect when used directly, and can replace ordinary lubricants. This is good stuff. Pansheng mechanical technology lubricants, engine oil, maintenance oil, etc. are indispensable. What Li Ziyu uses now are extracted from Beast and Warcraft oils. Now there is a new choice. I hope the effect can be better. If blood can be used as lubricant, what about other materials? The gourd-shaped carapace, sharp limbs, and crystalline insect eyes are all processable materials after processing. Of course, there is no problem using them directly. The carapace can be used as a shield. The limbs can be used as knives. And the eyes are even simpler. They can be used as goggles when covered on the eyes. There is nothing much to say about these. What caught Li Ziyu's attention were the remaining 3 strange materials. The Void Energy Storage Capsule and the Magic Energy Storage Capsule. Their uses were almost the same. They were all energy storage organs of the gourd-shaped void beetle. One for storing void energy, and the other for storing magic energy. The last one is an energy-converting biological organ. This thing is quite interesting. The bright blue light emitted from the void beetle before was produced by this organ. It allows the void beetle to convert back and forth between magic energy and void energy, while transmitting energy to its entire body. This set of organs is quite interesting, but I don't know if I will have the chance to use them. He does have a lot of ideas, but it is more reliable to use a system to manufacture items. Li Ziyu said he is powerless to make them by hand. The post said that void creatures are very strong. Li Ziyu had no idea about this until he encountered the gourd-shaped void beetle. Now he has to admit that the post was right. Void creatures are indeed very strong. It takes more than a dozen skeleton knights to deal with a mere gourd-shaped void beetle. Isn't that strong? If the void creatures appeared in groups, Li Ziyu would not be able to resist them with the troops he had at hand. And there was no way to get rid of these guys quickly. It is really powerful. But the rewards are also great. Soul energy, blood that can be used for lubrication, magic energy, and void energy are all good things. If you encounter a lone void creature, you still have to hunt it. Fight it if you have the chance, and run away if you don't. I'm a little hungry, so I'll try the newly obtained insect meat. The system has tested it, and it is edible meat. It is also rich in nutrients, and very good for the body. Li Ziyu asked the undead to set up the dining table, and took out a piece of insect meat from the warehouse, and brought it over. He also brought a brazier. Li Ziyu planned to roast it and eat it. The insect meat looks very good. Crystal clear, like a crystal elbow, and very elastic. Li Ziyu cut off a thin slice, which was sparkling with stars. That was the void energy that was integrated into the insect meat. With this appearance, it would be okay to eat it directly as sashimi even if it is not grilled. To be on the safe side, Li Ziyu put the meat slices on the fire to roast. The insect meat sizzled on the fire, and the fat dripped down the meat slices, making the flames more vigorous and emitting a rich meaty aroma that made people unable to help but swallow their saliva. When it was almost done, Li Ziyu immediately took out the seasoning and sprinkled it on the meat. He couldn't wait to put it in his mouth. It was so hot that he gasped. But he didn't want to spit it out. He inhaled and chewed hard at the same time. Well, it's delicious. The meat is tender, and the taste is rich. Very similar to that of salmon. And the taste is more like beef. Fresh, fragrant and smooth. After eating a piece of insect meat, Li Ziyu felt refreshed and his body was warm. The fatigue from running around in the wasteland was swept away. He was surprised that eating insect meat could relieve fatigue. It was a good thing. With such an effect, why not have a few more bites? Li Ziyu quickly continued to cut and grill the meat. After eating 5 or 6 pieces, Li Ziyu couldn't eat anymore. It wasn't because he didn't want to eat anymore, but because he was full. Although the amount was small, the insect meat is high in energy and has a strong sense of fullness, making it a very high-quality food. Li Ziyu picked up the juice next to her, took a few sips, and burped with great satisfaction. Okay. After eating and drinking, it's time to continue on his journey. He has to explore this space as quickly as possible and find a way to leave. He also has to figure out how to determine the coordinates here so that it will be convenient for him to enter and exit in the future. He doesn't need the resources here now. But who knows in the future? With the continuous advancement of mechanical technology, more and more materials will be needed in the future. There is nothing wrong with making some preparations. The Ghost Ranger set out first, exploring the way ahead. After they had walked for a distance, the Undead fortress slowly started up and followed behind. As it turned out, there were not as many void creatures on the grassland as Li Ziyu had imagined, and it was not easy to encounter them. However, the evil rangers discovered quite a few wild beasts, killed them, and brought them back to the Undead fortress. It was unknown how big this grassland was. Without coordinates, Li Ziyu could not tell the direction. He just ordered the Undead fortress to move forward. He had no idea whether it was moving straight forward or not. He used the cemetery to observe the surroundings, and the scenery seemed to have never changed. When we first arrived at the grassland, the lush greenery was refreshing. But after looking at it for a long time, it felt monotonous and boring. When will it end? Isn't it said that the void land is rich in resources? Why don't I see any resources at all? Li Ziyu yawned and muttered to himself, thinking that if only Lu Xingxing was here, he would definitely be able to find a lot of good things with the help of the treasure-hunting cat man. Just as he was boring, the evil patroller in front of him came with information. They found the trace of life and a battle in front of him. Hearing this, Li Ziyu was no longer sleepy. He sat up, his eyes full of curiosity. This was finally interesting. So he immediately ordered to stop moving forward and hide. Sitting in the cemetery, he looked in the direction of the battle pointed out by the evil spirit patrol. Hey, interesting. The orc civil war? Gorilla people fight. Leopard girl? There are 4 gorilla orcs. And there are only 1 leopard girl. The 2 sides are constantly fighting. Under the attack of gorilla orcs, the leopard women's elephant is born. It can only be dodged with the help of speed. Occasionally, the attacks are not painful and itch for gorilla orcs. Oh! The leopard girl can't carry it anymore. Well, I have been beaten. And it may hurt now. Well, my skills are good. These 2 are overwinking back. I give full marks. You're not going to run. You're planning to fight again. Ha! You have quite a bad temper. Li Ziyu watched the show with great joy, exclaiming in amazement and commenting to himself. Wait! What am I doing? I'm watching the fun. Am I stupid? Li Ziyu suddenly realized that now was not the time to watch the fun. It was so hard to see an intelligent race. Why was he still watching the fun? He had to catch them quickly. No. Should he hire a guide? The orcs opposite should know more than themselves. With them help, they should be easier to find the way out. So who should we help? Should I help those gorilla orcs? Or should I help the leopard woman who looks heroic yet wild? Has a hot body and great curves? Needless to say, of course, I want them all. Evil spirit rangers, go out and bring all the people back to me. After more than 100 evil patrols, after Li Ziyu ordered, they suddenly accelerated and went straight to the battle location. The roar of the accelerating motorcycle attracted the attention of both parties. They stopped instantly, distanced themselves, and looked vigilantly towards the source of the sound. Half-tall grass was constantly shaking, and a straight line was drawn. When the battle location was close to the battle location, the evil patrols suddenly turned and dispersed, surrounded the gorilla orcs and the leopard girl. Looking at the sudden uninvited guest, the gorilla orcs quickly gathered together, standing back to back, with their weapons pointed at the ghost rangers. The leopard woman crouched down, her eyes constantly moving with the ghost rangers, revealing her full vigilance. Surrender or die. The ghost rangers use soul resonance to allow the orcs to hear their voices directly. Their soul energy is not as abundant as that of the skeleton knights, but simple words can still be conveyed. The leopard woman did not move and still maintained the same posture. However, the gorilla orc ignored the words of the ghost ranger. Instead, he roared, swung the metal stick in his hand, jumped up, and smashed it hard at the approaching ghost tamer. Boom, boom, boom. In a row, several evil patrols did not hesitate to fire at the gorilla orcs, who launched the attack. The snowflakes burst on him. The impact made him not attacking the evil patrol at all. He lost his life in the air, and he fell to the ground. Surveying, or death. The evil rangers issued another ultimatum. The city lord asked them to take their people back, but he did not specify how many people to take back, so there was no problem in killing a few of them. The power of the jet second shocked the orcs present. The remaining 3 gorilla orcs were wrong, and they immediately dispersed and fled in 3 directions. The leopard woman saw it, shaking her body, and she planned to escape. Unfortunately, they were surrounded by nearly 100 evil spirit patrollers. How could they get away? They were caught in no time. The patrol knight tied the orcs to his motorcycle and returned to the direction. Being pressed on the motorcycle, the orcs still wanted to struggle, until they realized that there were undead all around them, and they had put guns to their heads. Then they calmed down and let them lead them obediently. More than 100 evil patrols wanted to return. The leopard girl was lying behind the motorcycle. The eyes kept rotating. From time to time, she looked at the wicked patrols around him, and looked at the cruise knight with her. He thought about how to escape. The rope couldn't trap her. She had sharp claws, and could easily cut the rope that tied her. But even if she could cut the rope, she didn't dare to run. The weapon that could make an explosive sound was long range, and she didn't want to be covered in blood after running a few steps. What are these bone shells? Why can they move? And where do they take me? One by one, the leopard women's hearts are floating. Since you can't run away temporarily, let's see what will happen next and find a chance. As the evil patroller moved forward, a behemoth gradually appeared in front of her eyes, making her eyes slowly stare. So, what is that? Tall city walls, towering buildings, and Sinbai's colors are gradually approaching a city. But is there such a city on the grassland? The leopard girl couldn't believe her eyes. She has lived in this grassland for a long time, but she has never seen such a city on the grassland. She can be sure that she has never seen it. The evil patrol returned with the orcs, and handed them to the waiting undead. The number of undeads in groups was so large that the orcs did not escape at all. They were surrounded by thousands of undead. Chapter 215. It seems that these guys are afraid of running. Nearly 100 elite heavy hammer skeleton soldiers are surrounded by orcs. The outer circle is dense, and the layers of bones are dead. The undead move forward slowly, escorting the orcs towards the undead fortress. The eyes of the leopard girl always kept vigilant. She wanted to go through the undead to see what was outside, but the figure of the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior was too tall, as if the thick wall covered her sight. Unable to see the situation outside, leopard girl turned to observe the undead around her. She had never seen a skeleton that could still move. Even though the flesh was gone, it could still move. She was terrified, but also extremely curious. His eyes accidentally fought with her ape man, and the leopard women narrowed. If it wasn't for these guys, she would not be caught. Blame them. These guys seem to know something. Those gorilla orcs are much stronger than the leopard girl. The eyes are also frightened and curious, but they are much more calm than the leopard girl. And even if they are caught, they are still 7 unconvinces, 8 unsatisfactory appearances, occasionally approaching the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior. For the apes of the ape, the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior was not annoyed, but he did not let the open position. You pushed you. I took me. Ignored their movements. The ape man seemed to really understand the undead. When he saw that his actions received no response, He glared at the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior a few times before continuing to move forward indignantly. The leopard girl saw two tall statues. They stood up and raised their horses in their hands, and the horse stunned together. Behind the two statues was like a fortress building. She thought she was going to the building, but the dead team took them to walk from the building and continued to move forward. Going forward is the building of the triangle-shaped tower. The same atmosphere is full of majesty and majestic. The undead sent them to the big tomb, stood, and ranked in 2 rows on the left and right, leaving a spacious avenue to the big cemetery for the 4 orcs. The masonry of the large cemetery moved the complicated movement and opened a portal. The elite heavy hammer bones and soldiers reached out to the gateway to signal the orcs. Looking at the portal, the leopard girl hesitated. She couldn't see what was in the portal. The black pain was exuding the cold atmosphere, which made people feel creepy, as if the monster opened his mouth. Not only did the leopard woman hesitate, but the arrogant ape-man also stopped in his tracks. They kept looking at the undead around them, but did not move a step. A elite heavy hammer bone warrior walked forward with a sledgehammer, grabbed the ape-man's shoulder, pulled him a cricket, pushed him again, reached out and pointed at the portal again to signal him to enter. This scene looked back subconsciously, and her back seemed to hit the wall. She turned her head and looked at it, but found that I didn't know when. And there was a tall undead standing behind her. The soul fire in her eyes seemed to be staring at her. The leopard woman felt her blood flow rate decreased, and she dared not move anymore. The ape-man still refused to enter the portal, which angered the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior. He reached out and grabbed the ape-man's neck, dragging him towards the portal. "Let go! I told you to let go!" The ape-man screamed and twisted his body continuously, his broad feet pressing hard against the ground, refusing to move forward. His arms moved back and forth, constantly hitting the arm of the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior, trying to get rid of that arm. He was quite strong. Even the elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors had a hard time pulling him. They could only drag him forward with great difficulty. His feet scraped against the cloth, making a hissing sound. At the same time, the other 2 ape-men could not help it. They pursed their thick lips, let out a roar sound, and rushed towards the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior on all 4s. One hugged the waist, and the other jumped high and jumped onto the shoulders of the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior, holding his head tightly and pulling it up. The ape-man who was grabbed by the back of the neck also increased his counterattack strength and resisted hard. Boo! There was a slight sound, and the scene became quiet. The 3 apes were stunned. The 2 apes below slowly raised their heads and looked at their companion, who was squatting on the shoulders of the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior. In his hands was a skull. We just don't want to go in. We didn't ask you to pull someone's head off. Isn't this the end of us? The ape-man holding the skull suddenly reacted, raised his hand, and threw the skull away. The skull fell to the ground, rolling forward and landing right at the feet of the leopard woman. The leopard woman trembled and looked down, just meeting the soul fire in the skull's eye sockets. Gurgle. The leopard woman swallowed hard, and she didn't know if her head was twitching or what. But she slowly bent down, picked up the skull, turned around, and handed it to the undead behind her. The elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior standing behind the leopard woman was silent, then reached out and hit his companion's head. His soul fire beat for a while. To the leopard woman, it was obvious that the guy behind her was angry. She panicked instantly, jumped back, bit her waist, and her eyes were full of vigilance. But in fact, "Your head is in my hands. Give me my head back." "No. Your head was snatched away and thrown away in public. Give back my head." "Me? No. You have to admit that you are an idiot first," I said. "Give me back my head. Come and grab it if you can." 2 balls of soul fire jumped and jumped, transmitting information in the soul network. And the elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors around looked extremely serious and stood in neat rows. But they had actually deserted and were silently hiding in the soul network to watch the show. The headless body suddenly shook violently, shaking off the ape-man on his shoulders and the ape-man around his waist. He swung the ape-man in his hands hard and threw it aside, then spread his legs and rushed towards his companions. Hearing a rumbling sound behind her, the leopard girl's pupils shrank. She turned her head and saw a headless skeleton rushing towards her. She was immediately frightened and almost scared to death. She dodged quickly and prepared to meet the attack. Then she found that the headless skeleton rushed straight towards her, completely ignoring her. The headless skeleton stretched out his big hand, grabbed his head, and took it back with force. I'm here to grab it. Yes, you stole it. And I didn't say I wouldn't give it to you. But this can't erase the fact that you are an idiot. I'm going to beat you to death with a hammer. Come on. Believe that my master will punish you? The information was exchanged in an instant. The elite hammer skeleton warrior whose head was pulled out pressed his head back on, stared at his companion in front of him for 2 seconds, then turned around and walked towards the ape man again. The 3 apes knew they were in trouble, so they gathered together and looked anxiously at the approaching undead. Their muscles bulged and their bodies were tense. If the other party made any attacking moves, they would immediately fight back. What surprised them was that the tall undead did not take action, but pointed at the portal again. This is too firm. Do you really want us to come in? No. Your head is falling off. Don't you want to take a break? The 3 ape men looked at each other, at a loss. The elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior finally couldn't help but took a step forward and raised the hammer in his hand. These 3 ugly guys not only disobeyed, but also made a fool of themselves in front of their companions. Otherwise, just beat them to death here. There is still an orc anyway. Seeing the actions of the undead, the 3 apes knew that they had to go in. If they didn't go in, the hammer would probably really hit them. They immediately turned around and walked towards the gate. After taking 2 steps, they all turned their heads to look at the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior whose head had just been pulled off. Sure enough, the other party put down the hammer in his hand and just stared at them silently. What I mean is, as long as we listen to them, they won't do anything. The apes looked at each other, feeling helpless, and could only walk slowly towards the gate step by step. The leopard girl hesitated for a moment, and suddenly several elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors took a step forward. The leopard girl was so scared that she quickly stepped back, glanced at the 3 ape men who had already walked to the door, gritted her teeth and followed them. She would rather follow the 3 apes into the strange building than face these skeletons alone, who would not care even if their heads fell off. The 4 orcs walked into the portal with the same uneasy mood. As soon as they entered, they heard a crackling sound behind them. The 4 orcs turned around hurriedly and saw the bricks moving again. The portal disappeared. The bricks returned to their previous shape, and the surroundings fell into darkness. The darkness was extremely quiet, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you, which made people panic unconsciously. The 4 orcs were a little at a loss. They couldn't see anything in front of them. They didn't dare to move at all, and just stayed where they were. Just as they hesitated, some blue flames lit up around them, illuminating the surroundings. They could see the surroundings clearly. It would have been fine if they hadn't looked. But this time, it was even more terrifying. The walls are made up of white bones. This is not a building at all, but an underground tomb. The blue flames are born from the skulls, and are exactly the same as the flames in the heads of the undead outside. Although they were frightened by the scene, the light was much better than the pitch-black darkness. The 4 orcs looked around silently. In addition to the bones that made up the walls, there was a set of black heavy armor placed 5 or 6 meters away from them, as if it was for display. The 4 orcs hesitated whether to move forward, when the heavy armor suddenly moved, turned towards them, and walked towards them step by step. Hack! This is alive! There are people in heavy armor? The orcs immediately became nervous and took up position just in case. But the heavy armored man suddenly stopped when he was 2 meters away from them. Follow me. I mainly see you. A deep voice sounded from their hearts. No, not from their hearts, but from their souls. The 4 orcs were stunned and swallowed their saliva together. At this point, they were already lambs to be slaughtered, without the right to resist or choose. The only thing they could do was to listen to the words of heavy armor. The black warrior ignored the reactions of the 4 orcs, turned around and walked forward. The orcs behind him hurriedly followed. The black warrior's speed was not fast, but every step seemed to be calculated, and the distance was accurate to the millimeter. The orcs followed him obediently. They had been walking in the passage all the time, and the surrounding environment had never changed. It was just like an underground tomb. The long corridor seemed endless. It was not until the black warrior stopped and turned sideways that the orcs realized that there was light in front of them, and it was no longer dark. Go in. My lord is waiting for you. The voice of the black warrior sounded again in the orcs' souls. After walking for such a long way, the orcs calmed down and were no longer so resistant. It was a blessing in disguise. They couldn't avoid it, and had come this far, so they might as well just do it. The orcs calmed down and moved forward. After a slight shake of their vision, the scene in front of them became clear again. They had come to a large room. Facing them was a 9-step platform made of piled bones. On the platform was a throne, and sitting on it was a young human. On both sides of the platform, there were 20 black warriors standing in 2 rows, as if they were displaying heavy armor, looking at the humans in the throne. The 4 orcs were a little stunned. They were guessed that the other leader's leader should also be a skeleton. After all, they saw either bones or skeletons. I never expected that he was just an ordinary human being. Li Ziyu looked down at the orcs below and waved. "Come forward," he spoke quietly. But due to the magical effect of the cemetery, the orcs could hear him clearly, as if someone was speaking in their ear. The 4 orcs hesitated slightly and walked under the high platform. The 3 gorilla orcs pointed out their right hand, hammered the hammer's chest, and saluted Li Ziyu, while the leopard girl stood quietly. There was no sign of salute, but she was curious. Li Ziyu didn't care about the question of salute, but asked directly, "Are you the creatures of this world?" The gorilla orcs shook their heads and said seriously, "We are not creatures of this world, but our tribe is indeed in this world. Our tribe is prosperous and strong, and we have powerful warriors." Speaking, the 2 quiet gorilla orcs next to him began to inhale and made a sound of roar roar. It seemed to be accompanied by the companion who was talking. However, he also understands the meaning of gorilla orcs. That is, the number of reports. And the hidden meaning is "don't look at you to catch us, but it is best to let us put us. There is someone behind us, and the thief is strong. If you do it, let us go. We will find someone to beat you. Isn't that mean?" Li Ziyu's mouth was tilted. Some disdain. Threatening me. Useful. Want to kill me. At least I have to find me. I am still such a fortress, but I can't run it. He is ugly, has a fancy mind, and talks nonsense. For such goods, it is not too used to it. So Li Ziyu leaned back, showing a lazy look, and asked curiously, "What are the orcs?" "Gorilla orcs? I remember the orcs of the orcs. Why are you still gorgeous?" After listening to the 3 gorilla orcs, they immediately became irritable and kept making a roar roar and shouted at Li Ziyu, "You dare to humiliate us? We are messes. Do you want to start a war? Our ape man. Never admit defeat. Come. Kill us." "Shut up." Li Ziyu was annoyed by the noise. The cold voice echoed in the empty room, causing the orcs' eardrums to hurt. They all shut up. Li Ziyu then continued, "You must understand clearly that you are not envoys, but captives. My captives. You should answer whatever I ask you. I don't like to keep useless people. In a word, let the ape man awaken. And people have to bow their heads under the low eaves. They don't want to die. Just express their anger and be honest." Chapter 216 Ape Man Leopard Woman. After suppressing the restless gorilla orc, Li Ziyu asked again, "Tell me, which orc do you belong to? Which clan? And what do you know?" Li Ziyu came to the place of the void. He didn't know everything here. He didn't know the environment here. He didn't know those people here. And he didn't know what he was looking for. Everything was zero. He expected that he could get some news from the mouths of the orcs in front of him, so that he could understand this place. The 3 gorilla orcs looked at each other, and chose one person as a representative to talk to Li Ziyu. "We are the ape tribe. The Blackback Ironback ape lineage. My name is Okamoto Blackback. And these are Dule Blackback and Jieshur Blackback. We represent the Blackback tribe to say H, low to the great skeleton king." After said Okamoto, "I found that the eyes of humans on the throne were a little weird. Well, the name is very exciting. Is it a coincidence or the inevitability of quantum mechanics? Wait, what tribe did this guy just say he belonged to? Ape Man. Right? Ha. Ape Man. Ha. So lucky. I feel like something bad is going to happen." Li Ziyu's surface was calm and stable as an old dog, but in his heart, he was turbulent and panicked. In order to advance into the central area, he talked with Batubu about the powerful tribes in the central area. According to Batubu, there are 2 races that should be paid attention to, and should be avoided as much as possible. One is the rat tribe. They have advanced technology, are good at using poisons, and have an incredibly large number of people. Their alliance of traversers lost to the rat tribe. The other is the ape man, and it is also a powerful race in the central area, although the number of people is far less than that of the mouse population. The individual combat effectiveness of the ape people far exceeds the mouse. In the social structure of the ape man, they are classified as the upper and lower types according to the branch. The upper layers have a branches of branches with strong combat effectiveness and ruling rights. They are generally ape people such as gorillas. And the lower layers are labor, cannon fodder, servants and other branches. The ape men are extremely warlike. Not only do they launch foreign wars crazily, but they also engage in serious internal strife. It can be said that they fight almost every day. However, even through this, they become more and more powerful. Of course, it is not just as simple as the fighting group of the central area. The technology of the ape man is not inferior to the mouse. But they follow the righteous line. Advocate simple strength. And the ape people are smart. Their learning ability is very strong. In the eyes of the ape man, once the foreign enemy comes, all the ape people will stop the internal fighting unanimously, and when the external problems are resolved, they will enter the internal fighting mode again. Why did Li Ziyu not expect that she had just reached the place of void and wanted to catch a few wizards? She actually caught the ape man family. This luck was really no one. Fortunately, in the place of void. If this is in the central area, Li Ziyu will be prepared for running. The small ones are caught and attracted the other party. And then it will evolve into a large-scale conflict. Survival is not easy. And cherish. In the heart, Li Ziyu carefully observed the top 3 ape human gorillas. This is a good opportunity to let him understand the ape man. The 3 ape people are all in the state of the limbs. They are about 180 centimeters tall. They are gray-white thick hair. And only the back of the back is the bright black hair. This is probably the source of their name. The black ridge iron-back orangutan is very strong and the muscles are extremely developed. They have a fight with the bands of the previous lives. The arms are very long and thick. And the lower limbs are thin. They are wearing armor. And the 3 people's armor are the same. They should be made. There is a chestnut-shaped helmet on the head. Heavy metal plates on their chests. Wrapped in their wrist guards on their arms. And legs on their legs. All armor is made of metal. And it is not the kind of crude stuff. Although it looks rough, the polishing is quite smooth. The equipment on the ape man does not need to be with the race ratio on the remote wasteland where Li Ziyu is located. Even if it is not afraid of the equipment made by the previous machines. It is indeed a strong family in the central area. Don't underestimate the indigenous people of the other world. They are proficient in both magic and technology. And there are many races. Their creativity is no less than that of humans. Li Ziyu silently warned herself in her heart. In the Okamoto Black Spirit in front of them, Duri Black Spirit and Jesh Black Spirit should belong to the ruling class branch. Except for the armor on them. This is 3 gorillas. Well, they are all orcs. But they look at them and lose face to the orcs. This is almost no evolution. It seems that there are a lot of it. But all this happened for a moment. The 3 ape people just saw Li Ziyu silent for a few seconds. And asked, I remember the strong race of the ape people in the central area. How did you come to the void land? This sentence made a light flash in the eyes of the 3 apes. Although it was just one sentence, it revealed a lot of information. The other party knows his race, the central area, and where this place is. That means he should have come to this world from the wasteland just like himself. But when did the undead appear in the wasteland? Aren't they a legendary race? Why did they suddenly appear? Has something changed in the wasteland? For the weak races, the emergence of the undead clan is in danger of the destruction. And naturally the fear is extremely fearful. However, for the strong clan in the central area, the undead is also a race. Their race can make them not so afraid of the undead. They know far more than other races. There were no powerful beings in Li Ziyu's wasteland. All the forces hostile to Li Ziyu were afraid before the battle. Not to mention that they did not understand the undead. They did not even know how to kill the undead in the first place. It's different for powerful tribes in the central zone like the apes. They have a heritage, and their racial history is well preserved. They are very confident in their fighting power. Even if they face those legendary races, they will not be too afraid. This alone is much stronger than the race on Li Ziyu's wasteland. It is said that the ape men are smart. Don't be fooled by the 3 guys in front of us who look stupid. In fact, they are stupid on the surface. But they are full of smart minds and very clever. Since they were sure that the skeleton king in front of them also came from the wasteland, it would be easy to deal with. The 3 apes raised their heads and stared at Li Ziyu, saying in unison, My ape tribe has a vast territory. Where can we go? Seeing the change of the three, Li Ziyu stunned slightly. Oh, open. The momentum suddenly changed. What did this discover? Okamoto Heiji took a step forward, stared at Li Ziyu, and said in a deep voice, "You are also from the wilderness, right? Since you know that I am from the ape tribe, I hope you will not cause trouble lightly and let us brothers go. We are willing to live in peace with you." Li Ziyu, who was sitting on the throne, looked at Okamoto Kuroiji with a cold face. The black warriors around him, who had been motionless like statues, slowly turned and headed towards Okamoto Kuroiji. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The three ape people felt the coldness of death, and the hair on her body was erected, and a cold current rushed along the spine. Okamoto Heiji silently retracted his foot and stood back in place. The cold feeling then dissipated. He glanced around and saw that the armored monsters had returned to their previous state and were no longer facing them. Huh? Okamoto Heiji let out a breath. Oh my god. He almost thought he was killed. After all, he is the boss of a race. He can't go too far. He has been so rampant for a long time. He needs to control himself. The leopard girl turned her head to look at the black warrior, then looked at the three apes, and finally focused her gaze back on the human on the platform, pursing her lips and saying nothing. You can tell at a glance that he is used to being arrogant. From Okamoto Heiji's reaction just now, Li Ziyu knew what was going on. Just like what Batuba said, the apes were a group of warlike guys. If you didn't cause trouble for them, they would be thinking about how to cause trouble for you. They would be upset if there was no fighting for a day. Li Ziyu didn't plan to pay any attention to the three apes, and planned to leave them alone first. As for letting them go, what a joke. Just because they said they wanted to live in peace? Can you take the apes' talk of peaceful coexistence seriously? They are well-known war maniacs. And credibility is like toilet paper to the apes. It is like a vow made in the previous life. Just a casual remark. Anyone who takes it seriously is a fool. Unless a soul contract is signed. It cannot be believed. Li Ziyu looked at the silent and obedient leopard girl. Wow. What a pretty girl full of wild beauty. All female cat-like orcs basically have very good S-shaped streamlined curves, giving people a sense of fitness. In their previous lives, they would have been beauties who came out of the gym. The armor on leopard woman is very simple, with large areas of skin exposed. She has a healthy wheat-colored skin and a pair of pointed ears on her head, which are larger and longer than Catwoman's ears. She has a thin waist, two obvious vest lines on her abdomen, and a pair of well-proportioned and powerful long legs. At first glance, one can think of those hot girls in the western wilderness, with a long leopard tail trailing behind her. What attracted Li Ziyu's attention was not only the beauty of the leopard woman, but also the armor on her body. Although it was simple, the material of the armor was very special. It was not metal, but SHL, if I guessed correctly. It should be the SHL of a void creature. After dealing with a gourd-shaped beetle, Li Ziyu already understood how difficult it was to deal with void creatures. But this leopard woman was able to use the SHLs of void creatures to make armor. Either she had a powerful tribe behind her, or her personal combat power was quite explosive. Otherwise she would definitely not be able to kill the void creatures. Li Ziyu raised his head towards the leopard girl and asked, "What's your name?" The leopard girl hesitated for a moment before she spoke slowly. Her voice was a little hoarse, as if she had not spoken for a long time. "Gila Jelly?" The three apes looked at Gila Jelly. If it weren't for this leopard woman, they would not have been caught. "Gila Jelly? Where are you from, and what tribe do you belong to?" Li Ziyu asked. Gila Jelly was silent. She glanced at the three apes, only to see that they pricked up their ears and had malicious glints in their eyes. The ape man had no intention of letting the leopard woman go. Their meeting was just an accident, but the other party caused them to be captured, so they would hold this grudge in their hearts. As long as they knew the leopard woman's tribe, war would be inevitable. The leopard woman's tribe must be wiped out. All the male leopard men would be killed, and the remaining leopard women would be taken back to the tribe. Li Ziyu raised his eyebrows and waved his hand. Immediately, a black warrior stepped forward and motioned the three ape men to go with them. The ape man didn't hear what he wanted, and he looked at Gu Li Jili reluctantly. It wasn't until the black warrior mentioned the sword that they followed the black samurai to leave. "This is my mercy for you. You must cherish it. Tell me, where do you belong and what can you give me?" After the three ape men were taken away, Li Ziyu asked again. The leopard girl hesitated for a moment, took a deep breath, knelt on one knee, lowered her head, and said in a hoarse voice, "Leopard Man Gula Jelly has seen the Skeleton King. I don't have a tribe. I have been here since I can remember. I wonder what the Skeleton King needs me to help you with." "Oh, are these considered the natives of the Void Land?" Li Ziyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Compared with the 3 ape men just now, Gula Jelly was more valuable. But soon, he felt something was wrong, and asked with a frown, "You said you have always lived here, and you don't have a tribe. So who taught you to speak our language?" Gula Jelly lowered her head, with a trace of sadness on her face. She said slowly, "There were leopard people living with me once. They taught me how to speak." Li Ziyu immediately asked, "What about the leopard people? Were you expelled from their tribe?" Gula Jelly raised her head and shook it vigorously, saying with difficulty, "No. A group of monsters living here destroyed everything and killed them. I am the only survivor." Li Ziyu blinked and roughly understood what Gula Jelly meant. It was that the leopard people originally had a tribe here, and Gula Jelly was born in the Void Land. Then the tribe encountered a group of void creatures and was destroyed. All the leopard people died in that battle, leaving only Gula Jelly alone. No wonder she looked so sad. Li Ziyu understood and changed the subject. "You have been living here, so you should be very familiar with this place." "Right?" Gula Jelly suppressed the grief in her heart and nodded. She has lived here for a long time, wandering around alone. In this space, she has been to many places, encountered too many dangers, and almost died several times. It is no exaggeration to say that she is familiar with it. "Are you willing to follow me?" Li Ziyu asked. Gula Jelly is a good candidate for a guide. She lives in the Void Land and has some knowledge about it. She should have seen many void creatures. These are the information he needs. Even though she knows less about the Void Land, Li Ziyu is willing to keep her by his side. After all, she is a beauty, and she is better than a fortress full of undead. "Follow you." Gula Jelly looked up blankly and looked at Li Ziyu in confusion. She seemed unable to understand the meaning of this sentence. "Become my subordinate, obey my orders, and follow my arrangements," Li Ziyu said to her. "I need information about this world. Don't worry. I won't kill you, and I will provide you with a safe environment to rest and food." Gula Jelly was stunned. She only thought for a few seconds before her eyes became firm. She raised her head and said, "King of Skeletons, I am willing to follow you." It's not surprising that she made such a decision. Living alone in the void is too hard and too dangerous. Having lived for so many years, she had no fixed place to live and dared not stay in any one place for too long, because she was alone and might be targeted by hidden void creatures at any time, which would be a dead end for her. She had to keep moving and dared not even rest at will. As for food, that is an even bigger problem. The smell of blood during hunting will attract more powerful predators, and hunger is a common thing. Every hunt is a desperate one, always walking on the edge of life and death. It all stems from the fact that she has no background and no tribesmen. She has seen other tribes and tried to integrate into them, but those tribes either looked down on her or had hostile intentions towards her. In the end, after so many years, she is still alone. Now that someone is finally willing to accept her, what is there to hesitate about? Chapter 217 Gula Jelly. Agreed? So simple? Li Ziyu really didn't react. It was too fast. He had already planned to let Gula Jelly think for a while, but the other party caught him off guard. He didn't know what kind of life Gula Jelly led in the Void Land, but Li Ziyu felt that Gula Jelly lived alone in the Void Land and must be very vigilant. Isn't it like this in the movies? It is normal for her to hesitate in the face of his recruitment. Such a straightforward agreement made him hesitate. What exactly does Gula Jelly think? Or does she have other ideas? Never mind. No matter what she thinks, there is always a way to control it. Li Ziyu took out the soul contract and gently pushed it. The soul contract floating in the air floated towards Gula Jelly. "Since you agree to follow me, let's sign the soul contract." Li Ziyu can only trust someone who has signed a soul contract. The people around him have all signed a soul contract with him. A simple oath is worthless, and Li Ziyu will not believe it. It's not that he has a strong desire for control, but that people's hearts are hidden, and they are unaware of what they are doing. The fact that there is no betrayal now does not mean that there will be no betrayal in the future. The fact that there is no betrayal may be because the price is not high enough. When she first saw the contract, Gula Jelly was a little embarrassed, because she could only speak but could not read. But when the contract floated in front of her, she was surprised to find that although she did not recognize the words, she could understand what they meant. This feeling was very novel. After Gila Jelly roughly read the contract, she signed it without any hesitation. The contract came into effect. Li Ziyu showed a satisfied smile on his face and said gently to Gula Jelly, "Welcome to join our big family." Gula Jelly's body trembled, and her heroic eyes slowly widened, with an indescribable emotion in them. Home. This word was so far away from her. She had longed countless times for a home. Family. A place to shelter from the wind and rain, where she wouldn't have to sleep with her eyes open, wouldn't have to hide when eating, would have someone to comfort her when she was hurt, and someone to talk to when she was lonely. Since the tribe was destroyed, home has become a noun that only appears in dreams. She tried hard to control her emotions, but the word big family still broke her defenses. Tears welled up and slid down her cheeks. Gula Jelly raised her hand in surprise and wiped the tears from her face. But the tears kept flowing. Li Ziyu was also a little confused when she saw this. What was going on? Why did the leopard woman, who looked so strong, suddenly burst into tears? What did I say wrong? Li Ziyu scratched his head and asked in confusion. Why are you crying? In order to pretend to be serious before. Li Ziyu spoke with a middle school accent, which was very difficult for him. After signing the soul contract, Gula Jelly had become one of his own, and Li Ziyu was too lazy to pretend anymore, and his accent returned to its previous state. Gula Jelly shook her head and wiped her tears, but she couldn't wipe them away. She choked and said, I don't know. I don't know why I'm crying. How could this be a wild leopard female warrior? She was clearly a little girl who got lost and met a kind person. Li Ziyu sighed, although he didn't know why she was crying. Since she was one of his own, he had to comfort her. He stood up, walked down from the platform, came to Gula Jelly, gently put his hand on her head and rubbed it. Don't cry. Tell me if you have any grievances. We undead will not let anyone bully you. The warm palms and gentle words made Gula Jelly unable to hold back any longer. She burst into tears, tears streaming down her face, and she cried until she was out of breath. My clansmen, my relatives, have you seen that I am no longer alone? The little girl who made you worry has found her home. Her new home. You can rest in peace now. Who am I? Where am I? And what sin have I committed? A row of question marks popped up in Li Ziyu's head. He looked at Gula Jelly awkwardly, at a loss. As a single man, he really didn't know how to coax a girl. At this moment, countless movie scenes flashed through his mind. He understood. Just hug her and let her cry enough. Right? Li Ziyu opened her arms, hugged Gula Jelly, let her bury her face in her chest, gently supported her head and said, I don't know what grievances you have, but cry. Cry it all out. And when you're done crying, go and welcome a new life. Gula Jelly was crying her heart out, but Li Ziyu was touching her head, thinking in her heart, her hair is so smooth and feels so good. Does this count as petting a big cat? It was unknown how much time had passed before there was no movement from Gula Jelly in his arms. Li Ziyu looked down and saw that she had fallen into a deep sleep, snoring very lightly. TSK. What a thing! I wanted to catch a guide and ask him how to leave this world, but I ended up getting a big cat that fell asleep. Li Ziyu muttered softly with a smile on his face. This big cat was so beautiful, but he couldn't stand holding her like this for too long. So Li Ziyu simply sat on the ground, put Gula Jelly's head on his legs, and laid her body flat so that she could sleep more comfortably. Gula Jelly must have not rested for a long time. Even after being moved, there was no sign of her waking up, which made her feel particularly sweet. As time passed, the sun in the void was gradually dimming. That's right. It was not slowly setting, but gradually dimming, just like a candle that had burned out and had lost its light. Unlike the outside world, there is no moon in the void, but there are many luminous plants and insects. When night falls, the plants emit a soft light that covers the ground. Insects like fireflies drill out from the ground and fly into the sky, like stars. Even without the moon, the night is just as beautiful. Gula Jelly, who was sleeping soundly, twitched slightly. Her long eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. She had slept for too long and was a little confused. She hadn't figured out where she was yet. She twisted her body lazily and turned her head to meet a pair of eyes. Gula Jelly woke up instantly. Her pupils shrank slightly, and she jumped up and landed 1 meter away. Her back was arched. Her muscles were tense. Sharp claws popped out from her fingers. and she stared at the human in front of her. Are you sleepy? Li Ziyu looked at Gula Jelly, who was alert, and asked calmly without moving. It's not that he doesn't want to move, but that he can't move. Gula Jelly used to use her legs as a pillow when she slept, and now his legs are not numb, but stiff, without any feeling. However, Li Ziyu was not worried about Gula Jelly attacking him. After signing the soul contract, the other party would be punished even if she had the thought of attacking him. Looking at Gula Jelly's appearance, she did not want to attack, but was just defending herself. As for the attacking posture, it was also a subconscious behavior. After hearing what Li Ziyu said, and seeing the face of the person in front of her clearly, Gula Jelly quickly woke up and began to regain consciousness. Her pupils were no longer contracted in fear and returned to normal. The sharp claws were retracted into the fingers, and the attacking posture was lifted. Gula Jelly climbed up and squatted on the ground. Her face was red, full of embarrassment and embarrassment. She bit her lip and said, "Yes, I'm sorry." Li Ziyu waved her hand indifferently and asked with a smile, "Did you sleep well?" This sentence made Gula Jelly's face even redder. She nodded and said him softly. She didn't know how long it had been since she had such a good sleep. It was so long that she became sleepy and almost attacked her master. Although Li Ziyu said that Guli was welcome to join the big family, in fact, the contract signed was still a slave contract. After all, this contract was the most secure. Therefore, Guli should be called Li Ziyu's master. He is the same as Mingni. Gurgle. A strange sound came from Gula Jelly's flat belly. Her body shook, and the blush on her face that had just faded away reappeared. She glanced to the side, not daring to look at Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu touched her stomach, looked at Gula Jelly and asked, "Are you hungry?" Gula Jelly turned her face away, nodded embarrassedly, and said Not only was she hungry, Li Ziyu was hungry as well. Gula Jelly slept with her head resting on his legs, so he hadn't eaten anything yet and his stomach was empty. "Okay, let's eat first," Li Ziyu said with a grin. I'll help you." Gula Jelly had noticed that something was wrong with Li Ziyu a long time ago, thinking about the posture she was in when she just woke up. She hurriedly said to Li Ziyu, "No need. Go away." Li Ziyu waved his hand and snapped his fingers. Gula Jelly's eyes were dazed for a moment, and when her vision became clear again, her pupils shrank again. They were no longer in the room they were in before, but in a completely new room. There was no platform or throne in this room. In the center was a fire pit made of bones, with a few thin stone slabs on top, and a few tables on the side. Li Ziyu supported himself and climbed up shakily. Gula Jelly hurried over to support him. Li Ziyu slowly moved his legs. As soon as he moved his legs, which had lost feeling, he suddenly felt sore and numb, which made him grimace. After moving for a while, he felt recovered and no longer felt sore and numb. Nodding to Gula Jelly and asking her to stand aside, Li Ziyu snapped his fingers again. Teams of skeleton undead came in one after another under Gula Jelly's surprised eyes. Some of them held dry firewood in their hands, and some carried trays with various meats, berries, fruits, vegetables, and various seasonings collected from the wilderness. Many undead souls were making a fire in the fire pit, putting stone slabs on the flames to roast. Some were cutting meat, some were skewering. The whole room instantly became busy, like a big kitchen. Gula Jelly looked at everything in front of her in confusion, standing there at a loss. These skeletons all had their own tasks, and she was the only one who was stupid. So she looked at Li Ziyu timidly. "Let me help them. What can I do? They can handle it. You don't have to go and help. Come and do it," Li Ziyu said as he walked to the fire hall and sat down. He stretched out his hand to feel the temperature above the stone slab and greeted them with a smile. "Oh!" Gula Jelly glanced at the busy skeletons again, then walked to sit opposite Li Ziyu in a sullen manner, staring blankly at the flames under the stone slab. "Gula Jelly, you have been in this space for so long. Have you ever thought about leaving here?" Li Ziyu raised his head and asked curiously. "I've also thought about leaving, but I can't leave," Gula Jelly said somewhat disappointedly. "The land of the void may seem beautiful with birds singing and flowers blooming, but in fact, threats are hidden everywhere. If you have the protection of a tribe, then there is no big problem. Even if you encounter void creatures, you can fight them. But if you are alone, it will be too difficult to survive." Guli Jelly remembered that when she was a child, those who had told her that they were not their hometown. After all, they would leave one day and go back to the place where they lived. It was the ancestors' land, and only they were safe there. Over the years, in addition to trying to survive, Gula Jelly has also been exploring ways to leave. Do you know how to leave here? Li Ziyu understood what Gula Jelly meant and asked immediately. Well, I know there are 2 ways to leave here. Gula Jelly nodded. What method? Li Ziyu asked. One way is to find something called a space crack and leave through it. But this method is very dangerous, and it is easy to die. And once you leave, it is difficult to come back, Gula Jelly said. Space crack? Li Ziyu nodded. This method of leaving was the same as the method he used to come here. It would probably depend on luck. Not to mention how difficult it was to find a space crack. If he wanted to reach the other world through the space crack, he had to gamble that he would not be thrown into the void and would not be affected by the void storm. It is really dangerous. Then there is another kind? Li Ziyu asked again. It is said that in this land, there is something called void crystal. It is safe to leave here with the void crystal. And you can also come back here again. Gula Jelly did not hide anything and told Li Ziyu directly. Then didn't you try to find the void crystal? Li Ziyu asked puzzledly. I've looked for it, but I can't find it. I don't even know where the void crystals come from. Are they dug out from the ground? Or obtained from monsters? But I know that many large tribes have void crystals in their hands. Gula Jelly said helplessly. She got all the information by inquiring. Not to mention finding the void crystal. She had never seen the void crystal, and she didn't even know what it looked like. She only knew that some tribes had void crystals, and those were in the hands of those in power, and were very precious. But just because Gula Jelly can't find it doesn't mean that Li Ziyu can't find it. He has a system in his hands that can be used for identification. As long as he sees it, he will know whether it is a void crystal. It doesn't matter if he can't find it. Can't he just steal it for himself? Thinking of grabbing, Li Ziyu froze. He seemed to have forgotten something. Forget it. No matter what. It should not be an important thing. At this time, the undead came over with a tray and put it beside Li Ziyu, with a thin layer of meat on it. After a long period of training, the undead's knife skills have improved. The meat slices were cut very skillfully, and were slightly thinner than the mutton rolls for hot pot in his previous life. It was just right for frying meat on a stone slab. Li Ziyu picked up the chopsticks, and picked up the fatty slices of meat, and placed them neatly on the stone slab. After the thin slices of meat touched the hot stone slab, they soon made a sizzling sound. The fat was fried out, and the air was filled with the rich aroma of meat. Gurgle. Sitting on the opposite side of Gula Jelly's throat rolled. The pink tongue kept licking her lips. Her eyes were attracted to the slightly curly meat slices, and she seemed to be a bit unstoppable. Li Ziyu was not in a hurry, as it was not cooked yet. Besides, the meat slices were mainly used to extract oil. After turning them over a few times, he took the seasoning and sprinkled some on them. White smoke immediately rose up, and the aroma became more tempting. Looking up at Gula Jelly, her throat was constantly surging, and the corner of her mouth was a bit crystal. And a good guy. The saliva was going out. He shook his head in amusement, picked up the slightly burnt piece of meat on the stone slab, and placed it in front of Gula Jelly. Eat it. Well, the owner eats first. Guli was about to move, and suddenly thought of something, lifted the plate in front of him, and handed it to Li Ziyu difficultly. Ha, go ahead and eat it. There's still meat. Seeing Gula Jelly wanting to eat, but trying hard to hold back, Li Ziyu laughed and casually put a few more slices of meat on the stone slab. Chapter 218. Gula Jelly didn't hold back this time. She brought the plate in front of her and couldn't wait to grab a piece of barbecue and stuff it directly into her mouth. As soon as the barbecue meat dipped in seasoning and emitting an enticing aroma entered her mouth, her eyes lit up. Even though she was gasping for air from the heat, she was reluctant to spit out the meat. Gula Jelly has always been a loner. It is very difficult for her to have a peaceful meal of meat, let alone this kind of barbecue. Barbecue with seasoning is the most delicious food in the world for her. She put all her attention on the barbecue. Every time she took a bite of barbecue, her pupils would shrink, and she would show a happy smile on her face. After 3 or 2 times, she swallowed the grilled meat, and quickly set a piece of barbecue into her mouth. Then the pupils were narrowed again. Li Ziyu looked at Gula Jelly's reaction with a funny look on her face. She grilled the meat silently, and put the grilled meat slices on her plate. It felt like feeding a cat. Well, not like. The one in front of her was a big cat. It was so happy that its tail started to wag. Looking at the skewers and the meat skewers next to the fire pond, Li Ziyu grabbed a few strings and passed it over. Guli Jili was not refused, and he took it to his mouth. Li Ziyu continued to hand the barbecue, skewers, fruits, and vegetables to Guli Jili. When the speed of her eating slowed, she began to eat it. While eating, she asked her about the information of the void. Even though Gula Jili slowed down her eating speed, she did not stop. She responded to Li Ziyu very seriously while eating and shared with Li Ziyu the information she knew about the void land. As a lone hero, Guli Jili has traveled south and north in the void over the years, looking for shelter everywhere. She has been to many tribes. The information she knows may not be accurate, but it is definitely more than those living in the tribes. Gula Jili didn't know what was useful, but she didn't hide anything from Li Ziyu anyway. She told Li Ziyu everything she knew no matter what he asked her. As for which ones were true and which ones were false, which ones were useful and which ones were useless, she couldn't control that. It was up to Li Ziyu to judge for herself. The more Li Ziyu asked, the more surprised he was. From Guli Jili's mouth, he discovered that the land of the void was indeed a treasure land. In addition to the rich basic materials, it also had many materials he had never heard of, and they were basically all related to the void. In such a treasure place, he cannot miss it. The void crystal that can freely enter and leave the void land must be done. After the two were full, Li Ziyu suddenly remembered the 3A people, patted his head, a good guy, and patronized with the leopard girl, and forgot the 3 goods. Most of what Gula Jili knew was what she heard from various tribes. Many things were vague, not specific enough, and were hearsay. But the 3 ape men were different. These 3 were real ape men, so they must know a lot, and they were more credible. Li Ziyu asked Guli to be familiar with the big cemetery himself. He was going to see the 3 ape people. There was a soul contract. The undead in the large cemetery would treat Guli Jili as her own. She would not shot her. Guli Jili was very excited and immediately ran away. She also wanted to see the cemetery. Those 3 guys should also be hungry. Li Ziyu sorted out the leftovers, fruits, and vegetables that he and Guli Jili left. Fortunately, they made a lot of them. They're set and made a large portion. Let the undead end, and transferred to the room where the 3 apes were located. So hungry, Ah Jin's Black Ridge rubbed his belly, and just said half of his complaints. Suddenly, there was an extra human and a group of skeletons in front of him, and he was scared and screamed. His scream instantly woke up the sleeping Okamoto Blackback and Dule Blackback. The 2 apes jumped up and looked around vigilantly, and then they saw Li Ziyu. The 2 apes were about to say something, but their noses shrugged and the rich aroma penetrated into their noses. They swallowed back the words they were about to say, and their eyes fell on the food held by the undead. After a day of hunger, the aroma of barbecue could not resist, and saliva was constantly secreted. You are hungry. Li Ziyu looked at the 2 ape people, and said halfway, frowning, no longer speechless. Intruder spotted. A message came through the Soul Network, which was an alarm issued by the evil spirit patrollers patrolling around. Li Ziyu didn't have time to think about it, and instantly connected to the eyes of the cemetery, and looked in the direction of the alarm. In the eyes of apes like Okamoto Blackback, this scene was like a daze. As soon as 2 words were said, the 3 ape men looked at Li Ziyu with a blank look in silence. Their eyes moved back and forth between the food in the skeleton's hands and Li Ziyu. They had no idea what was going on, but the barbecue smelled so good. Durely Black Spirit asked the other 2 ape people to ask. He doesn't speak. Should we grab the food first? Jesse Blackridge replied, of course. Of course. Okamoto Kuroiji, what the HL? Just be quiet. Humans are very cunning. What if it's a trap? Durex Black Rib and Jesse Black Rib thought about it and thought, well, what Okamoto Black Rib said makes sense. But the barbecue is really delicious. Li Ziyu used the large cemetery to see the invader said by the evil patrol. It was a dozen apes like Okamoto Black Ridge. They were stronger than the 3 apes of Okamoto Black Ridge. The area of armor defense was larger and thicker. A dozen apes somehow captured 5 patrol knights and took them as hostages. They were surrounded by nearly 100 evil spirit patrollers. The black muzzle of the Jet 2 was already aimed at them, just waiting for the order to spray these apes into plugs. As for the 5 captured patrol knights, they should be fine under the attack of the Jet 2, right? faced with the evil spirit rangers that outnumbered themselves several times and surrounded them. The ape-man warriors showed no panic at all. They looked calm and composed with cold brows and eyes. They did not attack, but simply held the patrol knights hostage, and did not seem to have any intention of starting a war. Are you waiting for me? Li Ziyu rose a layer of bright enlightenment and retracted his sight from the tomb, since the other party waited for himself. Then see what the other party wants to do. Without even looking at the three eagerly waiting apes, Li Ziyu took the skeleton and left. Go. Leave. Okamoto Kuroiji and the others were stunned. Their mouths slightly widened. What the HL? Where is our food? Even if we are prisoners, you can't treat us like this. On the grassland, the ape-man warrior and the evil patroller faced each other. A evil patroller moved and came to the front of the ape-man warrior, pointing at the ape-man warrior, pointed to himself, and pointed at the distance. The leading ape warrior understood what he meant, nodded, and took a step forward. The ghost ranger turned the car around and was about to move forward when an ape warrior at the rear reached out and grabbed his captain. Captain, be careful of fraud. Our people are still waiting for us. We apes are fearless. The leading ape captain spoke in a low and firm voice, and resolutely moved forward and caught up with the evil spirit patroller. Seeing this, the remaining ape warriors stopped trying to persuade him, and caught up with the captain, holding the patrol knight who was held hostage. The ghost ranger led the way in front, walking slowly, just enough for the ape warrior to keep up, while the other ghost rangers acted as escort teams beside the ape warriors. As the distance got closer, the ape warriors could see the tall building in front of them clearly, and a gleam of light flashed in the ape captain's eyes. A ape-man fighter ran 2 steps to the side of the first ape-man, and whispered lowly, Captain, when did a city appear here? I haven't seen it before. The ape captain shook his head and whispered back, I don't know. I have never seen this city here before. The skeletons appeared out of nowhere. As soon as these words came out, the ape warrior was shocked and asked, could it be them? The captain of the ape-man nodded. It should not be wrong. Such a large city suddenly appeared. Except for them, I can't think of others. Knowing who is. The ape-man warrior was stunned and hesitated. That's not easy to handle. These people don't deal with us. Otherwise we will withdraw first, and return to the tribe's convener. The captain of the ape-man glanced at his players, and was very dissatisfied with his timid behavior. Do you feel that we can still go now? We are not those insignificant mice, and we have to face difficulty. Are you afraid? The ape warrior puffed out his chest and growled. You can't humiliate an ape warrior, even if you are the captain. Ape warriors are never afraid. Seeing the appearance of the ape-man warrior, the captain of the ape-man nodded with satisfaction, so that it was like a soldier of the ape-man. What was the danger? Besides, since the other party was willing to see himself and did not directly launch an attack, it showed that there was still a turnaround. The ape warrior stopped talking and continued forward in silence, following the ghost ranger. As they got closer, the ape captain became more and more surprised. This city is not small. Look at the tall city walls, the towering buildings, and the huge number of skeletons. In the sky, from a distance, there is a green halo surrounding the buildings. Only when they got closer did they find that it was a group of ghosts. Their number is frightening. Below the undead fortress, 2 rows of elite hammer skeleton warriors armed with sledgehammers were standing by, waiting for the ape warriors to board the undead fortress. Looking at the skeleton warriors, who were much taller than them, the ape captain nodded secretly. He was not afraid of these guys, but he knew from their appearance that they were not easy to deal with. Having such warriors meant that their combat effectiveness was not bad. The evil patroller brought the ape-man fighter to the elite heavy hammer bone warrior, nodded towards them, and let them aside. The captain of the ape-man stopped for a moment, looked at the wall of the city, and looked at the elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior. Regardless of the danger in front, they represent the ape-man family, and their face cannot be lost. Arriving at the bone plate platform, the ape warriors were led inside. Circles of skeleton undead surrounded them, blocking their vision. However, these skeleton undead made the ape captain realize that he had underestimated the opponent's strength. The opponent had a large number of warriors, and was a powerful force that had to be treated with caution. The ape captain's vision was blocked, and he could only see some tall buildings. Other places were not clear to him until the undead dispersed. A pyramid building appeared in front of the ape warriors. The ape captain looked up and exclaimed in his heart, This building is so magnificent and beautiful. Just like the treatment of Okamoto Black Ridges. The bones were gone forward, and the portal opened on the tomb, guiding the ape-man fighter to enter, and came to the room they had experienced by Okamoto Black Ridge before, and saw Li Ziyu in the throne, the king of the skeleton, the lord of the great city, the ape-man family, the Black Ridge iron-back orangutan ape, the ape-man warrior, roaring the Black Ridge to pay tribute to you. Without Li Ziyu to speak, the captain of the ape-man stepped forward, slamming his chest, yelling loudly. Li Ziyu was about to speak, and he shouted, "The king of skeletons, I asked you on behalf of the Black Spirit tribe. Why suddenly appeared in our territory and took away our tribe? Does this mean that you declare war on the Black Ridge tribe? My goodness, I haven't even said a word yet, and you put this big hat on my head?" No wonder Batubu said that ape men look simple-minded on the outside, but are full of tricks on the inside. He is right. One answer was not good, and it gave the other party the reason to fight. And the other party must be standing on the victim. Li Ziyu originally wanted to support his words. He was looking for a guide, and caught the 3 apes of Okamoto Black Ridge. There was no maliciousness. But now he can't answer it like this. So he can't answer it like this. So the answer is gone. Ho-Ho Black Ridge has elevated this meeting to that between the 2 tribes. It is no longer simply a search for companions. So Li Ziyu naturally has to put it in a different way. Since you are so rigid, then I can't counsel. Come! Come! Just, who is afraid of whom? In the past life, it was instinct to lift the bar. Li Ziyu straightened his waist. A majestic way. Why don't I know that this is the territory of your Black Spirit tribe? Since you say this is your territory, then do you call it, and see it promised? He roared the Black Ridge, and yelled in his heart. How did this call? Sure enough, these lords are not good. And they all say that our ape people have a lot of hearts. These lords are not less than us. And humans are treacherous. Lord of the skeletons, I'm not here to engage in an argument with you. Release my people, and leave the territory of our Black Spine tribe. Black Spine said without showing any weakness. Joke. Can your Black Spirit tribe still order me to the Undead? Li Ziyu said with a cold face. Whispered coldly. Do you say that represent the Undead? Do you want to start war with our ape people? The roar and Black Ridges stand upright, beating his chest and roaring. The dozen ape-man soldiers behind him also stood up at the same time, beat his chest, and made a roar call. The sound was so noisy that Li Ziyu was upset and looked up, glaring at the roar. If you represent the Black Ridge tribe to start a war, I am a million dead army, waiting at any time. If you fight, then fight. The pressure from the superior emanated from Li Ziyu, and skeletons of the undead appeared one after another. The black warrior in the room turned around, leaning on his sword, and stared at these ape warriors. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn, and the roar of the ape warrior stopped abruptly, like a duck with its neck strangled. Li Ziyu's meaning is very simple. You want to raise the war to the height of the race. That's not okay. You have an ape-man endorsement. I don't have the endorsement of the undead. I don't know where other undeads are, but I do know where other undead are. After this period of growth, Li Ziyu finally had the aura of a superior, which was the pressure brought by holding power for a long time. Li Ziyu was so rigid that he roared the Black Ridge calm down. He had understood that the lord in front of him was not scary. The other party was really reckless, and was not scared by the identity of his apes. Great Lord of Skeletons, I was too excited just now. I want to apologize to you, and hope you can release my people. In this void land, you and I are not enemies. Roaring Black Spine instantly lowered his posture, and said respectfully. Li Ziyu's momentum got up, and he almost flashed his waist by the roar. What is this unfolding? Chapter 219. Not only did Black Ridge's actions confuse Li Ziyu, but even the ape warriors he brought with him couldn't help but purse their lips, thinking, Captain, that's not what you said just now. You clearly said that the ape warriors were never afraid. How come you admitted to being scared in the blink of an eye? You changed your mind so quickly. You and I are not an enemy. Who is the enemy? Li Ziyu grabbed the point in the words of the roar, and asked strangely. You are going to fight with me. We are not an enemy. Could it be that you are a fool? The talented atmosphere has been rendered in place. Do you think you can counsel? In his heart, Li Ziyu actually did not want to have a conflict. This had nothing to do with whether he was afraid of the Black Spine tribe or not. The main reason was that it was difficult to replenish bones in the Void Land. So he had to be careful. If he was in the mountains of the dead, he would not tolerate the roaring black spine. They are void creatures. They are our real enemies. Roaring black spine said without hesitation. Void creature. Li Ziyu stared at the roar black ridge that suddenly changed his person below, and returned to the throne again. I have to say that the scapegoat of the roar black spine is indeed very effective. In the land of the void, the real enemies are the void creatures. There is nothing wrong with that. Judging from the gourd-shaped beetles, the void creatures are very powerful. If the gourd-shaped beetles appear in groups, the danger factor will increase exponentially. What suggestions do you have? Li Ziyu looked at the roaring black ridge and asked, saying that everything else was useless and interests were the most real. King of Skeletons, you are not from this world, right? Black Ridge did not directly answer Li Ziyu's question, but asked back, you know all this? Li Ziyu narrowed his eyes and looked at Ho-Ho Black back. They had just met and had only exchanged a few words, but the other party could already guess that he was not a native of the Void Land. This is not difficult to guess. You are not a void creature. Only void creatures are the natives here. Ho-Ho Black Ridge was amused. The simple conversation made him certain of one thing. The other party knew very little about the Void Land, and should have just arrived in this world. That would be easy. They have plenty of opportunities for cooperation. The Black Spine tribe has been in this Void Land for a long time, collecting resources here all year round. If they give up a little bit of benefits, they can pull the Skeleton King onto their ship and fight against the void creatures together to be cannon fodder. Wouldn't that be great? The world of martial arts is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly wisdom. This wave is stable. I have no hatred against the void creatures, so why should we unite to deal with them? Li Ziyu thought for a moment and spoke softly. Having just arrived in the Void Land, he had only seen gourd-shaped beetles. He didn't even know whether there were intelligent races among the void creatures. Why should he be hostile to the void creatures just because of a word from the ape man? He was just bored and had nothing better to do. However, he saw Ho-Ho Black Ridge shaking his head and explained calmly. No, Skeleton King, you are wrong. Everyone who comes to this land from outside is the enemy of the void creatures. Even if you have not offended the void creatures, you are still their enemy. Li Ziyu didn't take his words seriously. Many creatures have territorial awareness, and it's not just the void creatures that have it. The same goes for apes. To him, there's no difference between apes and void creatures. When the roaring black spine came looking for him, wasn't he also looking for companions and defending his territory? His explanation could not satisfy Li Ziyu, let alone talk about cooperation. I think it's too early to talk about cooperation now. Ho-Ho Black Ridge didn't want to give up, and persuaded again. This is the territory of void creatures. You may have just arrived in this space and don't know this place. Void creatures will continue to emerge from the void. We may be attacked at any time. We who come from outside should unite to deal with them. Li Ziyu looked at the roaring black back and kept thinking in his heart. In fact, it was not a bad thing to unite. The Void Land was unfamiliar to him, and the bones were difficult to replenish, which made it impossible for his combat effectiveness to be maintained for a long time. The problem lay with the ape-men. Batubu had talked to him about their character. This is a group of guys who like to play tricks. It's not that no race has allied with them, but they have all been betrayed badly. Betrayal is good. The main reason is that these guys are good at setting traps for their allies. Many races have been cannon fodder for the apes, causing their own races to suffer heavy losses, while the apes can always gain something from it and become stronger. To cooperate with the ape-men is like conspiring with a tiger. Thinking of this, Li Ziyu refused again. Roar, Black Ridge, what you said makes sense, but I'm sorry. I have to reject your proposal, and will not unite with your Black Ridge tribe for the time being. Hearing the first half of the sentence, Ho-Ho Black Ridge's face lit up, but the second half made him fall again. He pounded his chest and said to Li Ziyu, since the Lord of Skeletons is unwilling to join forces with our Black Ridge tribe to deal with the void creatures, please release my people and leave our territory. After taking a deep look at Ho-Ho Black Ridge, Li Ziyu said, I will release your people and leave your tribe's territory. After saying this, Li Ziyu waved his hand, and the black warrior stepped forward, signaling that Ho-Ho Black Ridge could leave. This time, Ho-Ho Blackback didn't say anything more. He turned around and left. The other ape warriors followed him. The undead escorted them all the way and sent them out of the undead fortress. It was not until they left the undead fortress that the ape warrior breathed a sigh of relief and moved closer to Howling Black's spine. "Captain, are we leaving just like this? The undead haven't released Okamoto Black Ridge and the others yet." "Yes. You said it yourself. We ape warriors are fearless. If we leave like this, the other side will think we are showing weakness." Howling Black Ridge raised his hand, interrupting his companions who were talking at once, and said to them, "What do you want? Break into the other party's city by force, start a war with the other party, and then rescue our companions? Have you seen how many warriors they have? Are we able to defeat them?" An ape warrior said in frustration, "We can't just leave them alone like this. Don't you think Okamoto Black Ridge and the others are going to save them?" Ho-Ho Black Ridge shook his head and said, "Of course we have to save them. We already have a rough idea of who they are and how powerful they are. Let's go back and tell the tribe and let others find a solution. No one can bully the ape people recklessly. Not even the undead." After sending away Ho-Ho Blackridge, Li Ziyu brought the undead back to Okamoto Blackridge's room. The three ape men, Okamoto and Blackback, collapsed on the ground, looking as if they had lost all hope in life. When they saw Li Ziyu coming back, they looked at him with resentful eyes. Li Ziyu was confused by the looks and asked in surprise, "What are you looking at?" Okamoto Blackridge jumped up and said angrily, "Even if you are the king of skeletons, you cannot humiliate us like this. We are the ape people, and we can be killed but not humiliated." Li Ziyu was even more confused now, and asked with confusion in his eyes, "What happened?" As he spoke, he also looked at the skeletons and undead spirits around him. Could it be that these undead spirits were abusing the three ape men? Not really. Without my orders, the skeleton undead were too lazy to pay attention to these ape men. So how could they come and torture the ape men? This is not in line with their character. Okamoto Kuroji subconsciously thought that Li Ziyu's confusion and bewilderment were pretended, and said angrily, "We are prisoners, but you still have to provide us with food. Why are you starving us?" "Oh, this is because you didn't eat. So you are angry." Li Ziyu almost laughed out of anger after hearing this. What kind of people are they? Don't they have any sense of being prisoners? And they still ask me for human rights? But he came here to bring them food and chat with them. Li Ziyu had never dealt with the ape tribe and had no grudges against them. So he would not kill the three guys in front of him. He also promised the Black Ridge Society to let them go. Once they told him what they wanted to know, he would let them go. Li Ziyu waved his hand, and the skeleton undead behind him walked up to the three ape men with food and put it down. Although the barbecue was cold, the three apes obviously didn't care. They were really hungry, and just grabbed the meat and stuffed it into their mouths. They looked very ferocious while eating. "Someone from your tribe just arrived. The leader is called Ho-Ho Blackback," Li Ziyu said as the three ape men ate. The name of Ho-Ho Black Ridge made Okamoto Black Ridge's hand pause slightly. He tried hard to swallow the food in his mouth, raised his head, and looked at Li Ziyu and said, "Skull and our ape tribe have no hatred. Ho-Ho Black Ridge came here. You better let us go quickly. Otherwise it will cause a war between us. That would be bad." Okamoto Kuroji understood that the other party had no intention of killing him, but just locked them up without torturing them, which meant that the other party did not want to have a direct conflict with the ape-man tribe. In this case, it would be easy to deal with. The skeleton spirit brought a chair, and Li Ziyu sat down leisurely, signaling that Okamoto Kuroji could continue eating and not be so excited. He said slowly, "Ho-Ho Kuroji has left. Well, I have some questions to ask you next. I hope you can tell me the answers truthfully. Let's get to the point." Okamoto Kuroji ate a little slower. Asking for information might be the reason why the other party captured him and others. "The first question is, does your tribe have void crystals?" Li Ziyu asked, looking at Okamoto Heiji's expression. Okamoto Kuroji didn't say anything and ate even faster. It was obvious that he didn't want to answer this question, but Li Ziyu had already gotten the answer from his actions. The Black Ridge tribe should have the void crystal. They have lived here for some time, and are very familiar with the void land. Even Gula Jelly knew the purpose of the void crystal, so they must know it too. The second question is, what are the important resources in the void land? Think about it before answering. I don't want you to remain silent, and I don't want you to lie to me," Li Ziyu said in a deep voice. Knowing that he couldn't escape, Okamoto Heiji simply put down the food in his hand, sat cross-legged on the ground, looked at Li Ziyu with his dark eyes, and after thinking for a moment, he said to Li Ziyu, The most famous and precious resource in the Void Land is the Void Energy Crystal. Li Ziyu raised his eyebrows. Judging from the name, the Void Energy Crystal should be a kind of energy stone, similar to soul energy, but he had never seen it before. So he asked, "Do you have a Void Energy Crystal? Take it out and let me see it." Since he had already spoken, Okamoto Kuroiji did not hesitate. He touched his wristband, took out a small aqua blue stone the size of a $1 coin, and handed it to Li Ziyu. After Li Ziyu took the Void Energy Crystal, he handed over. He asked the system to query. Void Energy Crystal. Introduction. A crystal with void energy condensed from void energy. It has a transparent crystal-like protective SHL on the outside and gaseous, liquid or solid void energy inside. The darker the color of the void energy crystal, the more void energy is stored in it. It is a kind of magic crystal. P.S. This is a very valuable resource that can be used in many places. It was indeed a kind of energy. Li Ziyu nodded, knowing that his guess was correct. Anything related to energy is a good thing. No wonder the ape-man tribe stayed in the void for a long time. Seeing Li Ziyu staring at the void energy crystal in a daze, Okamoto Heiji couldn't help but say, "How is it? Isn't it beautiful? This is a rare and good thing." Li Ziyu didn't hear what he said. He was in a daze because of the system reminder that just came to his mind. Friendly reminder, you have obtained the void energy crystal and unlocked new buildings. Soul Energy Collector. Introduction. Is the name not clear enough? Do I need an introduction? It is used to collect soul energy. This building can collect free soul energy. How about it? Isn't it great? Construction requirements. Skeleton * 100 units. Psionic core * 1. Soul energy * 100 units. Void energy * 500 units. Crystal * 50 units. Energy conversion can be replaced by energy conversion biological organ * 1 pair. Energy coagulation can be replaced by energy coagulation biological organ * 1 pair. Area of land, 1 unit. Shit. It seems like I unlocked something incredible. This soul energy collector is simply a king bomb building for Li Ziyu. The biggest limitations to the development of the undead are soul energy and bones. As for bones, there is the mountains of the dead, which will be enough for a while. But soul energy is the real bottleneck. Li Ziyu is always thinking about where to get more soul energy. The quickest way to obtain soul energy is undoubtedly to start a war. But can war be started casually? It is true that he can get a considerable number of soul energy from the enemy's body. But he will also lose the undead. When he enters, he earns or compensates. It is hard to say. And the risk factor is still high. Why did he discuss with Batubu to go to other wasteland areas? Wasn't it to find a way to get more soul energy to support the development of the undead race? Otherwise, he would be too lazy to wander around in the wasteland. I didn't expect that I would receive such a great gift just after arriving in this empty land. Originally he thought that the resources here were of little use, and he should leave early. But now Li Ziyu doesn't think so. He wants to get more void energy crystals to build a soul energy collector. And also to get void crystals so that he can enter and exit the void at any time. Also, it seems those void creatures cannot be let go. In order to build a soul energy collector, there are 2 materials required. One is energy conversion, and the other is energy condensation. He has not been able to manufacture these 2 materials yet. But he can obtain substitutes through void creatures. For the sake of soul energy, he can't be scared this time. Li Ziyu raised his head and looked at Okamoto Heiji, his eyes showing a fierce look. He pinched the small void energy crystal with his index finger and thumb and asked, "Where did this thing come from? Where did you get it?" When the two looked at each other, Okamoto Heiji couldn't help but shudder. He was fine just now. Why did he suddenly get angry? This look was a bit scary. He swallowed and said, "I got it from the void creature." Lie. There is no void energy spar on the void creature. You can only get the energy of the void. You are deceiving me. Li Ziyu stared at his eyes and talked sharply. Skeleton King, I did not lie to you. The void energy crystals are really obtained from the bodies of void creatures. It's just that not every void creature has void energy crystals. Only a few void creatures have them. Okamoto Blackie explained hurriedly. Chapter 220. The reason why Okamoto Black Ridge gives the void energy crystal to Li Ziyu is because things such as the void energy crystal stone are not a secret in the void land. Hunting the void creature can be obtained. He didn't expect Li Ziyu's reaction to be so big, and even thought that he was deceiving him. Is it necessary to deceive in this matter? As long as you are in the void, you will encounter void creatures sooner or later. The more void creatures you kill, the more you will naturally obtain void energy crystals. Are you saying that this thing is the same as the magic energy crystal in the body of the monster? Okamoto Blackridge's statement reminded Li Ziyu of the monsters in the wasteland. Crystals can also be born in their bodies, which are various magic energy crystals. Okamoto's Blackridge quickly nodded and explained. You can treat the void creature as a Warcraft. Nor is it that every world of Warcraft has magic energy spar. Right. So there is no void energy crystal in the void creature. Which is reasonable. Well, that makes sense indeed. Li Ziyu's eyes became calm again. There were many magical beasts living in the Ghost Mountains, and they clashed with the undead from time to time. Of course, the consequence of the conflict was that the magical beasts turned into corpses, which were then dragged back to the undead fortress and decomposed into various materials by the system. Among these materials obtained from Warcraft, there are various magic energy crystals. It is indeed the same as what Okamoto Blackridge said. Magic energy crystals cannot be obtained from all Warcraft. Only those powerful Warcraft can produce magic energy crystals. From this perspective, the other party did not deceive me. Okay, since you are so sure, I will believe you for now. Then, where does the void crystal come from? Li Ziyu no longer asked about the void energy crystal, but instead asked about the void crystal. All signs indicated that he must get the void crystal. Okamoto Blackback was silent again, and even Du Lei Blackback and Jiesher Blackback next to him put down the food in their hands, lowered their heads and said nothing. The void crystal is their foundation. Whether they can enter and exit the void freely depends entirely on the void crystal. It can be said that this thing determines the strength of their tribe. Seeing Okamoto's Blackridge for a long time, Li Ziyu squatted down and looked at his eyes and said, Say, everyone is good. I let you leave, and even form an offensive and defensive alliance with your Blackridge tribe to deal with the void creature together. But if you do and say, I can only rely on grabbing. Are you and I am not interesting? The words were very clear. Li Ziyu believed that Okamoto Kuroiji could understand them. And these were also his true thoughts. The soul energy collector is too important. Even as important as the main city-level buildings like the cemetery. The void land that was previously ignored suddenly has strategic value. In order to develop better, Li Ziyu must obtain the void crystal that allows him to enter and exit here freely. Li Ziyu didn't even know what this thing looked like. If Okamoto Blackback didn't tell him, he would really choose to go to war with the Blackback tribe and rely on robbing. He didn't believe that he could not defeat an ape tribe. From the overturning exchange with the Roar Blackridge, Li Ziyu judged that the Blackridge tribe lived in this space. Otherwise, he would never consider it with himself to deal with the void creature with his first meeting. Okamoto's Blackridge looked up at Li Ziyu. He heard the meaning of Li Ziyu's words. What was the situation on the tribe? He knew that some time ago, the tribe had just a battle with the void creature. Although he successfully repelled the void creature, he also damaged the soldiers. But if the Black Spine tribe was asked to hand over the void crystal, that would be impossible. They would rather let most of the tribesmen stay behind and run away with the void crystal than hand it over to the Skeleton King. He shook his head and said helplessly, We can't give you the void crystal. If you want to start a war, then go ahead. We, the Black Spine tribe, will accept the challenge. Li Ziyu shook his head and said, I don't want the crystal from your tribe, but I want to ask where the crystal comes from and what it looks like. Okamoto Black Spirit is still hesitant. Seeing this, Li Ziyu added, If you don't tell me, then we really have no choice but to go to war. I need the void crystal. Du Lei Heiji on the side came close to Okamoto Heiji and whispered in his ear. Tell him. Whether he can get it depends on his luck anyway. We can't control it. Upon hearing this, Okamoto Heiji turned his head and looked at Jiesher Heiji, who nodded vigorously to show his support. All the companions agreed, and Okamoto Heiji no longer insisted. He looked at Li Ziyu and asked, As long as I tell you where the void crystal came from, will you let us go? Li Ziyu nodded confidently. Yes. Ho-Ho Blackridge also said that we are not enemies. Tell me what I want to know, and I will let you go. Killing you will do me no good. Okay. I hope you keep your word. We were the ones who picked up the void crystal. Okamoto Heiji said with a sigh. Picked it up? Where can one pick up a void crystal? A series of question marks suddenly popped up in Li Ziyu's head. We really picked it up. The void crystal fell from the sky. But we suspect it was shot to our side from outside the forest. Of course. This is just our guess. We didn't pass through the forest. Okamoto Heiji said honestly. What's in the forest? Why didn't you pass through it? Liziu asked, continuing his conversation. There are too many void creatures in the forest. We have sent out several teams. But few people came back alive. They can't even get through the forest. Okamoto Heiji shared the information with Liziu. He had already told them about the void crystal. So this little bit wouldn't make any difference. What does the void crystal look like? Liziu stopped dwelling on the issue of the forest and asked instead. This time, Okamoto Kuroiji did not speak. Instead, he drew on the ground with his thick index finger, drawing a crooked prism. Just like natural crystal. He pointed to the drawn pattern. It really is crystal. Liziu thought that void crystal was just a noun. But she didn't expect that the shapes were all crystal-like. Okay. Now I know what's going on. I'll just look for it myself. Okay. You can leave now. I will let the undead send you out. If there is a chance. We will see each other next time. Liziu promised to let the other party go, and would not break his promise. He would not deceive a few apes. Okamoto Kuroiji couldn't believe his ears. Is it so satisfying? He thought there would be some twists and turns. And that the Skeleton King would at least make things difficult for him and the others. But he didn't expect that the other party would actually just ask 2 questions, and then let them go. This is a fool. However, when the Black Warrior came in front of them, and gestured to them to leave, Okamoto Blackback turned his head to look at his 2 companions, and gave them a wink. And the 3 apes immediately became alert. The Skeleton King said he would let me go. But can I really walk out of here? Is he planning to kill me on the way? The 3 men followed the Black Warrior with full vigilance and left the cemetery. As they arrived, there were elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors and skeleton undead standing outside, surrounding the 3 ape men and silently forcing them forward. When the undead dispersed, the 3 found themselves back in the grassland. Turning around, they saw a huge undead fortress behind them. An expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. The other party actually kept his word and sent them out without any intention of taking action. Are there such fools in the world? The 3 apes looked at each other. They felt that they had obtained a very important information. This Skeleton King could be used. A gentleman can be deceived by tricks. What's beyond the forest? After the 3 ape men left, Liziu was thinking about this problem. The source of the void crystal is related to the forest. But according to Okamoto Heiji, there are too many void creatures in the forest, making it impossible to pass through. And naturally it is impossible to detect the true source of the void crystal. The ape man doesn't know. But does Gula Jelly know? Ask her. Liziu's thoughts moved, and a figure emerged in the room. It could be none other than Gula Jelly. Gula Jelly, who was originally wandering around in the cemetery, suddenly felt dizzy in front of her eyes. When her vision recovered, she found herself in an unfamiliar room. Her pupils shrank slightly. And then she saw Liziu. And then her vision returned to normal. Master? Gula Jelly called out in confusion. I have something to ask you. So I called you over here. Liziu said gently with a smile on his face. Gula Jelly was shocked. Although she didn't know what was going on, she was still shocked by the fact that Liziu could easily do what she saw in front of him. Master, please tell me everything I know. Gula Jelly calmed down and said straightforwardly. How much do you know about forests? Liziu asked straight to the point. The forest is too dangerous. And there are few tribes. I seldom go in. There are many void creatures in it. Much more than those on the grassland. Gula Jelly thought for a while, and said simply. She has been to many places. But her main area of activity is still the grassland, which is the place she is most familiar with. Speaking of void creatures, Liziu became curious again and asked. Do all void creatures look the same? Gula Jelly shook her head in surprise. Of course not. Void creatures come in all kinds of forms. But most of them look like bugs. There are also human-like ones. Human-like void creatures are very smart. And they seem to be able to command those bug-like void creatures. Liziu nodded when he heard this. He had been in the void land for too short a time, and had only seen one kind of void creature, which was the gourd-shaped void beetle. He had not seen other void creatures yet. The gourd-shaped void beetle contributed to him the material energy conversion biological organ that could be used to make a soul energy collector. He didn't know from which void creature he could get the other energy condensation biological organ. Master, do you want to enter the forest? Jelly couldn't help asking when she saw Li Ziyu didn't speak. Yes. I have such a plan. Or rather, I plan to cross the forest. Since the soul contract had been signed, Li Ziyu did not intend to hide it from the other party, and simply said it directly. Through the forest? Jelly widened her eyes, and shouted in surprise. I have never heard of anyone crossing the forest. It is too dangerous. Not to mention crossing the forest. I have never heard of anyone even reaching the depths of the forest. She has been living in the void, traveling far and wide. The information she gets is not necessarily accurate, but she is well informed and naturally knows a lot. Jelly had been paying attention to the forest for a long time, and would collect some information every time she visited a tribe. But over the years, all she knew was that there were a large number of resources in the forest. Every tribe had its eyes on the resources in the forest, and many tribes had tried to obtain resources through the forest, but all had failed without exception. Only occasionally do we hear of some brave adventurers running into the forest, risking their lives, and bringing out some rare resources, thus becoming rich overnight and reaching the pinnacle of life. There are many rumors about the forest among the grassland tribes. Some saying that there are endless void creatures in the forest. Some saying that there is a city of void creatures deep in the forest. And some saying that the void creatures have hidden a large army in the forest and are planning to counterattack the grassland. There are all kinds of things to say, but without exception, they all talk about the dangers of the forest. Every year, tribesmen who dream of getting rich overnight go into the forest in groups. But only a few can come out alive. But Li Ziyu now said that he wanted to go through the forest and reach the other side. In Jelly's eyes, this was not a difficult task. It was simply seeking death. Even if the master owned a huge city and a huge number of skeletons, it would be impossible to do it. Seeing Jelly's surprised look, Li Ziyu couldn't help but shook her head and smiled. Don't worry too much. I'm not saying to just rush in right now. I'm not that stupid. I just have a plan and need to be prepared. At least I need to see more void creatures before I can make a judgment. Hearing him say this, Jelly felt a little relieved. She was really afraid that the person in front of her would get carried away and rush directly into the forest. Although the undead fortress is huge, it is nothing compared to the void forest, which is like a sea of trees. If you rush in, you won't make any waves. The void crystal is something Li Ziyu must obtain. And he also wants to hunt void creatures. If he cannot get the void crystal in the grassland, he will really consider entering the forest. After thinking for a while, Li Ziyu asked again. You all said that there are many void creatures in the forest. Won't they come out? Of course they will come out. Every once in a while, the void creatures will rush out from the forest in groups, and will actively attack any tribe they see. There are very few tribes that can stop the attacks of the void creatures. Jelly shuddered when she said this, remembering some horrible things. To be honest, she herself can't believe that she is still alive today. It's simply a miracle. Not to mention that she is a lone ranger. The fact that she has experienced 3 attacks by void creatures and managed to survive is enough to be praised. Void creatures are difficult to kill and have strong combat capabilities. Every time they emerge from the forest, they come in large groups and cover the sky, destroying all tribes they can see along the way. They are different from the tribesmen. The fights between tribes are often because of resources, not unreasonable killing or fighting without any benefits. But the void creatures are different. They seem to be fighting simply for destruction, to eliminate all other creatures in the void. Any tribe destroyed by the void creatures will leave no survivors. Fighting against void creatures is a life and death battle. Either you kill the void creatures, or you are killed by them. Either way, there is no need to surrender. This results in the tribesmen who can survive in the void land being all aggressive and fierce. And conflicts are common. Moreover, most of the tribesmen living here do not take their lives seriously, unless they are from a clan tribe, such as the Black Spine tribe. The Black Axe tribe is a subordinate branch of the Ape Man tribe. They are like a big family with strict hierarchy. They will also protect their own people, and are more united than other tribes on the grassland. Chapter 221, set off. The night was long and there was nothing to do for fun. So Li Ziyu pulled Jelly aside to chat, talking about what they had seen in the void and the outside world. Jelly was longing for the outside world, while Li Ziyu was full of curiosity about the void. The two chatted happily. The conversation was not in vain, as a lot of information was revealed from the unintentional talks. Chatting with Jelly finally gave Li Ziyu a general understanding of this void land, and he was no longer completely ignorant as before. They kept chatting until Jelly felt sleepy and yawned from time to time. So Li Ziyu let her go to rest. After Gully Jelly left, Li Ziyu was still very energetic. He reviewed everything that happened today, and the information that Gully Jelly had revealed when chatting with him just now. After the excitement passed, Li Ziyu felt sleepy and went to rest. Wake. Li Ziyu woke up with sleepy eyes, and sat on the bed, with a dazed look on his face. He felt a little confused, as if something was wrong. Where are they? Ming Ming, he shouted subconsciously. But then he came to his senses and regained consciousness. He shook his head and swallowed the rest of the words. Catwoman is not here. When he went to the wasteland, he left everyone in the wasteland, including Ming and Ming. Although he has been away from the wasteland for some time, he still hasn't adapted to the absence of Ming and Ming. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. I am used to having Catwoman serving me, and now I am somewhat uncomfortable. Li Ziyu laughed at himself and asked the dead spirit to get him some clean water to wash. After washing up, Li Ziyu's thoughts turned to the cemetery, and he found that the leopard woman had woken up a long time ago. She was a person who could not sit still, and she was wandering around in the cemetery. Fortunately, because of the soul contract, the undead did not attack her. Otherwise, with her behavior, she would have died countless times. Li Ziyu asked the undead to bring some food over, and casually snapped his fingers, and a figure emerged in his room. Gully Jelly looked around. This time, she was not as flustered as before. She seemed to be familiar with the way Li Ziyu called her. Her eyes quickly fell on Li Ziyu, with a happy expression on her face. She shouted, "Good day, Master." Li Ziyu smiled and nodded, and replied, "You woke up early. Are you hungry? Let's eat something together." When she heard there was something to eat, Gully Jelly's eyes lit up, and she nodded quickly, saying expectantly, "Okay." Breakfast was meat soup, some pasta, and refreshing vegetables. It was not good to eat too much in the morning. Li Ziyu always liked to eat something refreshing, but Gully Jelly had little interest in those vegetables. She was a pure carnivore. Seeing her eating in a disjointed manner, Li Ziyu asked the undead to serve some more barbecue, and Gully Jelly became happy. Looking at Gully Jelly, who was eating happily, Li Ziyu couldn't help but smile. What to do next? A trace of confusion flashed across Li Ziyu's eyes. He came to the land of void from another world. It was just like when he had just traveled to another world. The situation in the wasteland had opened up. He did not expect to come to the land of void inexplicably, and he was unfamiliar with everything here. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. Let's just drive the fortress along the forest. First, take a look at what this void land looks like. Try to see if I can find void crystals, hunt void creatures, and study what the uses of void creatures are. Well, that's it. There's a saying that goes, now that we are here, I can't go back empty-handed. I have to bring back some local specialties, by the way. Is leopard woman considered a local specialty? Li Ziyu, whose mind was wandering, suddenly saw a hand in front of him. The hand had slender fingers that were waving in front of his eyes. The scene in front of him flickered. Li Ziyu blinked, and his thoughts, which had drifted to who knows where, finally returned. He pushed the hand aside and saw Gully Jelly clearly. She had already finished her breakfast. She had not touched any of the vegetables or fruits and had eaten all the meat. There was not even any soup left. I've eaten? Okay then. Let's get ready to go. Where are you going? I don't know. Let's just walk along the forest and see where we end up. But this will easily lead to being discovered by the void creatures in the forest, and they will attack us. Is there such a good thing? Let them come. I just want to see it for myself. Master, the surrounding tribes have a sense of territory. If we lead people into other tribes' territories at will, they will attack us. Who said I was going to bring someone over? I brought the fortress with me. Fortress? Gully Jelly's voice suddenly rose an octave, and her beautiful leopard eyes widened into a circle, full of absurdity and disbelief. Listen, does this make sense? She thought Li Ziyu was joking with her, but Li Ziyu shrugged his shoulders. What's wrong with this? If they want to attack, let them attack. If they dare to attack me, I will send them away, Li Ziyu said indifferently. He really didn't believe that every tribe had a backing as strong as the Black Spine tribe. He was not even afraid of the Black Spine tribe. So how could he be afraid of other small tribes? He was kidding. Where should we send them? Gula Jelly didn't understand what Li Ziyu meant and asked blankly. Send them to see the ancestors. Their souls will go to see the ancestors. And their bodies will turn into our companions. Li Ziyu said as he glanced at the skeletons and undead spirits around him. Following his gaze, Gula Jelly shuddered, and then she remembered where she was. And a sense of meaning arose in her heart. These skeletons. Could it be that? Thinking of a possibility, her face suddenly turned pale. Before entering the cemetery, she was surrounded by the undead and was sent here. She did not see the specific appearance of the undead fortress. But judging from the number of undead surrounding her, there must be a lot of skeletons on the other side. After signing the contract with Li Ziyu, she had the right to walk in the cemetery, and the undead would not attack her. She was not idle during this time, wandering around in the cemetery, marveling at its huge size, which was like an endless maze, and at the same time surprised at the large number of skeletons in the cemetery. If these skeletons were the people sent away by Li Ziyu, then how many people did the master in front of him kill? Unbelievable. Li Ziyu looked at the fear in Gula Jelly's eyes and grinned. Don't think too much. You are one of us. Gula Jelly swallowed and nodded with difficulty. It's not that she had never seen a battlefield. On the contrary, in the seemingly peaceful land of the void, wars were always frequent. They occurred almost every day. Battles broke out between tribes, and between tribes and void creatures at all times. But thinking of the undead in the cemetery still made her feel a chill. By the way, you haven't left the cemetery since you came here, right? Come on. I'll take you to see it. Li Ziyu patted his head, stood up and said with a smile, Oh! After thinking of the terrible thing, Gula Jelly became well behaved, nodded obediently, and followed Li Ziyu. She is really scared now. Although the master keeps saying that she is his own, and they have signed a soul contract. Li Ziyu can decide her life or death in a single thought. She didn't feel anything before, but now she does. The master in front of her is not an ordinary person at all. If he says he will kill her, he will really kill her. Li Ziyu didn't care about Gula Jelly's thoughts. Since they had signed the contract, they were his own people. As long as Gula Jelly didn't cause trouble, he naturally wouldn't kill people at will. Li Ziyu felt that he was still kind. No matter whether it was the Tauren of Tab, the Catwoman, or the Snakeman, he had good intentions and let them join him. After Gula Jelly has been in the Fortress of the Dead for a long time, she will understand. It is useless to explain it now. Explanations with words are always empty and boring. With a wave of his hand, a door opened in front of him. Li Ziyu walked in front, and Gula Jelly followed behind. And the two entered the door. The sun was pouring down from the sky, and the sudden brightness made Gula Jelly couldn't help but stretch out her hand in front of her eyes. Although there was light in the cemetery, it was the light of the soul fire, which was incomparable to the dazzling sunlight outside. After adapting to the light outside, Gula Jelly's mouth slowly opened wide at everything she saw. There were countless tall buildings and skeletons shuttling between the buildings. She had counted all the tribes she had visited, but had rarely seen such a powerful one. Or perhaps none at all. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Follow me. Li Ziyu's voice came to her ears. Gula Jelly looked over and found that Li Ziyu had walked forward for a distance and was waving at her. Gula Jelly responded, swung her long legs, and ran 2 steps to catch up with Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu took Gula Jelly towards the main building. Along the way, Gula Jelly's head was spinning like a rattle. Everything in the undead fortress was new to her, especially when she got outside the main building. Gula Jelly was overwhelmed by the sight of the statues of various shapes and the huge buildings. She was amazed by them. Then Li Ziyu laughed at her and said, You look so worldly wise. After entering the fortress, Gula Jelly's hair instantly stood up. She felt a chill, and people were looking at her from all directions, staring at her, as if they wanted to see through all her secrets. It felt like being in a forest full of dangers. Standing at the door, Gula Jelly didn't dare to move. Her body was stiff, and she couldn't move her legs. She struggled and called out in a trembling voice, Master! Master! Li Ziyu, who was about to go up the stairs, turned to look at Gula Jelly at the door, thought for a moment, and stomped her feet. Gula Jelly immediately felt the gazes around her disappear. She breathed a long sigh of relief and hurriedly chased after Li Ziyu. After thinking for a moment, she weakly reached out her hand and grabbed Li Ziyu's clothes. Ha ha ha, there's no need to be like this. They just haven't seen you before, and they're just curious. Li Ziyu looked down at the fingers that were grabbing her clothes and said with a smile, Them? Gila Jelly did not let go, but looked around, but did not see anything. Li Ziyu raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and the entire main building instantly came alive. Clusters of soul fire burned. Those strange-looking statues slowly turned their heads, and the armor began to move. Everything pointed in one direction. Gila Jelly? The leopard woman took a deep breath. She finally understood why she could sense targets on all sides. They were all alive. They were all alive and visible to the eye. There were almost no dead things. Li Ziyu snapped his fingers again. The soul fire weakened and shrank back to its original position. The statue turned its head back, and the armor returned to its original position. Everything seemed to be an illusion. Like an illusion. Don't worry. Just treat them as skeletons in the cemetery. They won't hurt you. Li Ziyu explained and walked up with Gila Jelly. They are different from the skeletons in the cemetery. Gila Jelly really wanted to say this, but she didn't dare to open her mouth. The skeleton undead in the cemetery are all of the lowest level and look stupid. So Gila Jelly naturally does not feel any fear. However, in the main building, whether it is the Black Warrior, the Elite Heavy Hammer Skeleton Warrior, or the Gargoyle, they are much stronger than the skeleton undead. So Gila Jelly will naturally feel fear. Li Ziyu didn't say anything more. After living in the main building for a while, Gila Jelly would adapt. Just like the Catwoman sisters. When they first came here, they were worse than Gila Jelly. But now they have gotten used to it, and even go back to play with the undead whenever they have time. I brought Gila Jelly to the rooftop, where we could overlook the entire undead fortress with an excellent view. Leaving Gila Jelly to play by herself, Li Ziyu raised his head, looked at the sun hanging high in the sky, and frowned slightly. Something is wrong. Something is wrong with the sun. On the way to the main building just now, Li Ziyu realized something was wrong. The sun has a suppressive effect on the undead. When the sun is shining, the fire of the soul will be suppressed, which makes the skeleton undead look very tired, as if they have been drained after a night of fighting, and they seem weak even when walking. But in the void, the bright sun is hanging in the sky, but the undead seem not to feel it. They are full of energy, and there is no difference from night. The sun in the sky now is not the same as the sun in the wasteland of another world. Although they are equally bright and have the same temperature, they are definitely not the same thing. This is good news. In the void, the undead can always maintain sufficient combat effectiveness, which will reduce a lot of trouble, and there is no need to be so nervous during the day. As for what the sun in the sky of the void is, Li Ziyu didn't want to delve into it. It was meaningless. He was not an astronomer. It was enough for him to know that this thing was useful to him. Forward. Li Ziyu waved his hand forward and said softly. The undead fortress moved slowly for a while, then gradually accelerated and moved forward along the edge of the forest, looking at the scenery that was constantly receding. Gila Jelly was shocked again. Can we really walk? The city under my feet can actually move. This time Gila Jelly was completely unable to do it. It was beyond her understanding. She had seen tribes send troops to fight, but she had never seen one carrying the tribe to fight. No wonder her master didn't care about attacks from the void creatures or attacks from the tribes. This was a huge advantage. So what was there to be afraid of? As long as you don't encounter a large number of void creatures, there will be no problem. Full of sense of security. At this moment, Gila Jelly was extremely grateful that she had signed the soul contract. It was great that she could live in this city. When moving forward towards the fortress of the dead, the Ghost Rangers had already set out ahead to explore the way ahead. Okay. After more than half an hour, everything was normal. This made Li Ziyu scratch his head. Something was wrong. This was different from what we agreed. I have such a big undead fortress right next to the forest. Can't the void creatures in the forest see it? Why don't they come out? He was still looking forward to encountering void creatures. He was still short of a material to make a soul energy collector. He was also thinking about attracting void creatures to take the bait, so that he could make a soul energy collector to see the effect. But it had been half an hour, and he hadn't seen anything. He hadn't seen any tribesmen from the void land, nor any void creatures. He was really disappointed. Gully Gully. Hey, master. Where can I find void creatures? Ah? I need to hunt some void creatures. Well, master, how about you send some people into the forest to take a look? Gila Jelly didn't know what Li Ziyu was going to do, so she suggested hesitantly. Chapter 222 Tribal Ruins. Into the forest. This isn't a good idea. Although Li Ziyu really wants to hunt void creatures, It doesn't mean that she is planning to film the undead entering the forest right now. The gourd-shaped void beetle left a deep impression on Li Ziyu. It was not something that ordinary undead could deal with. The worst had to be at the level of an elite heavy hammer skeleton warrior. And they had to be outnumbered. Otherwise they could not be killed. He shook his head and said to Gully Jelly, "Is there no other way except entering the forest? How do the tribes on the grassland live? Don't they hunt void creatures?" Gula Jelly smiled bitterly and said, "Hunting is allowed. But only hunters who are familiar with void creatures will go hunting. Ordinary tribesmen won't even have time to hide. This is indeed the fact, as can be seen from the gourd-shaped void beetle. If you don't know its weaknesses and try to attack it head-on, it's not that Li Ziyu looks down on the tribesmen, but there are really few people who can kill it. To deal with a void creature like this, you must know its weaknesses and use its weaknesses to kill the opponent. The land of the void is originally the territory of the void creatures, and there are too many good things on the void creatures. It is impossible not to hunt them. But the warriors who can hunt the void creatures are, without exception, the best in the tribe." After figuring it out, Li Ziyu stopped worrying about this problem. He could just look for the void creatures slowly and eventually find them. He then thought of another question. "By the way, do you know which tribes have void crystals?" He didn't have much hope for this problem. The void crystal was too important. The tribe must have kept it tightly guarded. After all, it was something that could allow one to leave and enter the void land. It was like a switch. Who would be so open and say that they had the void crystal? As long as Li Ziyu could get a similar clue from Gully Jelly, she would be satisfied. If she really didn't know, it didn't matter. At worst, she could just look for it herself. "I know," Gula Jelly said casually while looking at the distance. "It doesn't matter if you don't know." You know? How did you know?" Li Ziyu was halfway through her words when she reacted and looked at Gula Jelly in surprise and asked, "What's so difficult about this? Anyone who knows about void crystal should know it, right?" Gula Jelly said with a strange look on her face. "Wait, I don't quite understand what you mean. Shouldn't the void crystal be a secret? Could it be that many people know about it?" Li Ziyu was even more surprised. The void crystal is a secret. But it's not a secret which tribe has the void crystal. Why should it be kept secret? Gully Jelly asked curiously. "Of course we have to keep it a secret. If we knew who had the void crystal, wouldn't someone try to snatch it?" Li Ziyu frowned. Didn't they agree to believe in the dark forest? Didn't they agree that whoever has the bigger fist is right? Just look at the 3 apes from the Black Spine tribe to understand how important something like the void crystal is. If the news gets out, there will definitely be large groups of people fighting for it. It's only normal to keep it hidden. Who knew that Gully Jelly shook her head and explained to him. "Since the news has been released, doesn't it mean that you are not afraid of people coming to rob you? Isn't it just saying I am very powerful, and I am not afraid of you? Damn. You are trying to use reverse thinking on me." However, when you think about it, it does make sense. Spreading the news that you have void crystals in the void land can really have some deterrent effect. In fact, in this place, many large tribes have void crystals. Or only tribes with void crystals can be called large tribes, because they are not afraid and have a way to retreat. Of course, small tribes dare not say it even if they have void crystals, because they will really be snatched away and the tribe will be destroyed. Seeing the expression on Li Ziyu's face, Gully Jelly spoke again. "The big tribe that Gula Jelly mentioned is not the same as the big tribe in the wilderness. The size of a tribe in the wilderness is determined by the size of its population. The larger the population and the larger the territory, the bigger the tribe is. A small tribe has a small population, a small territory and few resources. The big and small tribes mentioned in the void land are more like strong and weak tribes. Even if your tribe has only 10 people. But these 10 people are good at easily hunting down void creatures and blocking the void beast tides. Then this tribe will also be a big tribe in the void land. If your tribe has tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, or millions of people, but you cannot hunt the void creatures and cannot stop the attacks of the void creatures, then you are a small tribe and it will be difficult for you to survive in the void land. The land of the void is more naked than the wasteland because of the threat of void creatures. Strength is everything. If you have great power, no one will dare to make any mistakes even if you hold a void crystal. If you are not strong enough, then holding a void crystal is like holding a time bomb. This is a place where real strength speaks volumes. Everyone is an outsider in the void. The void creatures treat everyone equally, and will kill them all anyway. There are not so many rules between them. These are the best rules. What you said seems to mean that if I wipe out a tribe, no one will say anything. Right? Li Ziyu asked with a frown after listening to Gila Jelly's explanation. Yes, but the master's better choice is to annex it, Gila Jelly said without hesitation. Why is it annexation? Li Ziyu really didn't understand the rules of the Void Land, which were somewhat different from the rules of the Wasteland. In the wilderness, there were indeed fights between tribes, but everyone had some idea in their hearts that there were often some relationships between tribes. And you didn't know that a small tribe you destroyed was actually a branch of another tribe. Just like the Blackback tribe. They are a branch of the Ape-men. Li Ziyu went to war with the Blackback tribe and destroyed them. This was not a big problem. But what was hidden behind it was the enmity with the Ape-men, and he would be retaliated against endlessly by them. This was why Li Ziyu was unwilling to offend the Blackback Ape-men too much. These are the rules that came from the wilderness. But the rules that Gila Jelly is talking about now don't seem to be like this. The reason for the annexation is naturally due to lack of manpower. Although they may not be able to kill the void creatures, they can help resist. They are cannon fodder and death warriors. When the void creatures attack, they are set up first to consume them. This way, one can save one's own troops. The tribes here all do this, Gila Jelly said, as a matter of course. Li Ziyu was silent. In Gila Jelly's self-righteousness, he heard the word cruel. There are 3 types of tribes surviving in the Void Land. The first type is the Black Spine tribe, which possess void crystals and can enter and exit the Void Land freely. They can communicate with the Wasteland to gain support and replenish their troops. When they come to the Void Land, it is like colonists arriving in a colony, living a comfortable and fulfilling life. If they can't bear it anymore, they can retreat back to the Wasteland. The second type is those who cannot survive in the other world or who hope to gain more tribes. They passed through the void cracks and came to this world. But they did not obtain the void crystals. They can only live and work hard in this world. Whether this kind of tribe is strong or not is another matter. But they are generally very united. The third type is people like Li Ziyu who have accidentally entered this world. But they do not have Li Ziyu's luck. They are usually alone or in a team and accidentally pass through the void cracks. The weak will die early, while the strong will survive and gather together. The last type of tribe is not as united as the first and second types, but their fighting power is very strong and belongs to the category of the large tribe mentioned by Gila Jelly. Speaking of which, it's a bit messy, but very practical. From what Gila Jelly said, Li Ziyu felt what true survival of the fittest meant. Everyone was always ready for a fight. The fight could come from all levels. From void creatures, from other tribes, or from teammates who had just had a meal together. Strangely, all tribes have the same enemy void creature. In the face of constant sources and massive void creatures, tribes from the other world will be desperately united. This is what we say we are not enemies. So, I should establish my authority now. After thinking for a long time, Li Ziyu suddenly realized what he should do and said to himself, "Yes, Master. Establishing authority is crucial." Gila Jelly nodded seriously. She really thought so. As a lone brave warrior who ventures into the world alone, Gila Jelly is well aware of the importance of establishing authority. It's simple when you put it that way. Li Ziyu grinned. What does it mean to establish authority? To put it simply, isn't it just killing people? Telling others that you are strong and making them afraid of you? Isn't that simple? Just do it. Gila Jelly, where is the nearest tribe that has the void crystal? Li Ziyu asked directly. Looking for the void crystal? Looking for something. Since you're planning on establishing your authority, can't I just rob it directly? Aren't there 2 conditions that motivate Li Ziyu to stay in the Void Land? One is the void crystal that allows him to enter and exit here at will, and the other is the material that can be used to make a soul energy collector. He had originally planned to look for it on his own to avoid conflict with the Black Spine tribe. But now it seems that it is different from what he thought. So he decided to just take action. Compared to trusting the ape-men of the Black Ridge tribe, Li Ziyu trusts Gila Jelly, with whom he has signed a contract. More, the leopard woman said that anyone who can survive in the void has blood on their hands. So there is no need to hesitate. Gila Jelly was stunned at first. Then she understood something. She turned her head to look at the undead fortress, pondered for a moment, and then she made up her mind and took out something that looked like a compass from somewhere. The compass looked dirty and worn out. Gila Jelly fiddled with it for a few times, and a map actually appeared on it. It was a holographic image with a very high-tech feel. which stunned Li Ziyu. What is this? Li Ziyu asked while looking at the map, like a curious baby. But he was thinking in his heart that Xingxing must like this thing very much. Map. Gully Jelly looked at Li Ziyu in confusion. Then looked at the holographic map. While comparing, she asked in surprise, "Don't you use it? The Void Land needs this kind of map to locate. There are very few reference points on the grassland. Everything looks the same. It's easy to get lost. Indeed, what lies before us is a vast green grassland, with few trees to be seen. It is not easy to find a tribe on the grassland. This map looks good. I'll have to make one if I get a chance." Although she doesn't know the principle behind the compass holographic map in Gila Jelly's hand, Li Ziyu doesn't care. As long as it can be used, it's fine. I'm not an engineer or a scientist. After studying them for a while, Gully Jelly finally determined the direction. She pointed and said to Li Ziyu, "Over there. I know there is a powerful tribe there. It is said that they have void crystals." Li Ziyu looked at the direction pointed by Gully Jelly and nodded. Since she didn't know where to go, she might as well go in the direction given by Gully Jelly. The Undead fortress turned and headed in the direction indicated by Guligli. Li Ziyu didn't need to worry about these things. He looked at Gully Jelly and asked, "Tell me about that tribe." "Oh, that's a tribe made up of strong people. There are people from many races in it. The strongest one is the Crypt Spider Woman, who is also their chief." As Gula Jelly told her story, the fortress of the Undead gradually picked up speed. With a compass to guide the direction and being in the grassland, the Undead fortress basically walked in a straight line and did not encounter any trouble along the way. We walked until noon. After a whole morning, Li Ziyu was tired of looking at the grassland and looked a little listless. He yawned and asked Gully Jelly, "Are we not there yet? Is the tribe so far away from us?" Gully Jelly looked into the distance, frowning, with a bad feeling in her heart. "Master, something is wrong. Something may have happened. Tribes have a sense of territory, especially such powerful tribes. They will deploy various reconnaissance tools in their own territories to prevent other tribes and void creatures from sneaking in." In Gully Jelly's memory, they had already entered the territory of the Spider-Woman tribe, but the other party did not make any movement. To say that they did not notice them would be deceiving themselves. The Undead fortress was such a huge thing, and Li Ziyu had no intention of hiding it. He just rushed over so boldly. It would be a miracle if the other party did not notice them. But the other party didn't respond. This is strange. We should at least send someone to take a look. But there is indeed nothing. The Undead did not detect any breath of life. Li Ziyu slowed down the Undead fortress and ordered the Ghost Rangers to step up their vigilance and continue moving in the direction of the tribe. After walking for more than half an hour, they finally saw the tribe that Gila Jelly mentioned. Or rather the tribal ruins. Everything here was destroyed. Houses collapsed, tents torn, and all kinds of messy things thrown around. After sending the Ghost Rangers to investigate and finding no signs of life, Li Ziyu and Gully Jelly led a large group of undead out of the Undead fortress and came to the ruins of the tribe. TSK, 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 TSK. It looks like they've been through a great battle. Li Ziyu walked in the destroyed tribe, clicking his tongue. Occasionally, he squatted down and could see bloodstains on objects and the ground. A battle took place here, and the powerful Spider-Woman tribe mentioned by Gully Jelly was probably the loser. Gula Jelly acted much faster than Li Ziyu. She ran back and forth in the tribal ruins, constantly checking, and finally returned to Li Ziyu with a serious expression. "What's wrong with you?" Li Ziyu asked casually when he saw that her face looked a little strange. "It's not a battle between tribes. It's the void creatures that destroyed this place. Void creatures have come out of the forest. Master, we better leave here quickly," Gila Jelly said with a frown. "Are you sure?" Li Ziyu's expression also changed. Void creatures are not easy to deal with. It's certain. A fight between tribes couldn't have left behind so many things. Many useful things are still left here. It definitely wasn't a fight between tribes. I saw traces of gnawing. The corpses here should have been eaten by void creatures. Gila Jelly analyzed seriously. She had experienced the attack of the void creatures and survived, so she was naturally familiar with everything about it. It's okay to take Li Ziyu to the tribe to establish his authority. But if they encounter a tide of void beasts or void insects, it will be a big trouble. She could roughly judge the time of the tribe's demise. But she didn't know how far the void creatures had gone. What if they came back to attack? Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's go now. By the way, can we find the void crystal? Li Ziyu asked while nodding. Chapter 223, Insect Swarm Siege. You know that this place has experienced attacks by void creatures. Yet you are still thinking about the void crystals? Gila Jelly looked at Li Ziyu speechlessly. She found that her master really knew nothing. How did her master live before? Why didn't she know so many common sense things? There was no other way but to explain. Master, the void creatures will not let go of anything related to void energy. This tribe has been breached by the void creatures, and it is impossible to find the void crystal. So that's it. It was a wasted trip. Li Ziyu was also helpless, and could only call the undead back to the undead fortress and prepare to start again. Where are we going now? Li Ziyu asked Gully Jelly. He hadn't expected that the tribe would be destroyed by the void creatures. This trip was in vain. But he still had to have a direction. Gila Jelly shook her head, looking a little confused. She knew that she should run quickly at this time. The farther the better, to avoid colliding with the void creatures. As for where to go, she had no idea. It would be best and safest to return along the same route. Seeing that she had no suggestions, Li Ziyu thought for a moment, took out a bone, threw it casually, pointed in a direction and said, "That's it. Master, this is too joking." The corner of Gila Jelly's mouth twitched. She thought in her heart but didn't say anything. She was still able to find her own position. Although Li Ziyu was quite kind to her, there was really a soul contract between the two of them. So it was better not to make him unhappy. After selecting the direction, the undead fortress set off again and headed in the direction pointed out by Li Ziyu. After walking forward aimlessly for a long time, the evil spirit patroller in front suddenly sent a message. Life has been detected. There are creatures fighting ahead. Li Ziyu, who was resting in the main building, ordered to stop and immediately rushed to the roof of the main building. Looking into the distance, he could vaguely see some black spots. It was too far away to see clearly. So Li Ziyu turned around, went downstairs and rushed towards the cemetery. A figure hurriedly ran past in front of her. Leopard Girl looked at Li Ziyu's back in confusion. As if she had thought of something, she swung her long legs and chased after Li Ziyu, and arrived at the cemetery with him one after another. Li Ziyu ignored Gully Jelly, who wanted to watch the fun, and opened the portal and rushed into the cemetery. When Gully Jelly entered the cemetery, Li Ziyu was nowhere to be seen. In a room, Li Ziyu connected to the gem on the top of the cemetery and looked into the distance. Upon seeing this, Li Ziyu was stunned, feeling unbelievable. What's going on? Far ahead of the undead fortress, a fierce battle was unfolding. Hundreds of void beetles of various shapes and forms were rushing towards. A human? That's right. He is a human being. No matter how you look at it, he is a human being. At most, he is a little taller and a little stronger. But he is indeed a human being. The human who fought against the void beetle had a braid on his head, was over 1.9 meters tall, had a muscular body, was shirtless, and wore animal skin pants. No matter how you looked at him, he looked just like the tribesmen from other tribes. Li Ziyu didn't know how powerful the void creatures were. He had never experienced a tide of void beasts or void insects. But he had seen the gourd-shaped void beetle. He knew very well how powerful the guy was. He was not weaker than the Black Knight and the Skeleton Knight. What are the Dark Knight and Skeleton Knight? Although they are not the top-notch troops of the undead, they are also the core troops of the undead. Their combat effectiveness cannot be underestimated. This shows how powerful the void beetle is. And in front of them, there are hundreds of black warriors and skeleton knights besieging a human. Even when surrounded by the void beetles, humans did not flinch at all. Not only did they not fall into a disadvantage, but they became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Different from what the leopard girl Gila Jelly said, the humans in front were not attacking by relying on the weakness of the void beetles, but were actually using their strength to kill the void beetles. The human was holding a strangely shaped battle axe in his hand, swinging it wildly and maneuvering. As long as the void beetle got close, it would be separated from its head and split in half, with blood splattered everywhere. Li Ziyu could even see the expression on that human's face. It was a mixture of anger, contempt, roaring, excitement, and happiness, as if he was enjoying the battlefield and the joy of fighting. This was what surprised Li Ziyu the most. If this human had used some magic or been possessed by his ancestors, Li Ziyu would not have been so surprised. However, the person in front of him did not use anything and relied on his own strength to fight the void beetle on equal terms. No, It cannot be said that they are evenly matched. It should be said that they have the upper hand. Until now, the human has not shown any signs of fatigue, and no void beetle can get close to him without being killed. After continuous fighting, many corpses of void beetles had piled up around the man, and the void beetles that surrounded him hesitated, wavered, and stood still, as if they were afraid of the man's ferocious power. The man looked around, took 2 breaths, and suddenly picked up the axe, pointing at the beetles around him and saying something. From his ferocious expression and opening and closing mouth, Li Ziyu felt that he was roaring. As for what he said, he couldn't hear it. There was no way. He was too far away. The gym above the cemetery could only allow him to see the man's movements, but could not transmit the sound. Li Ziyu just watched the man roaring like a madman for a long time, and the void beetles still had no intention of moving forward. The man clenched his axe and actually rushed towards the beetles. The void beetles, which were like the nightmare of the Voidland tribe, actually got scared. They were retreating, showing signs of escaping. Just as the man rushed towards the beetle, the void beetle behind him moved, and rays of light shot towards the man from behind. Damn! Sneak attack! Be careful! Li Ziyu couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Just as he was about to shout, he remembered that the other party couldn't hear him. He couldn't help but clench his fists and worried for the man. The man seemed to have realized that the beetles would launch a sneak attack. He twisted his body as if he had eyes on his back and dodged while continuing to rush forward, swinging the axe to chop diagonally and vertically. Wow! So fierce. A real man. Li Ziyu was stunned. No. We can't let the warrior die at the hands of the void beetle. We need help. With this thought in mind, Li Ziyu immediately gave the order to set out and rescue the humans ahead. When the undead fortress accelerated, the ghost rangers had already taken action. They increased their speed to the extreme. The motorcycles roared and drew straight lines on the grassland, killing the void beetles from all directions. The roar of the jet too was endless. At the same time, soul warhorses carrying skeleton knights leaped down from the undead fortress. The soul warhorses shook their heads. Flames ignited under their feet, and they rushed forward with a stomping sound. The terrifying pressure of the skeleton knights was revealed, and the surrounding grass that was more than half a person's height was pressed down. The man who was enjoying the fight was startled when he heard the roar. The axe in his hand stopped. He looked around in confusion and saw skeletons riding strange mounts galloping out from the grass. They raised the pipes in their hands and aimed at the void beetles. Flames spurted out of the tubes, and some small marbles hit the void beetles. A moving skeleton? Undead? Are these undead helping me? The man scratched his head as he looked at the void beetle that had moved unusually because of the sudden attack. A strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. He ignored the undead that rushed out, and instead pounced on the void beetle again with the axe in both hands. Come on! Come on! Don't run away, little bug. Let me chop you with an axe. He had already realized that although these skeletons were helping him, the effect was very limited and could only serve as a harassment. The attacks of those tubes seemed to be of little use to the void beetles and were easily defended against. Or in other words, they could not break the defense at all. It looks cool, but it's useless. An axe is more useful. He didn't know why the undead wanted to help him, but since they were helping him, they were friends. The man no longer paid attention to the evil spirit patrollers and concentrated on the battle. But what the man didn't expect was that the ghost rangers were only the vanguard. Soon he found skeleton knights riding soul warhorses appearing, carrying night guns in their hands and rushing towards the void beetles. What about the cavalry? The man's eyes widened as he saw the skeleton knights forming a formation, flames rising, and coming from a distance with great momentum, with the knight's spear stabbing at the void beetles. Bang bang bang, bang bang bang. There was a series of loud noises. The knight's gun and the void beetle collided with each other, and the skeleton knight tore through the encirclement of the void beetles by charging, whizzing past the man, and the man could even feel the temperature of the flames. How should I put it? The flame is a bit strange. You say it's cold, but there's also a sense of heat. You say it's hot, but there's also a sense of coolness. Ice and fire? The knight passed by the man, and the man looked at the void beetle. It seemed as if that it didn't do much damage. Admittedly, the attacks of these undead knights were much stronger than those of the knights holding pipes. But although they looked fierce, the damage they brought to the void beetles was disappointing. The skeleton knight broke through the void beetle's defense, but did not have enough power to kill it. After all, the skeleton knight did not know the void beetle's weakness, and they relied entirely on their own strength to attack. So the effect was average. The man shook his head. It had been such a big fuss. But in the end it was just a show. Not interesting at all. These big bugs in front of him were more interesting. He looked at the void beetle in front of him that was agitated by the 2 waves of cavalry. And an excited look appeared on his face again. And he raised the axe again. Just after killing 2 void beetles, he felt the ground shaking. And the void beetles that were originally wary of him turned their heads to look behind them. What the hell? The man looked at the huge black shadow approaching rapidly in the distance. And a look of doubt finally appeared on his face. As the black shadow got closer, the man finally saw clearly that it was a huge city. A city? A city that moves towards me? Can cities move? I've learned something new. The man opened his mouth slightly, his eyes revealing absurdity and disbelief. What surprised him even more was what happened next. Just as he got closer, a lot of black shadows suddenly fell in the city, as densely packed as dumplings. Then he saw endless undead rushing out from the bushes and heading straight for the void beetle. So many undead? Ordinary skeleton undead are cannon fodder, sent to be killed by the void beetle, while the real killer is the black warrior wearing heavy armor hidden among the skeleton undead. When the void beetles are attracted by the skeleton undead, the dark knight will move forward with the troops, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. After all, the Black Knights are a high-level military force with their own thinking. When Liziu first made this arrangement, they were quite unhappy and refuted their city lord for the first time in the Soul Network. We are the glorious Black Warriors. We're going to fight head-on. A sneak attack goes against the honor of a warrior. We are not afraid of death. Boss, you can't arrange it like this. City Lord, let me lead the battle. Alas, it's hard to stay in a big team. These guys with low loyalty actually know how to make conditions. However, you only have the right to make suggestions. The final right of interpretation is still in my hands. You still have to obey me obediently. Liziu's eyes twitched, and he shouted to the clamoring black warriors in the Soul Network. Shut up and do what I say. They are just some bugs. The undead, can kill them with just one sword. Stop talking nonsense. For the glory of the samurai, I will lead the charge. You are the last to leave the fort. Why can those stupid knights charge forward? Because they were on horses. So can we. Do you have any self-awareness? You are a group of heavily armored infantry soldiers, charging against cavalry, while engaging in a verbal battle with a group of black warriors in the Soul Network. Liziu arranged for them to launch a sneak attack. Well, the little arms cannot twist the big arms. So in the end, they have to listen to him. The tattooed skeletons that had not appeared for a long time became restless this time, and secretly followed the black warrior and jumped out of the fortress. Liziu naturally discovered it, but he didn't care. These tattooed skeletons were smart and knew what was good for them. Naturally, if they wanted to go, then let them go. The undead's charge caused chaos in an instant. The man stood there in a daze, looking around. The beetle was entangled by the undead, although he could not kill the beetle directly like him. It must be said that the Black Warrior's combat power was much stronger than that of the Skeleton Knight. They could really kill the beetle, but it took some effort. After all, the Skeleton Knights are a mobile force that relies on charges and various skills. In terms of direct combat power, they are not as good as the heavily armored warriors and Black Warriors. Once these guys get close, their combat power is very fierce. As their companions continue to die, the Void Beetles finally panicked and tried to break through the encirclement of the undead and escape. However, they were surrounded by the undead. How could they still have a chance to escape? Unless Liziu gave the order, the fearless undead would hold them back tightly. As time passed, the last Void Beetle fell to the ground. A Black Warrior stepped forward, stepped on the beetle's head, raised the Black Warrior's sword high, and stabbed it hard. The Void Beetle made a shrill squeaking sound, struggled for a while, and its limbs retracted, and it became silent. Hundreds of Void Beetles, none of which escaped, all died in the encirclement of the undead. The man held the axe and stood there silently, looking around at the undead surrounding him. He clicked his tongue and his eyes fell on the undead fortress. The enemies are gone. So now the main force has appeared. Right? He was very curious about the ruler of the undead fortress. Why would the undead help him? Why could this huge city move? After waiting for a short while, the undead began to move. The skeleton undead gathered together and formed a dense encirclement. The black warriors who caught his eye stood in 2 rows, leaning their spears in front of them, standing silently, forming a passage leading to the man on one side and the undead fortress on the other. From a distance, the man saw a group of people coming, and the leader was a human. He suddenly felt a little amused and confused. Is this a joke? The castle moves, and the ruler of the undead is a human? What the hell is going on? The man had a strange look on his face. He snorted and laughed, waiting for the human to come over. Chapter 224, Heroic Clan. Li Ziyu came out of the undead fortress and walked forward. On both sides were black warriors standing in neat rows. Behind him was the panther girl Gilajeli, 5 skeletons with tattoos, and several more black warriors. Behind the black warriors were elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors, who were tall and holding hammers, and were quite intimidating. Although he has a crush on the man who fights the void beetle, he has to keep some caution in mind. He doesn't know whether the other party is an enemy or a friend. Li Ziyu doesn't dare to run over to meet him on his own. He has to gather everyone first. Even if the other party wants to take action, he has to be cautious. Fortunately, the man did not make any special moves. Instead, he put the axe in his hand at his side, and watched Li Ziyu's arrival quietly with his empty hands. It has to be said that Li Ziyu came here with great momentum this time, especially his identity as the ruler of the undead, which aroused great curiosity among men. Li Ziyu passed through the path made by the black warrior and came to the front. He looked up at the man who was as strong as a bear. There was nothing he could do, compared to the burly man who was over 1.9 meters tall. Li Ziyu was obviously shorter. If he didn't look up, he could only see 2 hard pectoral muscles. I am the ruler of this city, the lord of the undead. Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu didn't waste any words and introduced himself directly. The man looked up and down at the human in front of him. He couldn't understand how this human in front of him became the lord of the undead. He looked ordinary, no different from ordinary humans, and he didn't exude the power of a strong man. But it was true that the undead obeyed him. Seeing that the other party introduced himself first, he didn't want to be cold and act like an ice cube. So he straightened his chest and raised his head, and said to Li Ziyu with a smile on his face, I am Damanlevsky, a hero from the Northern Territory. Li Ziyu, _? It seems like something strange has appeared. What is the Northern Territory Hero Clan? Is it a race from another world? Or a race from the void? It touches upon the blind spot of knowledge. And what's with this name? Is Ski serious? Is he a hairy bear man? Is he also a time traveler? The appearance and face are really similar. Just as he was wondering, Li Ziyu heard a suppressed exclamation and a gasp from behind him. He turned his head to look at Gilajeli in confusion, and saw that the girl's pretty leopard eyes widened, and her pupils expanded and shrank. Her tail first stood up like a stick, then quickly softened and wrapped around her legs, making her feel uneasy. Before Li Ziyu could ask, Damanlevsky asked, Don't you know our hero clan? There was confusion and disbelief in his tone. Don't I know it's a very strange thing? Li Ziyu retracted his gaze from Gilajeli, looked at Damanlevsky again, frowned slightly, and asked tentatively, Yura? Damanlevsky was startled at first. Then a huge smile appeared on his face. He raised his hands and shouted loudly and boldly, Hoorah! Damn it! You are a hacking bear man. A time traveler. Kadyusha? Li Ziyu asked tentatively again. This time, Damanlevsky was bewildered, looking at Li Ziyu in confusion, as if he had no idea what the Kadyusha in his mouth was. Li Ziyu hummed a tune of Kadyusha softly, and Damanlevsky's expression was slightly moved. But he did not react further. He did not sing along, nor did he show any cordial expression towards Li Ziyu. Don't know Kadyusha. It seems that he is not a time traveler. Li Ziyu doesn't believe that there are still people among the Russians who don't know Kadyusha. So what is the situation now? Who are this Damanlevsky and the heroic clan behind him? Ah, the atmosphere is a bit awkward. Damanlevsky seemed to be still thinking about the little tune that Li Ziyu had just hummed. It sounded very good, but Li Ziyu had no idea what the other party was thinking. While the other party was thinking, Li Ziyu turned his head slightly and asked Gilajeli in a low voice, Do you know where he came from? And what that hero tribe is? This time it was Gilajeli's turn to be surprised. She lowered her voice and asked, Master, don't you know the hero clan? Li Ziyu rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "How fresh. If I knew, I would still ask you. Tell me now." Guli glanced at Demevsky. Then he nodded and said, "The heroes are a legend. When they are the people, they have talked to me and said that they are real fighting races. They have human appearance, but they are as powerful as the gods, because they saved the world. They were also called heroes. See the alive." Damanlevsky was right in front of her, so Gulageli didn't want to say too much and just gave a brief introduction. Li Ziyu raised his eyebrows. "Wow, he's got a powerful background. He's as powerful as a god. It's hard to say, but he's really strong. At least much stronger than the Dark Knight and the Skeleton Knight. He's a man who can fight the Void Beetle alone. Yes, that's right. One person takes on a group of people. However, to be honest, I am no worse than him. Damanlevsky's heroic clan is a legend, and my own Undead clan is also a legend. Both sides are legendary figures. Who can be nobler than who? Equal status. Nothing wrong with that." According to Gulageli, the person in front of her, Damanlevsky, was also from another world, and he came from the Void Land in another world. At this moment, Damanlevsky recovered from Katyusha's tune and asked Li Ziyu in confusion, "Why did you save me?" He was really confused. The other party was the Undead, and he was the hero. To some extent, they were enemies. The Undead did not originally belong to the alien world, but invaded from another world. And they, the hero, existed to protect the alien world. Li Ziyu naturally didn't know the relationship between the two races. He even heard of the hero race for the first time. He shrugged his shoulders and said to Damanlevsky, "Someone told me that the void creatures are our common enemies. I think so too. And I feel that a true warrior should not die here casually." This answer seemed a little beyond Damanlevsky's expectations. He thought the other party had some ulterior motive, but he didn't expect it to be such an answer. He thought about it and nodded. "Although I don't really need help, I still want to thank you for your help." "Thank you." Li Ziyu waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing. In this void land, they should take care of each other. Damanlevsky tried to hold back, but couldn't help asking the question in his heart. "You are a human, right?" Li Ziyu was stunned at first, then looked down at himself. Was it so unclear whether he was a human? After making sure that there was nothing wrong with him, he nodded to Damanlevsky and said, "I am a human." Damanlevsky then asked, "A pure-blooded human, right?" Li Ziyu said neatly, "It's pure, from head to toe. Never changed. Original from the factory. Pure as it can be. Purer than you." Li Ziyu added in his heart. In his eyes, Damanlevsky was probably not a pure-blooded human. He was too strong. Let's say, can a pure-blooded human kill a creature like the Void Beetle with just an axe? That's pure physical strength. It's unrealistic no matter how you think about it. Even after training. Damanlevsky glanced at the undead around him and asked in confusion, "Then how did you become the Lord of the Undead? Shouldn't the Lord of the Undead also be an undead? Did you sign a contract with them?" This is a long story." Li Ziyu smacked his lips, not knowing how to explain to the burly man in front of him that he was a time traveler. He didn't even know how he became the Lord of the Undead. "Let's make it short," Damanlevsky said seriously. It was obvious that he really wanted to know why a human could become the Lord of the Undead. "I became the Lord of the Undead." Li Ziyu looked into Damanlevsky's eyes and said seriously, "That's short enough." Damanlevsky suddenly didn't know what to say. "I asked you to shorten it because I wanted you to explain, not to tell you who I am." This ability of comprehension is really unparalleled. And you can't say he is wrong. This is the result of everything. Seeing that Damanlevsky looked constipated, Li Ziyu was amused. This time it was his turn to ask, "You are not from this world. So why are you here?" Damanlevsky was much more open than Li Ziyu. He did not hide anything and said to him, "I came here through the space crack. I am here to gain experience." Li Ziyu blinked his eyes. This answer was different from what he had guessed. He thought that Damanlevsky had come here accidentally, but it seemed that he came here consciously. "Are you sure you can get here through the space crack without running into the void and being caught in the void storm?" Damanlevsky shook his head. "Not sure, Li Ziyu. What you said is not reliable. You are not here to gain experience. You are here to risk your life. If you are directly exiled to the void, or encounter a void storm, then there is no experience at all. You will die immediately. Are all of you heroes so reckless?" Liziu asked Damanlevsky speechlessly. Damanlevsky raised his arms. His muscles bulged high. And grinned. We have power. Liziu rolled his eyes. He felt that it was really difficult to talk to this guy. It was irrelevant. Was it a matter of strength? What was the use of strength if he was exiled to the void? He could never come back. He suddenly thought of something and asked. You said you came here to gain experience. So what will you do when you go back? Do you have a void crystal? Damanlevsky said he was here to gain experience. So maybe he really has a void crystal. After all, he has to go back. If Damanlevsky has a void crystal, can I borrow it? Liziu thought too much about it. And then he saw Damanlevsky shook his head and said, I can go back through the void crack. I don't need the void crystal. Does that mean that if you hadn't encountered the void rift, you would have been trapped here forever and couldn't go back? Liziu said with his eyes wide open. Do we need to touch the void rift? Damanlevsky asked back. Liziu scratched his head. Does this sound like human language? Can he understand it? What if he doesn't touch it? Should he create a crack in the void by himself? How should he do it? Should he use force to break the void? I can't continue this conversation. I can't handle your bragging. Damanlevsky seemed to see through Liziu's thoughts and asked in surprise. You are already the lord of the undead. But you still need to wait for the void crack to appear naturally. Liziu's mouth twitched. And he said unhappily, How fresh. If I don't wait, could I create a void crack myself? Unexpectedly, Damanlevsky nodded and said, Yes. Pair of legs. What can I use to open a void crack? Do you have a brain? Is your head all muscles? Do you know what a void rift is? It is a crack in the space between two worlds. How much strength do I need to create such a crack? You don't believe it? Damanlevsky asked with a frown as he looked at Liziu's increasingly dark face. Liziu slowly shook her head and said, Since you are so boastful, I won't support you anymore. I won't believe it unless you provide evidence. Damanlevsky stared at Liziu. And Liziu also stared at him. The two looked at each other for a long time. Damanlevsky let out a breath, shrugged and said, If you don't believe it, forget it. Liziu didn't intend to care too much about this matter. They had just met, and there was no need to be so serious. If he wanted to brag, then let him brag. It wouldn't hurt him anyway. After thinking for a while, Liziu asked, Do you want to sit over there? After hearing the words, Damanlevsky looked up at the fortress not far away, raised his head and asked, Where? I can go? Damanlevsky was very confident in his fighting ability. He was not afraid even when surrounded by the undead. Long-term fighting allowed him to sense the strength of the undead around him. To be honest, only those knights on horseback and guys in black armor posed some threat. He didn't care about the other skeletons, no matter how many there were. He really wanted to visit the undead fortress. But the other party hadn't mentioned it before, so he didn't want to say it proactively. Now that the other party invited him, that would be great. Liziu nodded. Yes, that's my city. Let's go sit down and chat. Damanlevsky was curious about the undead fortress, while Liziu was curious about Damanlevsky. The fighting power of the human in front of him was beyond his imagination, and he wanted to know more about the hero clan. Okay, lead the way, Damanlevsky said readily and stepped forward. Liziu and Damanlevsky walked side by side, and the others followed behind, passing through the passage formed by the Black Warriors and heading towards the fortress of the undead. When I came to the undead fortress, Damanlevsky looked up and sighed in his heart. I did not expect that the building of the undeads was actually like this. It was not afraid of the cities of human beings, and even the capital of many small kings. With Liziu by his side, there would naturally be no undead coming forward to interfere. So Damanlevsky climbed up the undead fortress without hesitation. While chatting with Liziu, he looked around. There were undead everywhere, and it seemed no different from a human city. The biggest difference was probably the buildings. They had different styles, which gave him a novel feeling. Architecture is one of the representatives of ethnic civilization. Some ethnic characteristics can be judged from the architectural style. For example, Gothic architecture is very representative. Most of the buildings in the undead fortress were built with skeletons. Even if they were renovated when they were promoted to a fortress, they could not escape Damanlevsky's observation. Logically speaking, buildings built with bones will make people feel fear and terror, and will appear eerie and terrifying. No matter how magnificent they are, they will give people this feeling. This is the instinctive fear of death of life. But the surrounding buildings gave Danilevsky a different feeling. It was not the kind of fear that came from the heart, but solemnity, dignity, calmness, and grandeur. It felt like a temple. Yes, it was the feeling of a temple. It gave him a weird feeling of being detached. The undead are one of the representative races of death, but their architecture fails to convey the feeling of death. Instead, it gives people the feeling of a temple. It is very strange, but surprisingly reasonable. Chapter 225 made. Danilevsky walked in the fortress of the undead like a tourist. There was no trace of nervousness in his eyes, but instead his eyes were full of curiosity. Lizzie walked beside him and asked casually, "Do you still want those void beetle corpses?" Danilevsky, who was studying the undead's architecture, waved his hand nonchalantly. "Why would I need that thing? No. 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 Okay. If you don't want it, then all these corpses will be mine." Liziu's heart was ecstatic and silently issued an order to the undead in the Soul Network. He originally wandered outside the undead fortress. There is no need to worry about collecting the corpses. The undead are very skilled at collecting the corpses of the void beetles and sending them back to the undead fortress. Liziu did not take Danilevsky to the cemetery, but took him directly to the main building to show his seriousness. The two of them were chatting all the time. Liziu felt that Danilevsky was a good person. He was a straightforward person who said whatever he wanted to say without hiding anything. He would say whatever he could say. But if there was something he couldn't say, he would just shut up. He didn't even bother to find an excuse. His actions told Liziu that if he didn't want to say it, he shouldn't ask. Liziu finally figured out Danilevsky's origins. He came from a place called the Northern Territory in another world. According to Danilevsky's description, the Northern Territory was a vast, sparsely populated, and extremely cold place. It is precisely because of this harsh climate that the people of the Northern Territory became so powerful, warlike, good at fighting, and powerful. These are the typical characteristics of the races living in the Northern Territory. The heroic clan that Danilevsky belongs to is one of the most powerful clans in the Northern Territory. The Northern Territory heroes are human, but compared to normal humans, they are more like superhuman beings. They are a serious fighting race. The peak Northern Territory heroes can fight to the death with dragons just by relying on their own physical strength. It's not that Danilevsky and his people don't have extraordinary powers, but most of the time, they are too lazy to use them. They feel that relying on their own strength is the most reliable and simplest. The power they possess is a kind of blood power, which is quite different from the power of the orcs' ancestors. They simply believe in themselves and constantly strengthen their blood power through day-to-day training. In Danilevsky's words, it was the winter cold that gave them the power of fiery rage. The heroic race who has opened up the power of their bloodline, let alone the top warriors. Even ordinary heroic race members can fight against dragons. The heroes are strong. I don't know if it's because the whole tribe is made up of strong people, but the hero tribe also has its own problem, which is the small population. Logically speaking, human reproduction is still good. As long as people want to have children, the population will grow very fast. But for the heroic clan of the Northern Territory, the situation is different. It is very difficult for them to have children. It is not that the children die at birth, but that they cannot be born, even with great efforts. The number of children born is still very small. This situation has plagued the hero clan, causing them to be powerful but small in number. Although their population is small, the restless nature of the Northern Territory's heroes keeps them on the road to death. They are full of vigorous curiosity and very fighting, so they are often either fighting or on the way to fight. As for whether this behavior is dangerous or not, they don't care. They even found an excuse for their suicidal behavior, calling it experience. Yes, that's how Danilevsky came to the void. At that time, he was under a waterfall, letting the extremely cold water hit his body, and using stones to forge his flesh. He inadvertently discovered a crack in the void. The next thing is very simple. Danilevsky saw the void crack, and immediately had experienced thoughts, and then came here through the crack. When Liziu heard Danilevsky's story, he rolled his eyes, and had a lot to complain about. Not to mention the freezing cold weather. You found a waterfall to wash your body, but you just talked about using stones to forge your body. What the hell is this? Also, you drill if you appear void cracks? Liziu couldn't even imagine how confident one had to be to do such a thing. Liziu originally wanted to let Danilevsky come over and chat, and he would have a good destiny. Everyone will encounter it in the void land in the future. So as not to conflict. What he didn't expect was that this guy Damanlevsky was really not shy and just stayed there. I was just asking. To be polite. Why did you take it so seriously? Looking at the room. Damanlevsky. Full of barbarians. Li Ziyu didn't know what to say. In fact, it was Li Ziyu who walked into trouble himself. The hero Damanlevsky had a strong curiosity. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to run to the undead fortress so readily. He just wanted to see what the undead looked like in normal times. To the heroic race. The undead are also a legendary race. Although in the history of the hero clan, they have a history of fighting against the undead. But that's a long time ago. Damanlevsky had long been curious about the strange races in his own people's history. Now that an opportunity suddenly came to him, he naturally could not let it go. After boarding the undead fortress, everything of the undead made him feel fresh. The eyes are seen, which is completely different from his imagination. In the imagination of Damanlevsky, where the undead is located, there is no fight for slaughterhouses. The corpses piled up into mountains. The land turned red, and blood flowed like rivers. Deformed creatures roamed everywhere. Be careful wherever you go, as undead may suddenly jump out and attack you. Damanlevsky, or most people, have this imagination about the undead. But in fact, the fortress where the undead live is very clean and tidy. Everything is in good order. This place is more suitable for living than human cities. I'm really confused. This reality, which collided with his thoughts, made Damanlevsky even more curious about the dead. It happened that Li Ziyu said with such a sentence casually, "Would you like to stay on my side for a while? Isn't this like giving you a pillow when you feel sleepy?" What are hesitant? Damanlevsky nodded without any hesitation. Yeah. Okay. So this undead fortress welcomed the heroes, one of their former enemies. Damanlevsky didn't know what politeness was. So he just chose a room and stayed there. Is it possible to live? How is that possible? Damanlevsky is not an idle person. After picking a room, Damanlevsky stopped caring and started running around. Li Ziyu was shocked by his heart, saying, "What do you run blindly?" The leopard girl Gulajeli can move around freely in the fortress of the dead because she and Li Ziyu have signed a contract. After signing the contract, the undead regarded her as her own. Will not attack Gulajeli at will, but does not mean that they can tolerate Damanlevsky. This guy has no contract with Li Ziyu. The undead treats him as if he is treating Gu legally. If a fight really broke out, the one who was sued the most was Li Ziyu. Do not let Damanlevsky run around. But people are a guest. Can the guests want to visit? Can they refuse? But we can't just leave it like this. Given Damanlevsky's curiosity, he will sooner or later come into conflict with the undead. Isn't it Li Ziyu himself? It's not a matter to accompany Damanlevsky in this way. After much deliberation, Li Ziyu sent 4 black warriors to follow Damanlevsky. If any undead could not help but take action, the black warriors would step forward to stop them. In fact, there are not many places that Damanlevsky can see. In most places, he cannot enter without Li Ziyu's guidance. He basically just wandered around the platform, looked at the buildings, and studied the undead. And that was it. After arranging for Damanlevsky, Li Ziyu immediately returned to his room and ordered the system to decompose the body of the void beetle. This time, nearly 100 void beetles were killed, and their types were no longer limited to the gourd-shaped void beetles. I wonder if they will find the materials I need. Decompose goblet-shaped void beetle +1. Obtain soul energy * 1000 units. Magic energy * 200 units. Void energy * 300 units. Void insect blood * 10 units. Insect meat * 8 units. Goblet-shaped carapace * 1 pair. Sharp insect limbs * 6. Crystal insect eyes * 2. Void energy storage capsule * 1 pair. Magic energy storage capsule * 1 pair. Energy conversion biological organ * 1 pair. Decompose shield void beetle +1. Obtain soul energy * 800 units. Magic energy * 500 units. Void energy * 300 units. Void insect blood * 10 units. Insect meat * 5 units. Shield sh. L * 1 pair. Insect teeth * 1 pair. Crystal insect eyes * 2 pieces. Void energy storage capsule * 1 pair. Without the required materials. Li Ziyu looked at the information, and then at the shield-shaped void beetle. This beetle looked a bit like the ground beetle in his previous life. The body is long and narrow. with a smooth and flat carapace, like a knight's shield in the Middle Ages. The head is very small and somewhat disproportionate to the body. It attacks with a pair of huge fangs, like a pair of large scissors. The front half of the insect's teeth is extremely sharp, and the back half has 3 layers of serrations, which look scary. However, the most useful material on the shield-shaped void beetle is probably the shield-shaped SHL. It's like a natural shield, and it has very strong defensive power. Li Ziyu took a look and found that almost all the shield-type void beetles died by having their heads blown up. Only 1 or 2 of the SHLs on the back had marks from being hit by a fist. This means that even Damilevsky's axe cannot directly destroy their SHLs. This defense is good enough. Decompose gun-shaped void beetle +1. Obtain soul energy * 1000 units. Magic energy * 200 units. Void energy * 400 units. Void insect blood * 15 units. Insect meat * 13 units. Oval SHL * 1 set. Insect gun tooth * 1 root. If the shield-type void beetle is a defensive unit among the void beetles, then the gun-type void beetle is definitely an offensive unit. The appearance of the gun-shaped void beetle is different. Some are similar to the rhinoceros beetle, and some are similar to the Hercules beetle. In short, this kind of beetle has a big head and thick and long horns like spears. When reinforcing Damilevsky just now, the undead had fought against the gun-shaped void beetles. Li Ziyu looked carefully and found that the gun-shaped void beetle was a melee unit. There's nothing fancy about it. Just a blue void energy shield on the body, and the horns on the top of its head that allow it to poke and hit hard. Although the fighting method is simple, the fighting power is very strong. It's really a tie that covers a large area. If it were just skeleton undead, even thousands of them would face off against a gun-shaped void beetle. They would probably be killed by hundreds of them and leave unscathed. Decompose turtle-shaped void beetle +1. Obtain soul energy * 1000 units. Magic energy * 500 units. Void energy * 800 units. Void insect blood * 12 units. Insect meat * 8 units. Crystal insect eyes * 4. Void energy storage capsule * 1 pair. Magic energy storage capsule * 1 pair. Energy conversion biological organ * 1 pair. Condensation biological organ * 1 pair. Found it. Li Ziyu's eyes suddenly lit up when he looked at the latest system prompt that flashed up. The last material for the soul energy collector is finally available: condensed biological organs. It turns out that this organ is on the turtle-shaped void beetle. The turtle-shaped void beetle looks very similar to a scarab beetle and is huge in size. Li Ziyu estimated that it is about 4 meters long. It's a big one. This guy's SHL is weak compared to other void beetles, but it can breathe fire, a very special flame that seems to have magical and corrosive properties. Well, it's very similar to the guy in Starship Troopers, who came out of the ground and breathed fire. However, this guy doesn't dig holes in the ground, but can dig holes in the void. It's even more disgusting than digging a hole in the ground. Among the void beetles that attacked Damilevsky this time, there were not many turtle-shaped void beetles. There are only 2. Fortunately, there were only 2. If there were more, Li Ziyu felt that she would not have saved Damilevsky. This bug has a range of damage. A breath of fire can really destroy a large number of low-level skeleton undead. We can't afford the loss. Now he has gathered all the materials needed to make the soul energy collector. There was nothing to hesitate about. Li Ziyu directly chose to build. The soul energy collector is not a large building, and it doesn't take long to build. Just wait a moment. It took less than an hour for the system to remind you that the soul energy collector had been built. When Li Ziyu rushed to the main building, he found that Damilevsky was also there, and had arrived 1 step ahead of him. He was looking at the newly built building curiously. Damilevsky didn't know what the building that suddenly appeared was used for. But looking at the appearance, the style is somewhat different from other buildings, and a part of it seems to be related to the void creatures. Li Ziyu greeted Damilevsky and looked towards the soul energy collector. The appearance of the soul energy collector is divided into 2 parts: the upper and lower parts, which can be seen as a funnel shape, and the main part is made of bones. It's an open building, and inside, you can see 2 flesh and blood organs that are clearly out of place. The upper layer holds the condensation biological organs, while the lower layer holds the transformation biological organs. After just one look, Li Ziyu understood that this was just a simple splicing. The condensed biological organs condense the energy in the void and, through a series of operations, send it into the transformed biological organs, thus collecting the soul energy. Nothing complicated. I opened the interface and took a look. Real-time soul energy collection speed, 10 units/minute. Note, the soul energy collection speed is affected by the soul energy concentration in the location, and the collection speed will change. The speed at which energy is collected in each place is different. Li Ziyu estimated that the speed of collecting soul energy on the battlefield should be the fastest. After all, many people died on the battlefield. However, even at 10 units per minute, Li Ziyu is very satisfied. This thing is working non-stop, even though it only collects 10 units per minute. Over time and with more quantities, the profit will be substantial. 10 units per minute, 600 units per hour, 14,400 units per day. How stable. Li Ziyu suddenly felt that the opportunity for the undead to truly rise was coming. As long as he can build enough soul energy collectors, he can create a steady supply of advanced undead troops. And the Sea of the Dead will also undergo a qualitative change. Chapter 226 Void Lord. A soul energy collector can collect enough energy in a day to produce a dark warrior. What if there are 2, 3, dozens, or hundreds? Mass production of the Black Warrior. I just want to ask you if you are afraid? A sea of undead composed of countless black warriors appeared in Li Ziyu's mind. Just thinking about that scene made him tremble all over. No matter what race you are, I am just a black warrior. I have high attack, high defense, and plenty of health. Even if a dragon comes, I won't be afraid. I will peel off my scales and pull out my dragon tendons. It's so exciting just thinking about it. Just when Li Ziyu was daydreaming, someone pushed his shoulder and brought him back to reality. He turned around and saw Damlevsky looking at him strangely. What's wrong with you? You look weird. Li Ziyu was stunned by what Damlevsky said, and quickly restrained his expression, feeling a little wet at the corners of his mouth. I touched it with my hand and blushed immediately. Am I drooling? Forehead. No wonder people look at me strangely. Damlevsky looked at the soul energy collector again, his eyes thoughtful. The Lord of the Undead was actually drooling over such a thing. Could it be that this building was some kind of food-making building? Big cafeteria? I don't know what delicious food I can make. Do I have the pleasure to taste it? It should be fine. Looking at the Lord of the Undead, he doesn't seem to be a stingy person. Li Ziyu didn't care what Damlevsky thought, but waved his hand and consumed the remaining materials. The second soul energy collector was also put down. After taking a look at the soul energy collector that was slowly being built, Li Ziyu turned and left. Now he felt his heart was burning and his blood was boiling. Material. I want more material. I want to build more soul energy collectors. I want an undead army consisting of black warriors or skeleton knights. Don't think that Li Ziyu is doing well, especially after defeating the cancerous coalition and unifying the wasteland. But he still felt uneasy. That came from the uneasiness he felt towards his fellow time traveler lords. His development speed is not fast compared with other time travel lords. He also read various war reports, from which he could learn about the changes in the outside world. It's really different every day. Whether it is the Dragon Clan, the Behemoth Clan, or other powerful races, they have already carved out their own territory and started to expand. Even races like vampires, werewolves, etc., have risen rapidly, relying on the power of the indigenous people. Even for humans, whose development speed was curbed in the early stages, some lords have now established their own kingdoms and embarked on the road to hegemony. He couldn't be complacent just because he lived in a remote wilderness. Compared to other time travel lords, this thing of his is nothing. It is foreseeable that troubled times have arrived. Can he stay out of the trouble in this remote place? Impossible. There are already time travel lords from the central area who have arrived in his territory. So what about the future? Will there be a more powerful lord coming? Would every lord be willing to live in peace with him like Batubu? Li Ziyu didn't believe it, and didn't dare to place his hopes on these people. Blacksmith need its own hardware. He wants to make his own undead race stronger, although they may not be able to compete with other powerful races. At least, he must be able to fight. Don't let others bully you at will. If you want to develop the undead, there are 2 resources that are holding you back: bones and soul energy. The skeletons in the mountains of the dead can still support themselves for a while, but what they lack is a stable supply of soul energy. Now is the chance. The soul energy collector, no matter how much it can collect, will always have its use. That's it. He must seize this opportunity. Hunt void beetles and build more soul energy collectors. He also has to look for the void crystal. He wants to turn this void land into his own back garden. Only in this way can he make the undead race grow and develop rapidly. Hunting void beetles. Li Ziyu said that. Even the King of Heaven can't stop him. Damonlevsky didn't know what Li Ziyu was thinking. But he keenly noticed that there were some changes in the Lord of the Undead. Out of curiosity, he followed Li Ziyu back to the main building. Everyone on alert. Let's go and hunt the void beetles. Back in the main building, Li Ziyu immediately gave orders. The undead are always efficient. Once the order is given, the undead fortress will immediately start moving forward. Damonlevsky followed Li Ziyu to the rooftop of the main building. Wow, the scenery here is pretty good. Damonlevsky was curious about how the city could move. But he didn't ask. Instead, he admired the scenery around him. The undead are becoming more and more interesting. It's really worth the trip to cross the Void Rift. If you don't come here, how can you see such interesting undead people? Interesting. Really interesting. The undead race is joining the competition in the Void Land. 10 days. A full 10 days. Li Ziyu led the undead fortress to rampage in the void, which was somewhat unscrupulous. Not hidden. Not choked. Just big and prickly. All the tribes living on the grassland knew of his existence. And the news of the appearance of the undead spread more and more widely. Some tribes that did not believe in evil found out about this, and wanted to take advantage of the situation. As a result, Damonlevsky saw the undead race that his ancestors had mentioned. There were a vast number of undead. High-level undead and low-level undead mixed together. With no formation. No fighting method. And they just rushed forward in a huge crowd. Wherever he passed, all the enemies turned into corpses. Although they were not dealing with a powerful tribe. The sea of the undead still shocked Damonlevsky. No wonder our ancestors said that the undead are cruel. He thought about what would happen if he faced so many undead spirits. There is a 50% chance that he can fight his way out and escape. There is a 50% chance that he will be consumed to death by the undead. Those powerful tribes, such as the Blackback tribe of the Ape tribe, did not move at all. They came to the Void Land to steal resources. It is obviously inappropriate to go to war with the undead. What are the benefits of going to war? Steal the resources of the undead? No need. The Void is not the central area. This place is not only rich, but can basically be considered virgin land. There are resources everywhere. And there are not so many powerful tribes competing for them. Why should we fight to the death with the undead? It is totally unnecessary. Once the war breaks out, there will definitely be a lot of casualties. Regardless of anything else. This is something the Black Spine tribe is unwilling to accept. It is much better to let your own people exploit resources than to send them to death. Almost all the large tribes have similar ideas to the Black Spine tribe. It is precisely because of their strong strength that they know what they need most. Everything is based on interests. They won't move unless the undead attack them. On the contrary, it was the small and medium-sized tribes that wanted to test Li Ziyu's strength. And then they were taught a lesson. Li Ziyu had only two things on his mind: hunting void beetles, building more soul energy collectors, and searching for void crystals. He is not very concerned about the tribe of the void. It would be best if the other party doesn't bother you. If you provoke me, I'm sorry. Would you like to see the Sea of the Undead? In 10 days, Li Ziyu saw quite a few void creatures. In addition to the void beetles he had seen before, he discovered that there were other forms of void creatures. However, in the grassland, void beetles are the most numerous, and other forms of void creatures are very few. Hunting void beetles brings the number of soul energy collectors to 10. The existence of 10 soul energy collectors allows Li Ziyu to obtain nearly 100,000 units of soul energy every day. Sometimes more, sometimes less. When the number is small, 3/5 units per minute. And when the number is large, 30/50 units per minute. Li Ziyu was still dissatisfied. The gourd-shaped void beetles were very common. But the turtle-shaped void beetles were not so numerous. This was what prevented him from building more soul energy collectors. To his delight, it took him almost no effort to kill the turtle-shaped void beetle. It was all Damonlevsky's doing. This guy is eating and living for free in the Undead Fortress. And I feel a little embarrassed about it. When Li Ziyu and his team encountered turtle-shaped void beetles, or those powerful void beetles, he offered to take action himself. Since someone volunteered to join the fight, Li Ziyu would naturally not waste any more of his own troops. Li Ziyu had to put in almost no effort in building the several soul energy collectors later. Standing on the roof, Li Ziyu looked at the grassland in the distance. Today's grassland is very quiet. There are no more chirping insects and birds. The running beasts have disappeared. Only a slightly hustle and bustle. The wind blew, and the half-man-high grass bent down. Spots of blue fluorescence appeared faintly among the green grass. Void beetle. There are a large number of void beetles hiding in the grassland ahead. Damonlevsky came to Li Ziyu, looked ahead, and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. The smell of danger. Yeah, there are a lot of bugs. Thinking that Damonlevsky also saw the void beetle hidden in the grass, Li Ziyu added, unexpectedly. Damonlevsky shook his head. Not the bugs in the grass. They're not that dangerous. Li Ziyu was stunned. He has been observed for a while, and at least thousands of void beetles are hidden in the grassland in front. This is the power of not small. With the current strength of the undead, although they can defeat thousands of void beetles, the casualties will not be small. In addition to the void beetle, what else is not observed? Could there be void creatures hiding? Li Ziyu frowned slightly. Damonlevsky, who was standing next to him, suddenly began to move his body. First his neck, then his shoulders, and then his waist. All the bones in his body creaked, and his body seemed to expand again, becoming even more muscular. Coming soon! Before Li Ziyu could figure out what Damonlevsky meant, he discovered several cracks appearing above the grassland. The crack expanded rapidly, forming a wormhole. Hundreds of turtle-type void beetles were drilled near the insect cave below. From the wormhole above emerged a void beetle that Li Ziyu had never seen before. Those beetles don't look good. Li Ziyu's face changed. Thousands of void beetles were already difficult to deal with, and now there were hundreds of turtle-shaped void beetles. Something is going to happen. And there are so many beetles that I have never seen or recognized. It's not a good intention. But why did these beetles choose me? Have I killed too many in these 10 days? Li Ziyu was thinking randomly in his mind. He turned his head to look at Damonlevsky, who had stretched his body, was in high spirits, and had entered combat mode. Is this a void insect swarm? Yes and no. A normal void bug swarm wouldn't wait quietly like this. Damonlevsky explained casually. It would have been better if he hadn't said it. After saying this, Li Ziyu became even more confused. Is it a void worm swarm? A crack that was more than 10 meters long tore through the void and stretched across the sky. Seeing the crack in the void, Li Ziyu's eyes narrowed. Previously, the void cracks of the void beetles were based on their body size. This void crack is more than 10 meters long. What level of void beetle must it be? Li Ziyu took a deep breath and stared at the crack in the void. The crack quickly expanded and turned into a pitch-black wormhole. A void beetle walked out of the wormhole. A human? Forehead? Li Ziyu tilted his head as he looked at the creature that came out. It's a bit different from what I imagined. What came out of the huge wormhole was not some giant void beetle. Instead, it is an upright humanoid void beetle that is about 2 meters tall. The SHL of the void beetle was like a solid armor on his body. The status of this humanoid void beetle seemed to be very high, because Li Ziyu discovered that after he appeared, all the void beetles bent down, lowered their heads, and behaved obediently. Unlike other void beetles, the SHL of this humanoid void beetle is like a crystal. It has a glossy, yet transparent feel. After the humanoid void beetle walked out of the impulse, it waved its hand, and the wormhole retracted and disappeared into the air. Although the distance was quite far, Li Ziyu could feel that the humanoid void beetle's gaze was on him and Damonlevsky. To be more precise, it fell on Damonlevsky. Not coming to see me. I came here for Damonlevsky. Reverse? Li Ziyu suddenly realized. I am Bepta, Lord of the Void. Warrior. Fight me. The magnificent voice sounded the sky and the earth. The voice was low and slightly hoarse, with a hint of metal and stone, like the sound made by a person with a metal mask on his face. Good at speaking and wise. It is not an ordinary void beetle, but a lord. It's quite unexpected. Are there intelligent void beetles? Are there still classes? Li Ziyu had never seen this before. He turned his head and looked at Damonlevsky beside him. Looking for you? Since everyone is talking about the warriors, it should have nothing to do with me. Li Ziyu is still very self-aware. He is not a warrior. He is a lord, relying on the undead. He is a weak fighter, and can only fight against skeleton undead. Even a skeleton warrior can beat him. I don't know. I don't know him. But I'm excited. He seems pretty strong. It should be fun to fight him. Damonlevsky looked up at the Void Lord Bepta in the sky. His eyes filled with excitement and bellicosity. Why? I would like to call you a tutor. Don't you consider whether you can win? Liziu sighed silently. Can you beat him? This is the biggest problem. Okay. What should I do if you, the leader of the heroic tribe, cannot defeat the enemy and die in battle? It has to be admitted that Damonlevsky is the strongest individual combat force on Liziu's side at this stage. Damonlevsky grinned. Whether you can win or not, you have to fight to know. The two fists collided hard, making a loud bang and a surge of air. Bepta stretched out his hand and pointed at Damonlevsky, who was full of fighting spirit. Warrior. War! Damonlevsky suddenly roared, and the sound was like a cannonball exploding next to Liziu's ear. Liziu's eyes suddenly straight. WTF. I can't hear you anymore. I'm deaf. Everything in front of him was shaking, and he felt as if he was on a small fishing boat rolling in huge waves. He staggered and only managed to avoid falling by holding onto the wall. My vision was blurry, and I subconsciously covered my ears. There's a buzzing in my ears. Your Uncle Damonlevsky. What the hell are you shouting about? Amid Liziu's angry curses, Damonlevsky soared into the sky and headed straight for Bepta. Boom! Waves of air exploded in the sky, and shock waves spread out. Chapter 227, The Battle of the Head. There was still a buzzing in my ears, and I couldn't hear the sounds around me. Anyway, it doesn't take it. Liziu covered his ears with one hand, and struggled to stand up by holding onto the wall with the other. Then I saw the shock wave exploding from the air and sweeping over. Oh shit, ah. A strong wind swept through. Liziu's face was blown out of shape. As soon as I said a word, I was confused, and I couldn't close my mouth. He regrets it now? Why the hell did I have to run to the top floor? Wouldn't it be better for me to stay downstairs? This is just asking for trouble and pure abuse. A strong wind blew, and two figures fell from the sky. Liziu burped. He must have been full from drinking this northwest wind. I really want to thank you all for 8 generations of your ancestors. Although melons are delicious, it is not good if they are eaten by badger. The city gate was caught fire and pond fish. You too. Let's change it. I'll change the place first. Liziu turned around and ran. He didn't even stay in the main building and ran straight to the cemetery. The cemetery is good. Not only does it have high defense, but it can also see far and still eat melons. Steady. Entering the large cemetery, Liziu opened a distance and looked at the battlefield. He still doesn't know why the two started fighting. Damonlevsky said he did not know the Void Lord Bepta, but Bepta stopped them. The specific reasons are not investigated, but melon still has to be eaten. This kind of battle is rare. In the first round, the two knew about the other party about the situation. Damonlevsky fell near the Undead fortress, while Bataba fell to the grassland. As if recognizing Bepta as his opponent, Damonlevsky pulled out his uniquely shaped axe from behind, swung it vigorously twice, and then held the axe handle with both hands and shook it. Beta Tower explored the void and pulled out a horse-like weapon. The gun was a green metal material. Liziu couldn't see what material it was, and the gun head was crystal, transparent, and flashed the blue fluorescent of the void energy. The Void Lord was very disciplined and fought one-on-one with Damonlevsky. The surrounding void beetles gave up their positions and ran far away to watch. No. Maybe it's not a question of whether to follow the rules or not, but probably a question of being afraid of being hurt by mistake. Judging from the shockwave just now, if a fight breaks out, it will have a significant impact on the surrounding areas. Wait, am I a little close? Go back. Just when Liziu ordered the fortress to retreat, Damonlevsky had already rushed towards Bepta with a battle axe in both hands. There were no fancy or unnecessary movements, just a direct chop with the axe. Betabayan rose up and blocked his head. When? The two weapons collided, and the time seemed to stop, and then recovered. The shockwave spread with two people. The surrounding grass was in a disaster. Even though nothing had been done, it was uprooted by the strong wind and flew far away. The grassland, which was originally covered with green grass, suddenly became a circle of empty land with no grass at all. Damonlevsky and Bepta in the center seemed to be aware of it. Damonlevsky exerted force with his arms, muscles bulging, and pressed the axe down. As a personal combat power, Betaban thought he could resist the power of human beings in front of him. But the huge force came, and his arms began to bend. As a last resort, he raised the other two arms. Yes, Beta is a humanoid void beetle, and he has 4 arms available. It took the combined efforts of all 4 arms to barely block Damlevsky's battle axe. Damlevsky was preparing to make any effort, but Beta suddenly broke out and flew at him. Through this force, Damlevsky jumped into the air, and he jumped in the original, waving his horse, stabbing Damlevsky. The two fought in the air for a while, then fell down one after another, with no one winning. During this time, the undead fortress had retreated far away, and the aftermath of the fight between the two no longer posed a threat. Liziu, who was hiding in the cemetery, breathed a sigh of relief. You hit you. I eat my melon. That makes sense. On the battlefield, Bepta made a spear flower, held his lance at his side, and gave Damlevsky a thumbs up. You are a strong man. You are also very strong. You are a good opponent. It can be praised by the enemy, which makes Damlevsky very happy and respond loudly. To show my respect to you, I will let you die with dignity. I will use all my fighting power to pay tribute to you. Bepta looked at Damlevsky and said solemnly, It's my honor. Damlevsky responded with a happy smile on his face, holding the battle axe on his shoulder. These two guys are the big voice of Zhinger. So that what they say, Liziu can hear both in the big cemetery. A pair of cherished heads. Liziu couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The happiest thing for a stubborn and reckless man is probably to be able to fight with another stubborn and reckless man without restraint. That is their romance. Bepta nodded to Damlevsky, and a pair of hands reached into the air and pulled out 2 straight swords. The straight sword does not seem to be made of metal, but is made of the same material as the lance tip. Like crystal, the upper pair of hands holds a lance, and the lower pair of hands holds a pair of swords. Awesomeness. Liziu looked at Bepta's look and suddenly frowned. Wait a minute. This shape looks familiar. Where do I seem to have seen it? Well, where did you see it? His head turned quickly. A spiritual light flashed, and Liziu suddenly opened his eyes. Bone King. Overlord. Cositus. Is Kesitsu? Beta is actually just your pseudonym. Is your real name called Costers? That image, that shape, and way of talking, that kind of taste, cannot be said to be similar. Can only say exactly the same. I always thought Overlord was an animation and a light novel, but I didn't expect to see a live-action version. If you defeat Beta, will it still lead to Anjuar Gong? Wait! Anjuar Gong is an alien race. The appearance is skeleton, and his race is the rulers of death. To some extent, Anjuar Gong is the Undead, and the ruler of the skeleton Undead clan is now me. So, I am Angel Gown, the Bone King? Well, think so. I seem to have found something extraordinary secret. Just imagine it, and don't take it seriously. After all, you are still a human being, not a skeleton. Eat melon. Eat melon. After thinking about it for a while, Liziu looked at the battlefield again. After drawing out his 2 swords, a terrifying energy burst out from Bepta's body. That is the energy from the void, the most fundamental power controlled by void creatures. The power came from Beta's body and poured into the weapon, and the 3 weapons light up the blue light. At the same time, the temperature around dropped rapidly, and white mist spewed out of Bepta's mouth. With his standing position as a round heart, the cold was spreading towards the surroundings. Wherever he passed, whether it was the ground or the grass, it was frozen. The power of extreme cold. Are you serious? Feeling the cold from the body watch, Damlevsky couldn't help asking. The person I met was actually a strong man with ice power. Isn't this a coincidence? Doesn't this force me to bully others? Damlevsky felt a little unhappy. Vitaba couldn't understand the meaning of Damlevsky. Forget it. Come on. Damlevsky shook his head and raised the axe again. This time it was not him who attacked first, but Bepta who launched the attack first. The white fog permeated, and the figure of Beta was gradually shrouded in it. If it was not the blue light of the weapon, I didn't even know where he was. Beta couldn't help but have power, and his speed was not slow. It was just a flash, and he arrived at Damlevsky. The 2 straight knives crossed each other, flashing a cold light in the air. Bepta and Damlevsky passed each other. Decisive? When Liziu saw the scene, she suddenly sat upright. Her face was a little nervous. Then he saw that Demelsky turned around with an axe and split to Beta Tower fiercely. This seems to be beyond the expectations of Beta. And he hurriedly raised his horse, blocking Damanrevsky's axe. Snap! The ice on the battle axe shattered when the weapons collided. And because of the huge force, it turned into ice crystals and flew away. Beta, who blocked the battle axe, had a strange look in his eyes. And he looked at Damanrevsky in confusion. Why? Why? What are you doing? That's it? That's it? That's it? Demelsky said, while continuously waved the grace. Axe was chopped. As the saying goes, one wrong step leads to all wrong steps. Beta did not expect that his extreme coldness had no effect on the human in front of him. And he fell into a disadvantage in an instant. Damanrevsky's axe was heavy. After a few blows, Beta could not bear it anymore. He took advantage of the opportunity and raised his two swords to chop at Damanrevsky. Damanrevsky leaped backwards and easily avoided the knight of the double knife. Not frozen? Only Beta had the opportunity to observe Demelsky at this time. It was surprised to find that the other party was in the extremely cold creation. Is this guy really personal? Beta suddenly was unconfident and doubted his judgment. He is extremely cold. Let alone human beings. Even if the void creature can't stand it, the blood will be frozen. After a long time and extremely cold, it will be frozen and hard. You do need to fight. But it has no effect on the human in front of him. Beta Tower is not a fighting human beings. And he has also seen a strong human beings. In the extreme cold, none of those powerful humans could survive the first round. After he released the extremely cold, those humans could not use it for a second. And the body would be frozen into ice cubes. And it would break into one place when they cut it. Why does it have no effect on the guy in front of me? Facing Beta's doubts, Demelsky only moved his lower body and even stretched his waist. In this extremely cold, not only did he feel uncomfortable, he felt more comfortable. This is not to blame Beta, but he can only say that he has always lived in this extremely cold environment. Li Ziyu's understanding of the other world was still not deep enough. And he didn't understand what the Northern Territory was. The northern region of the alien world is a real land of ice and snow. If you want to compare it, the North and South Poles are not even close. At the end of the year, they are extremely cold. And how could that heroic tribe that grew up in such an environment care about the extreme cold released by Beta? There is no environment in the northern region. If you want to freeze Damanrevsky, you are afraid that you will not be kidding. I feel your respect, and you create a very suitable place for me. Thank you. I took a deep breath and felt the icy cold. And Demelsky said sincerely, Beta, surprised face? It seems to be more serious. Demelsky said with a smile. He jumped twice in place and moved his body. During this time, the extreme cold of Beta continued, and the temperature around was rapidly decreasing. Even Li Ziyu, who was far away, felt cold, and helplessly let the undead fortress continue. Betava found that Damanrevsky, who was in the cold, not only did not feel uncomfortable, but became stronger. What kind of development is this? But he is really a good opponent. Beta also became serious, raised his weapon, and assumed a fighting stance. Damanrevsky, who had a good body, did not talk nonsense. He rushed to charge and roared with Beta. This time it was not as simple as before. Beta also let go of his hands and feet. And he hit it hardy. Not only a horse, double knife, but also the extremely low temperature ice flame sprayed from the mouth. It was a careful thing to even be careful about Damanrevsky. You come and go. You see ain't get a hand. The stronger the hotter. The stronger, the thoroughly start the dead fight mode. Li Ziyu, you can see the trend in blood. The blood is boiling. What special effects blockbuster in the past? How can there be this good looking? What's in front of me is real. The two hit the sky from the ground and beaten from the sky to the ground. The rumbling sound was endless. Damanrevsky was very happy. Betava was more happy. He never played so much. This is truly an extremely enjoyable matchup. It would be better if the other party can be his own. Pity. The other party is not from the Void Clan. I must kill him. Beta felt that all he could do was to give the other party the greatest respect and use his full strength. From the morning, the two had been fighting in the afternoon, and they still did not divide the defeat. And the sun in the sky gradually faded. After another collision, the two separated again and fell to the ground. At this time, the ground had sunk to a depth of nearly 1 meter, forming a huge pit. Beta is miserable. There are many gaps on the weapons. Even the hard crystal has a lot of places. There are many wounds on their bodies. But it doesn't matter. For a powerful Void Lord. As long as there is a rest time, these wounds will heal quickly without special care. Looking at Damanrevsky, he was heavier than Bataba. He was cut out of a wound by a double knife. The flesh turned out. And he even saw the bone. It's just that because of extremely cold, the wound was frozen and no longer bleed. In addition to the knife injury, he also had 3 serious injuries. One was in the right chest and was penetrated by the horse. The hole that could be seen before and after. And the left rib. And there was a hole. And the left arm was broken. I need to admit that you are the most powerful humans I have ever seen, Bataba said seriously to Damanrevsky. This is what he really thinks. No mankind fights with him to this point. With such a serious hit, it still maintains a strong combat effectiveness. It's rare. Humans, after all, are weak races. Their bodies are not strong enough. They are far less than Void. When they are a little bit of innovation, they will lose their lives. This is Beta's perception of human beings. Hearing this, Damanrevsky nodded, raising his eyes and slowly fading the sun. You make me happy. But it is about to be dark. I think it's time to end the battle. Well, are you ready to welcome death? Humans. Damanrevsky? He grinned at Beta. No. Are you ready? Chapter 228 The Power of an Axe. After saying this, Damanrevsky took a deep breath, his heart beating violently. Strong and powerful. With impulsive passion, the blood of the whole body is accelerating. Constantly accelerating. And special energy in the blood is also stimulated. The bloody light came out. And the flames were burning like hot flames. Damanrevsky was enveloped in blood-red flames. His eyes became increasingly fierce. And everyone could feel the anger, the violence, the rage that wanted to burn the world to ashes in his eyes. This is why the heroes are powerful. The power of blood. All the wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The protruding flesh quickly dried and fell off. The wounds healed. And the holes in the chest and ribs caused by the horse lances grew granulation tissue, which kept twisting and growing, and recovered as before. Even the broken arm grew back, and it looked exactly the same as before. The battle axe was raised high in one hand, and from the grip of the hand, runes filled with ancient and mysterious aura lit up one by one and spread over the axe. Hiss! 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 Thick white fog rose. Even the extreme cold could not extinguish the scorching heat emanating from Damanrevsky's body. And the ice and snow turned into steam in an instant. The ice on the frozen ground melted quickly and turned into clear water, which went deep into the ground, turning the hard land into wet and muddy. But as the temperature continued to rise, the clear water that had just penetrated deep into the ground turned into steam and rose up. The land was baked and emitted white smoke, and the surrounding air was distorted. When moisture is lost quickly, the ground becomes dry and cracks appear on the ground. Damanrevsky took a step forward like a demon walking out of magma. Laugh. A deep footprint appeared on the ground, accompanied by smoke rising. Bepta's body trembled. His blood and muscles were shaking uncontrollably. It was the most uncontrollable warning coming from deep within his heart. Must die. Escape. If you don't escape, you will die. All the senses are clearly conveying such information to him clearly. The human opposite him was no longer someone he could contend with. It's no longer a combat level. In his current state, the other party will be crushed to death like a worm. The biggest crisis ever. From the time he was born till now, Bepta had never experienced such a major crisis. I have never seen such a terrifying warrior face to face. Is he really personal? Beta had such a question again. Is it really possible for humans to be this strong? Even I, a Void Lord, would tremble in fear. Unbelievable. Even though every organ and every sense in his body told Bepta to escape, his pride refused to let him leave. As a powerful warrior, fleeing from the battlefield is the greatest humiliation. He couldn't allow such humiliation to happen to himself. War. For the glory of the Void. Facing the full force burst of Damanrevsky, Bepta felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Being able to stand was already the best he could do. He struggled to open his mouth, forcibly breaking through the pressure exerted on him by Damanrevsky, and roared with all his might. The broken SHL opened again. The transparent wings flapped. The void energy burst out, forming a jet state, pushing his body towards Damanrevsky. A smile appeared on Damanrevsky's face. A smile that was filled with arrogance, excitement, and respect for the enemy. You are a good opponent. As he spoke, he swung the axe with one hand. A uniquely shaped battle axe with all runes activated fell from the sky. Flame shot up into the sky, leaving a blood-red scar that connected the sky and the earth. Boom! Click! 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 At the last moment, Bepta raised his lance with both arms to meet the battle axe, and at the same time swung his two swords across. The power of extreme cold burst out from the two swords, transforming into two ice-blue air blades that rushed towards Damlevsky. Unfortunately, the air blade turned into gas and dissipated in the air as soon as it rushed out. The bloody cut caused by the battle axe passed through the lance unhindered and went down. Bepta is set in place, holding a horse with a pair of hands, holding a double knife with a pair of hands, and keeping a sword. The cut marks disappeared, and countless cracks appeared in the void, making a sound of space shattering. 3 seconds later, a crack appeared on Bepta's body. Blue blood spurted out, and the deep wound split him in half. Damlevsky swung his axe, let out a long breath, and the blood-red flames on his body suddenly went out, and he returned to his normal human state. He stared at Bepta's body lying on the ground quietly and praised sincerely. It was such a thrilling battle. The Undead Fortress. The Liziu people who eat melon in the big cemetery are stupid. What is this? What the hell did I see? Was that scene just now serious? This isn't a magical world. It's a mysterious world. And a high-level martial arts one at that. Liziu originally measured Damlevsky's combat effectiveness and felt that the opponent was really strong. But if he mobilized all the undead, he still had a chance to surround and kill him. But now this axe made him feel that he was too naive. Naive that it seemed like a fool. What kind of undead can block an axe like that from Damlevsky? He could see it clearly just now that the void was split. And after the blood redness disappeared, a tree appeared in the void. It can even split the space. So how can the undead under his command stop it? Stop it. You're not even on the same level. The throat was surging, and he swallowed hard. He patted his chest, feeling extremely grateful. Fortunately, the other party is my own side. These days, get along with each other. If facing this enemy, Liziu would really go crazy. It makes sense. Just that the axe, and then use a little force to make it longer. Tai Nima is cruel. Damlevsky walked towards Bepta, and a rustling sound was heard in the grassland, and the void beetles were surrounding them. When Liziu in the large cemetery saw this scene, he stood up immediately, and was ready to dispatch the undead. He couldn't let Damlevsky deal with so many beetles himself. Just as Liziu was ready, Damlevsky stopped and looked at the grassland. The sound had disappeared, and the void beetle no longer moved. The battle axe was raised again and swung in the air. The sounds again, which is more dense than before. It's just that this time it is no longer towards Damlevsky, but a distance. The void beetle counseled. They dare not approach, but turn around and escape. How fast and fast. The fissure of the void appeared and turned into a wormhole. The void beetle scrambled into the wormhole and did not know where to go. Wow! The power of an axe is so terrifying. The fleeing of the void beetle made Liziu feel relieved, and he sat back in his original position. After all the outsiders were driven away, Damlevsky squatted down beside Bepta and stared at the two bodies. Ahem. Beta, who had been split in half, suddenly coughed twice and spit out blood. It is broken into 2 pieces, but it is still not dead. Insects have always had strong vitality, let alone those at the Void Lord level like Bepta. Damlevsky's axe was a little off, or he deliberately avoided Bepta's head and split him in half at the shoulder. It looked miserable, but for Bepta, it was at most a serious blow. The soldier died. Bepta struggled to speak, trying not to sound weak. The lifespan of void creatures is very long. No one knows how long Bepta has lived from birth to now. He had gone through a lot as he evolved from an ordinary void beetle to the intelligent humanoid creature he is today. Bepta has his own beliefs. He is somewhat different from other void creatures. He does not seek to live longer. Instead, he yearns for the battlefield and hopes to die in a hardy battle. He has always felt that he was an excellent warrior. The soldiers could only withdraw the value of their lives on the battlefield. This was told to him by a powerful human being whom he had fought against a long time ago. At that time, he was still very weak, still a void beetle in the evolutionary stage, and did not understand the meaning of this sentence. The strong human beings were very strong, killing many of his companions and impressed him. When he evolved into a humanoid, Beta gradually understood the meaning of the human strong, and regarded this sentence as his own belief. I have been fighting. Always looking for fighting. Eager to fight. And constantly fighting. Even among the Void Lords. He is definitely a proponent of war. He has been to many places, and has played many excellent and powerful soldiers in the battle. But in the end, he survived. Won't I be killed? Bepta often wondered this. But today, he feels death, and is close at hand. That powerful human only needs to pick up the axe and hit him again. And he will die. Dying on the battlefield. Daminrevsky rubbed his short hair, and thought about it. He didn't make up for an axe as Beta thought. But grasped his head, dragged his body, and stepped towards the undead fortress step by step. What are you up to? Put me! I am a soldier. You can't insult me like this. Add one last blow, and let me die. Beta screamed exhaustedly. But Kamelsky ignored his meaning at all. So he dragged him to continue. The void beetles have left. The crisis is over. And Liziu also came out of the cemetery, leading a group of undead out of the fortress to greet Daminlevsky. From a distance, I saw the corpse of Daminrevsky dragging the kind of humanoid void creature, and Liziu beckoned to him. Daminrevsky shook the tomahawk and expressed a response. Before you came, Damelsky put down Beta. I feel that he can rescue it. Daminrevsky said to Liziu at half a piece of potato. He's only half left. Can he still live? Liziu thought that Daminlevsky brought the corpse. But he didn't expect that he brought back a seriously injured person. However, is the vitality of this Void Lord so tenacious that he can still live after being cut into two pieces? Daminrevsky nodded. I feel the vitality in his body is still strong. It should be able to grow back. Liziu was shocked, and asked in surprise. What are you back? Daminrevsky said for granted. That half body can still grow back. No, elder brother. What are you kidding? I have long arm and long legs. And I am surprised. You said that the long half of his body is a bit too much. He thought Daminlevsky was joking. But the other's serious look told him that everything seemed to be true. Liziu frowned, and asked some puzzledly. So how can you grow back? He is an enemy. The Lord of the Void? That is the Lord of the Void. You just had a fight with him and cut him in half with an axe. And now you tell me that this thing can grow back. Just talk about what do you want to do. Don't you understand that the grass is not removed? And the spring breeze blows again? Daminrevsky brothers. Only the dead enemy is a good enemy. Daminrevsky shrugged, and said in an unwilling look. He is a good guy. It is a pity to die. Stop, but cherish. Liziu's expression collapsed, and looked at Damelsky silently. Although you two cherish each other. You aren't you? Daminrevsky turned his head and looked at Beta. Kicked him, and asked, Are you willing to follow us and fight? Bepta. For a long time. I asked. Can I die like a soldier like a soldier? Daminlevsky smiled, looked at Liziu and asked. Look, this is a good guy. He looked down at Beta again, and smiled excitedly. Can you die like a soldier? I don't know, but I know it is interesting. Betaba looked at Damelsky, and turned to look at Liziu, and the undead around him. Seemed to be thinking. All right. Promise. So reluctant. Otherwise I will kill you. It always feels a disaster to keep you around. Liziu's heart madly talked. He could understand the hearts of Daminrevsky and Beta. The soldiers, the two heads of iron recklessly, were full of muscles in their heads, and it was normal for each other. But I just want to ask, what do you think of my undead? I'm really not the kind of undead in the legend. I love peace. Liziu waved his hand, and suddenly the undead walked over and raised Beta. This thing was quite heavy. It took 8 skeleton undead to lift it up, and then move it into the undead fortress with great effort. Daminlevsky, let's make it clear first. This guy has to sign a contract with me. I can't let him live in the fortress like you. Looking at Bepta being carried into the fortress, Liziu turned his head and said to Daminlevsky, Why? Damelsky asked puzzledly. Because he is not human and is an unstable factor. I must sign a contract with him. Otherwise, I will not feel at ease. Liziu said bluntly without any intention of hiding anything. Oh, sure. Liziu also thought that Damelsky would ask himself why he didn't need to sign a contract, but did not expect that Daminrevsky didn't mean to ask at all, and nodded directly. He doesn't care about these. Staying in the undead fortress is completely interesting here. He still likes these dumb-minded undead. Save the beta tower for a while. As for the later things, it has nothing to do with him. The Lord of the Dead said that he wanted to sign a contract. So he just signed it. What does it have to do with him? Damonlevsky? If Bepta didn't survive and died, that didn't matter. At least he saved him. Seeing that Damonlevsky agreed so readily, Liziu made a vow, TSK. This guy is quite annoying sometimes. Why doesn't he know how to support the main actor? Never mind. Head is iron. No longer say. Liziu returned to the fortress with the undead and Demevsky. Under the order of Liziu, the undead carried Beta to the main building and found an empty room to let him down. Liziu came to Beta's bed and looked at the guy. Sign the contract? If you don't sign it, I will send you on the road. Chapter 229. Beta. Liziu looked at him calmly. If you don't sign a contract, I will send you on the road, and then make you a dead spirit to make you a companion. While saying, Liziu also pointed at the skeleton dead spirit beside him very well. Vitaba glanced at those dish and skeletons, and his chest bullied violently. He felt that his lungs were frying. You are a hacking devil. After all, I am a Void Lord. A strong man. Even if I become an undead, I am still a strong man. Why do you want to make me a weakling? You are not a great warrior. You have no right to handle me, and you can't kill me. Vitaba said disdain to Liziu. Through the aura of Liziu, he had already figured out that the human in front of him was not a warrior at all, but just a weakling. Not to mention that he was in his heyday. Even now, he can pinch this guy. Hearing this, Liziu smiled gently. It's okay. Take your time. There's plenty of time. We can always send you away. So, do you want to sign the contract or not? This smile really doesn't look like that of a good person. Bibu Tayton snored and was silent. I am a human with little combat power. My subordinates are all undead. It is really dangerous to keep a Void Lord like you around. Liziu explained. Everyone around him had a contract with him, and Demelsky was the only exception. But the temperament of Damonrevsky, Liziu may be able to find out. But the temperament of Beta may not be sure. After all, he is not a human being. Liziu looked at Bepta, who turned his head away and didn't look at him, and condensed a soul contract on his own. Pushed it. The contract came to Beta's eyes suddenly. Bepta didn't want to look, so he turned his head to the other side. But the contract floated in another direction and remained in front of him. So he looked at Liziu with anger in his eyes. Liziu hooked his finger, and the contract became vague again, floating in front of Bepta's eyes. Don't be angry, but helpless. He really wanted to say that a great warrior should not be humiliated, and then explode. But the skeletons and undead spirits around him told him that even if he self-destructed, it might be useless. Why don't the humans I meet recently behave like humans? Bepta's insect teeth opened and closed, making a crackling sound. He sighed deeply and chose to sign the soul contract. Signing soul contract? Liziu was very surprised. Oh no! I thought this tough guy would struggle for a while. This is a great general. Liziu had just witnessed Bepta's fighting ability. He was indeed not an ordinary warrior. Liziu was naturally very happy to be able to recruit such a warrior with strong individual combat power under his command. Take good care of your injuries, and try to recover as soon as possible. Tell them what you want to eat. Liziu stretched his fingers and pointed at the skeleton dead spirit next to Beta. Now that the contract was signed, Bepta was also convinced and stopped struggling. He lay on the bed with a lifeless look on his face, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. It was unknown whether he heard what Liziu said or not. Liziu didn't care about it. After he ordered, he left to find Damonrevsky leisurely. When I found Damonrevsky, this guy was eating. The tables of a few meters were full of tables. The battle just now consumed a lot of energy. Even Damonlevsky needed to replenish his energy. The best way to supplement energy is to eat, and eat a lot of meat, which allows him to recover quickly. Sweep away everything in its path. Various foods were rapidly decreased under Liziu's eyes, and Damonrevsky was sent to his belly. His belly was like a bottomless hole, and Liziu didn't know how he eaten a table of food. Signed, Damonrevsky, who was stuffed with food in his mouth, looked up at Liziu, asked casually, and continued to show off the meat. Signed. It's reluctant. Good. Damonrevsky and Beta are cherished. Say Bibita without any other meaning. It feels that a powerful soldier should not die like this. So he gave Beta a chance to live. If Bepta didn't want this opportunity, then that was fine with him. He would not even persuade Li Ziyu. There's no need for that. Now this ending is good. When Li Ziyu went to see Beba the next day, the guy's body began to grow and grow up. It's just that he is different from the previous appearance. And the half-side body that grows is soft. It's similar to what happens when an insect sheds its skin. Li Ziyu poked it out of curiosity. And as expected, received Bepta's angry look. Are all of you void creatures like this? Can you survive with half your body missing? Li Ziyu moved a chair and sat next to Bepta, looking at him with curiosity. He is now full of curiosity about the void creatures. Is it really the same as a bug? No. The stronger we are, the stronger our vitality will be. And our recovery ability will be greatly improved. Bepta looked up at the sky and spoke calmly. That makes sense. Li Ziyu nodded. If all void creatures had Bepta's recovery ability, it would be too terrifying and impossible to defeat them. As long as it is not dead, it will go back and rest for 2 days. And it will come out as a good insect again. Who can stand this? You are not looking for these simple questions. Are you? What do you want to know? Bepta tilted his head slightly, looked at Li Ziyu, and asked calmly. After signing the contract, he accepted his fate. The soul contract is different from other contracts in that it is almost impossible to violate. The stronger and more advanced the warrior is, the deeper his understanding of this is. For people with weak strength, all truly binding contracts are almost the same. Whether it is a contract with gods, a contract with laws, or a contract with the soul, there is no big difference. This means that if the contract is violated, there will be punishment. But for the powerful fighters, this is not like this. In their eyes, contracts such as contracts with gods and contracts with laws have loopholes. For example, a contract with gods is a contract signed with the gods as guarantees. What if the gods die? Or if the gods are not strong enough? The contract naturally loses its binding effect and becomes as good as a blank piece of paper. There are also law contracts, which are often applicable to a world. If you leave the world of the oath, the law contract will no longer be effective. These things are not particularly difficult to do for powerful warriors. Only soul contract. This kind of contract is the most overbearing. A soul contract does not require a guarantor. Or rather, the guarantor is one's own soul. Once the contract is violated, it will first affect the soul, which is fatal. Take Bepta for example. Even though he lost half of his body, he was still able to survive and even recover. But these are external injuries. If his soul is damaged, it is almost impossible to recover. For all known living beings, the soul is much more important than the body. After Bepta signed the soul contract, he knew he couldn't escape. He was bound to the human in front of him. I need a void crystal. Since Bepta asked this, Li Ziyu did not hide it, and stated his request directly. When Bepta heard the words void crystal, he was visibly stunned. Void crystal? He confirmed with Li Ziyu in confusion. Li Ziyu nodded. That's not something that's hard to get. Oh! Didn't you say the number was small? Li Ziyu became confused. Since it's not a very rare thing, why didn't the tribe give more of it? For you, the void crystals are rare. But for our void creatures, the void crystal is not rare. As Bepta spoke, he stretched out his intact hand and tapped the air. And a small hole, just big enough to accommodate his palm appeared. He reached into the void, took out a crystal, and handed it to Li Ziyu. Void crystals are not really rare things. To make an analogy, the void energy crystal is like rice to void creatures. You have to eat regularly, or you'll feel hungry. The void crystal is like a pancake. If you have, eat it. If you don't have, just eat rice. However, what are common things for void creatures are real good things for Li Ziyu and others. Li Ziyu took the void crystal from Bepta and looked at it carefully. This is a border, about 8 to 10 centimeters long. If it is not there with blue void energy, at first glance, it is no different from ordinary crystals. Is this really the void crystal? Can it open a portal and allow me to travel back and forth to the void? Li Ziyu still found it a little unconvincing. Is it so easy to get it? I thought it would take some time to find it. Open the portal? Bepta looked at Li Ziyu in confusion. And then, he suddenly understood. He already understood what Li Ziyu meant. Even if there is no void crystal, I can help you open the portal and let you return here. Bepta's tone was filled with helplessness. how much the other party looked down on him. He is a Lord-level figure after all. For something as trivial as opening a portal, does he need to ask for void crystals specifically? Things like traveling through the void barrier are no problem at all for void creatures. Just like humans are born with the ability to control their hands, they are born with the ability to travel through the void. The portal opened by the void crystal can also allow people to travel through the void. But the risk factor is actually quite high. Opening a portal by a void creature and opening a portal with a void crystal are two completely different concepts. Void creatures use their own void properties to naturally melt a hole in the void without causing any damage to the void barrier. When the void melting hole disappears, the void will return to its original state. But the void crystal was drilled by force, leaving a crooked and unstable wormhole on the void barrier that was thick in some places and thin in others. Although both can pass through the void barrier, it is obvious that the wormholes created by void creatures are safer and can also be positioned, making them better. On the other hand, void crystals consume a lot of energy and are very dangerous. They are likely to collapse due to uneven energy distribution and cannot withstand the backlog of void barriers. They cannot be positioned and are transmitted completely randomly. The other party did not use a Lord-level void creature like himself, but instead wanted to use the void crystal. It feels a bit humiliating. After Bepta's reminder, Li Ziyu finally remembered. When Bepta appeared in front of them, it was through a wormhole, which meant that Bepta had the means to open a wormhole. Can you open a portal as big as this if I want to? Li Ziyu is going to leave, and the undead fortress naturally follows. It is simple to open a wormhole to teleport people. A wormhole is easy to open if there are many talents. But it is different for a fortress. The undead fortress is now the same as a city, which is equivalent to opening a huge portal to teleport an entire city away. Bepta thought about it seriously. Void creatures usually open portal wormholes for their own entry and exit. It doesn't matter if they open a wormhole that can allow a large army to pass through. It just maintains the time for the wormhole to be open. It can open an impulse that can accommodate the fortress through. He hasn't really tried this yet. Who would think of teleporting a city for no reason? Is there something seriously wrong with your brain? The size of the wormhole and the energy required to open it are not as simple as 1 plus 1. Every increase means that the energy consumption increases exponentially. Ordinary void creatures can't even teleport a building, let alone a city. After thinking for a long time, Bepta finally spoke. I've never done that, but I can try. If I want to get through the fortress, it will take a lot of energy, and I can't do it with my own energy. Li Ziyu was a little disappointed. He thought Bepta could open the wormhole directly, but it seemed that he was overthinking. He patted Bepta on the shoulder. It's okay. Just take a good rest. I'll use the void crystal. As he finished saying this, he saw Bepta's look of shock and contempt. What does this mean? I can't even open a wormhole that can teleport directly to the fortress, let alone the void crystal. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Li Ziyu's head. Then Bepta explained to Li Ziyu, and he finally understood what was going on. The port door opened by the void crystal is unstable and dangerous. Even the size of the hole cannot be determined. It is necessary to determine the energy and distance in the void crystal. Bepta once happened to see someone from the void use a void crystal to open a wormhole. It was a portal less than 1 meter in size, and people needed to crawl in and crawl all the way back. It's so difficult to teleport people back. And you're still thinking about teleporting a fortress? What wishful thinking. Li Ziyu suddenly realized. He said he felt something was wrong. And so this is what happened. If the void crystal really has the ability to teleport a fortress-level behemoth, then the tribes from other worlds would have invaded the void land on a large scale long ago. But obviously, the void crystal can't do that. Using void crystals to teleport between the two worlds involves risks, and the number of people should not be too large. Li Ziyu looked down at the void crystal in his hand and was speechless. So what's the use of this thing? This is just a waste. Could it be possible to teleport a few undead back? What's the use of that? There is no way Li Ziyu would give up the undead fortress. The fortress is bound to him. Giving up the fortress is tantamount to giving up his life. Wherever he goes, the fortress will follow. He had thought things were too simple before. If Bepta hadn't reminded him, he might have made a big mistake. The only solution now is for Bepta to open a super large portal wormhole. Shit. It's a bit scary when I think about it. At first Damanrevsky caught Beta. He really didn't take it seriously. Signing a soul contract is also done casually. I didn't expect that this was not just a casual move, but a life-saving straw. If he can't develop the technology to travel between the two worlds, then Bepter is his only hope. Rest well, and take care of your body. If you need anything, just tell me, and I will get it for you. Li Ziyu pressed Bepta's shoulder hard and said solemnly. This was the truth. He was still counting on Bepta to open the portal. Bepta looked at Li Ziyu, then looked at his hand that was pressing on his shoulder. Sighed helplessly. Chapter 230 Lord Seamus. It's going to break. Li Ziyu was slightly startled when he heard what Bepta said. And then he realized that the other party was referring to his hand. Although he didn't understand what it meant. He quickly raised his hand. Then a clear palm print appeared where he had pressed just now. Bepta turned his head and stared at the hand print. Then sighed helplessly again. As a Lord-level void creature, he naturally has the ability to recover from his injuries. But the method of recovering from injuries is very similar to when insects shed their bodies. They will first grow a very soft L, and then the L will gradually harden and return to its normal state. Although the hardened L has extremely extraordinary defensive power, the newly formed L has no defensive power at all. Under normal circumstances, let alone using a knife. Even if Li Ziyu took a knife, Bepta would not care, because it could not hurt him at all. But now it's different. Li Ziyu just pressed, and left a clear handprint. That part of the I was completely collapsed. It's like pressing hard on a sponge that's soaked with water. Forehead. Li Ziyu was embarrassed. He didn't know it would be like this. He just wanted to express his importance. But he didn't expect to hurt Bepta. What is going on? Prepare more energy. If I want to open a wormhole that can teleport to the Undead fortress, I need to replenish a lot of energy. Bepta didn't really care about the place where he was pressed just now. He would be able to recover after a while. It would just take some more time. After hearing Bepta's request, Li Ziyu immediately nodded. If you want void energy, that's easy. Just hunt void creatures. How much energy will it take for me to kill a few more void creatures? Bepta turned his head and looked at Li Ziyu with a look that said, You are really a devil. Li Ziyu smiled awkwardly, forgetting that Bepta was also a void creature. What he said was tantamount to saying that he wanted to kill all of Bepta's people. Go find the void energy crystal veins. Go through the forest and on the other side. There is. Just dig out the void energy crystal, Bepta said with a look of despair on his face. There are many void creatures in the forest. It's not easy for me to pass through. There is a void lord in your fortress who is recovering from his injuries. Bepta suddenly had a feeling that he might as well commit suicide. Is this guy out of his mind? Li Ziyu patted his head. That's right. What happened to him today? It was as if he had been given a buff that reduced his intelligence. It must be because I was too concerned about the transmission. Well, yes. That must be the case. In that case, what else is there to say? Let's head towards the void energy crystal vein. The Undead fortress turned around and rushed towards the forest. Li Ziyu doesn't like to move around in a forest environment, mainly because there are too many trees, making it inconvenient to move. And there are also void creatures. But for the void energy crystal, these are nothing. Go for it. The battle between Damonlevsky and Beptanar was so shocking that it moved the world and made the gods weep. The surrounding tribes were not blind, and naturally saw such a powerful power fluctuation. They were very curious about what kind of battle could have caused such a huge and powerful energy fluctuation. So they naturally came to investigate. With the protection of the Undead fortress, Li Ziyu could get closer. But people from other tribes were not so lucky. They could only watch from afar. Even so, they discovered that this battle seemed to be related to the Undead. After the battle, the spies sent by the tribe did not leave, but continued to monitor Li Ziyu's movements. As a result, they discovered that the Undead fortress suddenly moved. And not only moved, but also rushed straight towards the forest. The Undead are crazy. What are they going to do? Forest. The Undead are about to enter the forest. Go back and tell everyone. That's the place occupied by void creatures. As we all know, the spread of information is not linear, but rather messy. By the time the news of the Undead fortress rushing towards the forest reached the tribal leader-in-chief, the news had become the Undead have discovered the nest of the void creatures. And the entire army is going out to attack and have a decisive battle with the void creatures. When the chiefs and patriarchs of various tribes heard the news, they were stunned and remained silent. They were thinking the same thing. Is this news true or false? Why did an all-out war suddenly break out? What is the Undead trying to do? Just as they were thinking about the source of the intelligence, Li Ziyu and the Undead Fortress had already entered the forest. Bepta, who was recuperating in the fortress, also released a pressure that the void creatures could sense, driving away the void creatures that were about to attack the Undead Fortress. Except for some blind beasts, the Undead Fortress is really unobstructed. But it's a pity for those trees that have been growing for who knows how many years. Li Ziyu had no good way to deal with these trees. He could only let the fortress run over them and knock them down. The trees that were hit could not be wasted. They were all collected by the undead and thrown into the warehouse. These are all materials, and judging from the prompts given by the system, they are the best basic materials and have special effects. Li Ziyu was very satisfied and gave herself a thumbs up. As a lord, one must be diligent and frugal, no matter whether it is useful or not. Keep it first, in case you need it in the future. Even if you can't use it yourself, you can find other people to exchange useful materials. The Undead Fortress rampaged through the forest and carved out a wide path. The tribal spies who were secretly observing from a distance were already confused. Go in. Really go in. But why didn't we see any void creatures attacking the Undead Fortress? There is no intention of fighting at all. They just watched the huge Undead Fortress move forward. Something is wrong. Have the void creatures in the forest disappeared? The spies were hesitant as to whether or not to follow. If it were any other place, the spies would have given up. But that was the forest area of the Void Land. Which tribe has not missed the forest? Forests mean resources, from food to minerals. Even the trees that can be found everywhere are excellent resources. Unfortunately, because there are a large number of void creatures in the forest, the tribe dare not get too close to the forest. The forests in the void have never been developed, and the tribes can only occupy the grasslands. Now the undead give them hope. If the undead can get through, do they have a chance to get through as well? It's exciting to think about it. It was too late to send anyone back to ask for instructions. The Undead Fortress was moving very fast. In just a short while, it had already penetrated deep into the forest. Even if they went back to ask for instructions, the spies knew what the higher-ups were thinking. That would definitely make them follow and check it out. There is no need to think too much. In the face of huge interests, the lives of these spies are worthless. If they die, they die. After hesitating for a long time, the spies gritted their teeth and decided to fight. The brave ones would be fed to death, and the timid ones would starve to death. If there are really no void creatures in the forest, send this message back, and the reward you get will be enough to provide you with food and drink for the rest of your life without having to take risks again. Figures rushed out from all directions, rushing towards the Undead Fortress that was still vaguely visible in front. They must seize the time and get closer to the Undead Fortress as soon as possible. Before, they were afraid of disturbing the undead and causing a fight, so they stayed away and didn't get close. But now, they need to get closer. If they really encounter void creatures, maybe the Undead Fortress can help block them and give them a chance to escape. All the spies had similar ideas. When they entered the forest, everything was different. The void creatures do not attack the Undead Fortress because they sense the pressure from the Void Lord emanating from the fortress. The Undead Fortress is protected by the Lord, so they cannot attack. And the spies following behind have no one to protect them. Then why not fight? You little bastard. You are so arrogant that you even dare to enter the forest. Is this a good thing for you? Groups of void creatures appeared, densely packed, and rushed towards the spies who were following them. Void creature. Damn. Why are there so many bugs? Help. Ah. Retreat quickly. Under attack from the void creatures, the spies were thrown into a panic. Only then did they realize that the undead must have used some means that they were unaware of. So those void creatures did not attack. But it was too late to realize it. And it was impossible to quit. The void creatures were already strong. And this time, they were the ones who took the initiative to enter the forest, triggering the void creatures' revenge. And their numbers were astonishingly large. Li Ziyu stood on the top of the main building and looked back. It seemed that a battle had broken out over there. What's going on? Who is the void creature fighting with? He scratched his head, looking confused. It has nothing to do with anyone. Anyway, he is not familiar with. He just gossip is simply gossip. So he will not bother. After entering the forest area, Li Ziyu discovered the vastness of this area. His building, which is several tens of meters high, is completely inconspicuous in the forest, where towering trees over 100 meters tall are everywhere. The more you go, the more tall trees are. This tree is too thick. Liziu let the fortress avoid it. But in general, it still moves forward. After walking for 3 days in a row, they still hadn't been able to get out of the forest. This gave Liziu a headache. Bibu Tower. How big is the area of this forest? Liziu looked at the green all around and curiously asked Bepta beside him. The feeling in the forest is much better than in the wilderness or grassland. At least the scenery is beautiful, with various trees, exotic flowers and plants, and all kinds of creatures. There are surprises every day. In 3 days, Bepta had recovered and looked as if he had never fought. I have no idea. Futaba shook his head naturally. The size of the forest area? Why should I pay attention to this kind of thing? Stopping forward, Beta said suddenly. Liziu frowned slightly, ordered the fortress to stop, and looked at Beta puzzled. Is there any void energy crystal lone vein around this? Beyond this is the territory of another lord. We need to communicate before we can continue on our way. Seeing the puzzle on Liziu's face, I explained. The void land is not just the void lord of Beta. There are several in the forest. Otherwise, there will be no void creatures in the forest. Liziu took a deep breath after hearing this. I wipe it. So important things are not earlier. It almost went wrong. Bepta's pressure is useful for other void creatures. But in the eyes of void lords of the same level, isn't it a clear provocation? What are you doing? Do you say that there is a void lord here? Liziu rolled his eyes and said. He was just afraid of causing a conflict and having his fortress be besieged by void creatures. He didn't care that much about just one void lord. Anyway, Damanlevsky is still in the fortress, and he is quite bored during this period. If a void lord came here to die, I believe he would be very happy. You didn't ask me, Beta said calmly. How strong is the void lord here? Is he stronger than you? Liziu asked curiously. I'm better than him, Beta said without hesitation. Oh, that's a relief. Without Bepta, it should be easier for Damanlevsky to deal with him. It will work hard in the same place. And the wormhole is open from the void. And the void lord of the insect human form came out of it. The image of this void lord and Babita is very different. He has 4 legs, but has only 2 arms. And he is not as dazzling as Beta. Is it him? Liziu glanced at the void lord who came out of the wormhole, asking Matuka's mouth. Yes, it's him. He is the void lord of this area. I will do the talking, Bepta said in a still calm tone. Liziu made a gesture of you go up and naturally step back. 1 step forward. She opened her wings and flew towards the void lord who had just appeared. I thought who was here. It turned out to be Beta. You are fighting well. You don't fight well. Run to my territory to do. And have a group of, skeleton? In the void of the insect. The void, a little sarcasm, swept the Undead fortress by the way, and a touch of disdain in his eyes flashed. In his eyes, Beta Tower had no brain. Or the brain was broken. There are really not many void lords who are as warlike as him. Void creatures survive differently from normal creatures and need different things. Most of the time, Lord-level beings prefer to enjoy rather than fight. Even though he is very powerful, the Void Lord does not like fighting. If a fight is unavoidable, the Void Lord likes to drive his own void creatures to fight, since he has more minions anyway. Bepta is a true outlier. He is already a Void Lord, but he doesn't like to enjoy himself. Instead, he likes to fight. Many people among the Void Lords looked down on Bepta, believing that he was not worthy of being a Void Lord and should just be a low-level void creature, which was more in line with his habits. Simo, we need to pass through here. Bepta flew in front of the Insect Lord and went straight to the point without any nonsense. You pass through? You can see what the forest is hurt by your scourge, said the Worm Lord Simo. We need to pass here. Betaba repeated again, and his tone aggravated a little. Simo looked at Booba, and his mouth was staggered a few times. He wanted to prevent Bepta from passing and show his power. But when he thought of Bepta's warlike character, he felt helpless. The other Void Lords are fortunate to say that everyone beats the cannon and pulls each other. When it comes to Beta, it is really directly fighting. The point is, he still can't beat Bepta. In fact, the relationship between the Void Lord is very harmonious. And there is very little red face. And there is no need for red faces. We are all from the same clan. There is no need to make things so awkward. The reason why Simo stopped Bepta was not for any other reason, but because he had suffered at the hands of Bepta. Yes, Bepta had beaten Seamus. The guy of Simo is a bit stinky. He always wants to pretend. And let's look. The other lords all laughed and passed it off. When he arrived at the side of Beta, a good guy, he was serious. He thought that Simo looked down on him. What else would you say? Play a puppet. As a result, Simo was pressed by Beta Tower to rub on the ground, and almost hit Xiong. So this time Simo stopped the undead fortress, and planned to be difficult for Beta. Chapter 231. Arriving at the mine. Simo's silence made Beta put his hand into the void, and pulled out his own horse. If you don't want to give way, then just do it. Is that what you mean? Seeing the familiar weapon, Simo subconsciously took a step back. He was hit by the horse spear, and it was so bad that his upper body was hit off. That is because he relied on the Void Lord's strong vitality. Otherwise he would have lost his life. When Bepta drew out his lance, Simo was confused. No, won't. As soon as Ma Yin was lifted, I didn't point to Shima. Come and fight. For Bepta, there is nothing that cannot be solved by a fight. If one fight doesn't solve it, then fight again. Either you solve me or I solve you. So there is no problem. But he thought so. But Seamus didn't think so. Don't bully people, Simo said with a lot. Bepta was too lazy to talk nonsense, and swung his lance to charge forward. Simo hurriedly retreated, half of his body disappearing into thin air. Looking at his counseling look, Vitava stood on his footsteps. Bepta? Didn't you stop me? Have I gone too far? What did I do? Let the road. Still saying the same thing as before. Simo half of his body shrank into the void, and looked behind Bepta. Bepta, you can pass. But those skeletons behind you are not void creatures. You can't stop me. This is very intuitive. Of course. Simo is very angry. Don't Buta. You discard our glory. As Void Lords with advanced intelligence, they attach great importance to glory. Void Lords always feel that they are superior to other creatures. Seeing Bepta escorting a group of skeletons, and planning to pass through his territory, Simo was naturally unhappy. But what does his happiness have to do with Bepta? The soul contract has been signed. This is Bepta's character. Once he accepts the soul contract, he will be loyal to Li Ziyu. Just do your work peacefully. If Li Ziyu wants to allow the undead fortress to pass through the forest, he will consider it from the perspective of the undead, and allow the undead fortress to pass through the forest. At the top of the main building, Li Ziyu watched the two Void Lords, holding a fruit in his hand, and on the side of Damonrevsky, who took it to the top of the building, came to him. What happened? Beta said that this forest is the domain of that guy. If we want to go, we need him to let go. He doesn't let go? When Li Ziyu heard this, he turned to look at Damonrevsky. Sure enough, the guy's eyes slowly lit up, and his face showed an excited expression. Damonrevsky and Bepta are of the same type. They are both extremely warlike, and enjoy the process of fighting. Fighting with Betata made Demelsky very satisfied. At least Beta let him make some strengths, instead of defeating each other with physical fitness. In Damonrevsky's eyes, all Void Lords are good opponents. After 2 or 3 bites, the juice splashed everywhere. Only the core of the fruit was left in Damonrevsky's hand, which he threw away. Let me go! Damonrevsky stared at Shima, and the war of war gradually rose. I don't feel it. Beta should be able to solve it well, Li Ziyu said helplessly. If I let you go, then we'll really fight. You have to fight whether you want to or not. Damonrevsky's play may affect his undead fortress. Forget it. Let's just forget it. No need. Really. Besides, Li Ziyu felt that the other party should be very afraid of Beta. Do you dare not respond to the front? Simo. We are just passing through, Bepta said to Simo seriously. Simo was silent. He really didn't want to conflict with this madman Bepta. But he really didn't want to let these skeletons pass through his territory. A dilemma. Just as he was struggling, a powerful aura rose from the fortress, causing Simo's face to change suddenly. He could sense from the aura that this man was no weaker than Bepta. There is actually another powerful person in the fortress? He looked toward Bepta. Bepta nodded to him. Seamus stopped struggling. There was no need. It would be difficult for him to intercept Bepta alone. Not to mention that there is another strong man of the same level as Bepta behind him. He looked at Bepta deeply, shrank into the wormhole and disappeared. Simo is just an episode. After he retreated, Bepta returned to the fortress and told Li Ziyu that they could continue to move forward. The undead fortress started again, all the way forward. With Simo's permission, everything went smoothly, and the undead fortress just needed to move forward. Only Damanlevsky expressed dissatisfaction. He wanted to compete with Simo, but Simo did not give him the opportunity, which made him miss the opportunity to meet a strong man, which was a pity. Just as Li Ziyu was letting the undead fortress pass through the forest, Simo also spread his message. All the Void Lords around knew that Bepta had entered the Void Lords' territory with a group of skeletons. Some Void Lords didn't take it seriously, thinking that they were just a group of skeletons passing through the forest, so it didn't matter. Some lords were very angry at first, but when they heard the name of the battle maniac Bepta, they were no longer angry. Oh, Bepta brought it, so it's okay. But some are different. They advocate tradition. The land of the void is the territory of the Void Lord. When there is some extra garbage on the grassland, they are thinking about how to clear it away. Now Bepta even dares to carry the garbage deep into the forest. This is a provocation. Today Bepta was able to lead the foreigners through the forest. Could he also lead the foreigners to fight the next time? What Bepta did this time was ill-considered. Yes, we cannot allow foreigners to run rampant like this. You're pushing your luck. Destroy them. A pro-war Void Lord was shouting. And Simo was very satisfied with this. He knew that once the news spread, there would be a group of old guys who would not be able to tolerate it. Although he couldn't defeat Bepta, it was no problem for him to cause trouble. That's Bepta. Are you sure you want to make an enemy of him? A warlike lunatic. You want to hand him the evidence for starting a war? The lords, who did not want to provoke Bepta, raised objections. Many of them had fought against Bepta, but they usually ended up being beaten up by him. They kept their distance from Bepta. Simo looked at the anti-war lords with some disdain, timid as a rat. He didn't think about what he was like when he faced Bepta before. The Void Lords are like this. They have long lives and many things are not a big deal to them. Coupled with the disagreement of everyone's opinions, it is often not possible to make a deal because of one thing. Let's discuss it. We have time anyway. Li Ziyu didn't know that the Void Lords were discussing whether to deal with him. He only knew that he had seen the boundary of the forest, which meant that he would be able to leave the forest soon. After leaving the forest, what appeared in front of Li Ziyu was a long mountain range. Bepta, do you know where there is a vein of void energy crystal? Li Ziyu scratched his head. Lu Xingxing was not there, and he had no exploration skills, so it was really difficult for him to find a mineral vein. Upon hearing this, Bepta pointed to the mountains. Over there? On the mountain? Li Ziyu looked in the direction of his finger and asked casually. No. The whole mountain range is like this, Bepta said in a calm tone. The entire mountain range, what did you say? Li Ziyu was stunned at first. Then he looked at Bepta with wide eyes. Isn't it? The entire mountain range is the vein of the void energy crystal stone? How huge is the inventory? Yes. This entire mountain range is a huge mineral vein. You just need to send people to dig it out, Bepta said without taking it seriously. To him, the Void Lord, the void energy crystal veins were nothing special. It's like you say to a farmer, wow, there are so many corns planted in this acre of land. What do you think the farmer would say? Void is a huge treasure trove. And the void energy spar is originally the bottom thing, which was originally the bottom of the treasure house. As long as the void creatures are looking for it, they can be found. Even if they can't find it, they have a way to cultivate the void energy crystal veins. Li Ziyu didn't see it. Now that we know that the mountains in front of us are the mineral veins, there is nothing more to say. Li Ziyu immediately ordered the undead to be close to the mountain. Directly sending undead to mining is very stupid and inefficient, considering that he might have to return to this void land in the future. It is necessary for him to store a batch of void energy crystals. The undead fortress arrived at the foot of the mountain. Li Ziyu, who had been prepared, put down the Soul base station, deployed buildings, and settled the skeleton undead. After building a Soul base station, Li Ziyu skillfully set up the resource station and ore collection point. The undead began to find ore along the ore collection point. It was not troublesome at all. After digging about 1 meter into the mountain, we saw the void energy crystal. However, these outer void energy crystals are not big, and are about the same size as the ones the ape man showed him at the beginning. But now that we have seen the crystal, we can just keep digging. More undead transformed themselves into miners and entered the mines, working day and night. Void energy crystals are constantly being sent to the fortress's warehouse. Li Ziyu felt very satisfied as he watched the void energy crystals jumping from time to time and increasing in number. Bepta, how many void energy crystals do we need? Li Ziyu asked. Bepta described it, but Li Ziyu didn't quite understand. Bepta used their own measurement units, which were different from the system's measurement units. However, he knew it would take a lot. It will take some time to dig. Li Ziyu was not in a hurry. Even if he had enough void energy crystals on hand, it would not be enough. He had to wait until Bepta's condition recovered to its peak. Even though half of his body has grown back, it has not actually fully recovered. It will take some time to recuperate, and he can use this time to mine. Waiting is boring. Li Ziyu will naturally not wait stupidly. So he drops other people and pits himself into the room and starts the research mode. He has to find a way to unlock energy conversion and energy condensation. Before, I could still think of killing void creatures to obtain energy conversion biological organs and energy condensation biological organs. But now I have Bepta. Killing void creatures is somewhat meaningless. Now that I have time, I might as well study it. If I can unlock it, it will save me a lot of trouble. Soul energy collection. This is normal undead technology. So it is only necessary to continue to raise technology. Li Ziyu searched among various undead technologies and found those two things. It's quite special. He has hardly developed any basic technology. This is technology related to void energy. Okay. Turn on unlock mode. Void energy is consumed and technologies are lit up one by one. Energy conversion and energy condensation are both the most orthodox psychic technologies of the undead. They involve the void, but they are also basic. But Li Ziyu's previous research direction was the mechanical technology of the undead, and he had hardly touched on psychic technology. This research and development would require a lot of resources and time. As technology was lit, more things appeared in front of Li Ziyu. He was surprised to find that Lingning technology was stronger than he thought. As far as the part of the Lingning technology void Lingning technology is in the back, and the creation of cracks can be considered as little. They can directly create a void gate to completely connect the two worlds, which is equivalent to a wormhole that can be opened and closed at any time. It is highly controllable and very safe. It is simply a powerful tool for transporting troops. And these were just gadgets. He even saw floating battleships and floating fortresses. However, these are all too far away. Li Ziyu doesn't even know if he has the chance to develop them. After all, he can't even build a cannon yet. There was an undead fortress, but even the main gun was not even the main gun. It makes me so sad just thinking about it. There were a lot of soldiers in the military, but the real strategic weapon failed to do it. Why? Time passed by while Li Ziyu was doing research and development in seclusion. It was already a month later when he finally mastered energy conversion and energy condensation. The full names of these two items are energy conversion core and energy condensation core. Energy conversion core. Introduction. The ability to transform other energies into soul energy is one of the cornerstones of psychic technology. It is precisely because of the existence of the energy conversion core that psychic technology can continue to develop. P.S. Thank you Void for your contribution to our undead race. Requirements: 1 psionic core, 100 soul energy, 500 void energy, 500 void energy crystals, 500 kryptonite. Energy condensation core. Introduction. It is used to condense the free soul energy and make it stable. The Great Lich who invented the energy condensation core felt that he was much smarter than the Great Lich who invented the energy conversion core. After all, the converted free soul energy cannot be used directly. P.S. He only invented the energy conversion core and not the energy condensation core, which shows that he is a fool. Requirements: 1 psionic core, 200 soul energy, 500 void energy crystals, 500 helium stones. Li Ziyu looked at the PS behind the energy condensation core, and the corner of his mouth twitched. It's becoming less and less reliable. You were complaining before. Why are you swearing now? Can you be a little more serious? The kryptonite and helium stone required are both associated minerals in the void energy crystal veins. The undead also collected a lot of them when they collected void energy crystals, which is enough for Li Ziyu to use. He created one anyway. These two cores look similar. Both are spherical, but one is wrapped in kryptonite and the other is wrapped in helium. Both cores are driven by psychic cores. Li Ziyu activated the energy conversion core out of curiosity. After being activated, the energy conversion core immediately broke away from Li Ziyu's palm and floated into the air. forming a special gravitational field with suction around the sphere, absorbing the free soul energy around it. TSK. This thing looks so simple. It's worthy of being the psychic technology of the undead. It looks so simple and crude. He thought about it, and activated the energy condensation core again. Different from energy conversion. The energy condensation core turned into something like a thunderball, suspended in the air, forcibly snatching the ghost soul energy gathered by the energy conversion core. Li Ziyu observed for a while, and suddenly realized. Oh! That's how it is. Chapter 232 Energy Array. He finally understood. The energy transformation core is responsible for transformation and attraction, gathering soul energy around itself. However, because the gathered soul energy was in a free state, it could not be used at all, and could only be watched. The energy condensation core is simple and crude. It directly grabs the free energy from around the energy conversion core, then compresses it, allowing the soul energy to fuse to a usable level. It sounds simple, but in fact, there are a lot of technologies involved. Otherwise it wouldn't have taken Li Ziyu a month. The energy conversion core and energy condensation core have been unlocked. What does that mean? This means that the bottleneck material has disappeared, and the day of mass production of soul energy collectors is just around the corner. Li Ziyu seemed to have seen the bright future created by soul energy, and couldn't help but let out a strange hee-hee laugh. Ahem. Image. We still need to manage our image. He tried hard to suppress his smile, calmed himself down, turned off the energy conversion core and the energy condensation core, and opened the warehouse. Where is my void energy crystal? Where are all those void energy crystals I have? Looking at the few void energy crystals in the warehouse, a big question mark appeared on Li Ziyu's face. With the skeleton undead's non-stop mining speed, they should have accumulated a lot of void energy crystals. Attracted thieves? No. I haven't heard of any thief being able to steal items from a mobile fortress. There are two masters, Bepta and Damonlevsky, in the undead fortress, and there are also a large number of undead. Any living creature that approaches the fortress will be discovered. Facts are facts. There are not many void energy crystals in the warehouse. A small pile. This number is very wrong. Li Ziyu touched his chin, pondered for a while, and finally figured it out. The void energy crystal was not lost, but was used up by myself. For the past month, he has been unlocking various psychic technologies, especially those related to the void, all of which consume void energy crystals. The consumption each time may not seem like much, but the total amount is extremely terrifying. There was no accumulation of this kind before, and the skeleton undead would often just dig out the void energy crystals from the mines, and Li Ziyu would take them away to use for technological research and development. So, this month's work was in vain? Oh shit! Fortunately, I have a void mind to support me. Otherwise, there would be no point in playing with void psychic technology. How many void energy crystals will this consume? Thinking about Li Ziyu, I feel a little distressed. He knew more or less the speed at which the undead mined. The skeleton undead all work mechanically, and their speed is not very fast. But their strength lies in their continuity, and their accumulation over time. A month's output of void energy crystals was consumed in technological research and development, and the idea of returning to the other world would be delayed again. Why? Thinking back, it doesn't really matter. After a month of excavation, the mine has entered the mountains, and the speed of mining void energy crystals will be greatly improved in the future. The void energy crystals on the surface are small in size, contain little energy, and have poor quality and quantity. Even though the skeleton undead have tried hard to collect them, the number cannot be increased. As you go deeper into the mountains, the size of the void energy crystals and the energy they contain will continue to increase, and the number collected will also increase significantly. The void energy crystals collected in the warehouse changed their appearance under the action of the system and became cubes with a side length of 10 centimeters, which looked like energy blocks. Each void energy crystal energy block represents 1 unit of void energy crystal, and 1 unit of void energy crystal contains 1,000 units of void energy. It takes several void energy crystals excavated now to fuse into 1 energy block. From this perspective, both the energy conversion core and the energy condensation core require a lot of void energy. But as long as it can produce soul energy for a long time, everything is worth it. Li Ziyu stretched and walked out of the room. I haven't left the room for a month, and even the food I eat is delivered to the room by the skeleton undead. It's time to get active. Arriving at the rooftop of the main building, Li Ziyu looked towards the direction of the mountains. There, work was in full swing, and the skeleton undead were busy. Call. A figure rose into the sky from below, and Bepta stood in front of Li Ziyu. Hello. Li Ziyu greeted Bepta with a smile. Hello? Bepta responded blankly. He didn't know what Li Ziyu meant by this, but he knew that he was greeting him. So he imitated Li Ziyu and waved his hand. City Lord, is the void energy crystal ready? I have recovered and can try to open the portal. Bepta came here to ask about this matter. He had observed that the skeleton undead carried out a lot of void energy crystals from the mountains. He didn't know whether those void energy crystals were enough to open the portal, and he needed to test it out. Unfortunately, Li Ziyu has been in seclusion, and he has no ability to enter the warehouse. So he can only wait. Now that Li Ziyu has come out of confinement, he hurried over to ask. Li Ziyu blushed when she heard what Bepta said. Well, not yet. The quantity is not enough. Not enough? Bepta was a little surprised to hear this, and couldn't help turning his head to look in the direction of the mountains. Although the crystals transported by the skeletons each time are small in size, and contain little energy. But little by little they add up, and a lot should be collected in a month. Actually, for some reason, I used up all the void energy crystals I mined. So I don't have much left now. Li Ziyu simply stopped hiding and spoke directly. Bepta nodded in understanding. You ate the void energy crystal? For void creatures, void energy crystals are food, and it is normal to eat them. But the city lord has a big appetite. Can a human digest so many void energy crystals? Or am I mistaken? And the human in front of me is actually very special and requires a lot of energy? Li Ziyu's face darkened. My teeth aren't that good. They're just worn out. You don't need to explain to me. A big appetite is a good thing. But city lord, you are a human after all. Eating too many void crystals is not good for your body. In your human terms, it is easy to have indigestion. Bepta advised Li Ziyu seriously. The corner of Li Ziyu's mouth twitched. He couldn't explain it clearly, so he simply didn't explain it. You said you ate it, so eat it. Anyway, it's gone. Li Ziyu is not in a hurry, and Bepta is even less anxious. After bowing to Li Ziyu, Bepta slipped away, just as he expected. As the mine went deeper into the mountains, the speed of collecting void energy crystals became faster and faster. A large amount of void energy crystals are transported out of the mountains every day. At first, it was the size of a fist, then the size of a human head, and later the void energy crystal even needed to be held by the undead. After waiting for a while, the void energy crystals in the warehouse finally began to increase, and the rate of increase was getting faster and faster. Seeing this situation, Li Ziyu was no longer in a hurry to build the soul energy collector. With enough void energy crystals, the soul energy collector can be manufactured at any time. Now is the time to accumulate more void energy crystals and return to the other world first. Come to think of it, I have been out for quite some time. I wonder if everything is going well in the other world. Another month passed, and a large amount of void energy crystals had accumulated in the warehouse, and the number had exceeded 1 million. Li Ziyu finally decided to return to the other world, the main building of the fortress. After spending 2 months in the fortress, Bepta had become familiar with life in the fortress, and he received a call from the city lord Li Ziyu. City lord? Bepta bowed slightly as he entered the room. Li Ziyu stood up with a smile and came to Bepta. Have you adapted to this period of time? Well, life in this city is different from what I imagined. How is your recovery? Are you confident in opening the portal? Don't worry, City Lord. I have reached my peak condition. There should be no problem in opening the portal. In fact, Bepta had almost recovered last month and even came to Li Ziyu to ask about the portal. At that time, Li Ziyu had just come out of seclusion, and all the void energy crystals collected by the skeleton undead had been consumed. After another month of recuperation, Bepta had fully recovered and was better than ever. There is a small problem now. The void energy crystal in my hand may be different from what you remember. See if you can use this void energy crystal. After the void energy crystals enter the warehouse, the system will automatically integrate them and save them in the form of units. Li Ziyu was not sure whether Bepta, this cube-shaped void energy crystal, could be used. He took a piece from the storehouse and handed it to Bepta. Feeling the energy filled in the void energy crystal in Li Ziyu's hand, Bepta took it with great surprise. This is a top-grade void energy crystal. It contains a large amount of void energy. And the void energy is distributed very reasonably. City Lord, where did you dig it from? There was a hint of doubt in Bepta's voice. Of course, he had seen top-grade void energy crystals before. Top-grade crystals were usually found deep in the void energy crystal veins. But the naturally formed void energy crystals, or the top-quality void energy crystals cultivated by their void creatures, are different from the one in front of them. This naturally formed top-grade void energy crystal looks similar to a void crystal, a prism with a dark blue overall color. It emits void energy fluctuations all the time and is very easy to detect. The top-grade void energy crystals cultivated by void creatures look like large pebbles, without edges or corners, very smooth, and with restrained energy. They may even be overlooked if not carefully examined. But the one in front of me is square, different from both the naturally formed top-grade void energy crystal and the cultivated top-grade void energy crystal. Bepta couldn't figure out how Liziu transformed the void energy crystal into this state. The outside of the void energy crystal is a crystal-like protective SHL, and inside is void energy. Once the protective SHL is broken, the void energy will dissipate in a very short time. The void creatures, feed on void energy crystals, so they naturally thought about transformation. But all ended in failure without exception. Suddenly seeing a manufactured void energy crystal, and it was a top-grade void energy crystal, Bepta was very surprised even though he was a battle maniac. Well, I just did it casually. Just casually. Liziu was playing it safe. How would he know how to turn the void energy crystal into this state? That's all caused by the system. If you ask Liziu to do it himself, he really won't be able to do anything. Bepta thought Liziu didn't want to talk, so he didn't force him to answer. He took it for granted that this technology was a secret, perhaps even a core secret of the Undead. Although he had signed a soul contract, it was understandable that the other party was unwilling to tell him. It actually has the ability to transform void energy crystals. It seems that I still don't know enough about the Undead, Bepta thought to himself. By the way, can you use this void energy crystal? Liziu brought the question back again. Yes, it can be used. Moreover, this kind of void energy crystal can also increase the success rate of the portal. City Lord, do you have more of these void energy crystals? Bepta was not speaking nonsense, relying on his own strength. It would be almost an impossible task to open the portal that could teleport to the Undead fortress. He needs to rely on the power of the void energy crystal to do this. Absorbing void energy crystals is usually not a big deal, but this time it is different. The void energy contained in the void energy crystal and the uniformity of the void energy distribution will have an impact. The void energy crystals sorted by the system are not only top grade, but the void energy in each unit of void energy crystal is constant and extremely evenly distributed, making it suitable for Bepta to absorb and use as energy to open the portal. Liziu asked how many void energy crystals would be needed. After some communication and calculation, he took a breath. 10,000 yuan. It requires a total of 10,000 void energy crystals. Wow! A lot of void energy is needed to open the portal. However, Liziu didn't care much about it. The number of void energy crystals in his warehouse had reached millions, which was completely affordable. Okay, then get ready. We're going to open the portal. Okay, City Lord. Bepta nodded, and left the main building with Liziu, and went outside. Liziu took out the void energy crystals from the warehouse. Fearing that the quantity was not enough, he doubled it, and took out a full 20,000 pieces, piling them into a small hill on the bone plate platform. Feeling the majestic void energy, even Bepta, a battle maniac, couldn't help but squint his eyes comfortably. I leave this to you, Bepta. Liziu waved his hand, signaling Bepta to do as he pleased. He did not leave but stood aside. The bored Damanlevsky also ran over and stood beside Liziu, looking at Bepta curiously. Bepta nodded to the two of them and raised his arm. The void energy crystal seemed to be pulled by gravity and floated up naturally. Then with a wave of his hand, pieces of void energy crystals flew to the outside of the Undead fortress and surrounded it. Energy array? Damanlevsky muttered in surprise as he felt the void energy around him. Liziu didn't know what this energy array was, but he could roughly guess that it was something similar to the magic array in his previous life. As if responding to Damanlevsky, Bepta stood there with his arms outstretched and waved them. The void energy crystal suspended in the sky kept changing its position with his hands, giving a mysterious feeling. because the distance was quite far. Liziu couldn't see clearly, but she was still somewhat shocked and excited. After being in this other world for so long, I finally got to see real magic up close. You know what? Bepta really does have a bit of a magician vibe. Following Bepta's command, the void energy in the void energy crystal gradually emanated, and the crystal lit up with a sea blue light. It was like stars floating in the air, surrounding the entire undead fortress. Laugh. Thin lines of void energy shot out from the void energy crystals, connecting each void energy crystal. If you look down from a high place, you can find that the void energy crystals have formed a huge formation at this time. Chapter 233. The battle begins. When the energy array was completed, not to mention Damanlevsky, even an ordinary person like Liziu could feel the existence of void energy. It was a very strange feeling. How should I put it? It's like static electricity that exists all the time. City Lord, I am ready and can open the portal at any time. After the energy array was ready, Bepta turned to look at Liziu and said in a deep voice. Liziu looked up at the sky. From time to time, a blue light flashed in the sky, turning into energy lines, and a looming energy shield covered the undead fortress. Should we call back the undead from the mountains? Damanlevsky suddenly asked. No need. Just let them continue to mine the void energy crystals here. Liziu shook his head. He had no intention of giving up the void land. He even gave up the Soul base station. He also had no shortage of the skeletons and undead for mining. After returning to the other world, there are a large number of skeletons in the mountains of the dead, which can greatly replenish the undead skeletons. Liziu went over it in his mind and found that there didn't seem to be anything special that needed attention in the void land. Bepta, activate the teleportation array. It's time for us to leave. Good. Bepta nodded, without making any special movements, and just stood there quietly. Right above the undead fortress, a black wormhole, the size of a millet grain, suddenly appeared. There was no sign of cracking in the void, nor was there any sound, as if there had been a wormhole there to begin with. After the almost invisible wormhole appeared, it continued to expand, growing from a millet grain to a large rice grain, then to the size of a fist, a human head, a door frame. The growing wormhole finally attracted the attention of the people below. Liziu was just thinking about how the wormhole would unfold, and Bepta didn't move. Feeling something was wrong above my head, I looked up and discovered the expanding wormhole. The position of the wormhole is a bit high, and the small wormhole in Liziu's eyes is actually a radius of 1 meter. Bepta finally took action, opening the wormhole to such a size, and then stabilizing it. He waved his arms, drawing the surrounding void energy into the wormhole, expanding the area of the wormhole, while he continued to stabilize the wormhole. It is very easy for void creatures to open wormholes in the void. Even many powerful beings from other worlds can create cracks in the void when they explode. The real problem is stability. In order to open a wormhole that can accommodate the undead fortress, not only a huge amount of void energy is needed, but also a strong person to stabilize the wormhole so that it does not collapse. Void energy continued to enter the wormhole, and the wormhole expanded faster and faster. Bepta focused his mind on the wormhole, trying to maintain its shape and keep it open. As for void cracks and wormholes, they were all opened up in the void. The void has the ability to self-heal, and will repair cracks and wormholes on its own. Bepta's behavior is equivalent to a human holding up the elevator door with both hands to prevent it from closing. The area of the wormhole became larger and larger, and Liziu's mouth slowly widened. This scene was somewhat shocking. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly shot out from a distance. Bump! The smooth collision hit the shield formed by the energy array. The originally calm energy shield suddenly rippled. The void energy surged endlessly, causing the orderly energy transmission to be distorted. Bepta shook himself violently. The edge of the void wormhole shook, and the circle became less regular. Fortunately, Bepta stabilized quickly, and the wormhole returned to normal. Enemy attack. Liziu looked at the source of the attack and couldn't help but frowning. It was a huge void beetle with a scorpion-like tail raised high, and a blue light flashing at the end of the tail. It was obvious that the attack just now was launched by this guy. What's the situation? Bepta, the Void Lord, is still in the fortress. Why would a void beetle attack him? It must be said that Bepta's identity as the Void Lord is very useful. Apart from that guy Simo, Liziu had a smooth life during this period, and no void creatures came to disturb him. The Soul base station was also safe and sound. And the skeleton undead were busy mining every day. He never expected that just when he was about to leave, the void beetle would come to his door. Isn't this just putting eye drops on me? Besides, who gave it the courage? Hey! Damonlevsky rubbed his hands together with a happy smile on his face. He had been stuck in the undead fortress for a long time and had long wanted to go out and move around. Unfortunately, due to Bepta's pressure, the void creatures didn't come close at all. So there was no feeling when fighting some wild beasts. I can't hold it in anymore. It feels like the joints are rusting. Seeing that he was about to go home, Damonlevsky felt helpless and a little unhappy. I didn't expect that when I was about to go home, a void beetle would jump out by itself. Isn't this just great? I come. Before Liziu could say anything, Damonlevsky volunteered to go over and deal with the ignorant void beetle. Liziu said nothing, but his brows furrowed even more tightly. He didn't understand what was going on, and why the void beetles were attacking them for no reason. According to his understanding, any creature that could attack the undead fortress that possessed the Void Lord Bepta was most likely a Lord-level void creature. But the big guy in front of him was obviously not a Lord-level void creature. Who gave it the courage? Or maybe Bepta's pressure had lost its effect. City Lord, prepare for defense. The Lord is coming. Just when Damonlevsky was about to go out and deal with the beetle that was not aware of its own danger, Bepta, who was maintaining the wormhole, suddenly spoke. When he heard the word Lord level, Damonlevsky stopped instantly. A mere void beetle is nothing compared to the Lord level. Since there is a boss, why bother fighting monsters? No more fighting. No more fighting. Wait to fight the boss. Bepta's words also resolved Liziu's doubts. I see. He nodded. That made sense. With a Lord-level void creature giving instructions behind the scenes, that big guy naturally dared to launch an attack on his undead fortress. The light at the tail of the void beetle became brighter and brighter, and then erupted violently. Another ray of light flashed by. This time Bepta was mentally prepared and took the attack easily. And the energy circle was not affected. Being ambushed is still an ambush. But if you are prepared, the opponent's attack will be ineffective. After this attack, wormholes opened in the void not far away, and a large number of void beetles and void creatures swarmed out. Finally, a wormhole portal opened, and out walked a subhuman creature. It is not a beetle-like humanoid void lord like Bepta, but a biological void lord that is very similar to humans. It's the same head, 2 hands and 2 legs. Nothing much different. Just the skin color is different. This void lord has blue skin that flashes with crystal green light. The void creatures and void beetles that followed the void lord surrounded the undead fortress. Bepta glanced at the void lord and immediately recognized his identity. Kroger. Like Bepta, he is a war lord among the void creatures. A typical advocate of war. And he spreads the message that the void creatures are great, powerful, and invincible. Void Lord Krog is even older than Bepta. This guy became a lord before Bepta, and he existed for a very long time. Logically speaking, Krog is a war lord and a pro-war faction. He has survived for a long time and should be more powerful than Bepta. But in fact, it is not the case. Kroger cannot defeat Bepta alone. Will be pressed to the ground and rubbed. Bepta is a person of strong personal strength. Since becoming the Lord of the Void, he has been challenging strong people everywhere. Warlords like Kroger are his main targets of challenge. Although Kroger is no match for Bepta in terms of personal combat power, he has an absolute advantage in terms of military strength. Bepta is not good at management, and the void creatures under his command are all kinds of people, and their combat effectiveness varies. But Kroger is different. He has a large number of powerful void creatures under his command who can accompany him in conquering cities. In comparison, Bepta is the equivalent of a military commander, while Krog is a general. One is individual bravery, the other is legionary combat. Bepta was also surprised. He didn't expect that the one who attacked him was Kroger. Why did this guy suddenly come here? Krog stood in the void, holding a thick scepter in his hand. On the top of the scepter was a gem that was extremely rare even to void creatures. Bepta, come back to us. You don't belong to those skeletons. You must remember your identity. You are a glorious and honorable void lord. Without moving his mouth, the sound spread in the form of a diffusion wave, allowing everyone in the undead fortress to hear it. Simo brought back the news that Bepta was helping the skeletons. Other void lords were still studying how to deal with the matter. Krog knew the nature of the Void Lords very well, and knew that there would be no results in a short time. He felt that Bepta's actions were a betrayal. Betrayed the Void Clan. As a Void Lord who believed that the Void Clan was supreme. Krog could not accept this. He didn't think there was anything to discuss about this matter. Skeleton? Huh. That's nothing. Destroy. Must destroy. While other Void Lords were still arguing, Kroger secretly left with his Void creatures and headed straight here. As a Void Lord who fought for the Void Clan, he naturally knew what the so-called skeletons were. That's the Undead. Old rival. In his long life, he had fought against the Undead more than once or twice. There are both wins and losses. But Kroger felt that the Undead were just that. He was able to move around easily with the Void creatures under his command. It is ridiculous that the Undead actually want to surpass the Void Clan. Unacceptable and not allowed. He could have just not shown up and sent out the Void creatures. But Bepta is a Void Lord after all. So a direct attack like this won't work. Kroger felt that he could persuade Bepta, who was an outstanding young man. It would be great if the other party could turn back from his wrong path. But if the other party refuses to change his mind, you can't blame him, and you have to eliminate him together. Void creatures must ensure their purity. Kroger. Your will cannot override all Void creatures. According to the laws of the Void, I have my own rights, and you have no right to interfere with me. Bepta still maintained his heavenly impulse, and said to Kroger, you are unwilling to return to the Void Clan, which means you have betrayed the Void Clan. You will no longer enjoy the rights of the Void Clan, and you will be executed. Krog was very angry when he heard Bepta's words. He raised the scepter in his hand, pointed at Bepta and said, the Void is endless. We are free. There is no such thing as betrayal. Bepta responded immediately, you helped the Undead. This is proof of your betrayal. Don't forget. They are not from our clan. They have a grudge against us. They are our enemies. Krog's voice was cold. Damonlevsky looked at Liziu first and asked him with his eyes, enemy? Liziu scratched his head and gave a blank look. I don't know. I've never seen this stuff before. Why are they enemies? Etc. Could it be the history of another world? The other world is not a game world, but a real world with its own history. In the history of the other world, the invasion of the Undead was real. That is to say, before Liziu came to this world and became the Lord of the Undead, there existed the Undead. Are the Undead spirits in history the ones who have made enemies with this Void Lord? It's very likely. So I am the scapegoat? When I knew nothing, I was directly involved in racial hatred. That is a disaster from heaven. Krog, in your eyes, except for the Void Clan, all other races are enemies. It has nothing to do with whether they are undead or not. Bepta's voice was filled with helplessness. The Void Clan has a long history and has fought against an alarming number of races. According to Kroger's calculation, almost all races are enemies of the Void Clan. So that means that making friends with creatures of other races is betrayal? Then is he still alive? Since you are stubborn and refuse to repent, forget it. You will die as a traitor. Krog stopped talking to Beptado and waved his staff vigorously, signaling the Void creatures to attack. After receiving the order, various Void creatures launched an attack on the Undead fortress together. Various long-range energy attacks came rushing over, and countless Void beetles and Void creatures followed one after another. This scene made Liziu's scalp tingle. Damn. I feel like I can't stop it. Am I going to die here? Bepta. How long will it take for the portal to be opened? Liziu gritted his teeth and asked loudly. Bepta also knew that the situation was urgent, so he increased the speed of energy transmission, glanced at the wormhole, and shouted, 5 minutes. Okay. I'll just hold on for 5 minutes. Liziu felt a little relieved. If he had been told half a day or a day, he would not have waited, and would have run away directly. Those Void creatures rushing over were not simple at first glance, and could not be dealt with easily. But he could still delay for 5 minutes. Come on. It's time to play for your life. It's impossible to break out, so we can only defend with all our might. Activate the magic defense barrier. Release the magic. Dark clouds cover the sky. This was the first time that Liziu used the magical defense of the Undead fortress. Boom! A beam of light shot straight into the sky, then spread out and enveloped the fortress of the Undead. This was the magical barrier of the fortress of the Undead. City-level magic defense system. The name is simple, but the defense is really strong. Immediately afterwards, Thick black smoke rose from the fortress and gathered into black clouds in the sky, covering the sky above the fortress. The sky is covered with dark clouds. Special magic activated. Under normal circumstances, dark clouds would block out the scorching sun, allowing the undead to fight normally. But the sun in the void is fake and has no effect on the undead. So the effect of the dark clouds covering the sky is transformed into enhancing the combat effectiveness of the undead. The undead seem to be given a shot of chicken blood, instantly becoming more energetic, with the fire of their souls burning brightly and their fighting spirit surging. Facing the ferocious void creatures, Li Ziyu did not dare to relax at all. With the arrival of long-range attacks, ripples exploded on the magic defense barrier, and the battle officially began. Chapter 234, Incident in the Wasteland. The individual strength of void creatures is very powerful, let alone in groups. After the magic defense barrier blocked the opponent's long-range attack, the void creature melee troops continued to kill over, and the long-range firepower from the rear was also continuously output. As for a fortress, Grog was too lazy to use any tactics and directly ordered his troops to attack it, intending to crush Li Ziyu directly. Li Ziyu knew that he could not win by fighting because the difference in strength was too great. All he could do was defend and help Bepta by 5 minutes. Even though it's only 5 minutes, this is a matter of life and death. The magic defense barrier mainly resists ranged attacks and magic attacks, and cannot provide much defense against melee attacks. After the void creatures broke through the magic barrier, they climbed up the walls of the fortress. "Do you want me to kill that guy?" Damonlevsky stretched his neck to look at Kroger and asked Li Ziyu. Li Ziyu shook his head while deploying his troops. Damonlevsky is very strong, even stronger than Bepta, but the one opposite him is obviously a void lord, and even Damonlevsky can't kill him instantly. There are only 5 minutes left until the portal opens. Once the opponent holds Damonlevsky back, will they leave or not after the portal opens? If they don't leave, they will probably be wiped out. If he leaves, Damonlevsky will die here. There are so many void creatures, and they are all very powerful. They can tire Damonlevsky to death. Li Ziyu didn't want to let Damonlevsky pass. He just needed to defend. Skeleton undead. Attack! Elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors. Attack! Skeleton shortbowman. Attack! Skeleton longbowman. Attack! Dark warrior. Attack! Skeleton knight. Attack! The evil spirit patrollers, who were originally patrolling outside, had all been killed at this time. They were the first to come into contact with the void creatures, and were almost instantly overwhelmed by them. Although he resisted hard, it was useless. Li Ziyu didn't have time to think too much, as the void creature had already climbed onto the bone plate platform. All the undead moved and fought with the void creatures. The role of the skeleton undead at this time is simply to serve as cannon fodder and shield, tightly entangling the opponent, and then being killed by high-level undead such as the Black Warrior and Skeleton Knight. However, those skeleton undead equipped with crossbows still have some power. The crossbow arrows fired at random will cause a little bit of damage to the void creatures, although it is not of much use. It can at least block it. The bone plate platform was in complete disarray. Sweat broke out on Li Ziyu's forehead. The crisis came too suddenly, and he was not prepared at all. Fortunately, we can still hold on for now. As soon as the void creatures stepped onto the bone platform, the undead rushed up. The battle immediately entered a fierce stage. The undead will not allow the void creatures to go deeper, and the void creatures will completely destroy this place. Kroger in the void was a little surprised. He didn't expect the resistance of the undead to be so fierce. He originally thought that his troops could defeat the enemy with one charge, but he didn't expect that they were stopped. Interesting. He looked at the impulse in the sky that was still growing stronger and stronger, and he understood what Bepta was planning. If this wormhole can be destroyed, the opponent will be dead. It's a pity that he can't do that. It's not that Kroger doesn't have the ability to collapse the wormhole, but that he can't do it. Destroying a wormhole would set off many chain reactions. The simplest thing is to cause the void barrier to rupture, causing the void in this world to become unstable. The instability of the void will create a large number of void cracks in this world, and even the void creatures do not know where those cracks lead to. Moreover, it will also allow void turbulence to enter this world. Of course, this is not something Kroger, the Void Lord, would worry about. It's just a void land anyway, so the loss is just a loss. As a veteran Void Lord, he can still afford it. What made it difficult for him to bear was the chaos in the void. If there are too many cracks in the void will be completely destroyed, causing the cracks to continue to extend and destroy more voids. That is when it will be really troublesome. Not to mention what will happen to other living beings. Even void creatures cannot survive in the collapsing void. This has happened before. In ancient times, a horrific civil war broke out among the void creatures. At that time, the wormhole collapsed. The results were disastrous. It was because of the collapse of the void wormhole that caused the collapse of the void. In order to survive, the void creatures ended the civil war, united together, and paid a huge price to stop the collapse of the void. Even so, for a long time, the living environment of void creatures was extremely harsh. Therefore, in the laws of the void, deliberately destroying the wormholes of other void creatures is absolutely prohibited. Crow knew this, and Bepta knew this too. He took advantage of this law, and did not stop opening the portal even after Kroger arrived. Kroger is not a real madman. He would not choose to collapse the wormhole just for himself or the undead. He cannot bear the consequences. On the bone plate platform, Skeleton Blaster 1 and Gargoyle have joined the battle. 5 minutes is really long. Lee Ziyu has never felt that time pass so slowly. Not even when he was in school. The wormhole in the void is getting bigger and bigger, and its area has already covered the undead fortress. Hula. The wind started to blow, making a rustling sound. Lee Ziyu suddenly felt her body lighten, as if she was weightless. City Lord, get ready. Before Lee Ziyu could figure out what was going on, he heard Bepta shouting. His eyes suddenly lit up. Finally ready. So what the hell are you waiting for? If we wait any longer, we won't be able to hold on. Start teleporting. Go! Lee Ziyu screamed with all his might. With his consent, Bepta initiated the transmission without hesitation. The terrifying suction force was generated from the wormhole and acted on the entire fortress. Some undead, who were fighting, found that the swords they chopped out were light, and their bodies were floating. They looked around in confusion, and found that their companions' bodies were also floating. Snort! When Kroger saw the skeleton floating in the air, he snorted coldly, and his scepter sank into the void. An invisible wave spread out. The void creatures that were attacking frantically just now suddenly retreated, each running faster than the other. The transmission has already begun. There is no point in continuing. Kroger didn't plan to continue. He didn't know where the other party was going to teleport to. If he teleported back to the undead, all the void creatures under his command would be dead. Next time, when I see you again, I must kill these skeletons. Kroger was furious in his heart. Boom, boom, boom. The suction of the portal wormhole became stronger and stronger. The huge undead fortress shook twice, slowly left the ground, rose into the air, and moved towards the wormhole. Lee Ziyu looked at the void creatures that were getting farther and farther away, then looked up at the huge black hole in the sky and fell into deep thought. This scene. I always feel like something is missing. A flash of inspiration came, and at this moment, Team Rocket was possessed. Lee Ziyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh! I know what's missing. Lee Ziyu, whose body was already floating in the air and still accelerating, suddenly shouted at the top of her voice. I will be back. The sound was still echoing, but the person had been sucked into the wormhole, leaving only a series of echoes. When Kroger heard Lee Ziyu's final cry, his face suddenly turned dark. Still want to come back? Do you really think that there is no one in our Void clan? Come back again. High or low. Let you stay. As the undead fortress was sucked into the portal wormhole, the huge wormhole in the sky quickly shrank and disappeared at an extremely fast speed. The sky returned to normal again, and the wormhole that had just appeared seemed like an illusion. The first half of the portal wormhole is dark, while the second half is colorful and gorgeous. It didn't take long to travel through the wormhole, and a hole appeared in front of Lee Ziyu. The suction force appeared out of nowhere and guided the undead fortress towards the wormhole. My eyes blurred, and when I opened them again, it was no longer the green grassland. Lee Ziyu's body floated back to the roof of the main building, perhaps because of the wormhole. The area around the undead fortress was very clear, but a little further away, dust could be seen, as if being in a sandstorm. Wasteland and death. The familiar wind and sand made Lee Ziyu instantly recognize that this was the wasteland and death place. Came back. Wasteland. Your king is back. Cough, cough, cough. Lee Ziyu, who was still trying to act a little silly, didn't expect that the clean space created by the wormhole would suddenly disappear. A sandstorm swept in, splashing all over his face and mouth, interrupting his next words. I can't afford to offend you, so I'll just slip away. Li Ziyu spat out the sand in his mouth while running into the main building. He was not worried about the undead. This kind of weather would not affect the undead. Back in the main building, Li Ziyu counted the people around him. Damonlevsky, Bepta, and Leopard Girl Gulageli were all back, so everything was fine. Damonlevsky and Bepta were fine. Nothing unusual happened. But the Leopard Girl Gulageli was in a terrible situation. After passing through the wormhole, the curious Leopard Girl ran out. And like Li Ziyu, she was hit in the face by a sandstorm. Her whole body was covered with dust, and she looked dirty. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. Bepta stepped forward and said to Li Ziyu, Pooh, pooh, pooh. It's hard work. It's hard work. Drink poo. Li Ziyu said while spitting out sand from his mouth. The last mouthful was really too full. After spitting for such a long time, he still felt sand in his mouth. Is this the environment you live in? Damonlevsky looked outside and asked with some confusion. This environment is not very good. Or to say it is quite bad. Not much worse than the north. Damonlevsky was somewhat disappointed. Not to mention him. Even Bepta felt a little uncomfortable, as he also didn't like the wind and sand. No. 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 This should be the wasteland and dead zone. The blank area between the borders of the wasteland. Li Ziyu hurriedly explained when he saw that the two had misunderstood. Damonlevsky and Bepta were relieved. After Li Ziyu said this, he fell into silence as he connected to the soul network. Before he went to the void land, he had been wandering in the wasteland and dead land. Every certain distance, he would place a soul base station. This is to ensure coverage of the soul network and to know one's location at the same time. It has been a while since he left the other world, so he needs to know what has happened recently. He didn't know what the other world was like before. But after the time traveler came, the other world changed every day. I hope there won't be any problems. As Li Ziyu was thinking this in his mind, his soul had already connected to the soul network. As soon as the link was established, Li Ziyu frowned. Something is wrong. The coverage of the soul base station has been significantly reduced, and the connection is poor and intermittent in some places. Just like the poor signal when making a phone call. This has never happened before. Everything produced by the system is good stuff. Li Ziyu is very sure of this. This happened now. I am afraid there is only one explanation. When there is an accident, the soul base station has been attacked. Damage has caused the soul network to shrink, and the communication becomes worse. Sure enough, he soon received the message in the soul network. Battle information. The undead are fighting. And the damage is not small. Damn. I've only been away for so long. Who is so bold as to come and cause trouble for me? A stern look appeared on Li Ziyu's face. Seeing that Li Ziyu suddenly remained silent, Damonlevsky and the others were a little confused. Then, when they saw the stern look on his face, they became even more confused. Li Ziyu, what's wrong with you? Damonlevsky asked. Huh, there's some trouble. We seem to be at war with someone. Li Ziyu withdrew from the soul network and said with a frown. Start a war? With whom? How do you know? Damonlevsky was a little confused by this sudden sentence. And then he became excited. Good war. Good war. My hands are itching right now. Not only him. Even Bepta looked over. I don't know the specific situation yet, but I have lost a lot of undead. Someone is causing trouble in my nest. Li Ziyu lowered his eyes slightly, with a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. Well, I finally stabilized and unified a wasteland. Is someone here to put on eye drops? Is it good or not? In his mind, he counted the possible enemies that might appear, but it was unlikely that they would appear in the wilderness. Since the failure of the Cancer Alliance, there has been no organized army in the wilderness. And Batubu is also there. As long as there is any sign, Batubu will definitely put it out at the first time. Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng are also there. So the tribes in the wilderness will not be in chaos. That means people from the outside world entered the wasteland and started fighting. Tribes from other wasteland areas invaded? That's impossible. According to the information in the Soul Network, the other party is very powerful, and should not be a tribe from other areas. A powerful tribe in the central area. Li Ziyu felt that it was unlikely. The powerful tribes in the central area could indeed invade his area. But for what purpose? It is not in their interest, and violates the unspoken rules of the wilderness. So it should not be a powerful tribe in the central area. That's a time traveler. He's zipping? Damn. It must be this guy. Liziu probably understood what was going on. It was most likely that the dragon lizard lord he had chased away had come back to take revenge, messing up his wasteland area. But there is another question here. Didn't Batubu stop his zipping? TSK. This feels so troublesome. Let's go back and take a look. Once we get back to the wasteland area, we'll know everything. Let's go home. Liziu ordered the undead. At the command, the undead fortress was immediately activated and began to return based on the information from the Soul Network. With the Soul Base Station and the Soul Network, Liziu is not worried about getting lost in the wasteland. There was no conversation along the way, and the undead fortress quickly approached Liziu's wasteland area from the wasteland of death. In the Soul Network, Liziu received a message that a Soul Base Station close to them was being attacked. Turn. Rescue. Prepare to fight. After 3 consecutive commands, the undead fortress turned around and rushed towards the attacked Soul Base Station. The soul fire in the eyes of the undead was burning with a fierce fighting spirit. He is our brother. When he gets beaten, we naturally have to stand up for him. Chapter 235, Stretching. What happened? Damanlevsky, who had just woken up, came to Liziu and asked. He was very unhappy during this period. Every day when he woke up, he saw the sky full of sand, dirt, and nothing. Bepta also came over. He felt the same as Damanlevsky. Very bored. You're all here. One of my outposts has been attacked, and I'm rushing over to help. Liziu saw the 2 people coming and introduced the current situation to them. When they heard that there was a war to be fought, the eyes of these 2 battle fanatics suddenly lit up. Liziu raised his eyebrows when he saw the looks in their eyes. These are 2 powerful reinforcements with outstanding combat capabilities. Okay. It's stable. Soon, the undead fortress arrived near the attacked Soul Base Station. Through the gem on top of the cemetery, Liziu saw the person who attacked the Soul Base Station. There were a dozen crocodile men carrying strange-looking crescent-shaped swords. These crocodile men were in a half-crawling state. Even when they crouched down, they looked much taller than the skeleton undead. Liziu estimated that they were about 200 centimeters tall. If these guys stood up, they would be even taller, probably over 300 centimeters tall. The Soul Base Station at the border is generally simply arranged. Just a base station and a group of low-level skeleton undead. Although there are only a dozen crocodile people, they can easily deal with the attack of nearly 1,000 skeleton undead. Even when surrounded by the undead, they are not panicked at all and rush out in a few flashes. Not a dragon lizard, but a crocodile man? I was wrong. Could it be that it wasn't he Zipping who came back, but other lords discovered this place? Looking at those ferocious crocodile people, Liziu frowned. This is not a good phenomenon. Among the crocodile men who were teasing the skeleton undead, there was a guy who was dressed much better than the other crocodile men. He suddenly stopped and looked in a certain direction, as if he had noticed something. The raging sandstorm in the wasteland made it impossible for him to see clearly what it was. The soles of his feet scraped lightly on the ground. Shock. The vibrations are getting stronger and stronger. Not cavalry. Lord. The Lord is coming. The crocodile man realized something and roared at his companions around him. When the other crocodile people heard his voice, they were startled. They stopped the fights in their hands, gathered around him, and looked around vigilantly. The vibration was getting stronger and stronger, and the other party was coming towards him. No matter how slow the other crocodile people were, they could still feel the vibration. They also lived on the mobile fortress and had come into contact with other mobile fortresses, so they were not unfamiliar with this kind of heavy vibration. The wind and sand became mania and swept around. The leading crocodile man squinted his eyes in the wind and sand, trying to look forward. A crackling sound was heard. The huge things were lined up with wind sand and appeared in front of them. The tall city walls, the towering buildings, the faint fire of the soul. Undead. A fortress of the undead. It's the enemy's reinforcements. The crocodile man was about to say something when he saw a black shadow breaking through the wind and sand and falling from the sky. Boom! The ground sank and a pit appeared. A man stood up slowly. It was a strong-looking human, holding a strangely shaped battle axe in his hand. Humanity? A human appeared in the undead fortress? The crocodile was a little confused. And then he thought of his own lord. Although these people are all crocodile people, Their lord is a real human being. The one in front of me, could it be the undead lord? It would be great if the one in front of me is really the undead lord. As long as they kill this undead lord, they can escape. The crocodile man had seen several lords of the mobile fortress, and without exception, they were all human. They are just ordinary humans. Very, very weak, and can be killed with just a finger, even though the guy in front of me is holding an axe. So what? He is still just a weak human being. Thinking of this, a fierce light flashed in the eyes of the crocodile leader. Facing the undead fortress, they had no chance of winning and were doomed to die. There are a large number of soldiers in each mobile fortress. Just a dozen of them will be wiped out in an instant. But if they could kill the human in front of them first, the undead would fall into chaos, and they could take advantage of the chaos to leave. After returning, report to your lord and maybe you will get a reward. Thinking of this, the crocodile man no longer hesitated. He shook his body, swung the big knife in his hand, and rushed straight towards the human holding the battle axe. Damlevsky had just stood up and was about to introduce himself when he saw the crocodile man rushing towards him. The huge body sprinkled a shadow, covering Damlevsky in it. The big mouth full of teeth opened, as if he could swallow him into his stomach. What's even more terrifying is that the big knife seems to be bigger than Damlevsky himself. With one chop, he probably wasn't cut in half, but was chopped into meat paste. Get lost. With a loud roar, the crocodile leader's body flew backwards, knocking down 3 of his companions in succession before stopping. He lay on the ground with his back facing the sky, blood flowing out of his mouth. The crocodile man had thick skin and flesh, and Damlevsky didn't use too much force, so the guy didn't die. But he was a little doubtful about his survival. What happened just now? Why did I fly? How come this lord is so powerful? I am Damlevsky, from the hero clan. Slowly retracted his legs, Damlevsky finally finished speaking his opening. His face was unhappy. I just want to say something. Why are you rushing over to me in such a hurry? The fight must be fought. The crocodiles looked at each other, and then at their leader, who was still lying on the ground. The crocodile leader rolled on the ground, stood up, and looked at Damlevsky with his amber eyes, with a look of surprise and doubt. Just that kick just now proved that the human in front of him was extraordinary. It was simple, without any frills. But he couldn't dodge it, and was kicked hard. The huge force sent him flying. Is this something that ordinary humans can do? Lord? Asked the crocodile leader uncertainly. I'm not a lord. Just a human who wants to move to the hands and feet, Damlevsky said while carrying the tomahawk forward, showing an iconic smile on his face. Come on. Let's fight happily. Like a man. Damlevsky suddenly accelerated and headed straight for the crocodile leader. Seeing this, the other crocodile men raised their swords and rushed towards Damlevsky without any orders from their leader. Boom! A crocodile man flew out backwards just like his leader. But he was not as lucky as his leader. When kicking the crocodile leader, Damlevsky didn't use much force, allowing the crocodile leader to save his life. But now that the fight had officially begun, he didn't need to hold back, and he used real strength in this kick. The crocodile men around him could clearly see that he leaned back slightly, aimed at the crocodile man's chest and abdomen, and kicked out with force. It was also clearly seen that after the kick hit the crocodile man, his skin and flesh sank, his back bulged, and then blood spurted out, and he flew backwards. The crocodile man who was kicked head-on by Damlevsky spurted blood, and his internal organs were broken into small pieces in midair. A big hole appeared between his chest and abdomen. The scales on his abdomen could not defend against Damlevsky's kick at all, and were directly kicked through. Before it even hit the ground, it was already dead. Boom! The huge body fell to the ground, limp and motionless. The atmosphere froze instantly. The rest of the crocodile people stopped rushing forward. They turned their heads to look at their companions who were killed instantly, and then looked at Damlevsky, their faces full of disbelief. Are you kidding me? Is this a hacking human being? This is a monster wearing human skin. These crocodile people all have animal heads, and can be directly understood as standing crocodiles. They have too many crocodile features, with hard scales on their backs and a relatively soft belly. But even if it is soft, it is only relative. At least it is equivalent to wearing a thick leather armor. But even so, it was of no use at all under the attack of the human in front of it, and was kicked to death with just one kick. Looking at the human again, he was calm and composed. as if he had just kicked casually. Not to mention ordinary crocodile people. Even the crocodile leader was dumbfounded. So weak. Damonlevsky curled his lips and silently put away his battle axe. These guys who look big and strong with fangs and sharp teeth just look scary, and are not worthy of him using a battle axe. Bare hands are enough. Well, the power has to be reduced. Otherwise, I would not have to play. After holding it in for so many days, I finally came across something interesting. I can't just kill it casually. I have to stretch my muscles. Damonlevsky clenched his fists, making thumping sounds. Bring it on. Come on. Give me a roll. Are you trying to live? When the crocodile people heard what Damonlevsky said, instead of moving forward, they all took a step back. No matter what the crocodile man thinks, Damonlevsky is determined to take action. He pushed his feet on the ground and rushed towards the crocodile man like an arrow. Bump! Whoosh! A crocodile flew out. Bump! Whoosh! Another one flew out. Bump! Click! Whoosh! This time, the crocodile man was prepared and blocked it with the big knife in his hand. The knife broke and the crocodile man flew away again. Every punch and kick was witnessed with my own eyes. Simple and unpretentious. Yet undefendable. Real speed and power. The most fundamental, and the most difficult to break through. Damonlevsky played a crushing game. A dozen crocodile men are really no match for Damonlevsky. Before Damonlevsky had enough fun, the only one left on the other side was the crocodile leader. The crocodile leader's face is now full of panic. It's too strong. It's really too strong. He no longer had the will to fight. They are not opponents of the same level at all. The human in front of them is much stronger than them. Damonlevsky moved his shoulders, looked at the crocodile leader, and hooked his finger at him. The crocodile leader took a step back and shook his head violently. I don't want to go over there. Don't come over here. As Damonlevsky stepped towards the crocodile leader, Bepta arrived, swooped down from the sky, and stood between him and the crocodile leader. Damonlevsky, whose interest was disturbed, frowned and looked at Bepta with some dissatisfaction. What's the matter? Asked Damonlevsky. The city lord said that we should leave some people alive, and not kill them all. Bepta said to Damonlevsky with his back to the crocodile leader. When the crocodile had heard this, the glory broke out in his eyes. My savior! He wants to quickly stay away from this horrible human. But addicted. Damonlevsky scratched his head and said harshness. Lizzie, you said that he wanted to keep him alive. So he was kept alive. It's just that his body was a little stiff. So he didn't feel very comfortable. Beta Tower turned around and looked at the crocodile man. Where are you going? While Beta and Damonlevsky spoke, the crocodile person's leader planned to go. Before 2 steps, Beta was discovered. After hearing the question, not only did the crocodile leader not stop, but instead shook his body and rushed towards the distance. The running method of the crocodile is not the same as the normal person. It is a variable change. Without a few steps, he will suddenly move forward a distance, and then continue to run. So repeated. Seeing that the other party didn't stop, Vitaba took out his own horse's horse, picked up the horse's horses in the hand of the crocodile head. Ma Yin arrived instantly, piercing the crocodile's tail, set to the ground. Ah! The crocodile person screamed. This guy is also a ruthless person. Even though his tail was nailed, he did not slow down at all. He tore the tail apart and continued forward with a trail of blood. But even so, his escape speed is not as fast as Beta flying. With a flutter of the wings behind him, Bepta had already come to the side of the lance, reached out and grabbed the lance, and pulled it out from the half-tail. The wings shocked again, and Beta came to the crocodile man, and reached out and grabbed his broken tail. Let go! The tail was caught, and the pain and fear made the crocodile's head crazy, and threw the tail hard. The crocodile's tail is one of their weapons, which is not powerful. Unfortunately, he was facing the Void Lord Bepta, who was much higher in level than him. Not only did he fail to shake off Bepta's hand, but he was grabbed by the hind legs by Bepta instead. Without waiting for the crocodile man to make any further move, Bepta grabbed the broken tail with one hand, held the hind legs with both hands, and lifted it up with all his strength. The huge body of the crocodile's head was suddenly overturned. In order to escape, the crocodile leader did not sit still and wait for death, but attacked Bepta with a big knife. Bepta allowed the crocodile leader's knife to chop him. Then he drew out 2 knives from the air, and stabbed the crocodile man's arms. A arm flew into the sky. Ah! Don't boota. The city owner lets live. Demelsky reminded later. The city owner said that staying in the living mouth. But did not say that the living mouth must be sound. Beta's calm voice came. Huh? Can you still explain this way? Damanlevsky raised his eyebrows and learned something. Regardless of the screams of the crocodile's head, Beta cut off his limbs, cut off his tail, and cut the crocodile's head into a stick, dragging him to Damanlevsky. Go back. Demelsky looked at the tragic crocodile and nodded to Beta. At this time, the crocodile person's leader became tough. But he didn't say a word, endured the pain, and let Betaba drag him towards the Undead fortress. On the Undead fortress, the crocodile person's leader was watched with inhumane. For this enemy who dares to attack his brother. The Undead wanted to go up to make up the knife. But because of the constraints, he could only stare at him with the fire of the soul. The crocodile head looked at the Undead, constantly counting the strength of the Undead. Betaba dragged the crocodile man all the way to the main building and took him to Liziu. Hey, so miserable? Liziu held a glass of fruit wine, looked at the limbs and tails, and the blood crocodile head collar, smashed and said, Bepta threw the crocodile leader in front of Liziu. I ask questions and you answer them. If your answers satisfy me, I will satisfy you. If your answers do not satisfy me, I will throw you into the pile of undead. Do you understand? Liziu said calmly, as he sat not far from the crocodile leader. The crocodile man turned his head and looked at Liziu, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 236. I'm back. The eyes are very good. Why? Is it unconvinced? Liziu saw the meaning of the crocodile man's head to lead his eyes. He was not afraid that the crocodile leader would suddenly attack and hurt people. Not to mention that Demelsky and Beta are still around. That is, those black warriors, stone statue ghosts, will not make him succeed. The crocodile's head collar swept through the undead around Damarevsky around, and sighed heavily. I am a sword. I am a fish. He wanted to replace the life of the human male with his life. But if you think about it, it seemed useless. Before he thought that Demelsky was a lord and the ending was miserable. Who knows whether this is the undead lord now? The first question is, whose subordinate are you working for? Liziu asked after seeing that the crocodile man stopped struggling. I am a crocodile man. And naturally I am a subordinate of the crocodile lord. The crocodile leader spoke roughly, with impatience in his tone. There is no crocodile person in this wasteland. Where do you come from? Liziu didn't mind the impatience of the crocodile, and then asked. The crocodile person didn't speak anymore. His eyes closed, and he pretended to be dead. TSK. It turns out we can't have a pleasant chat. Liziu picked up the fruit wine and took a sip. A black warrior walked forward silently, feeling something in front of him. The crocodile opened his eyes, and saw a black warrior with heavy armor. The black warrior stuck the sword in his hand into the ground beside him, bent down amid the sound of armor clashing, grabbed the crocodile man's mouth with both hands, and moved it open with force. The crocodile man felt something was wrong. So he shut his mouth and tried to compete with the black warrior. But it is useless to struggle. The power of the black warrior is no less than him, and his limbs are broken. With a mouth alone, he can't stop the black samurai. The black warrior moved away the crocodile's mouth, pulled one hand, stepped on one foot, and held the empty hand to hold the crocodile's teeth and stabbed hard. Click! A bloody tooth had come out of the gums. Well? The crocodile man cried out in pain. Black warrior threw his teeth aside and stood aside. You have a lot of teeth. Why bitter? Let's talk about it. After that, give you a happy. Liziu looked at the crocodile indifferently and said calmly. He doesn't like to use sentences. But without punishment, these guys would not say. There was no way he would let the crocodile man go. These guys took advantage of the sole base station at home and declared war with themselves. For the enemy, Liziu's idea is that the dead enemy is a good enemy. The enemy should sweep the fallen leaves towards the autumn wind. The kindness to the enemy is cruel to his own. He can accept Lu Xingxing, Zhang Peng, can accept Damanrevsky, and accept Beta. But he will not accept crocodile people. Whether you are the lord of the undead, my companion will tear you with a bite of blood. The crocodile man shouted. Coincidentally, I don't want to let you go. Liziu put down the glass and grinned. But his smile was scary in his smile. The black warrior seemed to be ordered, and once again walked towards the crocodile. In front of Damanlevsky and Bepta, the Black Warrior performed a torture of the dead. Skeleton undead are all skeletons, so their punishments are often related to bones. The crocodile was also very hard, and the bones on his body were almost demolished. So he told him the information Li Ziyu wanted to know. Given that this crocodile is a great warrior, a good man with a firm willpower, so Li Ziyu gave him to the bones and let them deal with. Well, talk about words. The information from the mouth of the crocodile man made Li Ziyu very upset and angry. People who invaded his area were not a lord, but several, but no wonder Batu, and did not protect the residential territory. He didn't guess wrong. And he really had something to do with he zipping. He was the helper he found. I didn't go looking for you. You came looking for me. Let's say that this time I don't kill you this time. It's all my fault. Li Ziyu started the Undead Fortress and moved towards the Soul Mountains. He wants to add his soldiers, relying on these at his hands. He was not confident to deal with the invaders' lords and the callers. The Undead Fortress was activated once again, entering the wasteland from the dead land and heading towards the mountains of the dead. Private chat. I don't want to take a driver's license. I'm back. Treasure hunting star. Boss? Conscience merchant. You finally come back. If you don't come back, you really can't see us anymore. The eagle soaring freely. He zipping brought people back. Sorry. I couldn't keep it. There were too many other people. Too strong. I don't want to take a driver's license. I probably know. How do you? Do you still have combat effectiveness? Treasure hunt. I am half disabled. Conscience businessman. I hid underground and basically abandoned. Freedom of the eagle. I still have fighting power. Why do I plan to fight with him now? Treasure hunting boss. Where did you go to this period? Don't want to take a driver's license test. I'm going to the Ghost Mountains now. If there's anything, we can talk about it when we get there. Conscience businessman. Great. I will go there now. Treasure hunting. Okay. I go there. You are careful. Boss. Now chaotic. Don't want to get a driver's license. Don't worry. See you at the Mountains of the Dead. After chatting for a few words, Li Ziyu closed the chat panel and focused on what was happening in front of him. It is indeed too messy. He had seen the remains of many tribes. The former tribes had been turned into scorched earth. Their supplies had been looted, and hastily buried corpses could be found on the ground. Passing by the destroyed Soul Base Station, the coldness in Li Ziyu's eyes became even stronger, and his fists slowly clenched. The wilderness has changed. There is no longer harmony, and dead bodies can be seen from time to time. On the way to the Mountains of the Dead, Li Ziyu saw the emaciated indigenous people of the tribe who could not survive. The orcs who had lost their tribe and were forced to migrate for a living. The robbers, the goblins and other vicious races who cheered for the coming of troubled times. And also the invaders. As long as there is a chance, Li Ziyu will not hesitate to kill the invader. But what he saw along the way made him feel more and more complicated. In addition to the crocodile people, he also saw bear people, dragon lizards, etc. There were at least 5 lords who invaded this land. If Batubu hadn't been manipulating the situation, I'm afraid this wasteland would have already had a new owner. The Lord is back. The news spread among the Soul Base stations. Clusters of soul fire burned more and more vigorously. They were bullied. Their brothers were bullied. And the other party was unscrupulous on their territory. But they could not do it. Now that the Lord is back, everything will change. Just like before. Any enemy will be drowned in the undead. They will reunite and come together again. Messages are communicated quickly in the Soul Network. Most of Li Ziyu's hands are bones and dead spirits. And their wisdom is very low. But even so, they have the basic ability to judge. During the time that Li Ziyu was away, they were bullied badly. Death does not make them fear. But being bullied and scrupulous, it makes them angry. The undead have emotions. Even Li Ziyu could sense the anger in the Soul Network. These lazy guys are starting to get angry. So you can imagine how much the other party has gone too far. We need a win. We need to fight back. We need to let our enemies know that even though we are only bones left, we are still strong. Perhaps affected by the emotions of the dead. There was no smile on Li Ziyu's face for several days. This surprised both Damanlevsky and Bepta. Finally, the continuous undulating Soul Mountains were far away. Going home. Enter the scope of the Soul Mountains. Warehouses, resource stations, and other facilities to relink. And a large number of resources have poured into the wing-shaped fortress warehouse. It was already night when Li Ziyu arrived at the Mountains of the Dead. At the moment the undead fortress stopped. No matter where they were, the undead who learned the news stopped their actions, turned their heads silently, and looked in the direction of the fortress. Li Zi walked up to the roof of the main building and looked out at the mountains of the dead. The stars are the sole fire of the undead. The mountains look much balder than before. Well, a lot of trees have been cut down. Breathing the familiar air, Li Ziyu slowly opened his hands. Undead, your lord has returned. As soon as these words were spoken, the Ghost Mountain range shook. That's the roar of the dead souls of the undead. At the same time, the undead in the entire wasteland seemed to be no longer the same, and the fire of the soul was more fierce than in the past. This is Li Ziyu's declaration, and it is also the voice of the undead against the invaders. Those who have bullied us will eventually pay the price with their blood. A week has passed since we returned to the mountains of the dead. The Taboo Minotaur, the Viper clan, the Catwoman sisters, Zhang Peng, and Lu Xingxing all came back one after another to reunite with Li Ziyu. And Batubu also rushed over. During this week, Li Ziyu not only made soul energy collectors, but also increased his military strength. For Black Warriors, there are too many soul energy for the Skeletal Knights. Even if there is a soul energy collector, it cannot be quickly produced in batches. It must prevent the Lord who invades the wasteland at any time. The summoned soldiers are mainly elite and hammer skeleton warriors. Short Bones, Short Archers, and Long Bones Long Archer. And supplemented some Bone Sprayer 1 and Evil Patrol Knights. Although the level of the troops is a bit low, Li Ziyu can rely on numbers to win. On the bone platform of the Undead Fortress, there are now as many as 100 soul energy collectors, which are madly absorbing the surrounding soul energy on a large scale all the time. In order to deal with the invaders, Li Ziyu also worked hard. Consumes a lot of void spar in the warehouse. In the other world, the void crystals are used little by little, so he didn't dare to use too much as he was still thinking about returning to the void land. It is worth mentioning that, perhaps because of the mountains of the dead, the speed of collecting soul energy has increased significantly. Above the soul energy collector, the influx of free energy formed a vortex, poured into the soul collector, and turned into soul energy, and returned to Li Ziyu. Real-time soul energy collection speed, 100 units/minute. Note, the soul energy collection speed is affected by the soul energy concentration in the location, and the collection speed will change. At this time, the soul energy collection speed is several times the place of void. The 100 soul energy collectors can bring Li Ziyu's soul energy to Li Ziyu every minute. It's really cool. With a huge amount of soul energy, and the bones mined from the mountains of the dead, the undead battle sequence was summoned like a tide. The newly summoned undead troops were divided into groups of thousands by Li Ziyu. Each combat sequence of thousands of people contains 500 elite heavy hammer skeleton warriors, 300 skeleton short archers, 200 skeleton long archer. Thousands of people in this way, with Li Ziyu's current speed of soldiers, can get 2 teams every hour. Constantly. Even if it is not an advanced combat sequence, like the Dark Knight and Skeleton Warrior. The presence of both melee and ranged combat is enough to form a good combat capability. These thousands of people do not stay in the Soul Mountains, but are sent out by Li Ziyu to support the Soul base stations everywhere to enhance the defense around the base station. He needs to ensure that in addition to the skeleton dead spirit, he also needs to have at least 10 formation of combat sequences. Before confrontation with the invaders' lords, he must first ensure that his Soul base station can run normally. Although there are not many combat sequence formations, at least it can delay the time of each other and wait for support. For a whole week, Damonlevsky and Bepta watched as batches of undead were summoned. And then, they left the undead fortress and headed for the wilderness in orderly steps. Bepta felt okay. As a warlike void lord, he had many void creatures under his command, especially the void zerg, which were even more numerous. He could accept this number of undead. But Damonlevsky from the hero clan is different. The heroes seem to have been cursed, and the population has been unable to come up, let alone tens of thousands. Even if the hero clan could have a few thousand people, they would be very happy and excited. In the Northern Territory, there is a saying that describes the heroic tribe. If there are less than 1,000 heroes, they are invincible. This sentence must be exaggerated, but it also shows that the heroes are scarce and powerful. With hundreds of thousands of undead fighting sequences, Damonlevsky was boiled. He felt that this was the right that men should have. When I first climbed up to the fortress of the dead, The undead I saw were all such losers. They were so skinny that they looked like they could be killed with just a breath. He also saw the Black Warrior, the Bone Knight, and the stone statue ghost on the undead fortress. But the number was too small. It was not until now that Damanlevsky understood why the undead were said to be enemies that his heroic tribe had to fight to the death to resist. In just a few days, hundreds of thousands of undead souls were born from nothing. At this rate of birth, the heroes will definitely not be able to win. Even if they are very strong, they will be consumed to death. After Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing came back, seeing such a scene, they also relieved. Sure enough, the boss's legs are really strong. Only with such an army can we feel safe. Li Ziyu was not in the wilderness, and he zipping brought other lords to cause trouble. The two of them and Batuba were the first to bear the brunt of the fight and fight with each other to defend their homes. Can't fight. That's really impossible. Just a confrontation. Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing were destroyed. After that, they could only fight guerrillas. Fortunately, except for He Zipping, the other lords were mainly focused on plundering resources and were not determined to hunt them down. Otherwise, they would not have survived until Li Ziyu returned. Even if the other party did not target them, the situation of the two was at stake. When he returned, Zhang Peng's mouse man but was left with a locomotive, which was also his main city, and other compartments were destroyed. In other words, he had special properties and was able to hide underground. And the underground passages were managed very well by him. So he did not die completely and was able to breathe a sigh of relief. And Lu Xingxing was even worse. When Li Ziyu saw him, 1/3 of the treasure-hunting cat fortress was left, and there were no cats on it. Lu Xingxing did not have Zhang Peng's ability, and could also hide underground. He relied on speed to fight guerrillas, and he could survive purely. Chapter 237 Stealth Development. Batuba was much stronger than Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng. At least his mobile fortress was still well preserved. But his hydroxyl slave cavalry suffered heavy losses. What Li Ziyu was worried about finally happened. Although it was not some particularly powerful lord who came looking for him, he was indeed being targeted. Fortunately, he is not without the ability to fight now. The emergence of the soul energy collector gave him more possibilities. Again, as long as the soul energy is sufficient, he is confident that he can build an undead team composed entirely of black warriors and skeleton knights. He just didn't believe that a team composed purely of advanced combat sequences could not wipe out those people. Do you really think that my undead race is weak and can be bullied? Undead Fortress. Main building. Temporary meeting hall. Those who attended the meeting included the undead Lord Li Ziyu, the Gopher Lord Zhang Peng, the treasure-hunting cat Lord Lu Xingxing, the hydroxyslave Lord Batubu, the representative of the Northern Territory Heroes clan Damanlevsky, and the representative of the Void Creatures, the Void Lord Bepta. Well, judging from the title alone, it's of a very high standard, and there's absolutely no problem in bragging about it. The cat sisters Ming Ming and Mingni and the leopard girl Gulajeli served as maids, responsible for serving tea and water and handing out fruits. Li Ziyu, let's start the battle. I can help you take the lead. Damanlevsky's blood was boiling, and he spoke first with full confidence. Ever since this guy came to the Undead Fortress, he has been increasingly thinking about developing into a mindless muscular combat maniac. Just like now, it cannot be said that he is unaware of the current situation. Li Ziyu did not hide anything from him, and shared with him whatever information he knew. So Damanlevsky also knew the strength of those invading lords. But even so, he still had to fight. A pure reckless man, charging forward without thinking. Be patient. It's not the right time yet. We have to fight. And we need some time to recover. Li Ziyu shook his head and said softly, giving Damanlevsky a subtle look. Do you think I don't want to fight? I really want to fight too. After Li Ziyu came back and sorted things out, he found that he had lost a lot of his soul-based stations, and a lot of the integrated tribes in the wasteland had also been plundered. These are all his own things. How could he not be angry when it was snatched away like this? But there is no way. My strength does not allow it. If Batubu is in his peak form now, then he can really give it a try. Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng currently have no fighting power at all. To say that they were crippled is a compliment. They were simply beaten to a pulp. Not to mention the soldiers. Even the fortress is about to collapse. Batubu and his troops suffered heavy casualties, and another battle would be disastrous. What can Damanlevsky do no matter how strong he is? He can even rely on himself to capture cities and strongholds. Bepta can help, as he has subordinates, who can summon void creatures to help in the battle. But even if Bepta's void creatures were added, Li Ziyu, Bepta, and Batubu, the chances of the 2.5 families winning against the enemy's full force of invaders were too slim. The most important thing is that we can't solve the opponent's fortress. If you can't deal with the opponent's mobile fortress, you can't win. That's how we dealt with zipping back then. We let him run away, and then we came back with our men to kill him. The invader's mobile fortress is not the same as the ones Li Ziyu had dealt with before. They are all on the same level as zipping and Batubu. It can't be demolished by just piling up the undead. As the fortress is upgraded and reaches the fortress level, the defense will be greatly enhanced. You cannot win by relying on soldiers alone. You need weapons and equipment specifically designed to deal with mobile fortresses. Li Ziyu only developed warriors and did not have such equipment. The cemetery does have some attack capabilities, but the attack of the cemetery is mainly to deal with the opponent's warriors, not to deal with the mobile fortress. Then tell me what you think. What should we do now? Are we just going to watch those guys do whatever they want? Damanlevsky said unhappily. Fighting in the void doesn't work. And coming here to fight doesn't work either. It's really boring. Bepta glanced at Damanlevsky and said, "This guy is more bellicosity than me. In fact, he was also a proponent of war. But due to the soul contract, he kept silent. Damanlevsky and Li Ziyu do not have a soul contract, and their relationship is that of friends of the same level, while Bepta and Li Ziyu have a soul contract, and their relationship is that of superiors and subordinates, and he can still distinguish this clearly." Batubu, Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing also looked at Li Ziyu, waiting for him to make a decision. "We need time. Just delay them." Li Ziyu took the juice handed to her by Meng Yanai, nodded at her, smiled and said, "How long can it be delayed?" Upon hearing this, Batubu's eyes lit up. He understood what Li Ziyu meant, which was to let the lords of these families recover quickly. Only after they recovered can the battle be fought. "I don't know. Let's delay it as much as possible. One day at a time is better than another." Li Ziyu sighed and said helplessly, "There are not enough resources. Those people have robbed too many tribes. And my resource warehouse has also been stolen." Zhang Peng's heart bled when he thought about his stolen carriage. Those were all things he had collected with great effort. And like a miser, he was reluctant to spend them himself. Now, everything is gone at once, and I have become a pauper. As for the resources, I'll take out all the resources I have, and everyone can use them as much as possible. We'll just have to restore it to whatever state we can. Li Ziyu thought about it, and decided to contribute his own resources. Having said that, this simple meeting is almost over. The tone has been set, which is to make every effort to recover, and wait for the war to begin. Li Ziyu stood up and looked around. "Everyone, we are facing the most difficult battle. We must use all our strength to win. From today on, I will enter a state of seclusion. I hope that when I come out, we can give each other a heavy blow." When the people present heard his words, they all nodded in agreement. The reason why Li Ziyu chose to go into seclusion was to study a weapon specifically targeting mobile fortresses. To put it simply, it is a city-level or main city-level weapon. He didn't do any research before because he was focusing on the military branches. But now he has to put it on the agenda. As for the research direction, he has already chosen it, which is the orthodox technology tree of the undead. Psychic technology. After the meeting, Li Ziyu rushed into the room and entered the unlocking master state. Objective: Main city level Lingning technology. Main artillery silent fist. There are many technologies related to the Fist of Annihilation, which are extremely complex and consume a considerable amount of soul power. In the past, Li Ziyu really couldn't figure it out, and it would probably take him several years to figure it out. He dared to study the Fist of Annihilation because he was able to create a soul energy collector. In addition, there was plenty of soul energy around the mountains of the dead, so he had the opportunity to study it. Li Ziyu studied the technology tree of psychic technology and found that the main gun, the Fist of Annihilation, was very interesting. It was a weapon that could be continuously upgraded and was also the most powerful and basic weapon of the undead. Although she has entered the unlocking master state, Li Ziyu does not dare to immerse herself in it completely, as the situation outside is not peaceful. On the one hand, he had to study the Fist of Annihilation, and on the other hand, he had to continue to produce troops, so that he would have a chance to delay the enemies outside. Soon after Li Ziyu entered the research state, Lords including He Zipping discovered that the atmosphere in the wasteland was not right. The main problem is the Seoul base station. In the eyes of other lords, the Seoul base station is an unimportant place. Unless there are a large number of tribes stationed around the Seoul base station, then there is a need to attack. But in He Zipping's eyes, these are the eyes of his enemy, and they must be knocked out to make the enemy blind. The previous battles went smoothly, and the defense of the Seoul base station was very weak. But things suddenly changed in the past few days. There were many powerful undead warriors around the Seoul base station, which were completely different from the weak skeleton undead before. Even his dragon lizard cavalry could not get the upper hand. This made He Zipping realize that the Lord of the Undead had returned, and he had returned to the wasteland. He Zipping found several lords, he called for help, and wanted to gather their strength to attack the mountains of the dead. But he was unexpectedly rejected. Zipping, we don't think it's necessary to do this. We can take it slow first. Yes. 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 Take your time. What if the other party gives in? We are all lords. If the other party gives in, we should stop fighting and live in peace. Looking at the 4 time travel lords in front of him, who were trying to smooth things over, He Zipping was so angry. This is not what you said when you agreed to come here. Didn't you agree to help me out? Are we living in peace again now? We should live in peace. Why are you coming here? We have reaped a lot of benefits during this period, plundering indigenous tribes everywhere. It was so much fun. But when the time came to use you, you all became cowards. He Zipping really wanted to curse, but he held back. These 4 guys in front of me are not good people. If I really offend them, let alone attacking the undead, I might even be killed by these 4 people. This is what they call birds of a feather flock together, and rotten fish seek out rotten shrimps. He Zipping himself is not a good guy. He stirs up trouble everywhere, and makes other lords complain. How can anyone who is willing to help him be a good guy? Everyone he could call was motivated by profit. The Crocodile Man and other 4 lords came to this wasteland because He Zipping said that there were only 2 slightly stronger lords in this wasteland, and they could come here to grab resources. As for who He Zipping has a grudge against, what does that have to do with them? Of course, they had to appear to be able to deal with it on the surface, share a common hatred of the enemy, and agree to help He Zipping. But they are fine now. Why should they waste their troops and fight to the death with an undead lord they don't even know? This will only bring trouble to themselves. Don't you feel uncomfortable about snatching the resources from the indigenous people? I agreed to it at the time, and that was my thing at the time. If you have the guts, go and settle the score with my past self. What does my past self have to do with my present self? The 4 lords didn't want to have conflicts with Li Ziyu at all, so naturally they would not follow He Zipping to fight Li Ziyu. Seeing this, He Zipping had no choice but to think of another way. Go fight yourself? What a joke. There is not only an undead lord over there, but also Batubu. When they first came here, they were blocked by Batubu. The 5 people worked together to inflict heavy casualties on Batubu. But this doesn't mean that Batubu is no longer capable. Together with the undead lord, he is enough to defeat him. He Zipping was so angry that he could only cause trouble for the indigenous tribes in the wilderness. The whole wasteland became even more chaotic. Every day, tribes are destroyed and large numbers of indigenous people are displaced. And these indigenous people, whether they like it or not, will spontaneously gather near the Seoul base station. At least it is safe there for the time being, compared to those vicious crocodile people, bear people, dragon lizards, etc. The undead are much cuter. At least the undead won't steal your resources, and won't attack and kill you at will, as long as they behave themselves and don't get too close. The undead will not pay much attention to them, especially when it is discovered that crocodile people, bear people, etc. will not attack the Seoul base station casually. There is an extra layer of safety. Li Ziyu was still on guard against the invader lord attacking the Seoul base station, but he didn't expect that the other party did not launch a large-scale attack, but only sent warriors to the vicinity of the Seoul base station from time to time. Once the undead warriors are dispatched, the enemy will retreat. A very strange balance was formed. Li Ziyu didn't know what was going on with this balance. The opponent clearly had the advantage but didn't attack. But this was a good thing as it could give him more time to unlock the technology. With the resources funded by Li Ziyu, Zhang Peng, Lu Xingxing and Batubu also entered a period of redevelopment. The fortress of Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing was changing day by day and was being repaired rapidly. Meanwhile, more cavalry would appear from Batubu and his side every once in a while. Damlevsky and Bepta were stunned by this change. The pace of development is just too fast. Neither Damlevsky nor Bepta had ever come into contact with a time traveler lord, and knew nothing about a time traveler lord who possessed a system. Zhang Peng and his colleagues felt that the speed was still too slow, and that the system construction had to wait, and could not be completed directly. No cheat codes. Bad review. Batubu was surprised that Li Ziyu had more resources than he had imagined. Although most of the resources were basic resources, the quantity was extremely large. In response to Batubu's surprise, Zhang Peng explained, "If your subordinates are also a group of skeletons who do not need to eat, drink, defecate or urinate, and your buildings do not need wood and stone, you can also save so many resources." As a businessman, Zhang Peng has been jealous of the undead under Li Ziyu for a long time. With the help of businessman Zhang Peng and the assistance of the system, the huge basic resources are constantly being replaced with the resources needed by the three of them. Even though the three of them were constantly consuming resources, the undead continued to deliver more resources, and the speed was getting faster and faster. More undead were sent to the Undead Mountains to cut wood and mine. This was specially prepared by Li Ziyu for the three people. He himself doesn't need so many resources, but the other three do. The entire Ghost Mountain range has almost turned into a huge construction site, madly exploiting resources. Damlevsky didn't know what the inside of the mountain was like, but he knew that the trees on the mountain were going to be bare. When we came back, the mountains were still green and covered with tall trees. As a result, over this period of time, the number of trees on the mountains was decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Do you say that the mountains will not eventually become a Tushan? Damlevsky stood on the top of the main building, looking at the Soul Mountains, and Beta leisurely. It's very likely. Bepta looked at the endless stream of undead in the mountains, thought seriously, and nodded. So many trees, so many stones, so many minerals have been transported out. What is left in the mountains? Just soil. TSK. It's a good thing that the city lord did not do this in the Void Land. Otherwise, he could hardly imagine what would happen. These humans are crazy. Well, should we warn the Void Clan not to go to war with this kind of lunatic? Bepta pondered in his mind. The Void Clan is very powerful, but when faced with a fellow like this whose development speed is frightening, they seem unable to defend themselves. Li Ziyu told him that he would return to the Void Land. Will he conflict with the Void family at that time? Bepta felt that there would definitely be a conflict. Just like that guy Kroger. He would never let Li Ziyu go easily. Forget it. Let's talk about it when we get back. Bepta put away his little thoughts and looked towards the mountains of the dead once again. Chapter 238, Fist of Annihilation. The situation in the wilderness is constantly changing. The time travel lords, led by He Zipping, roam the wasteland with impunity. In the eyes of the indigenous people, these guys are like natural disasters. Even large tribes find it difficult to resist the attacks of the time travel lords. Not to mention the attack of ordinary races to avoid the Lord of the Cross. Even the tumor race can't hide. The time travel lords have gone crazy. They don't care what happens to this area in the future. They just want to get more resources. As for Li Ziyu, that's a coward. At the beginning, a few people would consider and make some defensive strategies to avoid being attacked by the undead. But as time went by, seeing that the undead had not responded, they stopped paying attention to them. In fact, this is true. As long as they don't provoke the Soul Base Station, the undead will turn a blind eye to their plundering and slaughtering of indigenous tribes. More and more aboriginal tribes are destroyed, and a large number of aboriginal people choose to transfer to the Soul Base Station to live. They were helpless and sad. Just like the Tower of Tab. No one wants to give up their ancestral land and head to an unknown place. But what can we do? We can't beat those guys. It's okay to not fight and choose defense. Right? No. They will drive a huge city straight towards us. The indigenous people have no other choice. It seems that only the area around the Soul Base Station is relatively safe in the entire wasteland. But it is also relative. The Traveler Lord would occasionally send warriors to attack the Soul Base Station, and the undead would fight back. A month passed like this. The wasteland, which was already desolate and difficult to survive in with few resources, is now even more desolate. He Zipping and other time-traveling lords were almost like locusts passing through a border. Wherever they passed, it could not be said that there was no grass growing, but it was almost the same. Mountains of the dead. Fortress of the dead. Li Ziyu is finally out. In a month, Zhang Peng and his team repaired the fortress and recruited new soldiers. The Undead fortress also changed greatly, with many new buildings. As early as 10 days ago, the area around the main building had become a huge construction site. With rumbling sounds heard every day, everyone realized that Li Ziyu was up to something big. But no one knew what he was building. Until today, the construction was finally completed, and the fortress of the dead became quiet again. Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing immediately realized that Li Ziyu was about to come out. They rushed to the main building and happened to meet Li Ziyu, who stretched out of the room with lazy waist. "Boss, you finally came out?" Lu Xingxing shouted with surprise on his face. Li Ziyu is their core and their backbone. He was in seclusion, and everyone was very nervous. Who knows if he's zipping and his people will suddenly attack us. The fortress of the Undead has changed a lot recently, Zhang Peng said on the side. Soon Damanlevsky, Bepta, and others came over. Seeing everyone present, Li Ziyu smiled and said to them, "Let's go. I'll show you something fun." The others didn't know what Li Ziyu was going to do, but they followed him to the rooftop of the main building. This place is almost the same as before, with no major changes. The only thing that makes them feel strange is the addition of a huge bone platform. The very sturdy kind. "Boss, there's nothing here." Lu Xingxing shook his head, looked around, and said in confusion, "Why are you in such a hurry? Just watch carefully." Li Ziyu was also very excited. After saying something to Lu Xingxing, he gave orders to the Undead. As the order came down, the bone platform immediately moved. Bone spurs thicker than humans extended from the bottom of the platform, piercing into several holes on the roof and linking together to fix the platform, making it more solid. The bone plates on the table moved in all directions and turned into a dark and deep passage. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the mechanism rang out. Everyone's eyes were focused on the bone platform. Something was about to come out of the passage. When that thing was fully revealed, Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing's eyes widened. "Hack! Awesome!" They both yelled at the same time, almost breaking their voices. "Cannon! Damn! It's actually a cannon!" Anyone who has lived in modern times is definitely familiar with cannons. Professor AI Eugene once said that cannons are used to measure land area. Dignity is only above the edge of the sword, and truth is only within the range of the cannon. Under the overwhelming attack of artillery, all enemies are paper tigers. Zhang Peng and Lu Xingxing never imagined that the good thing Li Ziyu showed them was actually a cannon. What a great thing! With the bottom of the cannon, what are the guys he's zipping? Lu Xingxing couldn't wait to rush onto the platform and observe the cannon up close. The more he looked, the safer he felt. This cannon is the main city-level main cannon called Fist of Annihilation that Li Ziyu made after spending a month, consuming a large amount of soul energy and unlocking countless psychic technologies. Fist of Annihilation. Level, main city level. Main gun. Introduction. The muzzle is pointed to the sky, and the power is boundless. The Fist of Annihilation is the first main gun designed and manufactured by the Undead with psychic technology. In the history of the skeleton Undead, this main gun is famous and has performed extremely well in many large-scale battles. Although it is the first main gun, the Undead has left room for upgrading the Fist of Annihilation. Whether it is integrating more psychic technology or combining biochemical technology, mechanical technology, it is easy to do, and it can still improve the performance of the main gun. Fist of Annihilation. You deserve it. Construction requirements. Skeletons *100, 000 units. Soul energy *100, 000 units. Psychic cores *1, 000. Brain of the dead *1. Specialized metal plates *10, 000 pieces. Copper ingots *100, 000 units. Iron ingots *100, 000 units. Area of land, 100 units. Looking at the Fist of Annihilation with the muzzle pointing to the sky, Li Ziyu felt a sense of heroism in his heart. Not easy. Really not easy. Before going to the void, he couldn't make a Fist of Silence. There are so many technologies and materials required. The quantity required for any material would give him a headache. The research, development and manufacturing of the main gun had exhausted all his accumulated resources. The appearance of the Fist of Annihilation is a short and thick barrel, similar to a mortar. The barrel is short and thick. The range is short. The shooting angle is large. The initial velocity is relatively low. But the power is extremely extraordinary. The main function is firepower output. Below is a huge skull as a base, with soul fire burning in it. The soul fire is constantly beating, as if it has life and thinking. The cannon has a caliber of 100 millimeters, a barrel length of 13 m, and a range of 7 kilometers. The ammunition attributes are spiritual burst. In the previous life, during World War II, there was a mortar called Karl. The Fist of Annihilation was an upgraded version of Karl. Not only the caliber, length, and range have surpassed the Karl mortar gun, and even the power also surpassed the Karl mortar gun. Ling energy bullet, gathering the energy of the soul, launching an attack that can explode once. You need to consume soul energy *100,000 units. Preliminary preparation. It takes 10 minutes to gather energy, and there is a 10-minute interval between each launch. When the cannon is fired, it brings in a fortune of gold. Without soul energy, you can't even fire a cannon. Boss, try a shot. Let me see and see. Lu Xingxing made up to Li Ziyu to encourage. Li Ziyu's mouth twitched. Can this be opened casually? With one shot, 10W of soul energy is gone. Pushing Lu Xingxing's face, he was pushed aside. This is a secret weapon and cannot be exposed casually. What if the enemy discovers us when we fire? Li Ziyu asked back. Ah, this makes sense. Lu Xingxing thought about it and realized that it was indeed possible. The cannon in front of him was made by Li Ziyu after spending a month just to deal with the mobile fortress of Zipping and others. If he made it just for his own visual enjoyment and others knew about it, he would suffer a great loss. The Fist of Annihilation has been created, and Li Ziyu's counterattack against Zipping is about to begin. The reaction from the indigenous people has been a bit strong recently. Yes, they all dared to resist. Zipping, what do you think? What are you afraid of? They can't beat us anyway. No. 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 I'm not talking about the natives. I'm talking about the undead. The number of undead is much greater than before. Zipping and several other time travel lords gathered together and discussed with each other. They sensitively discovered that the situation had changed in recent days. The indigenous people, who had been beaten to the point of losing their temper, suddenly began to resist. This was not a good sign. What surprised them even more was that the number of undead in the wasteland suddenly increased, and they could be seen moving around everywhere. Something is wrong. Zipping looked at a few people, and his expression seemed helpless. It must be something that the undead leads is doing. And I have long told you that we should unite to kill the undead lord. You don't believe it. The other lords looked at each other, feeling completely indifferent. Just hit me if you say so? Do you think of us as your subordinates? Do you really think we are here to help you fight the war? You are so naive. We are here to get resources. Now that they have harvested most of the resources, if the undead lord really makes any move, they will just leave. It was originally a barren place, and they have been dominating for so long that the larger tribes have been wiped out and the resources have been pocketed. There are only a few things left, so just give them to the undead. Several lords communicated with each other through eye contact and confirmed their thoughts. Zipping has a grudge against the undead lord. But we don't. It's about time we leave. The eye contact between the several people did not escape Zipping's notice. Looking at the expressions of those people, Zipping instinctively felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it, I understood what several people were thinking. You're not planning to leave, are you? Do you think you can leave? Zipping asked with a hint of sarcasm. What do you mean? We want to leave. Can he, a lord of the undead, stop us? The bear lord rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, among the lords, his strength is not weak. Don't be fooled by his burly and rough appearance. He is actually very smart. He just didn't believe that an undead lord could stop several of them from leaving. At most, they could just catch one. Then why was he, the bear lord, caught? He is not the weakest one. Just as they were talking, a crocodile man came up to his lord and whispered a few words. The lord's expression changed. After letting the crocodile man leave, he looked at the other lords and said, the undead have moved. They have started to fight back. Just now, Li Ziyu issued an order for a full-scale counterattack. Lu Xingxing drove the treasure-hunting cat fortress and Zhang Peng drove the rat fortress, and they set out from the mountains of the dead. They were responsible for eliminating the teams that were wandering around the wilderness and robbing people. Batubu also set out at the same time. His purpose was to launch a sneak attack. If he encountered an enemy lord, He would harass and attack him to consume his opponent's strength. Li Ziyu mobilized the undead scattered across the wasteland and around the Seoul base stations, and ordered them to launch a counterattack to wipe out the team sent by lords, such as Zipping. In addition to these people, Zhang Peng also mobilized the indigenous people to join the battle. Let He Zipping be dragged into the war to defend the wilderness and drowned in the sea of people. No matter how strong He Zipping and his men were, the number of their warriors was limited after all. With the warriors they had, they could not stop so many indigenous people. After Li Ziyu issued the order for a full-scale counterattack, the entire wasteland seemed to have awakened, and attacks were launched everywhere on the teams of He Zipping and other lords. If you can fight head-on, do so. If you can't, then launch a sneak attack. Even the vicious race that had a grudge against Li Ziyu responded to the call and joined the battle. Several lords, who were still in a meeting, lost a large number of men for unknown reasons. There was no time to react. This is also their own fault. Lords like them, who mainly rely on plunder, have the habit of dividing their troops. All the warriors are concentrated in the mobile fortress, so the looting speed will definitely not be fast. The distribution team to go out can achieve the maximum results, but this also means that their strength is dispersed. Under Li Ziyu's deliberate operation, those dispersed soldiers will be in trouble. Hack this undead lord. Is this guy going to start an all-out war with us? The bear lord roared angrily. Before, he was still thinking that at worst, he could just run away. But he didn't expect the retribution to come so quickly. Before he could even run, his own soldiers suffered considerable casualties. The individual strength of bear men is very strong. But because of this, the cost of bear men is also very high. Unlike the undead, it doesn't matter if a few of them die. Most of the lords who stood up looked unhappy when they knew that the undead had begun to fight back. They had already ordered the recall of their warriors. Unfortunately, they don't have Seoul base stations or convenient things like Seoul networks. It would take a lot of effort to recall one's soldiers. As a result, there were not many soldiers who came back to the sun in the afternoon. But they were reminded in the system that their soldiers continued to die. It was really sulking. He Zipping was not spared either, and many of his dragon lizard cavalry were killed. Why would those natives help the undead? The crocodile lord said in confusion. Is this the time to study this problem? We have to find a way to call our people back quickly. Otherwise they will all die outside. The bear lord's anxious expression was written on his face. We've said long ago that we kill the undead lord. Wouldn't it be a problem if we started the fight earlier? He Zipping complained. What do you say now? What is your kid who wants to die? Lord Xiong people glaring at He Zipping angrily, pinching his fist, and sounding. Okay. Stop arguing and solve the problem. The centaur lord pulled the two men apart and acted as a peacemaker. We can't just call people back. That's useless. We have to think about counterattack. The lord of the Banlongmen thought about it. Well, I feel that I should also fight back. The half-person lord nodded. They had scattered the soldiers too far, and it would take time to even call them back. On the way back to the mobile fortress, the soldiers were likely to be assaulted, attacked by others, and then lost their losses. It is better to attack than to defend. I suggest we go directly and fight the undead lord. He Zipping raised his hand and suggested. You're still hacking fighting the undead. All you know is fighting the undead. Can you say something else? The bear lord got angry when he heard this, and cursed. We can also attack the undead lord. As long as we destroy the undead lord, our current problem will be solved. The half-dragon lord thought for a while, and said to the bear lord. Chapter 239 Main Gun Attack. Go! Kill! Don't retreat. For the sake of our homeland, don't retreat. Whoosh, 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 boom boom boom. The coalition forces formed by the Aboriginal people went forward. They were a forest that continued to move forward, and an arrow in the forest was shot. Those arrows were extremely accurate and powerful, and many of them would explode after hitting their targets. Facing the overwhelming arrows, the Aborigines also struggled to resist, throwing weapons, magic attacks and throwing them towards the forest. They do not want to hurt the creatures in the forest. They just want to suppress each other and let their own people rush in. The indigenous people tried hard, but the forest continued to advance with unstoppable momentum. In the center of the forest, there is a huge palace formed by the growth of trees. In the palace, a thin human sits firmly on the throne with a stern look on his face. A bunch of lunatics. Do you really think you can stop me? Let the fortress crush over. I don't believe they can destroy my fortress. He zipping found half of the Lord of Help. Half person is half body in the form of human beings. And the following itself is a horse. The body is strong and the magical talent is slightly worse. In terms of combat power, centaurs belong to the middle level. And in the early stages of the journey, the middle level races are actually the most advantageous. Races with high level combat power generally develop slowly, such as angels, demons, behemoths, etc. They have strong individual combat power, but are expensive and require a lot of resources to grow. The lower level combat races are slow to develop their strength. After all, they are very weak at the beginning. Even if they require few resources, they consume a lot of energy in battle. For example, Li Ziyu's Undead race belongs to this category. The skeleton Undead have very low requirements and only need bones. But their combat power is also really weak. On the other hand, the middle-level combat effectiveness race, such as Hafrenma, can get great advantages and quickly form combat effectiveness in the early stage. Because of this, the Centaur Lords have always been very powerful, and their development speed is not slow. Faced with a group of indigenous people living in a remote corner of the wilderness, he really didn't take them seriously. I was too lazy to dispatch the half-horses soldiers. Let the half-horses hiding in the forest to shoot arrows. Without a powerful siege equipment, the aboriginal people want to deal with this half-man horse's fortress. That is delusional thoughts. How can it say that it is so easy to deal with? On the other side, the races of the Tumor gathered again, forming the coalition forces, impacting the bear's fortress, and the blood flowed into a river. The last time he zipping and the 5 lords got together, the result of their discussion was to kill Li Ziyu. 5 roads sent troops to attack the Soul Mountains from different directions. Li Ziyu wanted to drive them and want to protect the wasteland. But he and Lu Xingxing and other lords still retreat. The big deal was running, retreating into the deserted land, and looking for other wasteland areas. But it is different for the indigenous people of this area. If they cannot retreat to the deserted land, it is equivalent to looking for death. They will lose their direction in the deserted land and eventually trap into the deserted land. For the indigenous people, this is a battle that can only be victorious and not failed. It is a battle to defend home and strive for opportunities for survival. The indigenous people in the entire wasteland area were all united. There was almost no need to persuade Zhang Peng. They were all spontaneous union. And then launched suicide attacks on the 5 crosses of Heezy equal. It is best to fight back. If you can't repel, then I have to pull at least a few backs. And it will not make you better. This is the purpose of the indigenous people. Their resistance is extremely resolute. Even if facing the fortunes of the fortress, they will even be destroyed. Will the darkness pass? Whether dawn will come? Watch this battle all. The battle report continued to be transmitted back to the Undead fortress through the Soul Base station. This is the power of the people. He Zipping and his men are too arrogant and have been caught in a sea of war among the indigenous people. After learning about the war in front of the Soul Network, Li Ziyu couldn't help feeling. And he did not expect that the Aborigines would resist He Zipping. They would be so tough. Don't look at the shrinking of fear. When he occupies the wasteland, those people can accept it. However, it was threatened by the place where survival, without the way of life. And when the counterattack was on, the power of the Aboriginal people was extremely scary. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. The Time Travel Lord is not invincible. If he incurs the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people, he will eventually fail. After a little emotion, Li Ziyu shared the war reports he got with Lu Xingxing, Zhang Peng, and they were prepared for them. The decisive battle was about to begin. The opponent's 5-way troops were to prevent Li Ziyu from escaping, trying to form a surround net, and killed him. If it weren't for the Fist of Annihilation, Li Ziyu might really have been surrounded and attacked by them. But now it's different. With the Fist of Annihilation, he can fight head-on and not be afraid of any lord's fortress. Dividing the troops into 5 groups was just perfect, giving him the opportunity to defeat them one by one. Is this unfortunate? I am still thinking about how to find the order. During the month of developing the Fist of Annihilation, the Undead were not idle either. They explored the locations of the fortresses of the 5 lords and continued to collect information. Among the 5 lords, the fortresses of the Crocodile Lord and the Centaur Lord are the weakest. The fortresses of He Zipping and the Bear Lord are relatively stronger. The most powerful is the Half-Dragon Lord's fortress. The fortress of the Crocodile Lord and the half-horse lord belongs to a natural fortress. There are not many defenses, and there are no main city-level weapons. They are fighting with racial warriors. Pick on the weak ones first. To put it simply, the fortress of the Crocodile Lord is an extremely large swamp with large and small pools of water. These pools of water are the habitats of the crocodile people. Compared to the Crocodile Fortress, Li Ziyu chose a half-person horse fortress. And the forest is much better than a swamp. According to what we said before, deal with the half-man. I am the main attacker. Brother Batu, you assist me. Be a deputy attacker. Stars, Zhang Peng, you're 2 gorillas. Wait for the opportunity. If the other party wants to escape, find a way to stop him. Li Ziyu held a brief meeting and settled the tone. Receive. Batubu, and they sent messages one after another. Before launching the full-scale war, several people had held a meeting and had already decided who to attack first. When Li Ziyu mentioned it, several people understood. Li Ziyu now has a cannon, which is a heavy weapon that can cause direct damage to the fortress, and properly attacked. Batubu also has the ability to cause damage to the fortress, but he is not as powerful as the Fist of Annihilation. However, he has upgraded his own fortress to a fortress after all, and his combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. He has no problem assisting Li Ziyu in the attack. Although Lu Xingxing and Zhang Peng developed well, they were a little worse than the fortress-level mobile forts. The other 2 races were not combat races, so it was enough to fight guerrillas, mainly harassing. After a few people discussed well, they tried themselves and were ready to move. After a day, in the evening, the sun fell, and the ghosts screamed into the air, surrounded by the main building of the Undead. The 4 mobile forts were launched one after another, and they were killed from the Soul Mountains. They rushed towards the direction where the half-person and horse fortress was in the direction of the half-person horse fortress. In the darkness, the fierce fighting continued. Are these aborigines crazy? The anger of the half-man and horse lingering sounded loudly. In his eyes, all the aboriginal people were rotten fish. But they were such a group of rotten fish. But they were very resolute. He didn't know how many aboriginal people were killed. But there were still aboriginal people rushing up to death. From the day to the night, there is no intention to stop at all. Wave after wave came to die. Suicide attack. Rivers of blood. Real rivers of blood. Groups of natives holding torches also attacked the fortress. Several times they even rushed into the fortress and fought with the centaur warriors in the forest. Fortunately, there were not many natives who could rush into the fortress, and they were not familiar with the terrain of the fortress. After entering the forest, they were quickly killed by the centaur warriors. A bunch of NPC-like guys. Why do they think they can beat me? The half-person lord can't figure out why these aboriginal people are so. He just wanted to go to the Ghost Mountains to get rid of the Undead Lord. What does it have to do with these natives? Is it worth it for so many people to die? 10 kilometers away from the battlefield, a huge mobile fortress stopped under the cover of night. There was a fierce battle going on ahead, and the Centaur Lord was completely focused on the battle, so he didn't send out any scouts at all. In other words, sending out scouts is useless, because the natives hate He Zipping and his group of lords so much that they will kill any lone centaur they find. What's the battle situation like ahead? Li Ziyu asked in the Soul Network. Even the battles among the indigenous peoples were being watched by Li Ziyu, who also sent out a number of undead to gather intelligence around the battlefield. The purpose is to understand the battle situation ahead, and then decide what to do. Soon, news came from the Soul Network, reporting the situation on the front line to Li Ziyu. Under the fierce attack of the natives, the Centaur Fortress continued to move forward. Li Ziyu judged the time, and patted the barrel of the Fist of Annihilation beside him. Aim for the Centaur Fortress. Main gun charging. The undead, who control the Fist of Annihilation, are all specially trained. Unlike other undead, the undead that controls the Fist of Annihilation is almost integrated with it, and cannot move freely. After Li Ziyu gave the order, the huge body of the Fist of Annihilation slowly moved. The muzzle began to adjust, and it slowly moved along with the Centaur Fortress in the distance. It takes 10 minutes to gather energy, and with the obstruction of the natives, it will probably take some time for the Centaur Fortress to come within range, which is enough. The soul fire in the large skull on the base suddenly became strong, forming a suction force around it. Soul energy continuously poured into it, forming a sphere composed purely of soul energy in the center of the soul. At the same time, Li Ziyu saw that the soul energy in the system was rapidly decreasing. On the gun, dark blue runes slowly lit up, shocking people's minds, and carrying a unique magical charm. It was too far away, and the charging of the Fist of Annihilation was almost invisible. The Centaur Lord had no idea that a heavy weapon in the distance had locked onto him. The battle between the centaurs and the natives continues. The fortress continued to move forward, and countless arrows flew out from it. The natives holding torches became targets for the centaurs in the fortress. Shouts and screams filled the night sky. Aiming completed to lock onto the enemy fortress. The local fortress is within range. Charging completed. We can attack at any time. Pieces of information were transmitted into Liziu's consciousness through the Soul Network. Damonlevsky and Bepta were standing next to Liziu at this time. Lu Xingxing and several other lords had already left, leaving only the two of them. They will witness the first attack of the Fist of Annihilation. Private chat. Don't want to take a driving test, I'm ready. How are things going on your side? Conscientious merchant. Arrived at the designated location. Treasure hunter, don't worry. Boss. Free flying eagle, I am ready to fight at any time. You just fight. Don't want to take a driver's license test, okay. I declare that the battle against the Centaur Fortress begins now. After closing the private chat, Liziu looked up at the dark sky, then looked at the Fist of Annihilation beside him. Fire. His voice sounded calm, but he was extremely excited inside. Bepta turned his head and looked at Liziu. When Liziu said fire, he clearly felt Liziu's heartbeat quicken. The undead controlling the Fist of Silence pulled down the attack joystick. The soul energy ball, which had expanded to almost occupy the entire base of the skull, was sent into the gun body. The energy emanated from it, and quickly spread along the energy channel on the gun barrel. Energy channels lit up, and connected to the runes. Boom! Call out. It wasn't like the roar of a cannon as imagined, but instead it felt like a pinball blocking the mouth of a bottle being ejected under pressure. Psychic explosive bombs were fired into the air. The soul flame burned violently, as the psychic explosive bomb flew higher and higher. And the psychic explosive bomb continued to expand in the air, just like a small sun rising into the sky. The distance was several kilometers, and the Fist of Annihilation was being charged. So the Centaur Lord couldn't see it. But a sun was rising in the sky, and the centaurs were not blind. So how could they not see it? Although it was far away, making the psychic explosive bomb look small, it still attracted the attention of the Centaur warriors. Instinctively feeling that something was wrong, the Centaur warriors immediately reported the news to the Lord. What? There's a ball of light? You still care about the damn ball of light? Kill those natives first. The Centaur Lord cursed the Centaur warrior who came to report the news, but still stood up, walked outside, and looked into the distance. At this time, the psychic explosive bomb had reached its peak, drawing a parabola and falling towards the Centaur fortress like a fountain. There really is a ball of light. The ball of light he saw at first was slightly smaller than a human head. The Centaur Lord was filled with wonder, wondering what that thing was. But as the sphere grew bigger, the Centaur Lord felt something was wrong. This thing seems to be flying towards me. The speed of the psychic explosive bomb had soared. And by the time the Centaur Lord realized something was wrong, it was too late. Oh shit! Although I don't know what this thing is, it is definitely not a good thing. It's better to get away first. The Centaur Lord turned around and ran without thinking, returning to the secret room in the main building of his fortress. He built this place carefully. Not only is it sturdy, but it also has a secret passage leading to the outside of the fortress, which can provide maximum protection for himself. As soon as he entered the secret room, he felt a shaking like an earthquake and a deafening roar. The horrifying noise made him cover his ears in pain. He swayed around in the secret room, unable to stand steadily, and fell to the ground. Ah! The pain in his ears made the Centaur Lord cry out in pain. He shouted with all his might, but he couldn't hear his own voice. But at this time, the Centaur Lord no longer cared about whether he was deaf or not. For the first time, he knew what dizziness was. He felt that everything in front of him was spinning, and the up and down, left and right seemed to be constantly changing. Chapter 240 The Sun Sets. A blue sun fell from the sky and crashed into the forest. This is the impression all the natives have of what they see. Just now, they held torches and attacked frantically, trying to break through the rain of arrows, rush into the forest, and kill one, even just one enemy. The arrows of the Centaur archers are despairing. They have super high speed and super high accuracy, and even the shooting speed is so fast that it makes people's scalps numb. The natives no longer had any intention of killing all the enemies in front of them. They just want to try their best and kill an enemy before they die. They rushed forward one after another, without any end. No soldier would retreat. No one would shrink back. They gave everything they had and bet on this one wave. Just when the battle was extremely stalemate, a faint blue sun suddenly fell from the sky and headed towards the forest in front of everyone. At that moment, everyone stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at the sun roaring down with flames burning. Boom! The psychic explosive bomb crashed into the forest unhindered. And the life force of all the trees that came into contact with the flames and the explosive bomb itself was instantly sucked dry. The leaves lost their luster, became dry and hard, turned into dead leaves, and turned into ashes and scattered. The tree trunks died and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The first wave of attack of the psychic explosive bomb is not an explosion, but a sucking action, sucking in all the life breath within a certain range and strengthening itself again. The centaur hiding in the woods opened his eyes wide with helplessness, fear and despair in his eyes. Watching the sunset, they felt their life force being drawn away and merged into the sun. Before it reached the ground, the centaurs had already turned into mummies, and all their life force had disappeared. They died painfully. It's like someone who knows he's going to die, but watches death coming. The psychic explosive bomb fell and touched the ground. Time seemed to freeze for a moment, and then it exploded. There was no sound, no noise, only silent explosions and silent shock waves. The loud noise of the explosion did not occur until the shock waves spread. The shock waves swept in all directions. The second wave was a terrifying psychic tide, and the third wave of soul flames followed closely behind. The terrifying energy directly cleared a large clean area in the Centaur Fortress forest. All life has disappeared and everything has vanished. The psychic explosive bomb may be slightly weaker in attacking buildings and can only rely on explosions and shock waves, but the special effect of soul energy can ensure that the psychic explosive bomb can eliminate all living things within the attack range. The Centaur Fortress stopped advancing. All the centaurs stared blankly in the direction of the explosion, forgetting to continue shooting arrows at the natives. The natives forgot about the attack and just stared blankly at the disappeared piece of forest. What's going on? The sun hit the forest? The gods are helping us. Ancestors are above. I don't know which native it was, but he suddenly reacted, raised his sword high, his blood boiling, and rushed towards the Centaur Fortress with a roar. Our great ancestors have shown us the way. Charge! Kill! The other natives came to their senses and remembered that they were now on a battlefield. And immediately the shouts of killing started again. The natives poured into the Centaur Fortress like a tide. The surviving Centaur warriors reacted and quickly picked up their bows and arrows to fight back. The war started again. The Undead Fortress. Li Ziyu saw the explosion in the distance and was extremely surprised. Very good. I am very satisfied. He could see the Centaur Fortress being bombed, but Damanlevsky and Bepta couldn't, so they could only worry. They were also very curious about what kind of damage the shot had caused. But unfortunately, they were too far away and could not see anything. Bepta was fine. He flew into the sky and looked towards the Centaur Fortress. He saw a ball of blue light rising from there. Damanlevsky was in a miserable situation. He had no wings, and it was difficult for him to fly. He had no idea what was happening in the distance. He wanted to ask Li Ziyu, but found that Li Ziyu had already given orders to prepare for a second attack. Cool down the gun and prepare for the second attack. Li Ziyu turned around and gave instructions to the undead. The undead controlling the Fist of Annihilation immediately became busy. Lord! Lord! The Centaur Lord, with a painful look on his face and almost fainted, was pulled out of the secret room by his own men. The Centaur pulled his arm and moved his hand away from his ear, only to find that blood was flowing out of the Lord's ear. Healer! Quickly send a healer over. The Lord is injured. Seeing this, the Centaur did not dare to hesitate and called out loudly. Soon a centaur dressed as a witch doctor hurried over and examined the Centaur Lord. How is it? The Centaur guard asked the witch doctor centaur nervously. The Lord was only hit, not seriously injured. I will apply medicine to his ears, and he will recover soon. The witch doctor's words made the centaurs present breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the Lord was okay. They urged the witch doctor to treat the Lord quickly. The centaur healer was good at using herbs and magic for treatment. Soon, the witch doctor stuffed a lump of green herbal paste into the Lord's ear and released healing magic to increase the efficacy of the medicine. It must be said that the vomit-like herb was quite effective. After less than a minute, the Centaur Lord's painful expression became relaxed. Another 5 minutes passed, and the Centaur Lord sat up, looked at the witch doctor, and pointed at the herbs in his ear. The witch doctor shook his head slightly, stretched out his finger and poked the herb, making a small hole. The herbal paste used for treatment just now was a bit solid, like an earplug stuffed in the ear. The Centaur Lord couldn't hear anything and almost thought he was deaf. Now with the small hole, he could hear the sounds outside. He looked at the Centaur guard in front of him, who kept opening and closing his mouth. The Centaur guard was clearly speaking very loudly, but to the Centaur Lord, the voice seemed to be coming from far away and could not be heard clearly. He was no longer in a hurry. It's good to be able to hear the sound. It is estimated that it will recover soon. What happened just now? What's the situation outside? The Centaur Lord shouted loudly. We were attacked. There was an explosion outside. Many brothers died. But the battle is still going on. The Centaur guards were afraid that the Lord couldn't hear them, so they stretched their necks and shouted with all their might. The Centaur Lord nodded and said, Take me out to have a look. The guard turned sideways and let the Lord ride on. The Centaur Lord rode on the guard and asked him to lead him out of the main building. As soon as he walked out of the main building, the Centaur Lord was stunned. The forest, which was once extremely dense, now suddenly has a large patch missing and is now bare. There is also burning soul flame all around. If any tree gets even a little bit of it on it, it will burn fiercely and cannot be extinguished even with water. The soul flame burns the vitality, not ordinary flame. The centaurs who wanted to put out the fire were helpless, as they had no way to deal with the soul flame. Several centaurs, who were trying to put out the fire, were accidentally caught in the soul flame and were burned to ashes alive in front of their companions. The centaurs now avoid soul flame, fearing that they might accidentally be contaminated by this troublesome thing. What? What is going on? The Centaur Lord was stunned and asked, pointing at the large empty forest. A sun fell from the sky, exploded, and then it became like this. The Centaur Guard explained. The Centaur Guards were in the main building just now, and witnessed the entire process of the psychic explosive bomb attack with their own eyes. Thinking about it now, he still feels scared. Horrible. Some of our companions hiding in the forest were reduced to ashes in an instant, and not even their ashes could be found. What frightened him even more was that he had no idea how the sun came from, where it came from, or who the enemy was. As a guard, he knew more than the other centaurs. He knew that the sun was definitely not normal, and was probably some kind of forbidden magic. In order to release such powerful magic, there must be a strong wizard behind it. And they, the centaurs, have been targeted. As he spoke, the Centaur Lord suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. A small blue star was rising rapidly into the sky. Meteor? Why is this meteor flying backwards? What is that? The Centaur Lord asked puzzledly, pointing at the little blue star that was quickly flying into the sky. The Centaur Guard looked in the direction of his finger, searched the sky, and saw the strangely moving little blue star. Is it stars? The Centaur Guard said uncertainly. Centaurs are good at archery and have much better eyesight than the Time Traveler Lord. But the stars are too far away, and he can't see them clearly. The Lord frowned, stared at the little blue star, and shook his head. No, that's not a star. How can a star fly backwards? Moreover, the higher it flies, the bigger it gets. Wait, the more you fly, the bigger you get? The Centaur Lord's eyes bulged. No way. No way. It can't be really the same as I think? He swallowed. That doesn't seem to be a star, but rather the same kind of attack as before. Perhaps to confirm his words, the blue star flew higher and became larger, getting bigger and bigger. Coming here. Coming here. Looking at the stars that were growing bigger and bigger, the Centaur Lord confirmed what he was thinking in his heart. This was the kind of attack he had just seen. Run! Go back to the main building. Quick! The Lord slapped the Centaur Guards and shouted at the top of his lungs. Seeing the sun getting closer and closer, the Centaur Guards panicked and turned around and ran towards the main building. The main building of the Centaur Fortress is the strongest place in the entire fortress. If the main building cannot withstand the damage, then there is really no place that can withstand the explosion just now. Compared to the panic of the centaurs, the natives below were cheering. Ancestor! It's the power of God! Kill these damn people! Great ancestors! Their heroic spirits live forever. The natives knew how powerful the sun could be when it exploded. When they saw the sun set again, they stopped and refused to attack again, although they speculated that this was an attack from the ancestors. Who knew if the attack would miss? If it hit them, wouldn't it be a huge loss? Be timid first. Just wait until the ancestors' attack is over. Then charge again. The centaur guards rushed back to the main building as fast as they could. And without hesitation, they made the same choice as the Lord and went straight into the secret room. After the last experience, the Lord learned his lesson this time. He jumped off the centaur, shrank to the ground, curled up into a ball, and covered his ears with his hands. The centaur guard was stunned. My lord, you are shrinking back. What should I do? His lower body is that of a horse, so he can't shrink. The helpless centaur guard had to lie down on the spot and try hard to protect his ears. Boom! The earth is shaking. This time the vibration and loud noise were even more terrifying than before. The Lord was glad that he had hidden here and was well prepared for defense. Otherwise he would have been really deaf. The second psychic explosive bomb was more accurate than the previous one. The first shot was only used for testing and adjusting the angle of the fist of annihilation. But the second shot hit the main building of the centaur fortress exactly. In an instant, a quarter of the main building was destroyed, with pieces and sawdust blown in the wind. What's even more terrifying is that a soul flame has ignited on top of the main building, continuously destroying it. After the vibration died down, the centaur lord stood up from his curled-up state and looked around. He saw many tiny cracks on the hard walls of the secret room, which made him gasp. What a joke! My secret room is deep in the center of the fortress. The walls are part of the fortress, but they are cracked. Looking at the centaur guards again, their eyes were dull and dazed. The lord sighed, thinking that he was probably even worse than him just now. Forget it. Ignore him, and let him take it easy for a while. Let's go up and take a look at where the explosion happened this time. It feels even more terrifying than the last time. Walking out of the secret room, the Lord saw the bombed area without leaving the main building. My main building, the centaur lord wailed. The main building, which was originally constructed from tree trunks, was now illuminated by starlight, and almost half of the dome had disappeared. There were faint blue flames everywhere, attached to the walls, still burning. Put out the fire. Put out the fire. The centaur lord suddenly remembered something and shouted loudly. If the fire continued to burn like this, his main building would be gone. He rushed to the water storage area, carried out a large bucket, and while commanding the centaurs, he rushed towards a fire. Just as he was about to throw the water on him, a pair of arms hugged him from behind and pulled him back. Let go. Let me go. Can't you see it's on fire? Put out the fire. The centaur lord struggled and roared, pouring the water in his hand towards the flames. Pouring water on the flame not only failed to extinguish the flame, but made the flame burn even more violently. This strange situation stunned the centaur lord. Why? Why isn't it extinguished? The centaur lord stared at the flame in a daze. Ah! The centaur lord was startled by a scream coming from beside him. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a centaur guard accidentally contaminated by the flames. The flame attached itself to the centaur guard. No matter how he poured water on him or rolled on the ground, he could not put out the flame. Moreover, the flame, which was originally just a small cluster, seemed to have found firewood and burned even more vigorously. Only after the centaur guard was completely wrapped in flames and burned to ashes did the flame fall to the side and continue to burn with a weak flame. What is this? The centaur lord shuddered and swallowed hard. The scene before me overturned everything I had learned in my previous life. My lord, there is something strange about this fire. It cannot be extinguished with water. The centaur guard, who carried the centaur lord away, said in his ear. Do you know what's going on? How can we put out the fire? The centaur lord grabbed the centaur guard and asked anxiously. The centaur guard shook his head and said, My lord, we don't know how to put out the flames. But if you are contaminated by this flame, you will definitely die. Even if you are contaminated a little bit. As he spoke, he pointed to the location of the centaur guards, who had just been burned to ashes. That is the best proof. The centaur lord was stunned. This is how to do all.